Chapter 1 Rebirthist Constable. In the Grand Duli dynasty, during Thespringoth 128 Thieroth Tianuanara, Inchinha County, Adzuehua Tower. Shauchan peacefully drifted in Tuzlumber, his body instinctively curling up. Within the realm of dreams, he found himself immersed in a ethereal and enchanting world of martial heroes. In this fantastical land, he occasionally soared like a swallow, gracefully leaping over perilous mountain peaks at other times. He fiercely fought alongside of Aliantharos, experiencing fever-shifting titus of the martial world, and Ayatagain Hestro led leisurely with beauty fulmed and semid bustling streets, savoring the myriad charms of life. However, just as he was lost in tender moments with a lovely lady, a melodious voice suddenly appeared through his reverie, abruptly waking him from his delightful dream. Young master, wake up, the head constable is looking for you," the voice was bright and clear, echoing in his ears with an urgent tone. Shauchan frowned, irritation etched across his face, mumbling as he turned over, still half asleep, sensing a soft body beneath him. Heb absent-mindedly nudged with Hisht, seeking a comfortable position, and then buried himself back in Tuzlumber, muttering, "Hoisit, disturbing my sweet dream so early in the morning, you was just on a date with a lovely maiden. Can't I sleep a little longer?" Seeing him fall back asleep, the voice escalated, filled with anxiety. "Young master shout, the head constable has important matters to discuss. Please don't sleep any longer." As the girl spoke, shadily nudged Shauchan, who in exasperation, shouted, "Ah! Hoisit, so annoying, why are you calling out?" His loud outburst Natanli start led him awake beetle so roused the several women sleeping beside him. They blinked at Shauchan, some discontent evident in their expressions as they complained, "Young master, let's sleep a bit longer. Yawarito orode last night will feel like Corbon Sarabato full apart. We hardly slept a wink." Ash spoke, oft women rapid her arms around Shauchan's neck before drifting back to sleep. Feeling the soft warmth of her body, a ripple of motion stirred within him, gradually bringing him back to full awareness. He stared blankly at the woman in his arms, his mindahaze, utterly bewildered by the situation. Rubbing a seemingly splitting head, he struggled to recall the events of the previous night but found nothing, as a full memory a shade evaporated. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in an unfamiliar room. The decorec sudidonenti ketchum, marked by the passage of time. Looking down, Hanada said he was lying on a plush bed accompanied by three naked women, covered on Libby a thin blanket, their alluring forms stirring at tumult of emotions within him. He quickly turned it away, only to find a little girl standing no far off, gazing at them enter. Harry's were wide with fear, suggesting she was quite apprehensive of Shauchan. His mind grew increasing limital dashera badistemples, attempting to get clarity. The little girl timidly addressed him, "Young master, you are finally awake, the head constable has been waiting in the hall for quite some time." Shauchan regarded the girl with confusion and inquired, "Wario, why do you call me young master, where am I?" The girl replied, "Young master, you must be joking. You Wario estimated guest at Zuewa Tower. I am a servant there, responsible for attending to the ladies. How could I you not recognize me?" Upon hearing Zuewa Tower, Shauchan felt a jolt within him out of he had no clear recollection of this place, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He'd attempted to recollect, but just then a flood of memoria surged into his mind, causing an intense headache. Thesa memoria splayed out vividly in his mind, leaving him both astonished and perplexed, unable to comprehend how so many memorias could suddenly surface. As he processed these recollections, he tragically realized that they had transmigrated, and the original owner of this body's Herodisnam, an uncanny coincidence that filled him with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Shauchan pinched his third, Thesher pain confirming that this was no dream. Hepiki dupe nearby bronze mirror, and this reflection revealed a stranger's face. Staring at this unfamiliar visage, Shauchan was taken aback. This was indeed a case of transmigration. But why had this occurred? It made no sense that Thetan could traverse the world simply by sleeping Gathome. Unable to fathom the reasons behind this phenomenon, Shauchan set the matter aside for them and turned this gaze back to the mirror. The face reflected was remarkably handsome, yet borean into reckless bravado. Regrettably, his slacked luster and discomplexion had taken on his hue, marring his overall demeanor, presenting the image of Onoho had indulged excessively. Upon realizing he had transmigrated, Xiao Chen called out for the system in his mind several times, yet received no response, which left them feeling somewhat disheartened. In Thesage, many had crossed over, yet he found himself without an especial ability as or systems, making high morality in Thysera. From the memory of soft he original owner, he discerned that thys ways a world of advanced martial arts, where warriors could traverse theskis and summon rivers with them register. The top tier experts could manipulate the for soft nature, their power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the heavens. In such a world, without an extraordinary ability, the original owner's potential would likely yield little success. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, Thegirl's clear voice and Sigaindra went back to reality. Young master, please don't frighten. Are you all right? Xiao Kui exclaimed anxiously. I am fine, Xiao Chui. There returned off his memory as clarified his current situation, and he recognized the girl before him. Looking gather, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Hesitantly cursed the original owner for being gobiest, even failing to pareth the girl. As memory of soft a previous night flooded back as she ran through him. It turned out he was currently in Sue Tower Abrathel, a sitsna implied, and Xiao Quaiservet the courtesans. What Philethemoy the Vengrader Shemos that last night, while drinking with of raucous friends, had done wittingly consumed a significant amount of huan powder. Under its influence, he had called for 3 women to accompany him. When he saw Xiao Chui, he had even considered pulling her into it, but fortunately the madam had intervened otherwise, he might have committed even more egregious acts. Recalling huan powder, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, feeling that there was something sinister lurking behind Thevens, far more complex than a simple jest among friends. If Simeon indeed castrated Thishim, the implications could before reaching, entangled in of interests and conspiracies. Xiao Chen's demise would undoubtedly benefit many. He rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell in this matter further. No was not the time for such concerns. For now, he needed to clarify the situation. Through his memories, he understood that the former owner of this Badawisity Boched Wastral, a quintessential example of Simeonoho had neither talent in literature nor prowess in martial arts. The original owner Waisel Burton, but he had never engaged in the oppression of the virtuous, thought he had certainly stirred up his fair share of trouble, frequenting brothels was a regular occurrence. Xiao Chen believed that this awakening in this body might be due to the original owner's excessive indulgence, which had delayed this demise, thus providing him with the opportunity to inhabit this body. As for why he had so coincidentally transmigrated into the body of Simeonu with the same name, that 'twas beyond misunderstanding. Now aware that there was seen a brothel, Xiao Chen regarded the 3 alluring women on the bed without nizzens of burden. At that moment, Asha fell into thought again. The little girl timidly called out twice, young master, young master. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Chen replied, in fine, Xiao Chui. Didn't he say the head constable's waiting for him, where a shino? With that, Xiao Chen hurriedly down the clois and made his way toward the hall. However, after taking just a couple of steps, his legs felt as though they had been drained of strength, causing him to nearly collapse. Fortunately, Xiao Kui was quick to support him, preventing him from embarrassing himself. He gently patted Xiao Kui in the head and muttered a word of thanks, not realizing that this gesture made her cheeks flush crimson. Observing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sign wordly the girl's affaiserisement farto precocious. He declined Xiao Kui's assistance, unsteadily making his way toward the hall. From a distance, he spotted a robust man in his 40s, his rugged face adorned with a bushy beard, exuding an air of urgency. As Xiao Chen approached, the man strode forward, his voice booming before he even reached them. Head Xiao, we have a located the hideout of Shadow Bat Thief. Ivga the red the brothers let us comprehend them. Up and hearing this tittle, Xiao Chen felt a wave of funious wash over him. It was so nothing to Bekel Xiao Chen, but no being addressed as head Zeomedite CMS the Fury thief himself. However, Theosuathandus the Theus currently nothing more than a thief, has usurped another's body, and thought of a constable, no less. Though Xiao Chen is acutely aware thought this Berliman could not possibly recognize a his true identity, Essenzo Funius is still grip shishiart. Xiao head, sounds just licky a thief, remember this from no one, you shall address me as Xiao Ban too. Sholdi outer rudder Xiao had again beware, for a Xiaomaki Yeruthidae, Xiao Chen barked with an air of authority, mimicking the tone of the original owner of this body. X, taken aback be Xiaochen said an outburst, scratch they shading confusion. Heckled note fathom was Xiaochen ways in such a folmud so early today. They had always referred to him in that manner with inexplicable premanto day? Faced with Xiaochen's fire segler, smanaged Ashipashgreen and quickly corrected himself, Xiaobantu litis departedins, if wed ilanger, those thieves will make their escape, and when they count a magistrate les te blame upon us, we shall reap norwards. Chapter 2 The Disdain Xiaochen. Ask spoke, Hedigat insistently at Xiaochen, leading him towards the entrance of Zuowalu. With no choice but a complete Xiaochen followed close Libby and step be reluctant tep. As they walked, Xiaochen hastily sifteth rough his memories. Alvatis body sertius nam, itis significantly younger tanhis. Despite ex addressing him as Xiaobantu, the truth is that this body is merla 20 years sofage. Itis aviden tuionisung has sat to net the position of constable such an honor does not stem from personal merit alone. Xiaochen's frequent stays at the brothel, and dis status as a regular patron, couldn't live sustained be a considerable family fortune otherwise how couldn't he indulge in such extravagance. Regrettably, the original owner was nothing but good for nothing, inept in both the arts and martial skills. On his death, Xiaochen's father had begrudgingly secured the position of constable, but this constable's role was distinctuous not required torport for duty, nor did it concern himself with the affairs of Tifus, coming gone going gasha pleased, with no one to oversee him. The nation in which Xiaochen resides is known as Dali, established 128 years ago, and has retained their name Tianyuan since its inception. As the century unfolds, daily since the verge of welcoming its third empress. Upon further investigation of his memories, Xiaochen confirmed with astonishment that indeed the emperor of Dali is not male, but female, and has been so since the founding of Tirome. According to the list traditions, men are eligible to inherit the throne, leading a generation of empresses to select consort. Xiaochen yarly drop a disjoin disbelief de la dynasty is quite extraordinary, indeed, and datus no undrethazer theminicar of Dali. What is this, the emperor de Kesterns, next day at Kudbama family, in a patriarchal society, aside from the royal lineage, Alather family ashade Molahirs, and even when his own-in-law is welcomed, thief spring bear Themother's surname. Conversely, in the Dali imperial family, only girls inherit the maternal surname, while boys take their father's surname, yet Lakane claim to succession, thus rendering them le partial members of the royal lineage. Xiaochen Shukished, choosing nodded well in matters of the royal family of high currently employed by the government, the intricacy is soft hem monarcha feel for too distant for him. Dali is divided into 5 major provinces: the eastern Xinzhou, the western Hezhou, the northern Luzhou, the southern Puzhou, and the central Yuzhou. Currently, Xiaochen finds himself in Qinghe County of Luzhou. The county government is a vast administrative system, with the most fundamental organization being the 3 classes of constables. County level constables are typically categorized into 3 groups: the Zao class, responsible for courtroom duties; Kwai class, tasked with apprehending criminals; and Suang class, engaging physical labor. Xiaochen is the Adoth Kwai class, bearing the responsibility of capturing criminals. As mentioned, the Shadowbat Thieves Gang of unknown numbers specialize in gin theft. They roam the lane like a bandits, with records of their misdeeds across various provinces. Recently, this gang has descended dupe in Qinghe County, pilfering the possessions of several prominent families, causing gaster throughout Heria. The county magistrate has been under considerable pressure, issuing gaster in order to ensure the capture of these thieves, for its safety of the populace. In Ruth, Xiaochen is well aware that the magistrate is concerned sermerly for show. After all, the targets of Shadowbat Thievesaria affluent households philosophy in Kararmerle material, with no lives at stake, and hardly constitute a major case. Moreover, this band of marauders is transient, well aware they cannot linger in Qinghe County for long. Therefore, the only truly anxious arethui all the family is within the county. Among them, of course, is the Zaya family. As his thoughts drifted, Ziokanan arrived at the entrance of Swixianlu. Outside, a group of over 20 young men clad in black uniforms, with long nib sapphire waists, awaited their arrival. Upon spotting Xiaochen, the group saldutinanasan Xiaohead. Thuterancy Xiaohead caused Xiaochen's expression to darken further. Observing this, Saya started ash pointy Dathian constable san berated them, you little rascals, how dare you alkalim Xiaohead, remember, it's Xiaobantu from no one, if any on der stouter Xiaohead again, you'll make sure Torah pio your mouths apart. The youthful constables, startled by sudden ire, exchanged puzzled glances. They were bewildered, for it was Shoshan who had previously instructed them to address him in that manner. They had always referred to him thus, and now, unexpectedly reprimanded, they felt a ding of annoyance. Shao-Chen, witnessing Thai's awkward situation, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for the original owner indeed relished being called that. Clearing his throat, he explained, well. You see, Shao had soon's rather like a thief dusted, as a respectable constable, being called a thief is rather humiliating, don't you think, so you understand, right? Hey, Shao had weren't you indifferent to us before, why do us it matter today? Onafi and Jer constables, familiar with Shao-Chen, chuckled. Lu Washing, I was indifferent because I was in a good mood, but now I'm not pleased. Do you have a problem with that? Shao-Chen showed them a glare, irritation evident in his voice. No, as long as Europe, Lu Washing quickly replied, not daring to provoke Shao-Chen further. He knew told that this gentleman harbored long memory and was particularly vindicative title was not worth arguing over. If Lu Washing ho had drawn upon say to him, de red no challenge him, Theother certainly would not risk incurring his wrath, promptly unit in Jin chorus of Shaobantu. Content with their compliance, Shao-Chen did approvingly. Hey Internetos and inquired, now tell me, what exactly is the situation with Shadow Bat thieves? They've evaded capture in numerous locations, how have you managed to catch them off guard? Chuckled sheepishly, truth be told, Ike wasn't her discovery it was a little bigger ho report to them. This Bajer was residing in an abandoned shrine in the outskirts of the city. Just yesterday, several masked individuals dressed in black intruded upon the shrine, and the beggar, terrified, fled to the constabulary to report the incident. Upon hearing this, Shao-Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, so have been used to spawns be a little beggar. Those suspicious individuals may not be up to any good, but a label the masked shadow bat the Vasim Sastrich. Having spent considerable time in the constabulary, Ziokin understood his intentions. Pressured by the magistrate, he likely to apprehend a few suspicious figures to appease the authorities, regardless of whether they are truly the shadow bat thieves. At this juncture, merely being suspicious was sufficient grounds for investigation if they were indeed the culprits, all the better if not, Ike would help eliminate potential threats. Realizing his intentions, Shao-Chen retorted, what are you waiting for? Hurry and gather your weapons to apprehend them. Just waiting for your word, Bantu, brothers, you've heard him, Xiaobantu has given the order let's bring into action and capture those thieves. With Shao-Shen's approval, sprang into action enthusiasm radiating from him. Zwaivdeshand leading the group of 20 unconstables towards the outskirts of the city. Observing this, Shao-Chen's expression darkened on Smurry. You bunko frascals, halt, Shao-Chen bellowed. At this command, the groups meet to an abrupt stop. Stiffly turned around, forcing Gasmali said, Xiaobantu, leaveth this matter to the brothers, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Thought he's a constables didn't attack out in Shao-Chen's presence, their gazes were alay said with disdain. Shao-Chen felt a flush of embarrassment after all, the original owner was rather inept, if you were to accompany them, Ike would hardly be of assistance in fact, Ike would likely lead to further complications. The truth is, whenever Shao-Chen joined in, he typically ended up making matters worse. On two occasions, he had even been taken hostage by criminals, failing to capture them and instead becoming a bargaining chip. The reason behind Thai's Wash's lack of martial prowess, coupled with a tendency to leap into action. The constables, not daring Talathim come to harm, would invariably act cautiously, hampering their forts. Fortunately, although Shao-Chen possesses numerous flaws, he's a person of considerable responsibility and loyalty. He treats his subordinates fairly well, often extending assistance to those brothers facing difficulties, which has earned them through recognition and respect of many. Chapter 3, the system finally goes live. Observing the expressions of disdain on their faces, Shao-Chen, despite understanding that they were disparaging the former version of himself, could not help but feel a surge of irritation. This irritation compelled him to exclaim, you fools, those clad in black who traverse the martial world are certainly not ordinary individuals, you lot, possessing merely the second or third level of acquired skills. Are you truly so foolish as to rush headlong into danger? Is that not tantamount to delivering yourselves to the slaughter? Having inherited the memories of his predecessor, Shao-Chen was acutely aware that these petty constables from the county office were capable only of bullying ordinary citizens. If they were to encounter a true martial expert of the 5th level, they would scarcely be a match for him. It was astonishing how dense this group was, failing to ascertain the nature of those congregated at the mountain temple on the outskirts of the city. And they were so eager to rush in. What difference was there between that and seeking death? Upon finishing his tirade, the group stared at him in astonishment. Typically, Xiao Chen was the most reckless among them during criminal pursuits. Yet today he seemed to have undergone a transformation, exuding an inexplicable peculiarity. Before the constables could utter a word, the crafty Elder Xing hurriedly interjected. "What Captain Xiao says is entirely correct. What do you propose we do?" "What to do, Elder Xing? After decades of being a constable, do you still require my instruction? Go to the armory and fetch the weapons. There are countless bows and crossbows in there. Do you intend to let them gather dust?" Xiao Chen shouted, pointing a finger at Elder Xing. "Bows and crossbows, Captain, we cannot handle those lightly." Elder Xing's countenance stiffened at this remark. He was well aware of the efficacy of bows and crossbows. Yet they were classified as military supplies, not to be wielded casually. Unauthorized use of such weaponry was a grave offense. Although he was Xiao Chen's deputy, he lacked the authority to employ them. "Enough with the nonsense. If something goes awry, I will take the blame." "Lu Huasheng, you lead 20 men to retrieve the bows and crossbows, and the rest of you prepare other supplies. Listen closely, you bunch of rascals. Merit is only valuable to the living. The dead have no opportunity to enjoy it. Life is singular. Do not recklessly charge ahead," Xiao Chen declared with disdain. His words left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Such philosophical musings hardly seemed characteristic of the uneducated Xiao Chen. Today, he appeared to be an entirely different person. "What are you staring at? Am I not allowed to value my life now? Hurry up and get moving." Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Xiao Chen was keenly aware of their thoughts. This was all a deliberate act on his part, with the core of this body having been replaced. If he were to feign his true nature before them, they would inevitably discover the inconsistency, and it would be even more difficult to explain later. Thus, it was better to abandon pretense from the outset, allowing them to gradually acclimate to a transformed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, had I not grown up alongside you, I could count every hair on your body. I would have thought you were someone else in disguise. What has caused this change in temperament? Have you been drained by a woman, losing both your courage and spirit?" Lu Huasheng approached Xiao Chen with a mischievous grin, his expressions lewd and unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He realized that the changes in himself could not escape the notice of those around him. Rapidly, he contemplated a strategy, for with the memories of his predecessor now ingrained in him, it would not be difficult to conjure a few instances to substantiate his identity. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Chen retorted. "Lu Huasheng, while I may be uncertain about the number of hairs on my body, I am quite certain that you are devoid of any up top. Would you care to remove your trousers for everyone to see?" This utterance prompted a chorus of laughter. "Oh dear, Lu Gu, so you are bare up top. No wonder you avoid the restroom when we are around." As laughter erupted, Lu Huasheng's face flushed with embarrassment. And he bellowed, "What on earth are you laughing at? I merely shaved. It's not as if I am entirely hairless." The moment those words left his mouth, he regretted them. Had he not just admitted to lacking hair below? The others, upon hearing this, could not help but understand the implication, and their gazes instinctively shifted towards Lu Huasheng's trousers. This caused Lu Huasheng to feel as if he wished to vanish into the ground. A younger constable approached him, bewildered, and inquired, "Brother Huasheng, do you really shave down there? I've only seen people shave their beards. This is the first I've heard of someone shaving below." "Indeed, Lu Gu, you ought to enlighten us as to why you would shave down there." The group of young constables continued to jest, their laughter echoing, "Get lost, you little brats, you haven't even grown all your hair yet. This is adult business, and you wouldn't understand a thing." Lu Huasheng replied, his embarrassment palpable. "Xiao Chen, you scoundrel, why must you air my private matters? I have no brother like you. Didn't you say I was in disguise?" "I must provide proof." Xiao Chen smirked, scratching his head, a sly smile gracing his features. "I recall you drunkenly mentioning your wife's heart-shaped birthmark. Was it on the left or right side? I can't quite recall." "Perhaps you could clarify." As Xiao Chen continued, Lu Huasheng's expression darkened, and seeing Xiao Chen's intent to speak further, he rushed forward to cover his mouth. Xiao Chen, however, swiftly retreated a couple of steps, pushing Lu Huasheng aside. He was not accustomed to grappling with a grown man. All right, I won't say anything more. Don't you lot need to catch the thieves. If this continues, they will surely escape," Xiao Chen said. Exasperated, with the matter of business now at hand, the group stowed their smiles, recognizing that despite Xiao Chen's unusual behavior today, his intentions were genuinely for their benefit. Xiao Chen's insistence on utilizing bows and crossbows indicated that he was willing to bear the responsibility should anything go awry. Acknowledging this, the young constables cast appreciative glances toward Xiao Chen. Just then, Xiao Chen found himself frozen in place as an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Host's reputation value has reached 100 points. The multiverse inheritance system is now officially activated to system loading. Please wait. 1251020. The voice continued to resonate in Xiao Chen's mind, and he realized that his system had finally come online. A wave of elation surged within him. He had initially believed himself to be without a system, unaware that its activation required certain conditions. In this era, with systems of all varieties available, a time traveler without a system would hardly dare claim to be one. Xiao Chen, are you alright? Noticing Xiao Chen's stupor, Lu Huasheng gently nudged him. I'm fine, Lu Huasheng, you take them to retrieve the bows and crossbows. If we dawdle any longer, those thieves will truly escape. Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, you stay here. I'll lead the brothers to retrieve the bows and crossbows. Lu Huasheng, reassured by Xiao Chen's demeanor, spoke before leading the group of constables toward the yamen. Chapter 4, The Transformation of the Multiverse. After a bout of jesting, Xiao Chen managed to divert the attention of the group. Although still young, he had served as the head constable in Xinghe County for 3 years. In this time, he had mingled with these individuals daily, and any sudden deviation in his behavior would surely raise suspicions. Rather than laboring to maintain a faade, it was preferable to allow them to accept his altered disposition. Watching the group gradually recede into the distance, Xiao Chen staggered to find a place to sit. This body was utterly frail. Awakening in this form was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. However, he was perplexed. Given his physical condition, how had his predecessor's father permitted him to become a constable? Shaking his head, he set aside these chaotic thoughts, redirecting his focus to the virtual screen before him. The screen displayed a progress bar, and within moments, it had already reached 80. Xiao Chen fixated on the progress bar, stealing glances at Elder Xing beside him. Noticing no unusual reaction from him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was clear that this virtual screen was visible only to him. Elder Xing, noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, approached with a cheeky grin and asked, Captain Xiao, is there something else you wish to instruct us on? Yes, Elder Xing, gather a few brothers to procure some knockout drops in quicklime, wrapping them securely in paper. If you can acquire some anesthetics, bring those as well, Xiao Chen instructed after a moment of contemplation. Xiao Chen's words struck the small constables like a thunderclap, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. As constables, they were well aware of the purposes of such substances, particularly quicklime, which was a common tool among thugs during brawls. Knockout drops were notoriously used by traffickers in the abduction of women and children. Understanding Xiao Chen's intentions, they exchanged apprehensive glances. Elder Xing hesitated momentarily, speaking cautiously. Captain Xiao, would it be appropriate to use these items? What is inappropriate about it? Do you understand whom we are up against? They are all martial arts experts. With your mere 4th level of acquired skills, do you believe you can take them on alone? Do you really believe that we, a group of over 20 individuals, can apprehend those thieves without sustaining any losses? Xiao Chen remarked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, X's face turned ashen. How could he not comprehend the implications of Xiao Chen's words? If the adversaries were indeed martial arts masters, charging at them with such numbers would likely result in the loss of at least half of their team, rendering the capture of those thieves impossible. How would he justify this to the parents of the children involved? These young constables had only joined after their fathers perished in battle. Those lost were his brothers. Each life is singularly precious. They all have families of their own. You cannot gamble with the lives of your brothers for the sake of your achievements, Xiao Chen stated sternly. Hearing this, X felt a surge of panic. If Xiao Chen's words were to spread, his standing in the office would be jeopardized. Thus, he hastily defended himself. Xiao Captain, I truly did not. Whether you did or not, you know best in your heart. I have no desire to hear any superfluous excuses. However, I must convey this. These individuals are all my brothers, and I refuse to witness any of them suffer misfortune, Xiao Chen asserted resolutely. His words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The remaining young constables looked at him with gratitude, their eyes shimmering with tears. The fact that a wealthy young master like Xiao Chen considered them as brothers moved them deeply. Xiao Captain, I apologize. We used to speak ill of you behind your back, mocking you as a second-generation aristocrat. We are unworthy of being your brothers, one young constable said, his voice trembling with emotion. The others quickly echoed his sentiments, offering their apologies to Xiao Chen. They had never anticipated that this seemingly frivolous second-generation scion would care for them so deeply in a moment of crisis. Xiao Chen waved his hand, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his face. Observing the touched expressions of the crowd, he felt a sense of triumph. Young individuals were indeed easier to sway. A few words could evoke such profound feelings. Shao Captain, I am sorry, my oversight nearly endangered my brothers. Beck said, his head bowed in shame. Let bygones be bygones, what matters now is to execute our task effectively. Shao Chen replied, gesturing for them to prepare the necessary items. X and the others complied, and as they spoke, a clever attendant had already brought a chair for Shao Chen that he sat calmly, resting his elbows on the armrests. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts, his gaze wandered intermittently, at times focused, as if pondering something of great significance. He had clearly heard the conditions for the system's activation. A reputation score of 100 points would officially unlock the multiverse inheritance system. There were two crucial points that Shao Chen contemplated. First, reputation. An individual's reputation often hinges on their influence within society, industry, or field. To enhance his reputation, he must earn the acknowledgement of others, since reputation points were pivotal for activating the system. It was undoubtedly intertwined with the concept of reputation. Shao Chen's fingers lightly tapped the armrest in a steady rhythm, as if resonating with his internal ruminations. Secondly, the system was named the Multiverse Inheritance System, suggesting a connection to the legacies of myriad worlds. It might possess the ability to bridge different realms and convey various powerful strengths and knowledge. Shao Chen's gaze fixated on the progress bar stuck at 98. His eyes reflecting both anticipation and a tinge of anxiety. Yet he leaned forward slightly, eager to discern every subtle change in the progress bar. At last, the progress bar reached 100. The system successfully activated. The system loaded completely. A crisp notification chimed in Shao Chen's ear, igniting an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. Beginning search for multiverse inheritance, multiverse world locked, target confirmed, the world of Yiren Jixia. Commencing download of complete martial arts techniques from Yiren Jixia. Download complete. Welcome to the multiverse inheritance system. Due to a system loading error, only a simplified version is currently available. Please proceed with caution and explore the system's functionalities independently. Upon reading the final line on the virtual screen, Shao Chen was momentarily taken aback before a grimace, more painful than a frown, spread across his face. What constituted a simplified version? It was blatantly evident that this was a substandard product. Shao Chen inwardly lamented. Chapter 5, Complete Martial Arts Techniques of Yiren Jixia. Shao Chen called out to the system several times, yet received no response. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to the situation, gazing at the system panel, which had been reduced to its absolute minimum. Shao Chen felt as if 1,000 frustrations were racing through his mind. The header of the system panel read Multiverse Inheritance System, Simplified Version. The sight of the words Simplified Version caused his face to twitch uncontrollably. It was needless to say he could infer the implications behind those words. Though he remained unaware of the extent of the simplification, with no intelligent assistant from the system, Shao Chen could only navigate through it himself. However, upon noticing only 3 tabs labeled Personal Panel, Inheritance Panel, and Backpack Panel, he felt he wouldn't need to exert much mental effort. Quickly he opened the Backpack Panel, only to find a single small square. Below the square was a note indicating the size of the space. And after a brief glance, he was utterly speechless. There was only one square, and it measured merely 1 cubic meter. What could he possibly do with such limited space? This system was indeed a simplified version. What was supposed to be a system capable of traversing the multiverse had been reduced to the sorry state, leaving Shao Chen feeling quite helpless. Even more exasperating was the absence of a beginner's gift package in the backpack. Shao Chen inwardly shouted, "System, are you still there? Say something." After calling out for an extended period without receiving any response, Shao Chen felt on the verge of tears. Indeed, this was a simplified system, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Staring at the rudimentary system, Shao Chen couldn't help but question whether the influx of individuals crossing over in recent years had led to a shortage of systems, resulting in him receiving this simplified version. Complaints aside, life must go on. Since there was no beginner's gift package, Shao Chen could only accept his fate. After all, who made him board the train late? Being granted a standing ticket was already a stroke of luck. Finding nothing of interest in the backpack panel, Shao Chen opened the personal panel, where it displayed, Host, Shao Chen Reputation, 105 points, Realm, Postnatal First Layer of Martial Arts, Chasing Windblade Technique. Below the personal introduction, there was a small, exquisitely crafted 4-legged cauldron, within which flames danced vigorously. Beneath the cauldron it read Qian Koan Ding, with a note stating, Burn reputation to enhance physical abilities comprehensively. Observing this straightforward personal panel, Shao Chen felt similarly at a loss. It was far more rudimentary than the personal panels in games. However, the Qian Koan Ding piqued his interest. It could burn reputation to enhance physical capabilities. If he possessed several million reputation points, he could potentially soar into the skies, yet, gazing at his meager 105 reputation points, Xiao Chen had no choice but to set aside such lofty aspirations for the time being. He then opened the inheritance panel, and this time, the system proved accommodating as a plethora of sect names appeared densely on the panel. At the top was the name of Longhu Mountain's Heavenly Master Mansion. Upon seeing Longhu Mountain, Xiao Chen immediately recalled the system's prompt during the search for the multiverse. The system had locked onto the world of Yuanjixia, thus all martial arts techniques within the system originated from this world. Continuing to browse, he found the names of Shaolin Temple, Wudong Longmen Sect, Mashan Tangmen, Sanyi Sect, Sanmo Sect, Wuo Sect, and others, all of which hailed from the Chinese realm. He scrolled down further until he reached the third page, where he finally encountered names of foreign factions including Nason Island, the Emerald Society, Flamel Academy, Behemoth, Biwa Ninja, and Yulong Society. Xiao Chen merely glanced at them without delving further, returning to the first page. As a Chinese individual, he had little interest in cultivating foreign martial arts techniques, deeming it sufficient to focus on those from his homeland. Moreover, the martial arts from these Chinese sects were already overwhelming enough for Xiao Chen, and dividing his attention towards foreign practices would be excessively greedy. Opening the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master Mansion, he found a list of all its martial arts techniques, beginning with the Golden Light Spell, the 5 Thunderbolts of Yang, the 5 Thunderbolts of Yin, and the comprehensive talismans. Further down the list were names of techniques he had never heard of before. After all, Longhu Mountain had a legacy spanning a millennium, and its repertoire of techniques could not be limited to just the Golden Light Spell and the 5 Thunderbolts. Additionally, given that Longhu Mountain belonged to the Talisman sect, talismans were not merely ancillary means in the world of Yuanjixia. What surprised Xiao Chen, however, was that at the very bottom of the techniques list, he saw the name Qi Body Source Flow. Upon seeing this, he understood that the 8 extraordinary techniques had ultimately been catalogued within their respective sects. And since Zhang Huai hailed from Longhu Mountain, that was why Qi Body Source Flow appeared in the techniques list of Longhu Mountain. After reviewing the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master Mansion, Xiao Chen proceeded to click on the Shaolin Temple, where he found the illustrious Shaolin 72 ultimate techniques listed prominently, including the Yi Jin Jing, Shi Sui Jing de Ci de Beipalm, and the renowned Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand, among others. Xiao Chen glanced once more at the martial arts section of Wudong, where a series of techniques lined up from top to bottom: Tai Chi, Pure Yang Wuji skill, Celestial Silkworm technique, Turtle breathing method, Wen Qi Hunyuan skill, Xuan Wu True skill, Wudong Cotton Palm, and so forth. Many of these techniques were not mentioned in the world of One Man Below. At the very bottom of these techniques, Xiao Chen indeed spotted the Fengho Qimen, a technique that originated from Wudong, and the insights he gained from it were naturally included within the Wudong sect. The 8 marvelous techniques are each considered the pinnacle of their respective fields in the world of One Man Below. If Xiao Chen could master all 8 of these extraordinary skills, it would undoubtedly allow him to traverse this world with great ease. Among these 8 techniques, Xiao Chen was particularly focused on the 6 Treasury Celestial Thief. The reason for his keen interest in the 6 Treasury Celestial Thief was not solely due to its ability to grant longevity, but also because his current aptitude was rather poor. The 6 Treasury Celestial Thief could rapidly enhance one's strength through consumption, making it the most suitable technique for Xiao Chen at this moment. Ever since awakening in this body, he had been plagued by a profound sense of crisis. This feeling intensified after realizing that he was in a high martial arts world. Xiao Chen's current identity was that of a head constable, a profession where one dances on the edge of danger. Every year, various incidents in the magistrate's office would claim lives. Otherwise, his subordinates would not predominantly be young individuals. Given his former reputation, Xiao Chen would not be surprised if one day he were to act heroically. Therefore, to live well, one must possess sufficient confidence, and in this high martial arts world, the greatest confidence lies in one's own strength. As Xiao Chen pondered aimlessly, he continued to search for the 6 Treasury Celestial Thief's technique. Ruan Feng was a free practitioner, and Xiao Chen was unaware of where he had recorded his insights into the 6 Treasury Celestial Thief. Skimming past the well-known sects, Xiao Chen took another look at the universal nature, where many individuals were traders from righteous sections. Hence, techniques belonging to figures like Gu Jiding, Dao Gon, Liang Shao, and Tu Junfang were recorded within their original sections. Only those without a sect affiliation were documented in the universal nature. And at the very bottom, the records pertain to free practitioners. As Xiao Chen flipped to the lowest section, he finally found Ruan Feng's 6 Treasury Celestial Thief. Upon seeing that the exchange cost for the 6 Treasury Celestial Thief was merely 100 points of prestige, Xiao Chen could no longer contain his laughter. His boisterous laughter echoed like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly creating ripples that caught the attention of passers-by. Not only did his smile radiate a hint of arrogance, but it also bore an undercurrent of lewdness. Those who noticed him frowned in disdain, instinctively stepping aside as if to avoid catching a contagious affliction. Asa scion of the Shao family in Xinghe County and the head constable. There were few in Xinghe City who did not recognize him. Ordinary citizens, upon witnessing his demeanor, speculated that this frivolous second-generation heir must have concocted some devilish scheme or ill-conceived idea. Their faces were etched with wariness and suspicion, prompting them to hasten their steps in a bid to avoid entanglement. Chapter 6, Exchanging for the Sixth Treasury. Celestial Thief. Observing this, Xiao Chen merely chuckled nonchalantly, yet he casually tossed a silver ingot to the attendant beside him and said indifferently, "Go fetch me some fine wine and delicacies. I am in a good mood today, and the remaining silver shall be your reward." The attendant, upon inspecting the ingot, discovered it was a 10-tael official silver, which elated him greatly. It is worth noting that in this world the monthly expenses for an ordinary family of 4 amount to roughly 5 taels. Xiao Chen's generosity equated to 2 months' worth of living expenses for a typical household. Even though the expenses at the Drunken Flower Pavilion are high, Xiao Chen could hardly consume 10 taels in a single meal. The attendant quickly nodded and bowed, his face filled with eagerness as he said, "Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment. The food will be ready shortly." With that, the attendant dashed off to the kitchen, brimming with excitement. Xiao Chen then redirected his attention to the system panel, recalling that he still possessed 105 points of prestige. With an exhilarated heart, he unhesitatingly chose to exchange. As his thoughts settled, a wealth of information began to flood into Xiao Chen's mind. This information comprised the cultivation methods of the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief. In a remarkably short span of time, Xiao Chen grasped it all. It must be said that the system proved quite effective in this regard. Xiao Chen's understanding of the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief was now only slightly inferior to that of its originator, Ruan Feng. The reason for this disparity lay in the fact that the system imparted mere knowledge. To truly master the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief, Xiao Chen would need to undertake personal cultivation. After all, the power conveyed by the system was not his own, lacking that essential sense of comprehension, making it challenging to forge his own path. While Xiao Chen was lost in thought, the attendant returned. Beckoning him to the dining hall, Xiao Chen nodded and followed the attendant into the main hall of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. A lavish spread of delicacies awaited him at a table, and given Xiao Chen's status, the attendant dared not serve him poorly. Though it was still early and the hot dishes had yet to be brought out, an array of fruits, desserts, and other prepared foods was already at the ready. Upon seeing Xiao Chen seated, the attendant immediately donned a sycophantic smile and said, "Young Master Xiao, please enjoy some of these dishes while the hot food is being prepared." Xiao Chen merely grunted in acknowledgement. His thoughts now wholly focused inward. The Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief technique utilizes the body's 6 organs, the stomach, large intestine, small intestine, gallbladder, triple burner, and bladder, to construct a perfect circulatory system. Through this cycle, any substance ingested can be flawlessly digested, thereby acquiring abundant vitality and qi, which is why the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief is also known as the Saintly Thief. To cultivate the Sixth Treasury Celestial Thief, Xiao Chen must first activate the innate qi within his body. However, this world is not one man below, and the martial artists here cultivate postnatal qi. There is a distinct difference between innate and postnatal qi. Innate qi is the primordial energy of the body, originating from the mother's womb, and exists within the infant prior to birth. However, upon birth, with the onset of breathing, this innate qi gradually dissipates throughout the body's limbs, transforming into postnatal qi. Only a select few can retain this innate qi within their bodies. And in the world of one man below, such individuals are referred to as extraordinary beings. The differences in worlds imply varying rules. In this realm, martial artists cultivate postnatal qi, which means that individuals find it more challenging to perceive the existence of innate qi. If the probability of an ordinary person becoming an extraordinary being in the world of one man below is 1 in 10,000, then in this world, the chance of retaining innate qi in one's body is akin to a once-in-a-century occurrence. Thus, the people of this world cultivate solely postnatal qi. Postnatal qi is mainly acquired through the consumption of food such as grains and vegetables. During the human growth phase, individuals continuously absorb food from the external world, transforming it into energy needed for their bodies. Martial artists, in turn, utilize cultivation techniques to refine this energy, ultimately converting it into internal power that they can control. Consequently, if Xiao Chen wishes to cultivate a technique from one man below, He must first revert this postnatal qi back to innate qi. This is precisely why Shao Chun chose the 6th treasury celestial thief. It is crucial to note that within the entire system of techniques in One Man Below, aside from the 6th treasury celestial thief, no other technique allows him to accomplish this vital step. Even that technique reputed to be the culmination of arts, the qi body source flow, cannot achieve this. Unless his system could provide him with a primordial qi seed akin to how Feng Baobao assisted Zheng Chulan, Shao Chun was left with no choice but to select the 6th treasury celestial thief. Interestingly, it seems that the 6th treasury celestial thief and qi body source flow can be cultivated simultaneously. The 6th treasury celestial thief is based on the 6 organs, creating a perfect digestive system, while the qi body source flow is centered on the dantian, nurturing the primordial infant. Therefore, cultivating these 2 extraordinary techniques concurrently appears to be unimpeded. If the qi body source flow is deemed the pinnacle of arts, then what constitutes the end of arts? Based on Shao Chun's understanding, the culmination of arts may pertain to a profound insight and mastery over the essence of all things. It could signify transcending conventional techniques and skills, reaching an ultimate understanding of power's laws and truth. It is akin to attaining the zenith of knowledge and capability, wielding the most primal forces to influence and alter everything. One might also say that the culmination of arts represents a complete transcendence over oneself and the world, a realm of infinite possibilities. For instance, when a person can integrate various techniques seamlessly, achieving a state of boundless capability, that may be a manifestation of the pinnacle of arts. Alternatively, when someone can perceive the essence behind techniques and utilize this essence to create new miracles, that too is an exploration of the culmination of arts. Given that Zhang Huai has stated that his understanding has surpassed the rootless birth, one could deduce that what Zhang Huai refers to as the culmination of arts might be a deeper, more powerful comprehension and application of qi. This could imply that Zhang Huai has touched upon the deeper mysteries of qi, capable of uniquely manipulating and transforming qi to achieve effects beyond the reach of other techniques. Perhaps within his insights lies a more profound understanding of the nature of qi, along with innovations and advancements in various qi techniques, allowing him to surpass the heights represented by divine beings. If the 6 libraries of the immortal thief and the qi body source stream could be cultivated simultaneously, it would undoubtedly be the most expedient method to enhance one's strength. Shao Chun busily munched away, continuously bringing various dishes from the table to his mouth. Within the confines of his mind, a multitude of thoughts surged and intertwined. His pace of eating was not swift. Each morsel was meticulously chewed over 30 times before he slowly swallowed, allowing his digestive system ample opportunity to absorb the nourishment. Despite Shao Chun's comprehension of the 6 libraries of the immortal thief being akin to that of the originator, Ruan Feng, his current physique lacked any foundation in refining qi. Even the essential wind-chasing blade technique, a skill required for the constabulary, had been practiced sporadically by his former self. Moreover, the wind-chasing blade technique provided by the authorities followed an external-to-internal approach. Such techniques merely required adherence to specific movements to activate the flow of qi, ultimately generating inner strength from the outside in. However, it was evident that the quality of such techniques, designed for ordinary constables, would not be particularly high. A mastery of such techniques demanded tremendous willpower and years of relentless practice to yield any results. Given his former self's lethargic disposition, it was inconceivable that he could maintain such a rigorous training regimen. Shao Chun's predecessor had commenced martial training at the tender age of 8, only achieving the initial stage of the acquired realm thus far, which illustrated his habitual laziness. Nevertheless, despite his predecessor being deemed useless, Shao Chun was resolute in his desire not to follow suit. Even with only a wisp of inner strength at his disposal, he endeavored to guide this energy in accordance with the operational methods of the 6 libraries of the immortal thief. As he continued to consume the food, it was rapidly digested in his stomach and transformed into innate qi. Chapter 7, Division of Realms. In this high martial world, the cultivation realms of warriors are typically delineated into 4 principal levels: acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster. Specifically, the acquired realm is meticulously subdivided into 9 levels, while the innate realm is further categorized into early, mid, and late stages. The realms of master and grandmaster, however, lack such detailed subdivisions. Shao Chun's predecessor was merely a lowly constable, and given his status, he had scant opportunity to gain insights into the more profound and intricate martial realms. As food continuously filled his stomach, his digestive system began to contract rhythmically, a warm and comforting sensation swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. The food consumed was rapidly digested under the influence of his enhanced gastric juices, converting into a greater quantity of qi, which circulated among his 6 internal organs, further fortifying their functions. Xiao Chen possessed an understanding of the 6 libraries of the immortal thief that was comparable to that of Ruan Feng, which qualified him as a figure of the master level in this regard. Thus, he did not need to expend several months like other beginners to grasp the fundamentals. His master level insight allowed him to swiftly identify a suitable cultivation method. Behind Xiao Chen, a waiting servant stood in astonishment, observing as Xiao Chen swiftly devoured an entire table of dishes without any visible sign of bloating. The servant's face was etched with disbelief. Noticing Xiao Chen's continued consumption, the servant gently suggested, "Young Master Xiao, there are still hot dishes to come. Perhaps you might wait a moment before eating more." The servant's words were courteous, yet their implication was clear. He was concerned that Xiao Chen might overindulge and harm himself. Xiao Chen, engrossed in his meal, had indeed overlooked this point. This feast, even if shared among 3 individuals with hearty appetites, would be a challenge to finish, yet Xiao Chen alone had polished it off, a truly astonishing feat. Even if one were to forcibly open his stomach and stuff it, such an amount could not possibly fit. Wishing to conceal his peculiarity, Xiao Chen set down the dessert he had been holding, rubbed his palms together, and declared, "Enough. I am satiated. The remaining dishes are a reward for you. Please prepare 10 pounds of soy sauce beef for me to take away." As he spoke, he retrieved a silver coin from his purse and pressed it into the servant's hand, giving him a few additional instructions. The servant, grateful for the coin, thanked Xiao Chen profusely before joyfully hurrying into the kitchen. The servants of the Drunken Flower Tower were well aware that Xiao Chen, though somewhat eccentric, was exceedingly generous. Enduring a few reprimands could yield considerable rewards, making them quite eager to serve this patron. Once the servant departed, Xiao Chen opened his right hand, revealing a faint blue wisp of innate qi that had materialized in his palm, a testament to the results of digesting an entire table of food. Despite its modest size, this wisp of innate qi was equivalent to the month's accumulation of a remarkably gifted martial artist. Furthermore, this innate qi, as Xiao Chen discerned through his practice of the 6 libraries of the immortal thief, was qualitatively superior, at least tenfold, compared to acquired qi. Innate qi could also manifest various extraordinary spells, a feat unattainable by the inner strength refined from acquired techniques. Nevertheless, this world was ultimately a realm of high martial arts, where numerous wondrous martial skills existed. Just as Xiao Chen contemplated this wisp of innate qi, Lu Huaxing entered the parlor with a group of constables, excitement radiating from his voice before he even crossed the threshold. "Head Xiao, we have returned. When shall we apprehend that band of thieves?" Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Chen glanced at the group of eager young constables and discreetly concealed his hands behind his back. Retracting the innate qi back into his body. In the midst of their conversation, the group approached Xiao Chen, each wielding a finely crafted crossbow. The crossbows exhibited exquisite craftsmanship, their limbs displaying a graceful arc. Composed of multiple layers of materials that enhanced their strength and resilience, the bowstrings were fashioned from specially treated cow tendons, and an adjustable mechanism on the side of the bow allowed for tension modification. The arrows nestled securely in their slots, their tips sharp and the shafts smooth and straight. Despite this being a world thriving in martial prowess, crossbows maintain formidable lethality. Once a squad of crossbowmen was formed, even the pinnacle experts of the innate realm would hesitate to engage them directly. Xiao Chen accepted a crossbow, meticulously inspecting the bowstring and arrows before nodding in satisfaction upon confirming their integrity. "Rest assured, Head Xiao, every crossbow here has been thoroughly examined by the brothers. There are no issues," Lu Huaxing said with a grin. "Caution is the mother of safety. Let us wait a bit longer. Old Lu and the others will be back soon. You all should eat something first." As Xiao Chen spoke, he gestured toward a nearby table laden with food that had been specially prepared at his request, an array of exceptionally rare desserts. In this ancient society, such delicacies were far more precious than ordinary meat dishes. While an average household might indulge in meat every few months, the crystal sugar-based desserts offered here were a rare treat, often unavailable for a whole year. Seeing the spread of desserts, the group of young constables expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chen before eagerly rushing over. Despite their roles as constables, such sweets were a rarity, especially the signature pastries of the Drunken Flower Tower. "Head Xiao is truly generous. I've heard that the crystal cakes of the Drunken Flower Tower are a marvel of Qinghe County. I finally get to taste them today, thanks to you," remarked an older constable as he savored a piece. "We are all brothers here. There is no need to be so formal. Today, I'm in a good mood." Eat as much as you wish, today, it's on me, Xiao Chun proclaimed with great magnanimity. Upon hearing such a generous offer, the young constables erupted in cheers. Head Xiao is mighty. Their exuberant shouts startled the guests staying at the Drunken Flower Tower, some of whom grumbled as they emerged from their rooms, only to retreat upon seeing the boisterous constables. Most were reluctant to provoke these harbingers of death. Glancing up, Xiao Chun chuckled and scolded. "You little rascals, keep it down, this isn't a place for your ruckus." The young constables chuckled softly, resuming their focus on the desserts. In ancient times, those who could operate a brothel were invariably influential figures, and the owner behind the Drunken Flower Tower was certainly beyond the reach of these young constables. Xiao Chun chose to ignore the young constables and opened his personal panel once more. In the reputation section, he noted that his reputation had soared to 59 points. When the system had initially loaded, his reputation stood at 105 points, having spent 100 points to acquire the 6 libraries of the Immortal Thief. He was left with 5. Now, however, the number had increased to 59, indicating that within this short span his reputation had surged by 54 points. This development puzzled Xiao Chun slightly. He understood well that reputation stemmed from the young constables, or more accurately, from the emotions others harbored towards him. He was indeed somewhat perplexed by the rules governing the calculation of reputation points. There were a total of 21 constables present, and with the addition of that young servant from earlier, the count rose to 22. If a single individual's emotional fluctuations towards him counted as 1 point of reputation, then with 22 people present, the total should logically amount to 27 points. However, the figure stood at 59 points. Surely, it could not be the case that each instance of emotional response towards him yielded merely a single point. If that were true, it would imply that a single sheep could be sheared repeatedly. Xiao Chun cast a glance at Lu Huasheng and beckoned him over with a gesture. Lu Huasheng, filled with delight, rushed over, only for Xiao Chun to deliver a sharp slap to his head. Chapter 8. The essence of reputation points. The slap left Lu Huasheng in a daze, utterly bewildered as to why Xiao Chun had struck him without cause. A group of young constables paused their eating, their faces etched with astonishment as they turned to look at Xiao Chun. Though Xiao Chun was known for his penchant for violence, he typically did not resort to such baseless aggression. Yet today, he acted in precisely that manner, causing the young constables to regard him with a hint of peculiarity. It was as if Xiao Chun had transformed into an entirely different person. However, Xiao Chun paid no heed to their incredulous stares. His focus remained fixed on the reputation points displayed on his personal panel, which had surged to 80 points, causing an involuntary smile to spread across his face. "Xiao Chun, are you out of your mind? Why did you hit me so early in the morning?" Lu Huasheng complained, his expression one of deep grievance. "Heh, it's been ages since I had the pleasure of striking you." "Just wanted to relive the feeling," Xiao Chun replied with a mischievous grin. From the memories of his previous self, Xiao Chun recalled that during their childhood, he often engaged in such playful violence towards Lu Huasheng. However, as they matured, those antics had faded. Lu Huasheng rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, "You rascal, you're truly off your rocker." As he spoke, Lu Huasheng gently shoved Xiao Chun, but this time, Xiao Chun did not evade. Instead, he pulled him into a tight embrace, saying, "In this lifetime, we are brothers." Lu Huasheng, "We grew up together. In the past, I was an immature older brother, often acting foolishly and causing you trouble. Today, I owe you an apology." Lu Huasheng promptly pushed Xiao Chun away, regarding him with suspicion. He sensed something was amiss about Xiao Chun today. "What is with you? You've really changed. Such sentimental words are something the old you would never have uttered. Are you leaving behind a last will?" Lu Huasheng laughed, his curiosity piqued. As Lu Huasheng finished speaking, Xiao Chun's reputation points increased once more, and he finally grasped the true nature of these points. The system's reputation points were merely a simplistic designation. Fundamentally, they represented the emotions others felt towards him, ranging from gratitude, resentment, jealousy, mockery, abuse, fear, and more. As long as these emotions were directed at him, the system could absorb the spiritual energy they emitted. This reminded Xiao Chun of the divine masks practiced by Xia Luqing, which involved acting as a deity to gather the spiritual energy released during worship and preserve it for future use. Thus, the reputation points system operated similarly, collecting a broader spectrum of emotions. Consequently, reputation was merely about gaining recognition and evoking emotions in others, irrespective of whether they stemmed from gratitude or resentment. Having discerned the essence of reputation points, Xiao Chun closed the system panel. However, the thought of the divine masks sparked a bold idea within him. "Xiao Chun, what are you pondering? Why are you staring off into space again? I'm speaking to you." And you seem oblivious. Lu Huaxing gently waved his hand in front of Xiao Chen's eyes, breaking his reverie. Xiao Chen, momentarily distracted, turned his gaze toward Lu Huaxing, who astonishingly appeared to have his arm passing through the screen before Xiao Chen. As if the screen were non-existent, Lu Huaxing's body seemed caught in the middle of the screen, yet he appeared completely unaware of it. In that instant, Xiao Chen comprehended that the system panel was merely a projection of his consciousness. It existed solely on his retina. In reality, there was no tangible object occupying the space a meter in front of him. The screen before him was merely an illusion created by his visual perception. "What are you thinking? You seem off today," Lu Huaxing inquired curiously. Having grown up together, Lu Huaxing, despite not being as affluent as the Xiao family, belonged to a prominent household in Qinghe County, which facilitated their enduring friendship. "I am fine, I just suddenly recalled some matters." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, opting not to elaborate. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not wish to discuss it further, Lu Huaxing refrained from pressing the issue. Perceiving that Xiao Chen was simply in a foul mood, sensing his friend's discontent, Lu Huaxing offered him a piece of sweet pastry. "Why don't you have a bite?" Xiao Chen pushed Lu Huaxing's arm back and shook his head. "You all enjoy. I've already had my fill." Given Lu Huaxing's affluent background, his household was certainly not lacking in such delicacies. "I heard you entertained 3 young ladies last night. How was it? Were you not exhausted?" Lu Huaxing leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eye. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Last night's escapades were the actions of his former self, not the current Xiao Chen. While he had experienced fatigue, he felt no pleasure whatsoever, realizing Lu Huaxing was merely teasing him. Xiao Chen retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. You think food can silence me? To silence you, 2 pieces of cake, 1 tea suffice. Bring out your treasured stash, and let us indulge until we're inebriated." Lu Huaxing laughed. "Don't even think about my stash. It's all my father's legacy. Each barrel consumed is 1 less. So please leave me a shred of nostalgia." Xiao Chen shook his head. "Hey, Xiao Chen, when did you start caring about such trivial matters? It seems you've genuinely changed, becoming rather stingy." "How peculiar. You're like a completely different person." Lu Huaxing remarked, puzzled. "People often seem transformed after experiencing certain events. Unless you've lived through it, you might find it hard to comprehend." Xiao Chen sighed, half truthfully. "What exactly have you been through? Do share," Lu Huaxing urged. His curiosity piqued. "A bizarre and absurd dream, where individuals could soar through the skies and transmit messages over vast distances." As Xiao Chen spoke, his gaze began to drift again, while introducing the dream. He refrained from detailing specific elements, opting instead for exaggerated descriptions that cloaked another world in fantastical imagery. "Enough about your dream. It sounds utterly ridiculous. By your account, isn't your dream world akin to that of celestial beings?" Lu Huaxing interrupted, increasingly incredulous as Xiao Chen continued. "Is it a realm of deities? Perhaps in comparison to this world, it truly is a place for celestial beings." Xiao Chen mused. "Lu Huaxing, I feel that life is utterly mundane. I yearn for the path of immortality." Lu Huaxing shot him a disbelieving look, exasperated. "No wonder you seem like a different person today. It turns out you're daydreaming, if you're not seeking immortality. Maybe you've been possessed. Should I find a shaman for you? Get lost. You're the only one possessed. I merely have a small dream. I've resolved to pursue immortality and become a being akin to a deity." Xiao Chen declared, eyes filled with longing. If you truly become a celestial being, don't forget your little brother. They say when one achieves enlightenment, even the dogs and chickens ascend." "After all these years, I've been your loyal servant. You can't forget me," Lu Huaxing said with a sly grin. Xiao Chen recognized that Lu Huaxing would not believe him, nor would anyone else, yet, who could fathom that what he spoke was indeed the truth? At that moment, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to attain immortality. Xiao Chen understood that his friends would find it hard to believe his claims, so he swiftly shifted the conversation back to more pressing matters. Chapter 9, Ranged Attack Methods. "Alright, enough of this frivolous chatter. Why don't you check on the situation with Old Six and the others? They've been gone quite a while. Are they not interested in catching thieves anymore?" Xiao Chen urged. "Understood, Captain Xiao. I'll take a moment to see what is happening," Lu Huaxing replied, his demeanor turning serious as he recognized the importance of the matter at hand. While they could joke around, Lu Huaxing was always able to discern when it was time to focus on their duties. Even though they had grown up together as brothers, they were now all constables of the Yamen. As the squad leader, Xiao Chen held a position of authority over Lu Huaxing, who was obliged to extend the necessary respect. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Chen signaled Lu Huaxing to proceed on his own. After a brief nod, Lu Huaxing hurried towards the door. The county town of Qinghe was not particularly large, with a permanent population of around 30,000. It was not a difficult task for Lu Huaxing to locate Xing Laolu and the others. Before long, he returned carrying a multitude of packages. Squad leader Xiao, we have gathered everything you requested, Xing Laolu announced, placing several bundles on the chair beside Xiao Chen. As he opened them, small paper packages were revealed. Here is lime powder, and here is the sleeping powder. Additionally, I managed to procure 2 fishing nets. Xing Laolu proceeded to introduce the items on the table, demonstrating a far superior understanding of the sinister tactics employed by the underworld compared to Xiao Chen, who was a novice in such matters. However, despite their knowledge of these despicable methods, as constables, they regarded them with disdain, mindful of their official attire and the image it projected. Listening to Xing Laolu's explanations, Xiao Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Xing Laolu's considerations were far more comprehensive than his own, and he was well versed in the various underhanded schemes. In his previous life, Xiao Chen had merely worked in the engineering sector, lacking any extraordinary talents, having only read a few novels that sparked his imagination. In terms of expertise, how could he possibly compare to Xing Laolu, who had been a constable for decades? Yet, Xiao Chen was no longer the same person he had once been. What had previously seemed mundane to him now appeared filled with wonder. For instance, Xing Laolu, who had once struck Xiao Chen as a sycophant, now revealed, beneath his obsequious exterior, a shrewdness that few could rival. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chen stated, "Very well, Xing Laolu, you shall lead the operation to apprehend the criminals this time. Remember, it matters not whether we catch anyone. What is essential is that we bring the brothers back safely." Recognizing Xing Laolu's capabilities, Xiao Chen wisely refrained from meddling further, entrusting command entirely to him. "Rest assured, squad leader, I would never gamble with the lives of our brothers," Xing Laolu replied earnestly. The group of junior constables exchanged grateful glances with Xiao Chen before releasing a collective sigh of relief. After all, this dandy often acted on whims, which made him seem unreliable. Just moments earlier, they had overheard him talking about wanting to pursue immortality. They had dismissed it as mere nonsense, never expecting that he might be serious. In their minds, Xiao Chen was still the same prodigal son, and although he had exhibited some changes, their entrenched perceptions were not easily altered. Understanding their thoughts, Xiao Chen chose not to engage in any futile endeavors. After the junior constables had eaten their fill, Xing Laolu prepared to lead them to the mountain god temple on the outskirts of the town. Before they could exit, Xiao Chen called them back, and they looked at him with a mix of resignation, assuming he intended to take command personally, their faces betraying their displeasure. "Xing Laolu, did you not bring the anesthetic? Apply it to all the arrows. The more preparations we make, the safer we shall be, and as for the sleeping powder, mix it with the lime. This will allow us to catch them off guard," Xiao Chen suggested with a mischievous grin. The junior constables exchanged bewildered glances. Perplexed by the deviousness of his plan, they shot a glance at Xing Laolu, who rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "What are you looking at me for? Did you not hear the squad leader's orders? Get to it. Do you not realize this is for your own good?" "Yes," they chorused, promptly springing into action. "Hey, squad leader, do you have any further instructions?" "Whatever you say." "We'll do it immediately," Xing Laolu said, eager to please. "None for now. Just leave the rest to your command." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. After speaking, Xiao Chen opened his personal panel once more, noticing that his reputation had risen to 130 points. He could not help but chuckle at the contribution these junior constables had made in just one morning, boosting his reputation by over 200 points. Filled with delight, he glanced at the junior constables, who, upon catching his eye and seeing the sly smile on his face, quickly averted their gazes, fearing that he might come up with some peculiar idea that would lead to their misfortune. As their thoughts swirled, Xiao Chen's reputation increased yet again. He smiled faintly, ignoring their silent grumblings, and opened the inheritance panel, contemplating the acquisition of a long-range attack skill. While the techniques of the 6-volt celestial thief were excellent for refining qi, they lacked offensive capabilities. Both Baron and Ruan Feng had focused on other martial arts. In the world of One Beneath the Sky, numerous long-range attack methods existed. It could be said that anyone capable of refining qi could unleash an external qi force to strike. However, their respective martial arts emphasized different aspects. What Xiao Chen needed now was a specialized long-range attack technique. As he perused the various sects' martial arts, memories of their offensive techniques flooded back. Before long, he identified what he sought: the concealed weapons of the Tang sect, the finger-flicking sorcery of Zhong Xiaolong, the void finger of Xia Luqing, the 100 steps divine fist of Feng Xiayun, and Zhang Fengshu's unparalleled sky-splitting palm. Ultimately, Xiao Chen chose the finger-flicking sorcery, not for any other reason, but because, unlike the other long-range techniques, it was a method of using concealed weapons, even without innate qi. The marbles he flicked would still possess a degree of lethality, thus, for Xiao Chun this skill represented the most efficient long-range attack available, and its power would scale with his cultivation level, the more qi infused into the marbles. The greater their impact. Upon selecting the exchange, the method for practicing the finger-flicking sorcery instantly imprinted itself into Xiao Chen's mind. He closed his eyes to review the techniques. The knowledge transmitted by the system felt as if it were etched into his very being. After a brief recollection, Xiao Chen became thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of the technique. He began to practice, concentrating to gather qi at his fingertips. As he did so, a small silver fragment, roughly the size of a peanut, materialized at his fingertip. With a gentle flick, the silver flew forth like lightning, striking a distant vase, which shattered into countless pieces. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the immense power of the finger-flicking sorcery. The junior constable stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend why he would choose to shatter a vase with a piece of silver. However, their astonishment was brief, and they soon resumed their tasks. Having witnessed many of Xiao Chen's foolish antics over the years, this was merely another instance. While the constables were unfazed, the newly arrived servant could not afford to overlook the incident. He hurried to Xiao Chen, presenting him with a package of braised beef while wearing a troubled expression. "Young Master Xiao." Regarding this, Xiao Chen smiled and gestured towards the silver fragment, saying, "That is your compensation. If you can procure a vase identical to the one you broke, it is yours." "Thank you, young master. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter and ensure it is resolved satisfactorily," the servant exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he hurried to pick up the silver fragment. Despite its modest size, it was more than enough to purchase 2 identical vases. Once the junior constables had completed their preparations, they finally set off towards the mountain god temple on the outskirts of the town. Xiao Chen leisurely mounted a chestnut horse, following behind them. The junior constables did not express any objection. As long as Xiao Chen refrained from reckless commands, they were indifferent to his presence. Xiao Chen paid little heed to their dismissive behavior. After all, their preconceived notions had already taken root, and changing them would not happen overnight. With a swift pace, they soon arrived at the mountain god temple. When they were still a mile away, a figure clad in dark clothing emerged from the thicket. Approaching Xing Lao Lu, the newcomer reported, "Brother Lu, those individuals are still inside the temple. Based on their movements, we preliminarily estimate there are at least 3 of them, all armed with knives, likely from the underworld." Xing Lao Lu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sui, can you discern which faction they belong to?" "The distance was too great for me to see clearly. Yet one thing I could ascertain was that all 3 individuals were adept in the art of lightness." Sui remarked, "Very well, I understand. Continue to observe. Do not allow anyone to approach this vicinity." Xing Lao Lu nodded in agreement. Sui acknowledged with a sound and then turned, once more merging into the thicket. With a wave of his hand, Xing Lao Lu signaled for 3 others to stealthily flank the rear of the mountain shrine. Observing their remarkably practiced movements, it was evident that they had engaged in considerable training. Within the memories of his original self, he had always regarded these individuals as possessing mediocre martial skills. Unaware that their lackluster performance was merely a concession to him, Xiao Chen watched as Xing Lao Lu issued commands. The contrast to his usual sycophantic demeanor was striking. Under Xing Lao Lu's direction, the group displayed a clear division of labor, cooperating seamlessly with one another. In no time, they secured a vantage point and steadily readied their crossbows. Once all personnel were in position, Xing Lao Lu approached the entrance of the mountain shrine. The heavy door was tightly shut, and silence reigned within. Pressing his ear against the door, he discerned no sound, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Gently pushing, he found the door unlocked. As it creaked open, a musty scent wafted forth, revealing only a vague outline of the deity's statue in the dim light. Xing Lao Lu did not rashly enter but instead retrieved 2 spherical objects from his pocket and hurled them towards the statue. With 2 muffled thuds, clouds of white smoke billowed up. He swiftly concealed himself to the side, tightly covering his nose with his scarf. "By heavens, smoke bombs!" Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment from a distance. Utterly taken aback by Xing Lao Lu's possession of such high-grade contraptions, far surpassing the slake lime and knockout drugs he had mentioned. No wonder Xing Lao Lu had looked down upon the items he suggested. They were beneath his notice. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chen speculated that Xing Lao Lu's readiness to comply with his orders might have merely been a ruse to entertain him, the young master. After all, given Xiao Chen's esteemed family background, Xing Lao Lu and the others dared not treat him with contempt. Thus, they accompanied him in these capers. "This is bad. It's a hallucinogenic smoke. We must vacate this place." "Big brother, it's the officials. There are crossbowmen lying in ambush outside. We are surrounded. No time to waste. We must break through." Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, an enraged bellow erupted from within the mountain shrine. A diminutive middle-aged man burst forth, only to be met by 3 bolts that flew towards him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he sidestepped to evade 2 of the arrows, while the third was deflected by the knife he wielded. "Humph, do you think mere court lackeys can hinder me?" the middle-aged man scoffed, darting towards one of the crossbowmen. The crossbowman, stricken with terror, fumbled in a desperate attempt to reload but was too late. In an instant, the middle-aged man, like a spectre, closed the distance, and with a swift motion, his blade gleamed ominously as it sliced through the air towards the young constable's throat, just as that razor-sharp edge was about to mercilessly sever the constable's neck. A dazzling silver flash shot towards the middle-aged man's throat like lightning. Startled, he gazed in astonishment, his expression rife with disbelief. Almost instinctively, he raised his knife to block, producing a sharp clang as the silver projectile struck his blade. The force compelling him to retreat rapidly. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to discover that the silver flash was merely a piece of scrap silver. Realizing the potency and speed of such a seemingly ordinary object, he understood that the skills of the one who had thrown it were profound and not to be underestimated. Upon looking up, he found Xiao Chen smiling at him, and upon recognizing the young man as the source of the projectile, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. Before he could ponder further, the remaining crossbowman unleashed a volley of arrows at him, yet the middle-aged man was agile, weaving through the hail of arrows like a phantom. Each close call showcasing his remarkable skill and reflexes. After evading the barrage, he hastily grabbed a door panel for cover, his eyes scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. The young constable, having narrowly escaped, cast a grateful glance at Xiao Chen, nodding before rejoining the fray. Yanbei's 3 eagles. "So it is you. You were behind the theft in Qinghe County, were you not? Why do you masquerade under the name of the Shadowbat thieves?" Xing Laolu bellowed. "You know me." The middle-aged man regarded Xing Laolu with suspicion, for the 3 of them had remained primarily in Yanbei and seldom ventured into other provinces, let alone Qinghe County, where they had never before set foot. A cold smile crept upon Xing Laolu's lips, his eyes glinting with acuity. "Buzzard, not only do I know you, but I am also well aware of your sordid history." At that moment, the man addressed as Buzzard paled, his already sinister countenance darkening, further chagrin swirling within him. Despite the notoriety the Yanbei 3 eagles had earned through their ruthless methods within their territory, it had been limited to that region. Being unmasked in Qinghe County placed them in a precarious position. "We did not engage in theft. The case in Qinghe County has nothing to do with us," he hastily protested, yet, as he spoke, his eyes flickered, betraying a hint of panic. Xing Laolu was not so easily swayed. Furrowing his brow, he brandished his long knife, directing it at the middle-aged man, proclaiming loudly, "Regardless of your innocence, you will accompany me to the magistrate's office, over my dead body." Buzzard's gaze turned frigid, gritting his teeth defiantly. "Do not push your luck," Xing Laolu snorted in response. "Humph, push my luck? You 3 eagles have slaughtered indiscriminately and robbed travelers in Yanbei. Your crimes are well known and you dare to quibble." Buzzard glanced at the encroaching constables, then at his 2 weakly brothers within the shrine. Worry etched across his face. Slowly he retreated. The shrine being small, he soon found himself backed against the wall, his eyes scanning for an escape route as he muttered, "You are truly despicable, as officials of the court. You resort to such underhanded tactics as hallucinogenic smoke." Xing Laolu, unfazed, retorted, "Against scoundrels like you, there is no need for decorum." Buzzard's eyes widened with rage. "You dare slander us, while we of the Yanbei 3 eagles may not be virtuous. We would never stoop to theft." Xing Laolu chuckled coldly. "Then what brings you to Qinghe County under the cover of darkness? Surely, you have something to hide." Buzzard stiffened his neck, declaring, "We were merely passing through, and did not expect to be falsely accused. The crimes you have committed warrant your execution multiple times over, yet you speak of false accusations?" Xing Laolu's voice turned icy. At that moment, one of the constables interjected, "Brother Lu, stop wasting words with him, just apprehend them." Xing Laolu nodded, raising his long knife once more. "Buzzard, I will ask you one last time, will you come with us or not?" Buzzard gritted his teeth. "Humph, I will fight to the death." With that, he darted towards the rear window of the shrine, seeking to escape. Xing Laolu's reflexes were swift as he shouted, "Stop," and pursued him. The other constables hurriedly following, plunging the mountain shrine into chaos. Chapter 11. Public display of captivity. Buzzard crashed through the dilapidated wall, attempting to flee to the rear of the shrine, when 3 sharp arrows streaked towards him like lightning. He tried to evade but was too late. A sharp thud echoed as an arrow struck his right shoulder. Instantly blood gushed forth, staining his garments as he gasped in pain. Anguish etched across his face. In that moment of hesitation, Xing Laolu and his men swiftly closed in, encircling Buzzard, their crossbows firmly aimed at him, the cold arrowheads poised to unleash a volley at the slightest movement. Xing Laolu observed the trembling arrow still lodged in Buzzard's shoulder, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Buzzard, it seems today you shall not escape." Buzzard gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, his eyes blazing with defiance and fury. "How vile! Setting a trap even from behind!" Xing Laolu erupted into laughter. "To deal with scoundrels like you, one must employ all means necessary. Surrender willingly, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Buzzard scoffed. "You think I will surrender? Dream on." Xing Laolu's expression darkened, his voice booming, "Stubborn to the end, then do not blame me for being merciless." With a grim countenance, he signaled decisively. Following his command, the constables unleashed a barrage of arrows without hesitation. The projectiles flew through the air like a swarm of locusts, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound. Quickly filling the entire space, over 20 arrows were released simultaneously, a sight both magnificent and terrifying, each one imbued with lethal intent, soaring directly towards Buzzard. Under such a relentless onslaught, even Buzzard's likeness skills proved insufficient as he widened his eyes in rage. Desperately twisting his body in a futile attempt to evade the deluge of arrows raining down upon him, yet, the rain of arrows was overwhelmingly dense, leaving the vulture feeling as though he was surrounded by lethal weapons. With no means of escape, he exerted every ounce of strength to dodge left and right, but inevitably several arrows struck him, causing blood to seep through and stain his garments. The vulture gritted his teeth tightly, his facial muscles twitching slightly in anger as he let out a reluctant roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, filled with despair and defiance. Just as he was about to recklessly charge forward in a desperate bid, he suddenly felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, causing him to weaken abruptly. An overpowering sense of helplessness surged through him like a tidal wave, rendering his legs nearly incapable of supporting his body. The vulture stared in astonishment at the old executioner Lu, his eyes brimming with incredulous rage as he spat, "Despicable, you poisoned the arrows." Realizing the increasing weakness of his body, despair and hatred flooded his heart. He could never have imagined that these officers, whom he had so often dismissed, would resort to such treacherous and underhanded tactics against him. Observing this, Lu's face broke into a smug smile as he proudly declared, "This is all thanks to our team leader's exceptional guidance. If it weren't for him instructing us to coat the arrows with anesthetic beforehand, we wouldn't have captured you so easily." "Team leader? You are not their leader." "I am eager to see what kind of despicable scoundrel your leader truly is," the vulture retorted through clenched teeth, his face twisted with venomous rage, as if striving to manifest all the wrath within him. "Ha, you will meet him, but not now." "Bind him," Lu said coldly, his expression unyielding. As he watched two officers approach him, a flicker of defiance crossed the vulture's eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had fallen in this remote county town. Yet, despite his reluctance, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting. His weakened body struggled even to move. He could only watch helplessly as he was bound tightly. Regret consumed him. Had he not indulged excessively the previous day, he would not find himself in such a predicament now. The ropes encircled him tightly, and as they constricted further, the vulture completely lost the ability to resist, cursing the team leader in his heart for bringing him to this lowly state. Once everything was in order, Xiao Chun, who had been quietly observing from a distance, leisurely approached. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, the group of officers immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Greetings, team leader Xiao." Xiao Chun raised his hand, saying, "Yes, please rise. Your performance today has been commendable, demonstrating that your training has not been in vain. I am quite pleased." Before Xiao Chun could finish his sentence, the vulture interrupted, "You are the one who used hidden weapons. You are indeed their leader." The vulture gazed at Xiao Chun in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could never have anticipated that this young man was their leader. Xiao Chun glanced at him but chose to ignore him. Flicking a pebble from his fingertip that struck the vulture's neck, with a single blow, the vulture immediately fell unconscious, witnessing Xiao Chun's ability to incapacitate a formidable opponent like the vulture with such ease. Lu's eyes briefly widened in surprise, though he quickly concealed it. Xiao Chen's strike appeared casual, yet it was effective because the pebble had struck a vital point on the vulture. At this moment, Xiao Chen's understanding of martial arts was at a master level, easily identifying such pressure points. The young officers, oblivious to this, gazed at Xiao Chun in astonishment as he had managed to knock out the vulture. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chun chose not to explain, knowing that there would be more opportunities to astonish them in the future. He did not wish to clarify every instance. Xiao Chun then continued, "Today, in capturing the thief, Lu's contribution stands foremost. His command was excellent, with clear division of labor and no chaos. Lu, I shall ensure this achievement is noted, and you may collect your reward at the Yamen." Lu hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, team leader. It is all due to your excellent guidance that we dared not claim credit." Xiao Chun smiled, "Your performance today is evident to all. It is rightfully yours. Lu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. Xiao Chen chuckled. There is no need for such modesty. I have seen your efforts. To celebrate the successful capture of the bandit, Xiao Chen announced. Today, I will treat you all at the Zuisan Lu. Order whatever you desire. The young officers instantly perked up at the mention of Zuisan Lu, renowned not just as an establishment of pleasure but also as the finest tavern in Qinghe County. Wow, fantastic. The team leader is so generous. We finally get to feast at Zuisan Lu. The team leader is truly magnanimous. They cheered exuberantly, their faces alight with joy. Xiao Chen nodded, and as he gazed at the ever-increasing reputation points above him, a knowing smile emerged. The accumulation of such reputation points was rather simple, although it was quite costly. Xiao Chen pondered. It seems I need to find a way to earn money. He was well aware that the fastest way to increase his reputation was indeed through expenditure. Possessing insights far beyond this era, making money was a relatively easy task for Xiao Chen. Were it not for the high martial world he found himself in, he would have already been devising various inventions. Xiao Chen contemplated how to leverage modern business concepts to generate wealth. For instance, starting a unique tavern offering novel dishes and service models would undoubtedly attract numerous customers. Alternatively, he could establish a distinctive shop selling intriguing novelties absent from this era. However, the uncertainties of this martial world loomed large, with many powerful individuals, prompting him to tread carefully. He could not afford to experiment with inventions that might provoke envy, setting aside thoughts of profit. Xiao Chen observed the jovial officers and chided, "All right, enough commotion. When we arrive at Zuisan Lu, do not lose your decorum, lest you embarrass the yamen." Rest assured, team leader, we will not bring you disgrace. They replied in unison. In light of your awareness, how about I have Lu Rubai play a tune for your enjoyment? Xiao Chen proposed with a smile, upon hearing that Lu Rubai would entertain them. The officers erupted in excitement. Lu Rubai, the star of Zuisan Lu, rarely made appearances. If team leader Xiao had such favor, the brothers would certainly bask in his glory. Lu, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, "This little favor from Lu Rubai is assured. By the way, Lu Huasheng, take your fellow officers to the yamen and fetch the town magistrate Esgong. We should make a spectacle and let the townsfolk witness our prestige." Xiao Chen added with a grin, Team leader Xiao knows how to have fun. You all take your time. We'll be back shortly." Lu Huasheng replied, gathering a few officers and darting off. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and then led the others. Escorting the three bandits toward the town, they proceeded at a leisurely pace, and upon reaching the city gate, they found Lu Huasheng and his group already waiting. As soon as they spotted Xiao Chen approaching, Lu Huasheng promptly struck the gong, which drew the attention of the townspeople. Mounted on his chestnut horse at the forefront, Xiao Chen stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of solemn authority, while his horse trotted proudly beside him. Following closely behind were the jubilant officers, their faces radiating delight as they marched in unison behind the procession. Leading the way, Lu Huasheng energetically raised the gong hammer, and with each resounding strike, he called out, "Dear townsfolk, come quickly to see. Team leader Xiao has bravely captured the Shadow Bat Thief," bringing great relief to all. The Shadow Bat Thief, surely this is a tall tale. The infamous thief who shocked the nation could not be so easily apprehended by a few minor officers. Observing the tightly bound figures in black, some knowledgeable townsfolk scoffed. No way, to dare parade them in public, how could it be false? Hey, in this day and age, what isn't a sham? Let us not forget. Our team leader Xiao was notoriously inept. How could he possibly capture the highly skilled Shadow Bat Thief? What does it matter? Shadow Bat Thief wouldn't bother with us common folk. The truth or falsehood is irrelevant. Indeed, it's not our concern, whether true or false, it makes no difference. Wouldn't it be better if it were fake? If it is, team leader Xiao is bound to face some consequences, some townsfolk gleefully speculated. The townspeople's gazes fell upon Xiao Chen and the bandits he was escorting, murmuring amongst themselves, praising the officers, yet expressing disdain for Xiao Chen. Everyone in this town knew that he was merely a good-for-nothing scion. Lacking any martial prowess, the capture of the bandits was solely due to the officers' abilities, with Xiao Chen having played no significant role. Yet despite their disdain, they did not skimp on the praise that was due. In regard to the thoughts that dwell within the hearts of these individuals, Xiao Chen is utterly indifferent. After all, the system merely collects their dispersed spiritual energy, as long as it is rooted in the 7 emotions. The system is capable of gathering them, regardless of whether they arise from benevolence or malevolence. Given this, Xiao Chen harbors no interest in currying favor with these townsfolk. Among the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and shock, only joy is considered a positive emotion, while the remaining 6 are deemed negative. Since the system can absorb even negative emotions, it would be foolish for Xiao Chen to fixate solely on the singular positive emotion. Upon entering the town, he activated his personal panel and, observing the steadily escalating prestige points, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. In the brief span of time, his prestige points had astonishingly soared to 1,000. His laughter immediately drew a wave of astonishment. Chapter 12. Concubine Qin Simeng. Unable to fathom what this debauched youth was up to, they wondered if he had lost his mind. Was it truly worthy of such pride simply for capturing a few petty thieves? What was there to boast about, after all? Just a smattering of ill-gotten wealth from his family, hardly a reason for such arrogance. As he walked along, the air was filled with various mocking and derisive voices. Yet he paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixated on the ever-increasing prestige points, and the mockery sounded to him like celestial music, melodious and enchanting. In essence, the more attention his actions attracted, the more diverse emotions they elicited from others, thus accelerating the rise of his prestige points. Despite this understanding, Xiao Chen had no desire to engage in bizarre antics that would render him a spectacle for onlookers. As he continued on, the clanging of metal accompanied his steps toward the county office, where the county magistrate had been waiting for some time. The magistrate, an elderly man in his 50s with a slightly portly figure, greeted Xiao Chen with a nod. Young Master Xiao, there is no need for such formalities. I have already heard of your deeds today. You are truly a young talent, he remarked. The magistrate's address of Xiao Chen as young master rather than head constable indicated a sense of camaraderie. Had he referred to him as head constable, it would have implied a clear hierarchical relationship. The magistrate's willingness to lower his status to engage with Xiao Chen spoke volumes of the Xiao family's considerable influence in Qinghe County. Xiao Chen humbly replied, Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is merely my duty as a subordinate. The actions of young Master Xiao have rid our county's populace of a great menace, indeed a remarkable achievement. The magistrate praised. Xiao Chen quickly responded, Your Excellency is too kind. It is an honor to assist the people. Young Master Xiao, you are indeed the most outstanding young talent in Qinghe County. It is a blessing for our people that you think of their welfare. Rest assured, I will report your contributions to the county chief, and you shall not be overlooked in terms of rewards. However, young master, since you have apprehended the thieves, have you also recovered the stolen goods? The magistrate inquired, his brow furrowing. In response to Your Excellency, we did not locate the stolen items in the thieves' lair. Where they are hidden may only be revealed upon interrogation, Xiao Chen replied, his own brow knitting in concern. He understood the implication behind the magistrate's words. If they had failed to capture the thieves, it would merely reflect poorly on the constables. However, if they had apprehended the culprits yet could not recover the stolen goods, the wealthy victims would not easily let the matter rest. Alas, it must be so. Young Master Xiao has had a tiring day. You should return home to rest. Leave the interrogations to the likes of old Lu. The magistrate sighed. Very well, I appreciate Your Excellency's consideration, Xiao Chen said, bowing in farewell. It was common knowledge within the county office that Xiao Chen, as the head constable, was merely a figurehead. Previously, he would hardly visit the office more than once every few days, with old Lu handling all matters on his behalf. After giving old Lu a few instructions, Xiao Chen mounted his chestnut mare and headed home, where two women awaited his attention, each more troublesome than the last. Xiao Chen's chestnut mare, a gentle creature, was not a remarkable steed, yet he had raised her for 3 years, forging a bond. De Hong, let us return home, Xiao Chen murmured, patting her neck. Understanding his cue, De Hong trotted toward home without needing further direction. As a prominent family in Qinghe County, the Xiao residence was quite splendid. The late patriarch, Xiao Laotai, had 7 sons, with Xiao Chen's father, Xiaoyu, being the youngest. After the passing of Xiao Laotai, Xiaoyu inherited a portion of the family fortune, which allowed him to establish his own household. Following his failure in the imperial examination, Xiaoyu chose to pursue commerce, a profession that, in this world, held no stigma, as there were no rigid class distinctions. Xiaoyu, despite his setbacks in academia, exhibited considerable aptitude for business and, in just over a decade, amassed a substantial fortune. In his youth, he often traveled for trade, while Xiao Chen's mother, the daughter of a merchant, accompanied him, managing his affairs. Tragically, during one such journey, they were ambushed by bandits. Xiaoyu survived by a stroke of luck, but his wife was brutally murdered, leaving Xiao Chen only 3 years old at the time. After her demise, Xiaoyu spent a fortune to eliminate the bandit group and, heartbroken, returned to his hometown to acquire properties. Though Qinghe County was not large, 1/3 of its shops belonged to the Xiao family, marking them as a formidable presence in the town. Following his wife's death, Xiaoyu did not remarry until Xiao Chen was 15, when he took a courtesan as a concubine, who bore him a daughter now 4 years old. Xiaoyu passed away due to illness when Xiao Chen was 18, and on his deathbed, he implored a friend to secure him a position as a head constable to prevent idleness. Reflecting on the Xiao family's history, De Hong trotted steadily until they arrived at the Xiao residence. The doorman, upon seeing Xiao Chen's return, hurried forward. "Young master, you've finally returned. The second mistress requests your presence upon your arrival." "Lu Bo, what did the concubine say this time?" Xiao Chen asked, rubbing his brow in mild exasperation. "I cannot say for certain, but judging by the second mistress's furious expression, young master should tread carefully." Lu Bo warned. Lu Bo had been with the Xiao family for many years, having followed Xiaoyu during his trading ventures. Xiao Chen did not know his full name, having simply called him Lu Bo since childhood. Lu Bo, if the second mistress inquires about me, please inform her that I have not been seen," Xiao Chen said, retracting his neck, a touch apprehensive. Having uttered this, he hurried to his quarters. At this moment, he had no desire to confront the second mistress. While he could manage to deceive others, the second mistress was the closest person to his original self, and he had no confidence in fooling her. Despite being the nominal head of the household, the true authority lay with the second mistress, Qin Siming. Xiaoyu, being an astute individual, would not have taken a woman of mere musical talent as a concubine. Though Xiaoyu had survived a grave ordeal, it had weakened him, and he had begun to arrange a safety net for Xiao Chen before his health declined. The second mistress, Qin Siming, was the very person Xiaoyu left to manage the household. Once a merchant's daughter, she had fallen on hard times and was sold into a courtesan house. After encountering Xiaoyu, they found common ground, and he redeemed her, bringing her into his home from Xiao Chen's early years. She had been tasked with his upbringing, instilling in him a certain timidity towards her. As he grew older, she had eased her strictness, though a few rules remained in place. Chapter 13, Xiao Chen's betrothal. One such rule strictly forbade Xiao Chen from spending the night at a brothel. And now a visiting Qin Siming would likely yield unpleasant consequences. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's entire disposition transformed, despite possessing the memories of his original self, his habits and temperament differed significantly. How could someone as shrewd as Qin Siming be deceived? Yet Xiao Chen overlooked one crucial detail. This was the Xiao residence, and the authoritative figure was now the second mistress, Qin Siming. Upon his return, how could the household servants possibly refrain from reporting to her? Before he even entered his courtyard, a woman's voice called from behind. "Xiao Chen, it seems you've gained some skills. Now you not only dare to spend the night in a brothel but also disregard my words." A tremor ran through Xiao Chen, a reflexive response of the body, as he stiffly turned around, quickly adopting a facade of joviality. "Second mistress, look at all this dust on me. It would be quite rude to meet you in this state." "I thought to wash up first before coming to see you." Qin Siming maintained a stern expression as she replied, "Oh, when did our esteemed young master Xiao become so courteous? How rare! It seems I must light incense for the late master to inform him that our young master has grown up." "Second mistress, how can you say that? In your presence, I am forever a child, and I shall always heed your words," Xiao Chen replied, smiling obsequiously. "I am truly unworthy of such praise. Ultimately, the Xiao family affairs will still fall into your hands, and I shall continue to rely on young Master Xiao's favor for sustenance. How could I possibly meddle in the matters of young Master Xiao?" Qin Siming lamentingly expressed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. From the memories of his former self, he quickly discerned Qin Siming's character. This second concubine was adept at uttering the softest words while executing the harshest deeds. Xiao Chen promptly surrendered, kneeling without hesitation, as his body instinctively reacted, denying him any chance of defiance. "And I was wrong. I swear I shall never dare to do so again." Qin Siming coldly scoffed. "Follow me." "Yes," Xiao Chen quickly replied, his body's instinctive response leaving him feeling oddly at ease. Observing Qin Siming walking ahead, he had no choice but to follow with a heavy heart, already prepared for a reprimand as he noticed her heading towards the ancestral hall. The two walked in succession into the hall, where Xiao Chen knelt before the altar without needing instruction. However, Qin Siming sat in silence on a chair, uttering not a word nor reprimanding him. "And, has the family encountered difficulties?" Xiao Chen inquired softly. Qin Siming shook her head lightly and then spoke. "Xiao Chen, although I am not your biological mother, I believe I have treated you well. Since I entered the Xiao family, I have arranged your daily life meticulously. Yet, in doing so, I have inadvertently nurtured your naivety, rendering you too innocent. Ever since your father passed away, I have indulged you excessively, nearly leading you into the clutches of treacherous individuals. For this, I owe your father an apology. Your father showed me kindness, and thus I willingly bore his children and managed the household, but I am not of the Xiao lineage, and I am certainly not from a reputable family. While your father was alive, I managed affairs without issue. After his departure, it is inevitable that some may harbor ulterior motives, seeking to usurp the legacy he left behind. Given your current disposition, I fear I cannot protect you for long." "Aunt, what do you mean by this? Was last night's incident truly a result of someone plotting against us? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. That you can discern a plot is a sign you are not utterly foolish. Since you can think of this, do you know who was behind it and why they target you specifically? Qin Siming replied in a grave tone. Although I may be somewhat reckless, I have not committed any heinous acts. So I should not have any enemies, thus, we can rule out personal vendettas. If it is not a revenge killing, then it must be a matter of exploitation. After my incident, only the main branch would benefit the most. Although my father separated from the Xiao family, we still share the same lineage. Even if they wished to seize my father's legacy, they would not go so far as to endanger my life. There must be deeper motives at play. Perhaps someone intends to use me as a pawn to fan the flames of conflict within the Xiao family. Xiao Chen reflected thoughtfully, having lived many years in the modern world. Xiao Chen had seen numerous schemes and heard of countless conspiracies. Ultimately, affairs in this world boiled down to mere interests. Starting from that premise often led to the most genuine answers. However, Xiao Chen did not notice that as he spoke more. The look of astonishment on Qin Siming's face deepened. With a sigh, Qin Siming gazed at Xiao Chen with a complex expression and softly said, I once thought you were ignorant, but it seems you understand far more than I anticipated. It appears you have truly matured, and I am still young. Family matters still require your management. Xiao Chen awkwardly laughed, suddenly realizing he had perhaps said too much given the disposition of his former self. It was unlikely he would have conceived such thoughts. Fortunately, Qin Siming's focus was not on him at the moment, and she did not notice his anomaly. Stop pretending to be naive, you are already over 20 and should be settling down. Since you are aware of everything, you should also take on some family responsibilities. There are several shops in the East Market. From now on, they shall be under your purview. Regarding the marriage your father arranged, it is time to address it. Marrying soon will also fulfill a wish of your late father. Qin Siming spoke in a subdued tone. Marrying? Surely that is unnecessary. My betrothed is a distinguished student of the Qinghai sword sect. By the natural course of events, she should be coming soon to annul the engagement. Xiao Chen replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Qin Siming paused in surprise. She had never expected that the young man she considered a frivolous wastrel was actually quite perceptive. Since you can surmise this, you should also understand that the Lin family indeed harbors intentions to annul the engagement. This has been the reason you have not married all these years. However, the circumstances are different now. While your father was alive, everything was manageable, but now that he is gone and you are the only heir of the Xiao family, it is time to secure the family's future. Otherwise, if you were to meet an untimely end, the Xiao family could face extinction, and your sister and I would be left to wander the streets. Qin Siming admonished earnestly. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, could not help but display an awkward smile. If he were to truly encounter an accident, based on the moral character of the main branch of the Xiao family, Qin Siming's words might very well become a reality. What about the marriage with the Lin family? Should I pay them a visit to annul it, or should I wait for them to come to cancel the engagement? I could draft a letter of separation, coupled with a phrase about the shifting tides of fortune, reminding them not to underestimate the young and impoverished. Perhaps I could even add a 3-year agreement, stating that after 3 years, I would duel Lin Xuan at the Qinghai sword sect end. Before all disciples, defeat her, making her a laughingstock of the sect in revenge for the broken engagement. Xiao Chen mused excitedly after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 14. Younger sister Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. He seemed to have stumbled upon an extraordinary method for swiftly accruing prestige, and he even began to anticipate becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the realm. In Xiao Chen's view, being laughed at was not a source of fear. As long as he could gain prestige, everything would be worthwhile. If he could continuously accumulate it in this manner, the path to transcendence would no longer seem distant. However, the excitement on Xiao Chen's face caused Qin Siming's expression to darken immediately. She had initially thought Xiao Chen had matured and become sensible, but it appeared he remained the reckless child she once knew. Qin Siming trembled with anger at Xiao Chen's words, pointing at him but unable to articulate her thoughts. His behavior completely disregarded the Xiao family's reputation, and his expectations only fueled her anger and helplessness. Aunt, perhaps you might scold me a bit, Xiao Chen weakly suggested. Get out. I do not wish to see you, Qin Siming shouted in fury. And then will you speak with my father for a while? I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen sprang to his feet as if granted a reprieve and dashed out, once he had run a distance away from the ancestral hall. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging, I have finally passed this trial with Qin Siming. He wondered how much the astute Qin Siming might have discerned, although Xiao Chen referred to Qin Siming as aunt. In reality, she was not particularly old, at most in her 30s, though Xiao Chen had never inquired about her exact age. Inside the Xiao family ancestral hall, Qin Siming gazed blankly in the direction Xiao Chen had departed. Lost in thought, the unusual demeanor of Xiao Chen had even caught the attention of Lu Huasheng and others. Having cared for Xiao Chen's daily needs since childhood, how could Qin Siming remain oblivious? Despite Xiao Chen's efforts to mimic the habits of his former self, the dissonance within him could not be entirely concealed. Qin Siming had meticulously observed Xiao Chen's physical traits, noting that every mole and rash on him matched precisely with the previous version. It was then she confirmed that the person before her was indeed Xiao Chen. However, his character seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Qin Siming, unaware of the reason behind this change, could only attribute it to a significant alteration in temperament following a brush with death. The thought that someone would dare to plot against Xiao Chen, nearly leading to his demise by the hands of a woman, ignited a cold glint in Qin Siming's eyes. A woman who could navigate the largest brothel in the capital for years and rise to the position of the top courtesan would not be as fragile as she appeared. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had finally returned to his small courtyard. Before he could push open the door, he spotted a cute little girl with 2 horn braids, dressed in a pink dress, rushing towards him with great excitement. Before she reached Xiao Chen, she leaped into the air, arms wide open like a joyful little bird. Seeing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly took a couple of steps forward to catch her securely. Hee, brother, you have finally returned. Yao Yao has been waiting for you for so long. The little girl pouted, her eyes shimmering with tears as if she had suffered a great injustice. Xiao Chen embraced Yao Yao, affectionately teasing her small nose as he smiled. Brother is back, isn't that enough? Yao Yao, have you been eating well? Yao Yao quickly nodded. Yao Yao has been eating well, just waiting for brother to come back and play together. Xiao Chen set Yao Yao down and took her hand. Leading her inside, how about I tell you a story? Yay, I love stories, Yao Yao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Xiao Chen chuckled. Then how about a story related to your name? A story related to my name. What kind of story is that? Yao Yao tilted her head, puzzled. Look, your name is Xiaoyao, so how about I tell you a story about the Carefree Wanderings? Xiao Cheng said with a smile. What is Carefree Wanderings? Is it a travelogue? Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes, asking curiously. It could be considered a type of travelogue, Xiao Cheng patiently explained. I want to hear it, brother, please tell me, Xiaoyao eagerly urged. Tugging at Xiao Cheng's hand, clearing his throat, Xiao Cheng began to narrate with great emotion. Long ago, there was a giant fish named Kuan, so immense that our imagination cannot fathom it. One day, this Kuan transformed into a great bird called Pang. And its wings were as vast as the clouds in the sky. It intended to fly to a far-off place known as the North Sea. Xiaoyao listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder as if she had been transported into a magical world by his words. As the story unfolded, she gasped in awe and burst into laughter, completely engrossed. Observing Xiaoyao's adorable expression, Xiao Cheng maintained a gentle smile. He continued to vividly recount the tale, as though he wished to unveil the entire enchanting realm of Carefree Wanderings before her. Brother, what does the Kuan look like? Xiaoyao asked, her face brimming with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. What does it look like? I haven't seen it either. However, I do know of a creature that resembles the Kuan, which we call a whale. These magnificent creatures dwell in the ocean, and if a whale were to open its mouth, it could swallow our entire Xiaofu in one gulp. Xiao Cheng chuckled, his gaze filled with affection for Xiaoyao. Though the current Xiao Cheng was not the same as the original, this love could endure. Wow, is it not enormous then? Brother, I want to see a whale. Will you take me to see one? Xiaoyao pleaded, her face alight with anticipation. Not right now, my dear. When you grow up, I will take you. Xiao Cheng ruffled the little girl's hair softly. But I want to see it now. I'm only 5 years old. And waiting until I grow up will take such a long time. Xiaoyao pouted, her face displaying displeasure. There's nothing we can do, my dear. The ocean is far away, and you are still too young to go. Xiao Cheng said, gently pinching Xiaoyao's little nose. But I really want to see it now. Brother, please take me. Xiaoyao gazed at Xiao Cheng with pleading eyes. You little rascal, it's not possible to take you. However, I can draw it for you. How about we create a picture of you riding the Kuan soaring through the skies? Xiao Cheng suggested with a smile. Yes, Xiaoyao wants to ride the Kuan. Brother, please draw it quickly, Xiaoyao exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance with joy as she pulled Xiao Cheng towards the desk. Although the original Xiao Cheng was not particularly studious, he possessed a natural talent for painting. However, due to his previous laziness, he had only learned the basics, capable of creating something that resembled but did not capture the essence. Yet, this was not an issue for Xiao Cheng. His reputation had reached a remarkable 3,270 points, allowing him to exchange skills within the system. In this world, one of the 4 great families, the Wang family, practiced a skill known as Shintong, which encompassed this very art. Besides the Wang family, there was also a secret painting school that employed similar techniques, whether through the Wang family's Shintong or the secret painting school's methods. As long as Xiao Cheng could acquire one of these, he could swiftly transform into a master of traditional Chinese painting. Chapter 15. Exchanging for Shintong. As Xiaoyao urged him on, Xiao Cheng directly exchanged for Shintong. Compared to the secret painting school, the Wang family's Shintong was more renowned, and Xiao Cheng had a deeper understanding of its intricacies. Upon clicking to exchange, his reputation points decreased by 100. Simultaneously, a flood of various cultivation methods related to Shintong surged into Xiao Cheng's mind. The system was quite generous in terms of knowledge transfer. Every method, regardless of its strength, only required 100 points of reputation. However, the system merely transmitted knowledge. To truly master these techniques, Xiao Cheng would need to practice and explore continuously. As the knowledge transfer completed, Xiao Cheng, once a frivolous youth, transformed into a genuine master of traditional Chinese painting. He approached the desk, unfurling a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide sheet of white paper. Under Xiaoyao's expectant gaze, he began to grind the ink. Through the system's transmission, he now understood all the techniques of traditional Chinese painting. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he would not be outdone by any master. Nevertheless, theory was ultimately just theory. At that moment, Xiao Cheng was akin to Wang Yuyan from Demigods and Semi-Devils, possessing an abundance of theoretical knowledge while being an inexperienced girl devoid of martial arts skills. However, Xiao Cheng was not Wang Yuyan, and with the system's assistance, there existed a Qiankuan Ding within his personal panel. According to the annotations of the Qiankuan Ding, it was clear to Xiao Cheng that by consuming reputation points, he could enhance his physical abilities comprehensively. Yet, he was still uncertain about the specific aspects included in this comprehensive enhancement. From what Xiao Cheng understood, physical abilities could generally be categorized into cardiovascular functions, respiratory functions, muscular functions, skeletal functions, digestive functions, urinary functions, endocrine functions, immune functions, and neurological functions. If burning reputation points could enhance all these skills, Xiao Cheng would truly become superhuman. As he ground the ink, Xiao Cheng pondered this question. Brother, the ink is ready. Seeing Xiao Cheng lost in thought, Xiaoyao tugged at his sleeve to remind him. Her voice broke through his reverie, pulling his consciousness back to reality. All right, I know, I will draw now, Xiao Cheng replied, his voice tinged with a hint of bewilderment. He then picked up the brush from the table, dipped it in the ink, and simultaneously communicated with the system, consuming 100 reputation points. As his thoughts shifted, the points were instantly deducted, and the flames within the Qiankuan Ding on his personal panel flared up vigorously. As if infused with new vitality, above the flames, a line of text appeared: burning 100 reputation points, comprehensive enhancement of physical abilities, duration 1 minute, countdown begins. Xiao Cheng felt a peculiar surge of power coursing through his entire body. A sensation so extraordinary that it left him trembling. His mind became exceptionally clear, as if the fog that had shrouded his thoughts had been instantaneously dispersed, allowing all his ideas and notions to present themselves with remarkable clarity and speed. His senses sharpened, his eyes could perceive finer details, his ears could catch more distant sounds, his nose could distinguish complex scents, his tongue could taste subtler flavors, and his body's tactile sensitivity heightened. His physical capabilities became extraordinarily coordinated. Whether in speed, responsiveness, or strength, achieving a state of near perfection, making him feel as though he had been reborn with newfound, formidable power. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xiao Cheng then lowered his brush onto the white paper. The moment the brush tip touched the surface, he seemed to enter a wondrous realm. He could distinctly feel each drop of ink penetrating and spreading across the paper, every minuscule movement magnified countless times. His wrist moved with grace, the lines flowing effortlessly, whether thick or thin, curved or straight, all imbued with rhythm. Xiaoyao watched anxiously from the side, her hands subconsciously gripping the hems of her clothing, her eyes fixed on Xiao Cheng. Holding her breath as if even the slightest sound might disturb him, her heart swelled with tension and anticipation, her gaze following Xiao Cheng's every motion. She could sense that today, her brother was somewhat different from usual. The focus in his expression, his engrossed demeanor, and the indescribable aura emanating from him filled her with wonder. Though she did not understand why, deep within, she felt that Xiao Cheng now exuded an air of mysterious unknown. And she stood quietly, wishing to etch this moment into her memory forever. As Xiao Cheng's brush danced across the paper, a colossal Kunping emerged vividly. The Kunping appeared as though it had burst forth from a myth. Its massive form casting shadows over the earth, its wings stirring winds and thunder, soaring through the skies, accompanied by swirling clouds. Below the Kunping lay an endless ocean, the waves frothing and shimmering with glimmers of light. Reflecting the sky, perched atop the Kunping was a small figure, and upon closer inspection, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaoyao, dressed in a flowing gown, her hair danced in the wind, and though her stature was diminutive. Standing atop the great Kunping, she radiated a unique brilliance that captivated the eye. This tiny silhouette seemed to exude boundless charm, creating a striking contrast against the massive Kunping and the vast ocean below. On the right side of the painting, several lines of small characters were inscribed, appearing as an extension and annotation of the artwork. Upon closer examination, they revealed the opening lines of Carefree Wanderings, in the North Sea. There is a fish, its name is Koan. The size of Koan is unfathomable, measuring thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird, its name is Pang. The back of Pang is also unfathomable, measuring thousands of miles. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. These few lines of text, presented with vigorous brushstrokes, complement the artwork beautifully. Each character seems to carry boundless stories and imagination, allowing the observer's thoughts to drift unbidden towards the distant North Sea, conjuring visions of the colossal Koan and the majestic Pang, evoking the fantastical and grandiose landscapes of the heavens and the earth. These lines of text not only lend a unique charm to the painting but also inspire endless reverie. As the final stroke is completed, a 1-minute countdown coincidentally reaches its conclusion. It is akin to a tense and fierce race arriving at its finish line, where time halts abruptly. In that moment, the flames within the cauldron gradually dim, the once roaring and fervent fire now resembling a lamp on the verge of extinguishment, its brilliance retracting gradually. The effects of the burning prestige, which had enhanced physical capabilities, also begin to fade, leaving Xiao Chun with an overwhelming sense of emptiness rising like a tide within him, a stark contrast from a state of profound fulfillment to sudden desolation. His body feels as if it has lost some vital support, and his once powerful limbs now feel somewhat soft and weak. A wave of melancholy washes over him, as if he has just experienced a magnificent yet fleeting feast, leaving behind only lingering nostalgia and contemplation. After a considerable time, Xiao Chun finally snaps back to reality from that state, as thoughts that seem to dwell in another realm are gradually pulled back to the present. He glances at Xiaoyao beside him, only to find her in a daze, a look of rapt fascination on her face, as if she has witnessed something profoundly shocking and hard to extricate herself from. Despite her young age, this little girl possesses a maturity and wisdom that belies her years, having been guided by Qin Simeng, a once renowned courtesan of the capital, her knowledge far surpassing that of her peers. Chapter 16. Xiaoyao's ambition. Xiao Chun affectionately ruffles the little girl's hair and smiles. Yao, come and see, this is a painting I specially made for you. Are you satisfied? Xiaoyao looks up at him, nodding vigorously, clearly delighted with Xiao Chan's artwork, her eyes darting with excitement. She calls out to the maid at the door, Sister Ching, come here quickly and help me hold this painting. I want to show it to Mother. The maid, referred to as Sister Ching, is a young girl of about 13 or 14, dressed in a light green gown, with an adorable round face, dedicated to taking care of Xiaoyao. Upon hearing her call, she quickly responds and rushes in. This little maid has been attending to Xiaoyao's daily needs, and during Qin Simeng's lessons with Xiaoyao, she naturally picked up some knowledge herself, although her skills are not exceptionally high. She possesses a basic appreciation for art. Upon seeing the painting on Xiao Chen's table, she is instantly astounded. From a distance, the Kunping in the painting appears as if it might soar out from the canvas. As Xiaoyao's personal maid, she often sees Xiao Chen and is well aware of his artistic abilities. She finds it hard to believe that this painting could be the work of Xiao Chen himself. Had she not witnessed him painting, she would have thought it was created by a master artist. Young master, is this really your work? Sister Ching asks, her face filled with astonishment. You saw me painting it, didn't you? Don't tell me you doubt my talent. Xiao Chen replies with a nonchalant smile, clearly pleased with himself. Doubt you? Not just me, but no one in our household would believe it. You haven't been possessed by that painter, have you? This painting is no less than that of any master. Even Master Yin's autumn's elegance amidst frost in Madame's chamber pales in comparison to the spirit captured here, Sister Ching exclaims in awe. Sister Ching speaks without malice, but Xiao Chen, upon hearing her mention possession, can hardly suppress a shiver of cold sweat. A bitter smile crosses his face. After all, he is not the original owner of this body, and the subtle traits he inadvertently reveals can unsettle those familiar with him. Fortunately, Sister Ching only spoke casually and did not dwell on it. She moves to the other side of the table and, to her astonishment, discovers that the painting reveals different scenes from various angles. Clearing his throat, Xiao Chen remarks, I had a sudden burst of inspiration today. It felt as though I were guided by a divine hand. Perhaps, at that moment, I truly was possessed by the spirit of painting. Such a masterpiece may be beyond my ability to replicate. Sister Ching nods in agreement, deeply convinced. Sister Ching, hurry, roll it up. I need to show mother the picture my brother made for me. I want to frame it and hang it in my room. When I grow up, I want to soar in the skies like the Kuimping, Xiao Yao proclaims with great enthusiasm. Ha, our little Yao Yao is indeed ambitious. As the saying goes, the great Peng rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. With such aspirations, Yao Yao shall one day ascend just like the great Peng, Xiao Chen replies with a smile. Yes, Yao Yao wants to soar 90,000 miles like the great Peng. Xiao Yao nods earnestly. Since our Yao Yao wishes to ascend to the heavens, then brother shall be the wind that carries you to the skies. Xiao Chen says with affectionate indulgence, brother is the wind, and I am the Peng. I want to be by brother's side forever. Xiao Yao beams with delight. Haha, very well, brother shall always be Yao Yao's wind. Xiao Chen laughs. Once the ink dries, Sister Cheng rolls up the painting and says to Xiao Chen, young master, I shall take this to madam for her to see your masterpiece. It would be good for aunt to see it too. So she doesn't keep saying I am unlearned, Xiao Chen replies. Haha, madam is merely concerned for young master, which is why she has such high expectations, now that you have created such a masterpiece. She will surely see you in a new light. Sister Cheng smiles. Giggled brother, even mother's painting skills cannot compare to yours. After she sees your work, she will surely praise you. Xiao Yao laughs with her eyes squinted. Is that so? Then I shall await aunt's compliments. Xiao Chen chuckles, patting Xiao Yao on the head. Alright, Yao Yao, go back with Sister Cheng now, brother will play with you tonight. Alright, goodbye brother. Xiao Yao waves at Xiao Chen as she speaks. Goodbye, Yao Yao. Xiao Chen waves back. Goodbye, young master. Sister Cheng also bids farewell as she waves, watching the two figures, one large and one small, disappear at the door. Xiao Chen gradually relaxes. The only individuals in this household that truly matter to him are aunt and Xiao Yao. And he is relieved to have navigated this encounter successfully. Having inherited the original owner's body, he is naturally obliged to fulfill the responsibilities that come with it. After interacting with the two, he has somewhat integrated into the family. Once they leave, Xiao Chen calls for Aunt Wu, who is responsible for his daily care, a woman in her 40s with an unremarkable appearance, appointed by Qin Simeng. Xiao Chen, unable to resist, accepts this arrangement. Young master, you called for me. Aunt Wu, dedicated to attending to Xiao Chen, typically remains in his courtyard unless otherwise occupied. Aunt Wu, could you get me something to eat? I'm hungry, Xiao Chen instructs. Of course, young master, please wait a moment, I will check the kitchen for something to eat, Aunt Wu replies before stepping out of the small courtyard. Once Aunt Wu departs, tranquility returns to the courtyard. Allowing Xiao Chen to finally settle his mind and reflect on his circumstances, the earlier surge of burning prestige that enhanced his physical capabilities had left him with an irresistible sense of euphoria, almost making him feel superhuman for that fleeting moment. Yet, the emptiness that followed was particularly distressing, akin to a drug addict's craving, leaving Xiao Chen with an insatiable longing. Upon contemplating the stark contrast, he indeed felt as if he were experiencing the effects of a narcotic. The euphoria brought by the elevation of his physical abilities was intoxicating. However, glancing at the prestige value on his personal panel, with a mere 100 points translating to only a minute of pleasure, he realizes that over 3,000 points would yield only half an hour of bliss. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Chen laments that he is indeed in need of more funds. It seems he must devise a way to earn more money in the future. Nevertheless, this testing experience has pleasantly surprised him, though it also brings a tinge of worry. Yet, this concern flits through his mind and is temporarily set aside, as the most pressing matter is to enhance his strength. As for future matters, they can be addressed later. To expedite his strength enhancement, he must delve deeper into the system's various functionalities. For the system remains his greatest reliance, akin to possessing nuclear weapons. One may choose not to use them, but it is imperative to have them. Chapter 17. Testing physical capabilities. Xiao Chen understands that to gain a deeper understanding of the system's functionalities, he must conduct further tests. Just as earlier, the burning prestige led to a comprehensive enhancement of his physical capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Chen finds himself lost in thought, contemplating, if only he could selectively enhance a specific aspect of his physical abilities. Much like the Six Valley immortal thief, who initially focused on enhancing the functions of the organs. It is essential to recognize that these organ functions fundamentally pertain to digestion, absorption, and excretion, since burning prestige can achieve a holistic enhancement of physical capabilities. Does it not imply that selective enhancement is also possible? With such inquiries and reflections in mind, Xiao Chen opens his personal panel once more, observing that the prestige value has now risen to 3,000 300 points. Previously, when he exchanged for Divine Paths, his reputation score was clearly at 3,270 points. After consuming 200 points, it should have rightfully been reduced to 3,070 points, yet now not only has Xiao Chen's reputation score not diminished, but it has even increased. To this, Xiao Chen was not overly astonished. He understood well that since reputation stems from absorbing the various emotions directed towards him by others, the enhancement of his reputation score indicated that during this period, someone must have been discussing him again. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he continued to contemplate the myriad possibilities regarding the system's functionalities. Just as his thoughts began to drift, Aunt Wu entered the room, carrying a food box. Noticing Xiao Chen lost in thought, she refrained from disturbing him and instead laid out the meal on the table, having come to call him for lunch. As a prominent family in Xinghe County, the meals at the Xiao household were undoubtedly of high quality, featuring an array of delicious desserts and cooked dishes. Young master, lunch is about to be served. Please have something to tide you over. Once the meal is ready, I will fetch it for you, Aunt Wu said. Yes, Aunt Wu, you may go about your duties, I can manage here, Xiao Chen replied, waving his hand. Alright, young master, take your time, I will be in the next room. Call me if you need anything, Aunt Wu said before exiting the room. Gazing at the food on the table, Xiao Chen opened his personal panel and ignited 100 points of reputation. As the points were deducted, the flames within the Qiankuan cauldron reignited. This time, Xiao Chen directly communicated with the system, designating the enhancement of his digestive capabilities. Immediately, a line of text appeared above the Qiankuan cauldron, burning 100 points of reputation to enhance digestive capabilities. Duration 10 minutes, countdown begins. As the countdown commenced, a peculiar energy surged into Xiao Chen's internal organs, and he felt a powerful hunger emanating from his abdomen. This sensation of hunger was reminiscent of when he operated the 6 library Immortal Thief technique. At that moment, all his internal organs were significantly strengthened. Xiao Chen hurriedly activated the refining methods of the 6 library Immortal Thief, simultaneously shoving food into his mouth without a care for appearances. These morsels, upon entering his stomach, were rapidly broken down, transforming into abundant vitality and innate energy. As these transformations occurred, Xiao Chen sensed his strength continually ascending, the peculiar energy intertwining with the qi produced by the 6 library Immortal Thief technique. Surging within him, it felt as though his body had transformed into a colossal furnace, refining all the food that entered his stomach. Immersed in this wondrous state, he voraciously consumed the food while focusing intently on the refining methods. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly due to the aura he emitted. Gradually, Xiao Chen realized that his perception of the environment had become extraordinarily acute. He could accurately capture every subtle sound and movement in the air. His pores slightly opened, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling the formless energy of heaven and earth with his breath. Xiao Chen recognized that this was a condition only achievable upon reaching the second stage of the 6 library Immortal Thief training. At this stage, he could absorb the vitality from the world through all his pores and store it within. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Xiao Chen at least half a year to reach this stage. Yet now through the system, he had attained this level in merely half a day. As Xiao Chen practiced the 6 library Immortal Thief, it gradually transformed his body, enhancing all its functions to perfection. His heart brimmed with joy. The system was indeed formidable. Gradually, he felt the boundless vitality from the world flooding towards him like a tidal wave, continuously entering his body through his pores, as if he were intimately connected to the entire universe. After consuming all the food on the table, he moved to the bedside, sitting cross-legged to focus on absorbing the endless energy from the world. Compared to the energy derived from food, this energy, originating from the heavens and the earth, was far purer and of significantly higher quality. Time passed inexorably, and soon, the 10-minute countdown reset to 0. Xiao Chen distinctly felt his pores gradually closing, and his body returned to its original state. As that marvelous sensation faded bit by bit, a wave of loss welled up within him. The stark contrast between the powerful and the weakened state left Xiao Chen feeling exceptionally uncomfortable. As if he had suddenly fallen from a great height, the discomfort spreading throughout his heart. After a considerable time, Xiao Chen finally regained his composure, calming his emotions before resuming his testing. His reputation points ignited once more, corresponding to the enhancement of various bodily functions. By enhancing his muscular capabilities, Xiao Chen would become immensely strong. By enhancing his skeletal function, the density of his bones would increase, and the joints throughout his body would become exceptionally agile. Enhancing his neural function would lead to significant improvements in perception, transmission, and reaction, sharpening his mind and accelerating his cognitive processes beyond the ordinary. Xiao Chen could even keenly sense subtle changes, with the transmission of thought information becoming remarkably swift and his bodily responses more precise. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as though countless pieces of information were racing through his mind, his thoughts as quick as lightning, each idea's inception and connection occurring at an astonishing speed. He felt as if his brain had transformed into a supercomputer, powerful and efficient, capable of processing vast amounts of information in an instant and arriving at precise conclusions. This sensation reminded him of Eddie in Limitless, who had taken NZT-48 and experienced a similar cognitive explosion. Xiao Chen felt as though he had transcended the boundaries of thought, gaining insights into realms beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Everything becoming clear and lucid, however, once the duration expired, Xiao Chen felt as if he had plummeted from the clouds to the abyss. A throbbing headache surged over him like a tide, as if countless fine needles were piercing his brain. Leaving him in excruciating pain, his body felt as though it had been drained of all strength, each cell screaming with fatigue. Weighed down as if filled with lead, his mind reverted to its previous sluggish state. Akin to a rusted machine, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, the previous sharpness vanished, leaving behind a haze of confusion and deep disappointment. Chapter 18, The Wolf Clan of the North. This time, Xiao Chen took quite a while to adapt, gradually descending from that extraordinary cognitive cloud, breaking free from the sensation of immense power akin to a supercomputer. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. As the surface of the sea gradually returned to tranquility after a storm, after making slight adjustments, Xiao Chen re-energized himself and resumed his testing. His reputation points ignited fiercely once more. As Xiao Chen's thoughts moved, that peculiar energy continuously enhanced his various bodily functions. After trying each bodily enhancement one by one, Xiao Chen finally exhaled deeply and slowly closed the system panel. Following this round of testing, he gained a more profound understanding of all the changes in his bodily functions. It is essential to recognize that this is a high martial world. Possessing these detailed bodily data would enable Xiao Chen to accurately enhance corresponding abilities based on the reactions triggered by his bodily functions. Having this data was akin to holding a mysterious key to a higher realm. With this knowledge, Xiao Chen could continuously delve into his potential, steadily progressing in this high martial world to fulfill his dream of cultivating immortality. Time passed swiftly, and a day slipped by quietly amidst Xiao Chen's training. The next morning, Xiao Chen rose early, having breakfast at home before departing the Xiao residence. The spring morning exuded a particularly refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. The warm sunlight fell gently upon Xiao Chen like golden threads, weaving a radiant glow around him. In this world free from industrial pollution, the scenery was akin to a breathtaking painting, showcasing boundless beauty and vitality. The sapphire blue sky was clear and high, while the cotton-like clouds floated lazily. A gentle breeze brought with it the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers and the scent of freshly turned soil. The earth was a lush green, with a riot of colorful flowers blooming in competition, as if nature had meticulously adorned itself in splendid decoration. Everything was so enchanting that it could captivate anyone's heart. The warm sunlight illuminated Xiao Chen perfectly, cloaking him in a layer of shimmering brilliance. Dressed in splendid attire, Xiao Chen mounted his chestnut horse and made his way to the government office. Passing through narrow alleys, he and his horse arrived at the bustling main street. At this early hour, there were not many pedestrians, but the breakfast stalls lining the street were already open. As Xiao Chen strolled past a steamed bun shop, he tossed a piece of silver and exchanged it for several baskets of buns. Although he had already eaten at home, for Xiao Chen, who practiced the Sixth Library Immortal Thief, as long as he desired to eat, he could do so endlessly. Consuming food was also the quickest method for him to enhance his power. However, excessive eating would inevitably raise suspicions, and Xiao Chen did not wish to expose his mastery of the Sixth Library Immortal Thief, a technique that could grant longevity. Therefore, it was best to avoid drawing attention. Though in the bustling street, it was less of a concern. Along the way, the myriad of food stalls lined the streets, and Xiao Chen only needed to stop at intervals to purchase a few morsels. His system had generously allotted him a cubic meter of space, which, though modest, was sufficient for storing his provisions. As he indulged in his culinary escapades, he soon arrived at the Yamen. Upon entering, he was promptly halted by the stern expression of Xing Laolu. Pulling Xiao Chen aside, Xing Laolu whispered gravely, "Xiaoban too, it seems we are on the brink of a significant crisis." A crisis? What could be so dire? Surely the Yanbei Three Eagles can't possibly unveil a monumental secret. Xiao Chen chuckled. While it may not be an earth-shattering revelation, it certainly heralds a troublesome predicament. Xing Laolu asserted with utmost seriousness. What kind of calamity could rattle you so? Shao Chun inquired, perplexed. Are you aware of the Wolf Clan from the Northern Territories? Xing Laolu responded with a question of his own. The Wolf Clan of the Mabe snowfields? What of them? Have they crossed the border again? Even if they did, they wouldn't reach us here. Would they? Shao Chun pondered aloud. Under normal circumstances, they would not, however. What if we possess something they desperately seek? Xing Laolu countered, shaking his head. In our impoverished little county, what could we possibly have that they desire? You wouldn't suggest that the Yanbei Three Eagles have journeyed all this way to pilfer something crucial related to the Wolf Clan, would you? Shao Chun furrowed his brow. Your insight is commendable. Bantu, you have guessed it correctly. Xing Laolu praised. Enough flattery, let's get to the point, Shao Chun urged. Please, do not rush me. Allow me to elaborate. According to the Yanbei Three Eagles, their arrival in Xinghe County is to seek the sacred artifact of the Wolf Clan, the Celestial Wolf Pearl. It is said that this pearl possesses unimaginable powers and has been venerated by the Wolf Clan for generations. Over a decade ago, during a transition of shamans, the former shaman's top disciple, Samohi, embittered by his defeat, infiltrated the chamber where the Celestial Wolf Pearl was kept and stole it before fleeing the clan. For the past several years, the Wolf Clan's elite have relentlessly pursued its whereabouts. Samohi, while evading capture, was gravely injured and rescued by a merchant. After recovering, in gratitude, he entrusted the Celestial Wolf Pearl to the merchant. However, the merchant, facing business failures, pawned the pearl, and through a series of events, it eventually found its way to the Dali realm. Later, a mysterious trader acquired it, seemingly aware of its secrets, and through unknown means sealed it away, cutting off the shaman's ability to sense it, although the shamans cannot pinpoint its exact location. They can discern its general vicinity and have thus invested heavily to uncover its whereabouts. The Yanbei Three Eagles accepted a bounty to find it, which is why they have come to our Xinghe County. So according to your assertion, the Celestial Wolf Pearl may not even be in Xinghe County? Shao Chun questioned, bewildered. Oh, my dear Bantu, the Wolf Clan does not concern itself with whether the pearl is precisely here. They only need to ascertain that it is within the vicinity of Xinghe County. Xing Laolu replied with a wry smile, but how can they search without knowing the exact location? Shao Chun inquired, still confused. Have you heard of the Wolf Clan's blood sacrifice? Xing Laolu's expression turned somber. Blood sacrifice? Shao Chun murmured, his brow furrowing at the grim implications. The mere mention of those words conjured images of carnage. In this ancient martial world, lives were as expendable as weeds, especially among the savage tribes of the frontier, where blood sacrifices were grand events held every few years. If the sacrifices were merely of livestock, it would be one thing, but these tribes often demanded human lives, with hundreds per sacrifice. If they cannot locate the Celestial Wolf Pearl, I fear the Wolf Clan would not hesitate to conduct a blood sacrifice here in Xinghe County. Xing Laolu's tone was heavy with foreboding. Are you suggesting that a blood sacrifice could awaken the Celestial Wolf Pearl? Shao Chun's face grew grave. That is the legend. The Wolf Clan shamans believe that through the blood of the living, they can draw forth divine power from the pearl, Xing Laolu explained. Is the county magistrate aware of this? Shao Chun inquired. He has been informed, and has issued a gag order. I have come to secretly relay this to you. Bantu. If things take a turn for the worse, it would be prudent to evacuate your family from Xinghe, Xing Laolu urged quietly. I understand, Laolu. Thank you for your candor, Shao Chun replied earnestly. We are but brothers in arms, such formalities are unnecessary. Besides, this is merely my conjecture. The situation may not unfold as I predict, Xing Laolu said with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, it is wise to prepare for the worst, Shao Chun asserted, patting Xing Laolu on the shoulder. You are indeed right, Bantu. If it comes to that, I have one request. Please ensure my wife and child accompany you when you leave. Xing Laolu bowed respectfully. Shao Chun regarded him thoughtfully. Despite his cunning nature, Xing Laolu exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility. It was only natural for him to seek assistance in such dire circumstances. Rest assured, if that day should come, I will ensure the safety of your family, Shao Chun vowed solemnly. Thank you, Bantu. I shall follow your lead faithfully. Xing Laolu expressed his gratitude. Brothers do not need to be overly formal. Shao Chun chuckled. Very well, then I shall refrain from being sentimental. Please, go ahead and enjoy your tea. I will handle matters outside. I will inform you of any developments. Xing Laolu smiled. All right, then you may attend to your duties. Shao Chun waved him off and made his way to his quarters. Shao Chun's quarters were situated in the northeastern corner of the Yaman's inner sanctum, though referred to as quarters. It was essentially a modest tea room. Despite holding the title of Bantu, he seldom intervened in the Yaman's affairs. The county magistrate, Lu Wenbin, was an old friend of his late father, which meant that, in theory, he ought to call him uncle. However, Xiao Chen rarely sought his counsel, primarily due to a lingering apprehension towards the magistrate. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Chen contemplated the revelation shared by Xing Laolu. Though the nature of the celestial wolf pearl remained shrouded in mystery, it was undoubtedly not an ordinary artifact. Given its status as a sacred relic, this was a world steeped in martial prowess. While one might not encounter demons and specters, there were certainly mystical items in existence, particularly the divine weapons wielded by martial artists often resonated with their wielderess intent, given that the celestial wolf pearl was revered by the Maobei wolf clan. It was likely imbued with spiritual significance. As thoughts of the northern wolf clan flitted through his mind, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed once more. The Dali Empire spanned vast territories, divided into 5 provinces. To the east lay the boundless Eastern Sea, dotted with numerous islands, some of which were distant territories. To the south stretched the endless 10,000 great mountains, perpetually shrouded in miasma, home to the Li tribe, who worshipped ancestral spirits. To the west lay the snowy highlands and expansive deserts, where many nations coexisted, each with diverse beliefs. To the north was an endless expanse of snowy wasteland, where the wolf clan stood as the most formidable tribe. Luzhou, at the northernmost edge of the Dali Empire, was characterized by its rugged mountains and harsh climate, making it sparsely populated and frequently subjected to incursions by external tribes. Thus, it served as a crucial frontier stronghold. Qinghe County was located within the Shangyang prefecture of Luzhou, positioned at the border of Yuzhou. If the wolf clan were indeed to encroach upon this region, it could spell doom for the entire Luzhou province. Consequently, the likelihood of a large army invading was low. However, a cavalry raid remained a distinct possibility. Even a small contingent of cavalry would be beyond the capacity of a modest county to withstand. Hence, prudent preparations were essential to avert a potentially disastrous situation, especially to ensure the safety of his second aunt and younger sister. Though the situation was fraught with peril, Xiao Chen found himself relatively untroubled. The county magistrate Lu Wenbin, while somewhat avaricious, was not inept. Having been apprised of the situation, he would likely take appropriate measures. As Xiao Chen ruminated on these matters, an elderly man of slender build entered through the door of his quarters. Xiao Chen turned to the newcomer and promptly approached him with respect. "Master Tian, what brings you here? Please have a seat. I shall brew you some tea." "Young Master Xiao, there is no need for that. I only have a few words to share before I take my leave." Master Tian waved dismissively. "Then please sit down. Feel free to share what is on your mind," Xiao Chen offered. "There is not much to discuss. But with the year-end approaching, the brothers in the Yamen ought to prepare for the New Year's goods," Master Tian began, but then paused, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain of Master Tian's intent. What did the preparations for the New Year have to do with him? Surely it could not be that the entire Yamen's bonuses were to be shouldered by the Xiao family. It seems that the young master is unaware of this matter. "Very well, I suppose I shall make another visit to the Xiao residence." Observing the bewildered expression on Xiao Chen's face, the land registrar chuckled softly and rose to depart. "What do you mean by that, land registrar? Is the New Year's supply in this government office also allocated by the Xiao family?" Xiao Chen inquired, perplexed. "It appears the young master truly does not know." "I had thought the second madam had already informed you," the land registrar replied, shaking his head. "Please clarify, as I am now the head of the Xiao family," Xiao Chen said, furrowing his brow. "Very well. Since you have asked, I shall explain. This matter actually pertains to you as well. 3 years ago, when your father was still alive, he promised to provide a yearly subsidy to the government office. The condition was that you would serve for a time as a constable, as your father wished for you to witness life and death and to temper your character. However, rest assured, young master, this constable position is merely temporary and will not be recorded. It shall not affect your future career, and you may leave at any time," the land registrar elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was utterly astonished by his father's maneuver. What does it mean to serve as a temporary constable? What does it mean that it won't be recorded? How can it not affect my career? This essentially meant that Xiao Chen was nothing more than a temporary worker, not genuinely considered a member of the government office, and furthermore, he was in a position where he had to pay to work. This was precisely why he had never needed to report for duty, had never had to concern himself with office affairs, and could come and go as he pleased. Yet, his original father's considerations were quite thorough. In this world, once one became a constable, they would be barred from participating in the imperial examinations for 3 generations. Xiao Chen's father, being a scholar himself, could never truly want his son to become a constable. He merely wished to use the title to temper Xiao Chen's disposition. If he were to genuinely enter the ranks of the constabulary, That would truly be detrimental to his son. The reason why the likes of Xing Laolu had coaxed the original body to indulge in leisure was also due to this subsidy. As long as Xiao Chen remained, the Xiao family's funding would not cease, and they would ultimately benefit from ITI in the office. There were two shifts of constables. One consisted of older, experienced officers, while Xiao Chen led the second shift, composed of younger recruits, who were essentially reserve officers. It was precisely for this reason that an old fox like Xing Laolu was in charge, and Xiao Chen merely held the nominal title of head of the second shift. In reality, it was Xing Laolu who truly managed affairs. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Xiao Chen decided not to dwell on the matter, no matter whether he served as a temporary head constable or not. The funding would remain unchanged. His father was merely using the guise of tempering him to dispense this money. Rest assured, as long as I am in the office, this funding will not diminish. Xiao Chen stated. Then I shall trouble you, young Master Xiao, to inform the second madam upon your return. Young Master Xiao, please attend to your matters. I shall not intrude further, the land registrar said with a smile and a bow. Safe travels, land registrar. Allow me to see you off, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. After escorting the land registrar away, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. He did not particularly care for the title of constable. After all, this profession had little room for advancement. One might be a constable today, yet remain one decades later. Having traversed this world once, he yearned to experience it beyond the confines of this small county. Understanding the full scope of the situation, Xiao Chen felt utterly at ease. He was merely a temporary worker, one who even had to pay to work. No one would truly regard him as part of the office, nor would they trouble him with their affairs. At that moment, Xiao Chen found solace in this reality, with his primary task still being to enhance his own strength. Taking a steaming basket of buns from his space, Xiao Chen began to eat. His 6th treasury immortal thief had already reached the threshold. Anything he consumed would be automatically decomposed and transformed into vitality and innate energy, just as Xiao Chen had taken his first bite. Savoring it, Lu Qinghua burst in with excitement. Xiao Chen, hurry, there is something exciting to see, Lu Qinghua exclaimed, tugging at Xiao Chen's arm, intent on dragging him outside. Xiao Chen lightly shook his wrist, easily freeing himself from Lu Qinghua's grasp, a displeased expression crossing his face as he said, "What is it? Is it something to get so worked up about? I heard that there are ghosts causing a ruckus at Lord Li Changsong's residence in the eastern part of the city, and 3 people have already lost their lives because of it. Their bodies are currently in the morgue," Lu Qinghua recounted, his tone tinged with excitement. "Ghosts? Aren't we in the office already stretched thin with human matters? Why must we also concern ourselves with ghosts?" Xiao Chen scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone, yet, after uttering these words, he found himself momentarily dazed. In the memories of the original body, there were indeed numerous legends about demons and spirits in this world. Yet those tales were merely that, tales. No one had truly witnessed them. Therefore, Xiao Chen did not place much faith in the supernatural. However, when he reflected upon his own situation, he suddenly felt uncertain if ghosts truly existed. That would present a significant dilemma. Transitioning from martial arts to immortal realms, while a higher world tier was indeed delightful, it also escalated the difficulty of survival. The techniques Xiao Chen inherited were merely those of a world beneath one man. They were not from the primordial realms. Should he truly find himself in an immortal world, the extent of his inheritance would hardly suffice. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen swiftly opened the system panel and navigated to the inheritance section. Selecting to exchange for the skill of spirit binding and commanding, regardless of whether ghosts were real, it was prudent to acquire this skill for dealing with ethereal beings. As Xiao Chen examined the spirit binding and commanding skill, Lu Qinghua continued, "If people have died, it naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the office. Who knows if they were truly slain by a ghost?" Xiao Chen took a bun, biting into it as he mumbled, "Are you suggesting that someone disguised as a ghost committed murder? That possibility cannot be ruled out. However, I have seen the bodies, and they appeared to have been drained of their life force. This doesn't seem like something a person could do," Lu Qinghua said, a hint of fear in his voice. "What does Xing Laolu think? Does he also believe it was a ghost that killed them?" Xiao Chen inquired. "Brother Lu said that he has been a constable for decades and has yet to see what a ghost looks like," Lu Qinghua lamented. Observing Lu Qinghua's expression, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. "Lu Qinghua, what is that expression? Do you wish for a tale of love between a human and a ghost?" "A tale of love between a human and a ghost? Ha! What a splendid idea, Xiao Chen. You truly know how to have fun. Are you bored of humans and seeking to play with ghosts instead? However, if it were indeed a beautiful ghost, I wouldn't mind having a fleeting romance," Lu Qinghua said with a lewd grin. "Get lost. Have you even seen the corpses in the morgue? Do you wish to end up like them?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, exasperated, thinking of the corpses in the morgue. Lu Qinghua involuntarily shuddered, hastily shaking his head. Let's forget that. I haven't lived enough yet. It's better to avoid reckless actions. We only have one life. And if we play too hard, we only harm ourselves. Xiao Chen picked up another bun, munching on it casually. In the span of a brief moment, he had devoured more than half of the 10 buns in the basket. It was only then that Lu Qinghua noticed with astonishment how much Xiao Chen could eat. Aren't you afraid of overstuffing yourself? Lu Qinghua asked, eyeing Xiao Chen's flat stomach with suspicion. I've had enough. The rest is for you, Xiao Chen replied, not bothering to explain further as he handed the remaining buns to Lu Qinghua and made his way towards the door. That's splendid, I haven't eaten yet. Where are you going? Lu Qinghua said, taking a big bite of the bun. Naturally, I'm headed to Lord Li's residence. What if the ghost is real? I've never seen a ghost before. I can't miss out on such a rare event. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me, Lu Qinghua shouted, quickly running a few steps to catch up when the two arrived at the small square. The young constables of the quick response team had already gathered, awaiting Xiao Chen's departure with them. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the group of young constables eagerly shouted in unison, Head Constable Xiao. Their chorus of Head Constable Xiao instantly boosted Xiao Chen's reputation by over 20 points. If this could happen daily, it would indeed provide a stable and sustainable source of income. Good morning, brothers. Did you enjoy yourselves yesterday? Xiao Chen said with a smile. Playfully hearing this, the young constables awkwardly scratched their heads. For them, although they had visited the drunken immortal tower a few times, they had never truly ventured into a brothel. Thanks to Head Constable Xiao, we all had a splendid time, Xing Laolu replied with a chuckle. As long as you enjoyed yourselves, that's what matters. Now let us hurry up and set off. If you manage to catch a ghost for me this time, I'll treat you all to the drunken flower tower. What do you say? Xiao Chen smiled warmly. Chapter 21. A ghost worth 1,000 gold. Catching a ghost. One of the young constables could not help but exclaim, let us just forget about that. We might manage to catch a person, but who has the ability to catch a ghost? Upon hearing these words, the other young constables immediately deflated like punctured balloons. The earlier excitement dissipated in an instant. And they all appeared rather listless. Ji Xiao, what do you intend to do with the ghost? Are you planning to keep it as a pet? I've heard that the ghost in Lord Li's house is a female spirit. Aren't you afraid it will drain your vitality? One young constable said with a hint of mockery. I do want to keep one, but the crucial point is that you all must have the ability to catch one for me. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, just because we can't doesn't mean others can't. Chief Xiao, I know a Taoist priest with profound skills, perhaps he could help you catch a ghost. Another young constable chimed in eagerly. Is that so? That would be splendid. Tell that Taoist priest that if he can bring me a ghost, I shall reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. Xiao Chen said, his smile widening. Chief, are you serious about what you just said? The young constable asked again, a trace of doubt evident in his voice. Of course I am. There are so many witnesses here. If any one of you manages to bring me a ghost, I will indeed reward him 1,000 taels. What do you think? Xiao Chen continued, still smiling. Upon hearing this, the young constables became excited once more. After all, their monthly salary was merely 3 taels of silver, and 1,000 taels was a sum most of them could hardly dare to imagine, even if they spent their entire lives. If they truly could catch a ghost, what need would they have for their current roles as constables? The more they pondered, the more exhilarated they became. Chief, I think I have a peachwood sword at home. Let me go fetch it, one young constable declared before dashing out. Upon hearing this, the others quickly grasped the implication and also made excuses to leave, for there were other items effective against ghosts, such as boy's urine and black dog blood. As for their efficacy, that was a matter for another time. At least it represented a glimmer of hope. Who knew, perhaps they could indeed catch a ghost and become wealthy. Watching the group of young constables rush out, Xing Laolu sighed helplessly and chuckled bitterly. Having been a constable for decades, he had seen all kinds of cases, and encounters with ghostly affairs were not unfamiliar to him. However, most of these incidents were merely excuses to exploit and harm others under the guise of supernatural occurrences. Although he had warned the young constables, their innate fear of the supernatural made them unconsciously display signs of trepidation. It's the chief who has the way. Just moments ago they were all terrified at the thought of going to Lord Li's house, and now they're all as hyped as if they've been injected with adrenaline. Xing Laolu remarked, approaching Xiao Chen with admiration. Oh, you've noticed that, Xing Laolu? You're quite perceptive, Xiao Chen said, patting Xing Laolu on the shoulder. You flatter me, Chief. It's merely a bit of cleverness. It pales in comparison to your profound wisdom, Xing Laolu replied with a smile. What do you mean by that, Xiao Chen? Are you deceiving them? Lu Huaxing asked, somewhat perplexed. Silly, who said I was deceiving them? If they truly manage to catch the ghost from Li Changsong's house, I will indeed reward them with 1,000 taels, Xiao Chen said with a mischievous grin. Then what did you mean earlier? Lu Huaxing scratched his head, confused, still not getting it. You're really dense. Lao Lu, explain it to him, Xiao Chen said, giving Lu Huaxing a light smack on the head. Xing Lao Lu looked at Lu Huaxing and spoke earnestly. Young Lu, you should learn from Chief Xiao. His words carry two meanings. The first is to encourage those young men, helping them to dispel their fears. As the saying goes, people fear ghosts 3 parts. While ghosts fear people 7 parts. If one truly encounters a ghost, as long as they maintain their courage, ordinary spirits cannot harm them. Chief Xiao is merely using the promise of 1,000 taels to bolster their courage. Whether or not there is a real ghost in Li Changsong's house, they should have the bravery to face it. Chief Xiao is helping them. The second meaning is that Chief Xiao himself does not believe in ghosts. The 1,000 taels for capturing a ghost is just a jest. Of course, if they really do catch a ghost, Chief Xiao would not go back on his word. After finishing, Xing Laolu turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "Did I get that right, Chief?" Indeed, that is precisely my intent. Lu Huaxing, have you understood? In the future, when faced with situations, think a bit more. Don't spend all your time just pondering matters of the flesh. Xiao Chen declared, striking a pose of profound wisdom. Though he spoke in such a manner, Xiao Chen was fully aware that he had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to catch a ghost to validate his own suspicions. So that's the deeper meaning. Xiao Chen, I've noticed you've become significantly more astute. Truly, 3 days' absence brings new perspective. Have you consumed some miraculous elixir recently? Lu Huaxing gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Disbelief written across his face. Want to know? Come here, and I shall tell you. Xiao Chen beckoned. Lu Huaxing nodded enthusiastically and rushed over, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Chen rubbed his hands together for a while before producing a clump of dirt no larger than a grain of rice. He placed the dirt in Lu Huaxing's hand and said earnestly, "This is the 9-turn soul recovery pill from the Supreme Old Lord. Once consumed, it will grant you a heart of exquisite clarity, allowing you to become as clever as I am." Lu Huaxing tossed the clump of dirt aside, his face contorted with disdain. Do you really think I'm foolish? This is clearly just dirt you rubbed off yourself. Yet you claim it to be a 9-turn soul recovery pill. Why don't you try it yourself? Xiao Chen sighed, disappointment etched on his face. He looked at Lu Huaxing and shook his head. Alas, since you do not believe, there is nothing I can do. If you cannot seize such a fortuitous opportunity, you might as well remain an ordinary person. As Xiao Chen spoke, he patted Lu Huaxing's shoulder, his demeanor akin to that of someone caring for a simpleton. After that, he ignored Lu Huaxing and turned to Xing Laolu. Laolu, let us go. We should first investigate what we can find at Li Changsong's house. Alright, Chief, wait a moment. I will go fetch your horse, Xing Laolu replied, swiftly heading towards the stable. Xiao Chen nodded lightly and then took the lead to stride towards the entrance of the yamen. While Lu Huaxing gazed at Xiao Chen with skepticism before glancing at the dirt he had cast aside, hesitating as to whether he should pick it up, Lu Huaxing surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one paying attention, quickly retrieved the dirt. This scene happened to be observed by Xing Laolu, who could not help but twitch his cheek slightly when Lu Huaxing noticed that Xing Laolu was approaching. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Laolu, do you think this 9-turn soul recovery pill is real?" Hearing this, Xing Laolu rolled his eyes and, after clearing his throat a couple of times, replied, "Why don't you just try eating it? It won't kill you. Who knows, you might actually grow a heart of exquisite clarity." Chapter 22, The Li family in the east of the city. After Xing Laolu finished speaking, he led the red horse out of the gate. Outside the county office, Xiao Chen had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xing Laolu leading out the chestnut horse, he expressed his gratitude and mounted the horse, heading towards the Li family in the east of the city. The Li family in the east of the city was one of the prominent households in Haiyang City. The head of the family, Li Changsong, was in his 50s, and his family had been known for their scholarly pursuits for generations, making the Li family the largest landowner in Haiyang County. Additionally, the Li family operated the largest distillery in Qinghe County, with their Qinghe wine being renowned far and wide. The wines served at the Xiao family tavern were always supplied by the Li family. Having been established for over a century, the Li family had a vast network of connections. In his youth, Li Changsong had a wide social circle, interacting with individuals from various walks of life, and the Li family also had some connections within the court. In terms of influence, the Li family was far stronger than the Xiao family. As fellow prominent households in Qinghe County, Xiao Chen was quite familiar with Li Changsong. In his childhood, he had even been classmates with Li Changsong's son, Li Yulin. However, while Li Yulin was an exemplary student, Xiao Chen was a typical scion of a wealthy family, and thus, the two had little in common. Therefore, Xiao Chen and Li Yulin were merely acquaintances. Given the Li family's status, it was unusual for them to report a haunting to the yamen. If there were indeed a ghost, they would naturally have the means to summon an exorcist. The Li family was immensely wealthy and would not be unable to afford such services. If there were no ghosts, the Li family had their own servants to guard the house, and common folk from the rivers and lakes were generally reluctant to approach such affluent families, indicating that the guards of the Li residence were not ordinary fighters. In families such as this one, it is customary for matters to be resolved independently long before reaching the authorities. Thus, the fact that this situation has escalated to the point of involving the officials suggests that something extraordinary is at play. "What is your perspective on this, Chief Xiao?" inquired Xing Laolu, his expression grave. "It is difficult to say. Given the Li family's power, it is unusual for them to trouble the officials. The fact that they have been pushed to such a state indicates that the forces behind this are undoubtedly formidable. The daily killings appear to be acts of vengeance, designed to instill terror within the Li household." Chief Zhao's reasoning is sound, yet one cannot help but wonder who is orchestrating this. To seek revenge in such a manner must stem from profound animosity, replied Laolu, nodding in agreement. "Perhaps, Xing Laolu, do you think there truly are ghosts in this world?" Xiaochen said in a somber tone. As he spoke, Xiaochen gazed up at the sky, his eyes unfocused, lost in contemplation. "Who can say for certain about the affairs of this world? While I cannot ascertain the existence of ghosts, in my years as a constable, I have only encountered those who feign supernatural prowess. I have yet to meet a genuine ghost," Xing Laolu remarked, his brow furrowed. "If that is the case, then the rumors of hauntings surrounding the Li family are likely the work of human hands," Xiaochen said, tinged with regret. "I share your sentiment," Laolu nodded. "Let us advise our brothers to exercise caution. The guards of the Li family are far superior to us constables. If they cannot manage the situation, our involvement would likely be futile." Xiaochen shook his head. "Do not worry. I will ensure the safety of our brethren," Laolu assured. "Indeed, I trust your judgment in this matter," Xiaochen responded before pausing to ask, "By the way, Laolu, may I inquire about something?" "Please, Chief, feel free to ask. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess," Laolu replied with a bow. "No need for such formality. It is hardly a grave matter. The land steward approached me today regarding the yearly contributions the Xiao family provides to the authorities." "You should be aware of this," Xiaochen said, maintaining his gaze on Laolu. Upon hearing this, Laolu glanced at Xiaochen awkwardly, inwardly cursing the land steward for divulging such information. "It seems you are aware. Please enlighten me about the specifics," Xiaochen urged. Perceiving that Laolu was privy to the details, Laolu pressed his lips together and began, "Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to conceal anything. This tale begins 3 years ago, when your father was still alive. On one occasion, he was having tea with the county magistrate and mentioned you. You know well what kind of person you were. And the magistrate suggested that you spend some time at the authorities to gain experience, to witness the harsh realities, and to temper your character." Your father acquiesced, and in gratitude for the magistrate's guidance, he pledged to provide an annual contribution to the authorities. "You are familiar with the subsequent events, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. So you are saying that my position has effectively supplanted yours?" Xiaochen said with a half-smile. "You jest, Chief. You are not a formal constable, so how could you have taken my place?" Laolu replied with a grin. "You are quite generous, even if I am merely acting in this capacity. I have still encroached upon your position. Do you not bear any resentment?" Xiaochen remarked. "How could I harbor resentment towards you, Chief? I am grateful to you for your support," Laolu responded with a sycophantic smile. "Grateful for what? My father has certainly not withheld any favors from you. Pray tell, what benefits have been bestowed upon you?" Xiaochen asked with a laugh. "Well, it's not much. The house I currently reside in was given to me by your father. He stated that as long as you are at the authorities, I would protect you for 3 years. After 3 years, regardless of your circumstances, you will exit the authorities, and at that time, the house will become mine." Laolu explained, eager to please. "3 years, you say? I see," murmured Xiaochen to himself. "With 3 years as the term, and this year being the 3rd, it seems peculiar that the land steward still seeks contributions. This may be a test of sorts, however. It is unclear whose idea this is." Xiaochen did not dwell on the matter further and continued, "My father cannot be so stingy. Is there anything else? Additionally, your father promised that during these 3 years, I would receive a monthly stipend." Laolu spoke slowly. That seems reasonable. How much exactly does my father intend to provide you each month?" Xiaochen inquired, full of curiosity. "It is not an annual amount, but rather a monthly sum of this figure," Laolu said, seemingly embarrassed as he extended a single finger. 100 taels. "My father is essentially purchasing your life." Xiaochen exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. "Oh, my dear Chief, do you truly think I am worth 100 taels? Laolu replied with a wry smile. "Worthy of that sum, if it were truly 100 taels? I suspect our county magistrate would not let you off so easily. Surely it cannot be just one tale. Shao Chen shook his head. You are indeed a perceptive man, Chief. If it were 100 tales, I would not dare accept it. Your father agreed to provide me with 10 taels each month, primarily to ensure your safety. Should I suffer injury as a result, the Shao household will cover the medical expenses. Lalu clarified, that does indeed align with my father's character. You are quite fortunate, Lalu. In your previous position, you were receiving 2 salaries. Shao Chen teased, chuckling. It is all thanks to your favor, Chief, that I am able to enjoy such fortune. I possess no other talents, but I vow to repay you with my life. As long as I Xing Laolu draw breath, I shall ensure that you, Shao Chen, remain unharmed in any way. Lalio's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Over these past 3 years, I have been deeply indebted to you, Brother Lu, and I express my sincere gratitude to you, Shao Chen said, bowing deeply in earnest appreciation. There is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Simply call me Lalu, it sounds more pleasant, Lalu replied hastily. As the two conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the threshold of the Li family estate. Chapter 23, the female ghost of the Li family is a prominent family in Qinghe County. The Li residence is certainly not comparable to those of ordinary households. Guarding the entrance are 2 imposing stone lions, adding an air of majesty. A crimson door adorned with a gold plaque boldly displays the characters Li Fu. Rendered with a vigorous and masterful brushstroke, Shao Chen could not help but silently commend the calligrapher, who must undoubtedly be a master of the art. Upon arriving at the gates of the Li estate, Shao Chen and Xing Laolu informed the doorman of their purpose and were welcomed inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a broad stone pathway leading deep into the estate, flanked by lush trees and flourishing flowers. The path was alive with the melodies of chirping birds, enhancing the tranquility and serenity of the surroundings. As they walked along the stone path, they noticed the courtyard adorned with rugged rock formations. Clear pools of water and fish swimming freely surrounding the courtyard were intricately designed corridors, showcasing opulence and refinement. The pair traversed the courtyard and approached a grand hall. Within, the head of the Li family, Li Changsong, sat regally in the main seat, his robust physique and resolute countenance emanating an aura of authority. Shao Chen and Xing Laolu stepped forward to pay their respects, and Li Changsong nodded slightly, signaling for them to take a seat. Shao Chen, this incident is unusual. Why would the county magistrate send you here? Li Changsong inquired, his brow furrowed. Uncle Li, I am still a person of the authorities. Please do not underestimate my position, Shao Chen replied with a smile. You truly believe you are one of them? What position do you hold in the authorities, if you were indeed a constable? Your father would surely have been able to live longer, Li Changsong retorted with a glare. That would be fortuitous. If my father were alive, he could negotiate with the ghosts in your residence, saving us the trouble. Shao Chen maintained his playful demeanor. You rascal, you dare make light of your deceased father. Do you not fear his spirit visiting you at night? Li Changsong feigned anger. Of course I am afraid, yet I believe my father would not be so petty, Shao Chen replied, shaking his head. You do not believe in ghosts? Li Changsong questioned, his brow furrowing. Uncle Li, you are a learned man. As the saying goes, a scholar does not speak of strange forces, hence, I naturally believe in your wisdom, Shao Chen countered. Your ability to articulate this shows some growth. It seems your father's teachings have not been in vain, Li Changsong remarked, surprised as he regarded Shao Chen. You are aware of my situation as well. Shao Chen glanced at Li Changsong, offering a wry smile. I know your father's temperament all too well. How could I not? Given your father's pride, there is no way he would allow you to become a constable. Even if he disregards your future, he would not neglect that of his future grandchildren. Surely you understand that once you enter the ranks of officials, you cannot participate in the imperial examinations for 3 generations? Li Changsong said with exasperation. I am well aware. I do not intend to linger in the authorities for long. After all, my father has set a 3-year limit, and with the new year approaching, I will no longer need to remain once this year concludes, Shao Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, departing is wise. Associating with a group of constables seldom leads to success. Your father has likely planned subsequent arrangements for you after your 3 years of service. Heed his advice, Li Changsong advised. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Li. I understand, Shao Chen said, bowing once more. Very well, since you understand, you may return home. Matters of hauntings are not for you to engage in, Li Changsong instructed. Have Uncle Li, I merely wish to see what a ghost looks like. I assure you, I will not cause any trouble, Shao Chen declared. Did you not claim to disbelieve in ghosts? What is there to be curious about? Li Changsong queried. Precisely because I do not believe. I am curious, perhaps there truly are ghosts, Shao Chen replied with a smile. Li Changsong, upon hearing these words, could not help but furrow his brow. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. Since you were so curious, You may stay, however. Let me make one thing clear. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not blame me for not having warned you." Upon hearing Li Changsong's words, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly responded. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I assure you that I will not cause you any trouble." Li Changsong nodded and said, "That is good to know." He then turned to look at Xing Laolu and remarked, "Laolu, you have been working in the yamen for many years and have seen much. If anything happens, please look out for Xiao Chen." Xing Laolu promptly assured, "Rest assured, Master Li, I will take good care of Chief Xiao." Li Changsong merely nodded in response and did not elaborate further. Seeing this, Xing Laolu had no choice but to step aside. Given his position, he lacked the courage to press Li Changsong for more information if he chose not to speak. Xing Laolu approached Xiao Chen and gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling his intent. "Uncle Li, what exactly is happening in this house with the ghost? From what you just said, it seems there truly is a ghost." Xiao Chen inquired softly. Li Changsong cast a glance at Xing Laolu, sighed helplessly, and then addressed Xiao Chen. "Since you have asked, it would be unbecoming of me not to respond." Hearing this, Xiao Chen instinctively leaned forward, his excitement palpable, as if he could hardly wait to uncover the truth. Li Changsong, observing his enthusiasm, shook his head in resignation and continued, "The matter of the haunting is indeed peculiar. About a month ago, every night, I would hear inexplicable noises akin to footsteps or whispers. At first, I paid little mind to it. However, later on, various items in the house began to mysteriously shift positions, and on several occasions, I awoke in the dead of night to catch a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting across the room." Xiao Chen listened intently, pressing on with his inquiries. "What happened next, Uncle Li?" Li Changsong sighed again and elaborated, "Eventually, I summoned Taoists, monks, and spirit mediums, believing they could resolve the issue. Yet, to my surprise, upon their arrival, they all exhibited expressions of terror and left in haste. Muttering about the existence of genuine spirits. Following that, we began to witness fatalities in the household, with the deceased all being guards from the courtyard of Yulin. Due to excessive fright, Yulin has since been in a state of madness. Consequently, I reported the matter to the authorities. You have all seen the bodies, which perished as a result of having their life energy completely drained. Such a manner of death is reminiscent of the legends of ghosts committing murder." "Ha, Uncle Li, since you chose to report this, it seems you do not truly believe it to be a ghost, do you? If it were, these officials would be powerless to deal with such matters." Xiao Chen remarked with a smile, "You are quite clever indeed. I do not believe in ghosts. I, Li Changsong, have lived for many years and have encountered all sorts of bizarre happenings. A mere ghost cannot frighten me. Although I do not believe in ghosts, I find myself at a loss to apprehend the one responsible for this trickery. Thus, I must rely on you all. However, rest assured, I shall not let you toil in vain. Should you assist me in resolving this matter, there will be a substantial reward." Li Changsong promised. Chapter 24. Xiao Chen's speculation. Upon hearing that there was money to be made, Xing Laolu immediately perked up and turned his gaze toward Xiao Chen. His eyes brimming with eagerness, Xiao Chen pondered briefly before smiling and saying, "In that case, I shall extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers to Uncle Li for his generosity." While he spoke polite words, his mind was rife with suspicion, his brow furrowed, an expression of confusion crossing his face. In his memory, Li Changsong was not known for his generosity. Now, he was proactively offering a reward, which undoubtedly raised red flags. Nevertheless, since Li Changsong had already spoken, Xiao Chen felt compelled to comply. At such a time, to express opposition would risk inciting resentment from the subordinate officers, even if he was merely acting as the interim chief. It was only fair that the brothers in the yamen were not toiling in vain. Li Changsong smiled and said, "It is only right." Xiao Chen deliberated for a moment, then responded, "Uncle Li, would you mind if we stayed tonight to observe? Perhaps we might uncover some clues." Li Changsong frowned and replied, "That is acceptable, but Xiao Chen, while I have agreed to let you stay, you must exercise caution. If anything were to happen to you in my household, I would find it difficult to explain to your deceased father." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, patting his chest in assurance, "Do not worry, Uncle Li, I will protect myself and not cause you any trouble." Xiao Chen understood the implications behind Li Changsong's words. His status was different from that of the other junior officers. Should something happen to them, compensation would suffice. However, if any misfortune befell him, the Xiao family would certainly not let the matter rest lightly. "As long as you understand," Li Changsong replied with a nod. He felt no need to conceal his intentions from someone like Xiao Chen, a wayward youth. Although he spoke politely, he secretly found Xiao Chen a nuisance. Xiao Chen was unconcerned with Li Changsong's thoughts. Given the haunting at Li's residence, it was imperative to ascertain whether the ghost was real or merely a fabrication, as this would significantly affect future plans. If it were indeed a ghost, he would need to contemplate how to navigate the situation. Upon learning of the haunting, Xiao Chen had already exchanged for the skill of restraining spirits, a means to deal with such entities. What could be more convenient than that? By expending prestige points to enhance his physical abilities, acquiring this skill would not pose a challenge even at a rudimentary level. This skill would suffice to handle the current predicament. Uncle Li, let us first check on Brother Yulin and also investigate the scene. Is the backyard accessible? Xiao Chen inquired. Li Changsong hesitated for a moment before furrowing his brow and stating, "Very well, you are familiar with my estate. Feel free to explore as you wish." "Thank you, Uncle Li, please continue with your affairs. I will take Lao Lu to have a look around," Xiao Chen said. Rising and performing a respectful bow before leading Xing Lao Lu out of the hall, after walking a short distance, Xing Lao Lu remarked, "Master Li is indeed generous, allowing us to roam freely in the estate without assigning anyone to accompany us." "Humph, generous? You are mistaken. The absence of a chaperone is not an act of generosity but rather a fear of the servants spreading rumors. Did you not notice that after our arrival, Li Changsong sent all the servants away?" Xiao Chen replied with a cold smile. "The implication is that this incident is far more complex than it appears." Xing Lao Lu mused, "Not allowing us to interact with the servants is to conceal information." "Indeed, that is one reason," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "One reason? Are there other reasons?" Xing Lao Lu inquired. "Another reason is that Li Changsong fears scaring off the help of the substantial reward is merely a means to keep you enticed. He knows this money is hard-earned. Moreover, did you notice how his gaze flickered and his body trembled slightly when he mentioned the haunting?" Xiao Chen commented with a faint smile. "Something does seem amiss." "So you mean to say that although Li Changsong claims not to believe in ghosts, he secretly harbors doubts about the reality of the haunting?" Xing Lao Lu frowned. "Not only does he believe the ghost is real, but he also suspects that it seeks vengeance," Xiao Chen replied with a cold chuckle. Before Xing Lao Lu could respond, Xiao Chen continued, "What perplexes me is that if Li Changsong is convinced of the haunting's authenticity, why then would he seek our assistance? What could he possibly require from us, the lowly officers? Indeed, if it truly is a haunting, what role can we play? If the ghost is seeking vengeance, who would it target? Li Changsong is a well-known philanthropist in Xinghe County. Such a person ought not to have made enemies." Xing Lao Lu questioned, his face filled with confusion. "Ha, a philanthropist? Do you truly believe that, Lao Lu?" Xiao Chen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I cannot say whether Li Changsong is a philanthropist, but I am certain that this matter is intricately tied to Li Yulin." "You imply that the ghost is seeking revenge against Li Yulin?" Xing Lao Lu pondered. "Whether that is the case will be revealed tonight." Xiao Chen smiled, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. "This affair is becoming increasingly intriguing. Li Yulin, you esteemed scholar, I eagerly await the surprises you have in store for me." A cryptic smile played upon Xiao Chen's lips. "Chief, wait a moment. I shall inquire about what kind of surprises we might expect," Xing Lao Lu said, hastening a few steps to detain a passing servant. The servant, upon noticing Xing Lao Lu's official garb, immediately turned pale with fright. Attempting to flee, he found himself unable to break free from Xing Lao Lu's grip and could only plead with a mournful expression, "Sir, please spare me. I know nothing." Xing Lao Lu furrowed his brow and impatiently remarked, "Enough with the nonsense. I haven't even asked yet. How do you know what I wish to inquire about? You surely do not know." As he spoke, he handed a small silver coin to the servant, then continued, "Now tell me about your young master. That he hasn't he truly lost his mind from fright, has he?" The servant glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and lowered his voice, saying, "Sir, if you were to inquire about something else, I might know a bit, but if it's about the young master, even if you were to beat me, I wouldn't dare say a word." Saying this, the servant pushed the silver coin back, suddenly breaking free from Xing Lao Lu's grasp, and dashed away. Watching the servant's receding figure, Xing Lao Lu tossed the silver coin in his hand and chuckled. Refusing silver, the discipline in the Li residence is indeed quite strict. It's not that the Li residence is strict, rather, he dares not accept your money. If he takes it, a body would surely appear in the coroner's office by tomorrow. Xiao Chen remarked leisurely. "Head, it seems you were indeed correct. The servants of the Li residence have been sworn to silence." Xing Lao Lu nodded in agreement. "This is inevitable. Let us go. There is nothing more to see here." Xiao Chen stated, turning to leave through the main gate ahead. "Are we not going to visit young Master Li?" Xing Lao Lu asked, somewhat perplexed. "There is no need. You saw the servant's reaction. We are unlikely to extract any information." "It appears we can only consult the spirits," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "Consult spirits? Head, you possess such a skill?" Xing Lao Lu inquired in astonishment. "If it were true spirits, I indeed possess that ability." Xiao Chen chuckled softly, noticing the skepticism in Xing Lao Lu's eyes. He continued, "If I truly had the ability to capture spirits, would I need to expend a fortune to seek them? What if they were false spirits? Xing Lao Lu pressed on. If they are false spirits, then it naturally depends on your capabilities. Do you expect me to handle it personally? Xiao Chen retorted with a hint of annoyance. Then there is no need. If they are indeed false spirits, it would suffice for the head to observe from the sidelines, Xing Lao Lu replied with a smile, despite Xiao Chen's apparent transformation in demeanor over the past few days. The essence of martial prowess cannot be significantly enhanced overnight. If Xiao Chen were still to charge recklessly as before, he would surely be delivering his own head. Let us return first to prepare some items. Regardless of whether they are true or false spirits, we must be fully prepared, and do bring out the crossbows, and also prepare a few more smoke bombs, Xiao Chen instructed, allowing Xing Lao Lu to head back for preparations. Chapter 25, The Exchange of Spirit Binding and Command. The forthcoming events would have to await the cover of night for resolution. At that time, whether they were true or false spirits would be revealed through trial. The Xiao family was located in the eastern district, not far from the Li residence. Since they had arrived in the eastern city, Xiao Chen saw no need to return to the magistrate's office. With his 3-year term nearing its end after the new year, Xiao Chen, as the temporary head, would have to relinquish his position back to Xing Lao Lu. Mounting his chestnut horse, he galloped towards the Xiao residence. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's early return, Uncle Lu, the doorkeeper, hurried over to take the reins. Young master, why are you back so early today? Uncle Lu inquired. There have been reports of hauntings at Li Changsong's home. I went to have a look, Xiao Chen casually replied, then asked, Uncle Lu, is my second aunt home? The mistress left early this morning and has yet to return, Uncle Lu responded while leading the horse. Well, let me know when she returns, Xiao Chen instructed after a moment of contemplation. Of course, young master, I will ensure to inform you the moment the mistress comes back, Uncle Lu affirmed. Nodding, Xiao Chen proceeded to his courtyard. Regardless of whether the ghost at the Li residence was real or not, he needed to first refine his ability to bind spirits and command them, though Xiao Chen had only practiced the 6-volt celestial thief for a day. The total amount of qi within him was already comparable to that of a practitioner at the second level of postnatal training, and in terms of quality, his innate qi far surpassed postnatal true qi. There is a notable characteristic among martial artists. From the first to third levels of postnatal training, internal energy circulates within the body, enhancing its functions. From the fourth to sixth levels, internal energy can be attached to weapons, thereby augmenting their power. And from the 7th to the 9th levels, practitioners can project their internal energy outward, enabling long-range attacks. Thus, the 7th level serves as a watershed, where most martial artists find themselves stuck. Unable to advance further, for instance, Xing Lao Lu has been training in martial arts for over 30 years since childhood, yet remains trapped at the 4th level of postnatal training. This illustrates that becoming a master is no easy feat. Training in martial arts is not a simple endeavor, as the saying goes. The poor cultivate culture, the rich cultivate martial arts. Martial artists not only require substantial food intake but also cannot do without various nourishing medicinal dishes. Those grand sects charge several taels of silver for a bowl of medicinal broth for their disciples. Such extravagance is beyond the means of ordinary families. If ordinary martial practitioners face such challenges, the materials required for Xiao Chen's 6-volt celestial thief are even more precious. If he cannot find rarer substances to sustain his practice, Xiao Chen may ultimately tread the path of Ruan Feng. Fortunately, this is a high martial world where rare beasts and spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are not uncommon, completely avoiding the grim fate of becoming a meal. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xiao Chen instructed Aunt Wu to fetch a few turkeys. These turkeys are similar to the chickens of the previous world, only they are entirely crimson, boasting vibrant feathers, hence their name, since he intended to practice binding spirits and commanding them. He needed some animals for experimentation. Natural spirits are challenging to find, but postnatal spiritual entities are not difficult for one skilled in spirit binding. I in the realm beneath one Feng Xingtong had bound the soul of Wang Zizhong using the spirit binding technique. If Wang Zizhong's soul could be bound, then so too could others. Of course, Xiao Chen was not so cruel as to experiment on living humans. If living beings were off limits, then surely living poultry would suffice. After Aunt Wu departed, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and opened the system panel. At that moment, his reputation points had risen to 1898 and were still gradually increasing. Xiao Chen did not concern himself with the reputation value. Instead, he directly consumed 500 points to enhance his neural functions. As the reputation points burned away, he felt his mind clearer than ever before. Information regarding the spirit binding and commanding technique rapidly unfolded in his mind. With the aid of his enhanced cognitive abilities, Xiao Chen conducted a detailed analysis, deduction, and dissection of the spirit binding technique. Once he comprehended all aspects of the technique thoroughly, he began to practice it according to its prescribed methods. The knowledge transmitted by the system was derived from the insights of Feng Tianyang, the original practitioner. Although armed with this insight, Xiao Chen's mastery of the technique was on par with anyone else's. It remained Feng Tianyang's understanding, not his own. Unless Xiao Chen could fully transform this understanding into something uniquely his, he would forever be constrained by the limitations of his predecessors under normal circumstances. Mastering the spirit binding technique would take over a decade, but with the system's assistance, what would require 10 years for an ordinary person might only take Xiao Chen a minute to grasp. Such is the power of the system. After burning the reputation points, Xiao Chen's brain entered a state of hyperactivity, rapidly organizing all knowledge related to the spirit binding technique and elevating his understanding to an entirely new level. Upon discerning all the knowledge points of the technique, Xiao Chen commenced his training according to its methods. His mind raced, and his understanding of the spirit binding technique deepened continuously. He could distinctly feel the qi flowing within him. Operating in accordance with specific methods, constantly reinforcing his body and spirit. During this process, Xiao Chen's senses became extraordinarily acute. He could hear the faintest sounds around him, feel the gentle caress of the breeze, and even detect subtle changes in the air. His body instinctively performed certain movements as if engaging in a mysterious dialogue with the surrounding environment. His fingers danced lightly, as if playing a wondrous melody. Under the control of his supercharged mind, Xiao Chen quickly grasped the spirit binding technique. When Aunt Wu returned from the kitchen, she found Xiao Chen already waiting in the courtyard. At this moment, his brain remained in a hyperactive state. In such a state, his thoughts were exceptionally agile, with various ideas and inspirations flickering through his mind. His eyes were bright and sharp, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Aunt Wu, and she involuntarily shivered under his intense scrutiny. Cautiously, she asked, "Young master, are you all right?" "I am fine, you may leave now. Without my permission, do not allow anyone to enter." Xiao Chen replied in a flat tone, devoid of any emotional inflection. Aunt Wu hurriedly complied, placing the cage containing the turkeys down before quickly departing Xiao Chen's courtyard. Once she had left, Xiao Chen released the turkeys from their cage. The turkeys seemed to sense Xiao Chen's intentions and scattered in all directions within the courtyard. His gaze swept over the turkeys, seemingly searching for a suitable target. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a stone shot forth like a bullet. Piercing through one turkey's skull, Xiao Chen's gaze was firmly locked onto the lifeless turkey, sensing its vital essence gradually ebbing away. Chapter 26. The End of Techniques. At this moment, a faint ethereal glow flickered within Xiao Chen's eyes. He intently observed the deceased turkey, feeling the remnants of its life force slowly dissipating. Above the turkey, a spectral figure began to materialize, faint yet discernible. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted abruptly. Despite his brain being in a state of hyperfunction, with emotions suppressed to their lowest ebb, the emergence of the turkey's soul evoked a shiver down his spine. By the time he regained his composure, the turkey's soul had already transformed into specks of spiritual light that dispersed into the ether. Though he wished to intervene, it was already too late. However, Xiao Chen felt no profound sense of regret upon seeing this. He quickly shifted his focus to another turkey, flicking his fingers lightly, sending a stone whistling through the air, piercing the head of yet another turkey. This time, Xiao Chen remained vigilant, watching the turkey's body intently. When the ethereal soul manifested, he swiftly raised his hand, drawing the spectral figure of the turkey into his grasp. As Xiao Chen stared at the ghostly turkey soul in his hand, he could distinctly sense the fear emanating from it. Particularly when the turkey beheld Xiao Chen, that fear intensified exponentially. Releasing his control over the turkey's soul, the connection severed, and in its terror, the turkey's spirit began to fade gradually, observing the turkey transform into a wisp of spiritual light. Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The existence of the turkey's soul affirmed that souls were indeed real in this world. Could this indirectly validate the existence of the ghost within the Li Manor? If ghosts truly existed, it would necessitate a redefinition of this world. Although it remained unclear whether the ghost in the Li Manor was real, one thing Xiao Chen was entirely certain of was that this world was far more complex than merely a high martial arts realm. Just as he contemplated delving deeper into this thought, the countdown atop the Qianquan cauldron reached 0. In that instant, Xiao Chen's mind, which had functioned like a supercomputer, became sluggish. A wave of nausea and discomfort coursed through him. With the conclusion of the countdown, his emotions surged back to the surface. Enduring the physical unease, Xiao Chen struggled to restore his mental faculties to their normal state. He took a deep breath. Attempting to calm himself, after a while, clarity returned to his mind. This transition from hyperfunction to normalcy was not a new experience for Xiao Chen, yet it remained profoundly uncomfortable. He began to ponder his next course of action. Although he had confirmed the existence of souls, this did not guarantee the reality of the ghost in the Lee Manor. Proving this was not particularly challenging. All he needed to do was visit the Lee Manor at night to uncover the truth. However, as the hour was still early, Xiao Chen knew he must wait until evening. Despite his eagerness, summoning Aunt Wu, he pointed to the 2 deceased turkeys on the ground and stated, "Aunt Wu, I intend to have them for lunch." "Yes, young master, I shall take them to the kitchen right away and prepare a stew for you," Aunt Wu replied with a bow before carrying the 2 turkeys away. As Aunt Wu entered, Xiao Chen observed her intently, noting her subtle changes. Earlier, in his hyper-functional state, he had sensed that Aunt Wu was not an ordinary person. Upon seeing the 2 dead turkeys, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. But it quickly reverted to normalcy. Xiao Chen noted every detail. Upon re-evaluating Aunt Wu, he realized her movements were remarkably light, indicative of considerable cultivation. Over the years, the original persona had been utterly oblivious to this fact. Aunt Wu, possessing significant prowess, had feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person, which was rather intriguing. Aunt Wu had been arranged by Qin Simeng, and she could not be unaware of her own formidable skills. If she was cognizant of her capabilities, why then was she positioned so closely to him? Was it for protection or surveillance? The original persona was merely a wastrel, lacking anything worthy of monitoring. Thus, the probability of protection seemed more plausible. By this reasoning, it appeared that Qin Simeng's identity was anything but ordinary. For someone of such skill to willingly serve as a servant in this small county indicated she harbored grander ambitions. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen yearned to master his skills as swiftly as possible. However, before that, he needed to first grasp the Qi body source flow. Only this technique, lauded as the pinnacle of arts, could allow Xiao Chen to integrate various martial methods. Earlier, while practicing the spirit summoning technique, he had already detected a conflict between the 2 martial arts, though he ultimately succeeded in mastering it. It was only due to his hyper-functional state enabling him to identify their points of synergy. Regardless of the martial art, at its core, it involved utilizing qi to construct different operational states within the body. The effects achievable through various techniques were also diverse. If Xiao Chen aspired to cultivate the 6-volt celestial thief while simultaneously acquiring the effects of the golden light spell, the transformations of the reverse birth triple, and the capabilities of spirit summoning, then the sheer multitude of techniques, if practiced concurrently, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Only the Qi body source flow could unify and integrate these techniques, returning to their essence for further simulation. Much like the little imperceptible divine skill in demigods and semi-devils, which could replicate any martial art, often surpassing the original in potency, the Qi body source flow could also distill Qi into its most primal form, allowing for the simulation of any technique. Zhang Huai's final battle was exceedingly brutal. Every individual who perished at his hands met a different fate. This demonstrated that with mastery of the Qi body source flow, Zhang Huai could adeptly simulate techniques from any sect. Upon reviewing his remaining reputation points, exceeding 1,000, Xiao Chen unhesitatingly chose to exchange for the Qi body source flow. As the knowledge of this technique flooded into his mind, he gained profound insights into its myriad transformations. The system imparted not only the Qi body source flow's cultivation methods but also Zhang Huai's personal insights. Merely perusing the content of the Qi body source flow bestowed upon Xiao Chen an enlightening sensation akin to a sudden revelation. The earlier conflicts between the 6-volt celestial thief and spirit summoning, upon reviewing the Qi body source flow, led Xiao Chen to a newfound clarity. This technique truly deserved its reputation as the pinnacle of arts. Capable of directly addressing the essence of innate qi, without hesitation, Xiao Chen ignited another 500 reputation points, this time opting for a comprehensive enhancement of his physical capabilities. As his thoughts shifted, the qi within him began to operate according to the Qi body source flow's cultivation method. Xiao Chen quietly sensed the flow of innate qi within him. Without any need for deliberate guidance, this qi circulated autonomously within his body, growing stronger with each complete cycle. Throughout this process, Xiao Chen discerned a significant distinction between the Qi body source flow and other techniques. It was not merely a method of cultivation, it was a profound understanding and application of qi. With the aid of the Qi body source flow, Xiao Chen could delve deeper into the nature of qi, thereby simulating the characteristics of various techniques. As the innate qi flowed in accordance with the Qi body source flow's cultivation method, the originally pale blue qi within Xiao Chen gradually transformed into a pure white. Chapter 27, The Preparation of the Young Constable. As Xiao Chen's thoughts whirled, the innate qi within him first shifted to a pale blue, then morphed into black with mastery of the Qi body source flow. Xiao Chen could now simulate any technique he had learned. Experiencing this wondrous transformation, he found his control over qi becoming increasingly adept. He could effortlessly switch between various forms of qi and adjust the effects of techniques as needed. It could be said that as long as he mastered the qi body source flow, Xiao Chen could replicate any martial art in existence. This time, Xiao Chen chose to expend reputation points for a comprehensive enhancement of his physical functions. Thus, the 500 points would only yield a duration of 5 minutes. Although this time frame was considerably shorter than enhancing a single function, the corresponding side effects were notably diminished. Enhancing a single physical function would extend the duration but would disrupt the body's balance, leading to various rejection phenomena. This was the conclusion Xiao Chen had reached after his tests yesterday. As the countdown on the Qiankuan cauldron reached 0, Xiao Chen emerged from his cultivation state. Burning reputation points merely allowed him to grasp the qi body source flow more swiftly, yet this state could not be sustained indefinitely unless he possessed billions of reputation points to continue fueling it. Therefore, for the time being, he still needed to engage in regular cultivation. Fortunately, the 6-volt celestial thief he practiced could continuously enhance his strength simply through consumption. Reflecting on nourishment, Xiao Chen couldn't help but recall the restorative elixirs used by martial artists during their training. Possessing such items could significantly elevate his cultivation in a short span. He remembered that among the few shops he managed on behalf of his second aunt, one was a pharmacy, and he would need to find time to visit it. Preparing a high-energy medicinal dish would yield far more qi than ordinary food could convert. While musing over these matters, Xiao Chen's mouth did not cease moving. He had purchased numerous items at the market earlier that day. Placing them into his spatial backpack, it must be said that having a storage space is undeniably convenient. One can simply place food within it and indulge at their leisure, free from the prying eyes of others. Time flowed slowly as Xiao Chen indulged in his gluttony, and before long, the afternoon arrived. Xing Laolu arrived at Zhao's residence before darkness fell. Bantu, the brothers are all set. We should be on our way. Xing Laolu declared, hastening a few steps to Xiao Chen's side. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Xiao Chen inquired. Rest assured, Bantu, it's all ready, Xing Laolu assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Then let us proceed. We shall uncover whether this ghost is genuine or merely a fabrication, Xiao Chen remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am quite eager to encounter a real ghost. Xing Laolu said with a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together in excitement. As they conversed, they had already arrived outside the Xiao residence, where the eager young constables, who had gone out early to gather supplies, were now bubbling with enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Each of them held an assortment of peculiar items. Upon spotting Xiao Chen, they immediately surrounded him. Bantu, this is the money sword I specially sought from the Taoist temple. If we truly encounter a ghost, it will surely obliterate it, one young constable exclaimed, lifting the sword triumphantly above his head, his face beaming with pride. Fool, Bantu desires a live ghost. If you reduce it to ashes, what good will your 1,000 taels of silver be? Another constable retorted with a roll of his eyes, then turned to Xiao Chen with a grin. Bantu, this is a fishing net soaked in black dog blood. Should that ghost dare to reveal itself, we shall certainly capture it for you, another constable declared, shaking the net with enthusiasm. Bantu, look, this is our ancestral peachwood sword, a treasured artifact used to protect our home. Passed down through generations, with this sword, my family has never experienced any hauntings, a young constable said gravely, presenting the sword to Xiao Chen with great expectation. Enough, you little rascals, no need to introduce each item one by one. Do you think Bantu wouldn't recognize your trinkets? Xing Laolu interjected, sensing the crowd's eagerness. The group of young constables chuckled and stepped aside. Xiao Chen surveyed the eclectic assortment of items they had brought. Marveling at their diversity, his gaze was drawn to a long strip of fabric tinged with a hint of crimson. While he was familiar with the other items, he was curious about this particular piece. What is this? Is it also meant to deal with ghosts? Xiao Chen asked, intrigued. The young constable, upon realizing he was being questioned, hurriedly approached Xiao Chen, lifting the fabric with pride and a hint of mischief on his face. Bantu, this is a cloth pouch used by women during their monthly cycle. I specifically asked the elders, and it is said that malevolent spirits fear such unclean objects, he explained, waving the fabric as if it were a rare treasure. Before he could finish, the other young constables recoiled in disgust, their faces reflecting their aversion. That is a sanitary napkin, Xiao Chen exclaimed, his expression frozen in disbelief. At the same time, he quickly distanced himself, his face contorting as though he were experiencing a bout of constipation. Ijuzi, you are utterly revolting. You actually brought that? Where did you even get it? You didn't steal it from your mother. Did you? Xing Laolu remarked, retreating while pinching his nose. He, how could that be? I bought it from the Drunken Flower Building, the young constable dubbed Juzi replied with a smug grin. As he spoke, he attempted to inch closer to the other young constables, who promptly distanced themselves once more. What a stroke of bad luck, Juzi. Aren't you afraid of attracting misfortune by bringing that? You should toss it away, Xing Laolu admonished. Why throw it away? It might come in handy. Juzi retorted begrudgingly, all right, Xing Laolu, since he wishes to keep it, let him do so. You have all prepared so much. It truly isn't easy yet if you can capture a genuine ghost for me, I assure you. The promised 1,000 taels of silver will be yours, Xiaochen said with a smile. Bantu is formidable. The young constables cheered, their excitement surging at the prospect of the reward, having spent ample time with Xiaochen. They understood his character well. If he promised something, he would certainly deliver. Enough dawdling here, while the rest still light, let us head to the Li residence and set things up, Xing Laolu urged. Shaking his head, although he understood that a ghost was unlikely, he recognized the importance of maintaining the young constable's enthusiasm at that moment. The group responded affirmatively and hurried towards the Li residence. Xiaochen and Xing Laolu had already made arrangements earlier that morning, so upon their arrival, the gatekeeper did not impede their entry. Entering the Li residence, they followed the stone path directly to Li Yulin's courtyard. The recent disturbances had resulted in the deaths of 3 of Li Yulin's guards, and the ghost appeared to be targeting him specifically, leaving other servants unharmed. In truth, this detail made it evident that the ghost was likely summoned by Li Yulin himself. Chapter 28. The true intentions. Once they entered Li Yulin's small courtyard, the group sprang into action. Although they were seasoned constables, they were utterly clueless about capturing a ghost. Nevertheless, they relied on their creativity and enthusiasm to prepare an array of props and traps. Some constables scattered glutinous rice across the yard, others hung talismans on the door, while yet others set up statues and ritual implements. However, most of their preparations were based on local folklore, and they had no idea if any of it would truly be effective. Soon Li Yulin's courtyard transformed into a scene of chaos. The ground was strewn with glutinous rice, talismans adorned the door, and various statues and ritual implements cluttered the yard. The most eye-catching were the hemp ropes soaked in dog blood, intricately woven to form an enormous net that nearly covered the entire courtyard. Observing their setup, Xiaochen felt a slight twitch in his cheeks, recognizing the lengths to which these young constables had gone for the sake of the 1,000 taels. Deploying every conceivable item in a fervent display of determination. Li Changsong, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion, wore a look of exasperation. If these items were truly useful, he wouldn't have needed to wait for the constables to arrive. Xiaochen, it seems you will have quite the challenge tonight, Li Changsong remarked with a furrowed brow, a hint of concern in his voice. Uncle Li, you are too kind, this is merely our duty. Xiaochen replied quickly, donning a humble smile. Capturing humans is your duty, but capturing ghosts is not. I see my brothers have nearly finished their preparations. I have arranged some food for everyone. Let us eat something first. Li Changsong suggested. Then I must thank you, Uncle Li. Xiaochen expressed his gratitude before turning to Xing Laolu. Laolu, take the brothers to eat. Remember, no alcohol. Understood, Bantu. We'll head over now. Xing Laolu replied, pointing to several boxes nearby. By the way, Bantu, the items you requested are all prepared. Yes, I am aware, Xiaochen replied with a wave of his hand, after Xing Laolu led the others away. The courtyard fell silent once more, and Xiaochen's expression turned serious. Ever since Li Changsong entered, he had been keenly observing his demeanor, noting the disdain written across Li Changsong's face upon witnessing the constable's preparations. Uncle Li, what do you think of their setup? Xiaochen probed cautiously. Li Changsong sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. It's futile. If these methods were effective, I wouldn't have needed to call upon the constables. His face reflected a sense of helplessness. So, Uncle Li, you have already tried them, Xiaochen remarked, his brows knitting together in contemplation. If you know they are ineffective, why allow them to proceed with the preparations? He asked directly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Changsong, as if seeking answers within his eyes. After all, it's their goodwill. Even if I know it's pointless, it wouldn't be right for me to say too much. Li Changsong replied, his gaze flickering, seemingly avoiding direct eye contact with Xiaochen. Is that so? You are quite magnanimous, Uncle Li. Do you believe they can capture this ghost? Xiaochen asked solemnly. Perhaps, after all, with so many preparations, there's bound to be a possibility that one or two might prove effective. Li Changsong sighed deeply. Uncle Li, why resort to such empty words to deceive me? If these items were truly useful, we wouldn't be waiting for them to come here to flounder about. Xiaochen scoffed, his conviction unwavering. What you truly value is not their preparations, but rather the vitality they possess? Xiao Chen stated with a cold smile, his certainty palpable. Li Chang Song was taken aback by Xiao Chen's words, regarding him with astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that this young scion, whom he had consistently underestimated, possessed such keen insight. It seems I was right, wasn't I, Uncle Li? Xiao Chen said with a light-hearted chuckle. Xiao Chen spoke with an intentional emphasis on the name Li Bo, a hint of barely perceptible mockery gracing his features. Li Chang Song gazed at Xiao Chen with a complex expression, his brows slightly furrowed, revealing a flicker of inner turmoil in his eyes. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally spoke, his voice heavy with resignation. Sigh. Since you have already deduced the truth, there is no need for further concealment. Indeed, I wish to draw upon their abundant yang energy. They are all constables, naturally imbued with an air of authority. And being in their prime, their vitality is particularly vigorous. With such a gathering here, logically speaking, we should be able to confront that little ghost. Even if we cannot, it should serve as a deterrent. As he spoke, Li Chang Song's expression wavered, suggesting uncertainty about the efficacy of his plan. But what if their lives are lost in the process? Xiao Chen's gaze bore into Li Chang Song. His tone icy. Under Xiao Chen's unyielding stare, Li Chang Song felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His brow furrowed as he awkwardly stammered, I will naturally provide appropriate compensation, once lives are lost. What good is compensation? A cold smile flickered across Xiao Chen's face. Through the memories retained from his original self, Xiao Chen had long understood that in this martial world, the lives of ordinary people held little value. Yet, when confronted with this reality, he still felt a shiver of unease. Initially, Xiao Chen could not comprehend why, if Li Chang Song was convinced his home was haunted, he would report it and summon so many young constables. Now, he finally grasped that Li Chang Song intended to sacrifice these young constables to nourish the ghost, much like the 3 guards who had previously lost their lives in his household. Despite Li Chang Song's usual benign demeanor, when his thoughts turned sinister, it became genuinely chilling. Xiao Chen, I truly have no other choice. Besides, they may not necessarily perish. Lu Pozi has mentioned that the yang energy of youth is robust. Even if some is siphoned off with adequate rest, they should be fine. Li Chang Song explained. Your helplessness grants you the right to gamble with others' lives. Li Chang Song, do you truly believe there are no repercussions from the magistrate? You yourself have stated that death is not guaranteed, yet the risk remains. What then, if there are unforeseen casualties? Xiao Chen retorted coldly. You rest assured, should anything go awry, I will certainly offer corresponding compensation. Li Chang Song replied earnestly. Compensation? Li Chang Song, let us refrain from discussing such unrealistic notions. As their leader, I must be accountable for their lives. If you cannot provide a definitive compensation plan, I shall have no choice but to leave with my men. The air around them seemed to freeze as Xiao Chen spoke. Upon realizing Li Chang Song's true intentions, the scant respect Xiao Chen had harbored evaporated, and his demeanor turned frostier in his former life. Xiao Chen had heard far too many empty promises. There was no way he would still believe Li Chang Song's deceitful words. As night fell, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, the remnants of the sunset casting a long shadow of Xiao Chen. Chapter 29, The Cannibalistic World. Li Chang Song stared intently at Xiao Chen, and without realizing it, he was subdued by the aura emanating from him, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Li Chang Song finally processed that Xiao Chen intended to leave. No, you cannot go. I have made arrangements with the county magistrate. You must remain here tonight. Li Chang Song stepped in front of Xiao Chen. The county magistrate, since you have made arrangements with him. Let him guard this place. Xiao Chen replied with a cold laugh, dismissing the matter. Hearing this, Li Chang Song's expression betrayed clear panic. Xiao Chen was notorious for his reckless behavior. It was entirely possible he would act on such threats. As darkness descended, if these young constables were to abandon Li's residence, they would be ill-prepared should the ghost reappear at night. Li Chang Song fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, a sudden glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen, you are quite formidable. With just a few words, you have forced me into such a predicament. It seems everyone has underestimated you. Li Bobo has overpraised me. I merely speak the truth. Xiao Chen replied, donning a mask of submission, as if his earlier firmness had never existed. The Li and Xiao families had extensive business dealings, and Xiao Chen wished to avoid a complete rupture with Li Chang Song. For their intertwined interests were quite complex. Moreover, as prominent figures in Qinghe, it was not advantageous for either party to create unnecessary strife. Li Chang Song, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, couldn't help but smile and, with a probing tone, asked, what is the purpose of this sudden display? Nothing much, merely seeking some assurance for my brothers. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you, Li Bobo? Xiao Chen responded with a smile. I thought it was a matter of great importance. Just say how much you need, and cut out the theatrics. Li Chang Song chided lightly. Xiao Chen raised a finger, fixing his gaze on Li Chang Song. 1,000 taels, why not say so earlier, is such a sum worth all this fuss? Li Changsong rolled his eyes, exasperated upon hearing that Li Changsong was offering only 100 taels. Xiao Chen's expression darkened, and he ceased to engage in further meaningless banter, rising to leave. Seeing Xiao Chen's intention to depart, Li Changsong quickly blocked his path, a smile plastered on his face. Nephew, why get angry? I was merely jesting. How about 1,000 taels? If you help me resolve this ghostly disturbance, I will provide you with the amount immediately after the fact. In that case, you may keep that 1,000 taels for yourself. Li Bobo, we shall part ways here, perhaps never to meet again. A cold smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he resolutely turned, deftly sidestepping Li Changsong, and began to walk toward the gate. As Xiao Chen receded into the distance, Li Changsong's expression shifted multiple times, his mind racing with calculations of gain and lost. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Chen had already reached the door. As Xiao Chen's figure began to fade from view, Li Changsong called out urgently, Xiao Chen, nephew, wait. I shall fetch the silver notes for you, then I thank you. Li Bobo, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Xiao Chen's soul, having originated from the modern era, was well acquainted with empty promises devoid of tangible guarantees. Such occurrences were all too common in the society he once inhabited. He had long since grown skeptical, developing a habit of not readily trusting others' verbal assurances. You're quite cautious, nephew. Are you worried I might renege on my word? Li Changsong approached Xiao Chen, a barely perceptible hint of irritation on his face. Not at all, it's merely that this is a matter of my brother's lives. It is far more reassuring to hold it in hand than rely on promises, which in no way reflects a lack of trust in you. Li Bobo, Xiao Chen responded with a smile, such flattering words, yet ultimately, it is still distrust. Li Changsong scoffed. At this, Xiao Chen's expression turned steely, and he looked at Li Changsong with a cold smile. Do you not find your words amusing, Li Bobo? If we speak of trust, you once trusted us, yet the reasons behind the disturbances in your residence remain a mystery to us. Moreover, your motives in summoning so many constables to your home are far from pure. What face do you have left to demand our trust? Li Changsong found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening. After a moment of silence, he finally conceded, very well, I shall not hold this against you. I will retrieve the silver notes for you now. With that, Li Changsong turned and headed back inside. Xiao Chen stood quietly, his face betraying no particular emotion, yet his heart churned with tumultuous thoughts. This world was far more ruthless than he had previously imagined. Li Changsong was merely a local tycoon, yet he dared conspire with the magistrate to manipulate so many constables. It could be said that the moment these young constables entered Li's residence, their fates had already been bartered to Li Changsong by the magistrate, rendering their lives utterly inconsequential in the eyes of the magistrate. As Xiao Chen remained rooted in place, his mind raced with countless thoughts. He was uncertain whether this scheme was solely the magistrate's idea or if his uncle, the actual county magistrate, was complicit as well. Shaking his head, he resolved to think no more, to avoid becoming a pawn. One must possess the ability to leap from the chessboard. Contemplating these matters now would yield little benefit. As Xiao Chen pondered, Li Changsong returned with a stack of silver notes, presenting them to Xiao Chen. Here is 1,000 taels, accepted. Xiao Chen accepted the notes, counting them carefully before nodding in acknowledgement. Li Bobo is indeed prompt. Regarding the matter of the haunting within the mansion, we shall certainly exert our utmost efforts. Li Changsong let out a light snort and remarked, I hope you can truly resolve this. Do not let this old man down. Xiao Chen smiled gently and replied, rest assured, Uncle Li, we shall do our utmost. However, I kindly ask you to keep a close watch on the people within the mansion. It is late at night. Please do not allow them to roam about indiscriminately, for if anything were to happen, you cannot hold us accountable. Li Changsong furrowed his brows and stated, this old man will naturally ensure that everyone in the mansion is properly restrained. Xiao Chen nodded, then turned and re-entered Li Yulin's courtyard. As Li Changsong observed their retreating figures, he pondered over Xiao Chen's earlier words. Once back in the courtyard, Xiao Chen opened the box that Xing Laolu had prepared for him. Inside the box were a bronze mirror, a torch, a bamboo tube fashioned into a water-spraying device, and a bag of steel balls. These had been specially prepared at Xiao Chen's request. To unleash the true power of the finger snap technique, these specially crafted steel balls were essential. Xiao Chen picked up one of the steel balls, rolling it thoughtfully in his hand, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. He mused to himself about when he might learn the art of divine mechanisms. For with that knowledge, he could forge his own weapons. Taking out the bronze mirror, he ignited a torch, adjusting its angle to catch the light, as if devising some strategy in his mind. After meticulously preparing everything, Xiao Chen sat quietly in the courtyard awaiting the return of the small constables. Before long, the small constables, led by Xing Laolu, returned to Li Yulin's courtyard. Noticing the group had returned, Xiao Chen slowly rose from his chair. Xing Laolu hurried a few steps forward and said, "Captain Xiao, the brothers have all returned." Chapter 30. Xiao Chen is a good man. Xiao Chen responded with a soft hum, then placed a stack of silver notes into Xing Laolu's hands. Puzzled, Xing Laolu inquired, "Captain Xiao, what do you mean by this? This is money to buy your lives. I have taken the liberty of retrieving it for you." Xiao Chen sighed. Upon hearing this, the small constables were taken aback. Unable to comprehend the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words, Xing Laolu, glancing around, understood the deeper implication behind Xiao Chen's statement. "You mean to say that Li Changsong summoned us to the mansion with ulterior motives?" Xing Laolu asked with a frown. "Indeed, he seeks to use the authority of the government and the vitality emanating from you all to intimidate the ghost haunting the Li mansion." Xiao Chen disclosed, revealing all he knew without reservation. "But what if we cannot suppress it?" Xing Laolu questioned hesitantly. "Then, it will cost you your lives," Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. Xing Laolu's expression darkened instantly. His mouth agape as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the group, noticing their faces bore signs of anger but lacked any profound outrage. He realized they had likely grown accustomed to such matters long ago. Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly and let out a soft sigh, a sound imbued with complex emotions, helplessness, sentimentality, and a hint of barely perceptible resignation. He then stood there, calm and composed, choosing not to speak further. He had no desire to be a sage capable of purging the world of its ills. His only responsibility was to safeguard his own well-being. And if he had any strength left, to protect the safety of those around him. Do not take this too seriously. I offer you a choice. Anyone who wishes to withdraw may do so now." Xiao Chen said gently. After making this declaration, he returned to his recliner, quietly awaiting their responses. The small constables turned their gazes towards Xing Laolu, hoping he would provide some guidance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xing Laolu spoke up. "I understand Captain's good intentions, but have you considered that while we may evade this momentarily, we cannot escape it indefinitely? The world is as it is, and it is not something that we ordinary constables can change." "Indeed, what can we truly change?" Xiao Chen sighed softly. "Captain, Xing Laolu began, but before he could finish, Xiao Chen raised his hand to halt his words, continuing, "I already know your choice. There is no need for further discussion." The constables exchanged glances filled with unease. At that moment, a timid young constable spoke up. "Captain, what are we supposed to do?" "Just protect yourselves. In this world, nothing is more important than staying alive," Xiao Chen replied. Shaking his head, the others nodded in agreement. Observing Xiao Chen's somber demeanor, they quietly dispersed, no longer wishing to disturb him. After moving a short distance away, they could not help but engage in hushed discussions. "There is no need for concern, Captain. We have long since grown accustomed to this. Those in power have never truly valued our lives," Xing Laolu remarked softly as he approached Xiao Chen. "Old Lu, I am fine. I simply had a moment of foolishness." Xiao Chen waved his hand, responding, "Foolishness? What do you mean, Captain?" Xing Laolu asked in confusion. Xiao Chen composed himself, then smiled lightly, saying, "It means I was being silly." "You are not foolish, Captain. You were simply too kind, Captain. You are a good person, and on behalf of the brothers, I thank you," Xing Laolu said, bowing deeply. "Old Lu, please do not say that. I do not wish to be seen as a good person." Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head with a laugh. In his original world, the term good person had seemingly transformed into an insult over time. Xiao Chen chose not to dwell on this sentiment. Instead, gesturing for Xing Laolu to return to his duties while he began to quietly contemplate his future plans. Today, Li Changsong's actions had once again sounded an alarm within Xiao Chen. This was no longer a society governed by law, where life was merely a bargaining chip. To live freely and unencumbered, one must possess sufficient strength. Without power, there would be countless constraints and bindings. Only with strength could one act autonomously, thus attaining a liberated existence. As Xiao Chen fell into deep thought, the night descended like a vast inky curtain from the heavens, gradually enveloping the Li mansion in a silence that seemed capable of consuming all. Devoid of any sound, suddenly a chilling laughter echoed from a hidden corner, and upon hearing it, Xiao Chen felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly. Despite having learned to summon spirits, facing such an unknown entity still instilled a sense of dread. A primal reaction beyond his control, the small constables, alerted by the sound, immediately sat up, scanning their surroundings for the source of the noise. "Everyone, be cautious. The ghost has appeared," Xing Laolu intoned gravely. As he spoke, he had already moved to Xiao Chen's side, for ensuring Xiao Chen's safety was his paramount duty. While others might encounter peril, Xiao Chen absolutely could not. The small constables remained vigilant, yet at that moment, A figure clad in a flowing white garment suddenly materialized in the dim air, her skirt billowing gently in the wind as if she might float away at any moment. Her face was devoid of color. Appearing almost ethereal, she manifested slowly in the air, her movements soft and eerie, akin to a feather drifting down. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, each strand dancing in the air. Her eyes were a haunting crimson, blood-red and striking, with 2 trails of blood tears flowing down her cheeks, leaving dark, haunting stains upon her ghostly pallor, every subtle detail revealing her eerie and terrifying visage. At that moment, the entire scene felt suffocated by a shroud of ominous energy, oppressive to the point of near suffocation. All gazes widened in shock and bewilderment, fixated on this horrifying spectacle, their minds rendered utterly blank. Chapter 31. The appearance of the female ghost. Time seemed to stand still, as everyone remained frozen in place, their faces etched with astonishment. Just then, a sudden sneeze broke the eerie silence, and all turned to the source of the sound. Their expressions filled with confusion. It was Xiao Chun, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, appearing as if he had been choked. Feeling the weight of their stares, Xiao Chun sheepishly scratched his head and awkwardly remarked, "That young lady, your makeup is a bit too heavy. The scent is rather overpowering, and I simply couldn't hold back." As he spoke, he gently rubbed his nose with his left hand, seemingly unable to tolerate the aroma. Yet, no one noticed that as Xiao Chen spoke, a faint glow emanated from his right palm, which was directed toward the female ghost. When Xiao Chen's words emerged, they resounded like a thunderclap, abruptly drawing everyone back to reality. His meaning was unmistakably clear. Why would a ghost need to adorn itself with rouge? Only a human would dare to step out wearing such thick makeup. The young constables were momentarily taken aback. But soon realization dawned upon them, and their gazes converged upon the woman, whose face was heavily coated in makeup, prompting an involuntary wave of laughter to erupt. Initially, the laughter was somewhat restrained, but it quickly cascaded forth like a flood breaching its dam, filling the air with joyous mirth, dispelling the previous atmosphere of dread and gloom that had seemed to weigh upon their hearts. Each face bore a look of relief, as if the harrowing experiences they had just endured were nothing more than an illusory nightmare. Matters pertaining to ghosts and spirits were inherently beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, and fear was an inevitable response. After all, it was an unknown realm, one that inspired both reverence and trepidation. Yet, if the entity before them was merely human, the situation transformed entirely. Humans were familiar and comprehensible, thus stripping away the need for fear. The woman was first taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mouth agape, and her body froze momentarily as she stared blankly at the raucous crowd. Gradually, her expression shifted to one of indignation, her brows knitted tightly, complexion flushed, teeth clenched against her lower lip, her breath quickening. After days of tumult at the Li residence, where everyone had believed her to be a ghost, it was this man who had so effortlessly unveiled her disguise. Perhaps, in her subconscious, she too recognized the excessive makeup she wore. Rendering her unable to immediately retort against Xiao Chen's remarks, her gaze turned to Xiao Chun, brimming with venomous resentment, her eyes narrowing as they glinted with indignation. Her body trembled slightly, and she raised a hand. Pointing her finger at him, "You shall die," she hissed, her voice low and raspy, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. As she spoke, a cloud of white mist suddenly swirled around her, enveloping her in an ethereal haze, making her figure flicker like a phantom. In an instant, she appeared beside Xiao Chun with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of white lightning. Xiao Chun felt the air around him grow colder, as if her presence had summoned an eerie chill. Her movements were disconcertingly swift, one hand resembling an eagle's claw, curved with sharp nails glistening ominously, hurtling toward Xiao Chen's throat with a fierce gust of wind. The air seemed to tear apart in her wake, emitting a piercing whistle. In the blink of an eye, the woman had already reached Xiao Chen's side. Old Sixing barely had time to react. Instinctively shouting, "Be careful, Captain," his voice was laced with urgency, his face a mask of shock, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Chen displayed no hint of panic. As he regarded the advancing woman, he calmly replied, "My lady, why resort to anger? Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this instead. Everything can be negotiated." Throughout his speech, his expression remained impassive, though a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his slightly narrowed eyes. With a composed gesture, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a jet of dark energy toward the woman. The speed of the dark projectile was staggering, akin to a black comet, reaching her in an instant and drawing a straight line through the air. Startled, the woman realized that the dark energy was aimed at her throat. If she pressed forward to attack, she could indeed strike down Xiao Chen, but she would also be pierced by the very projectile. Such a mutually destructive approach was clearly not her intention. She withdrew her hand and twisted her body in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the lethal strike, just as she exhaled in relief. 2 more dark projectiles shot forth, one aimed directly at her heart, the other targeting her brow. The speed of these projectiles was breathtaking, resembling black meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon her. Her expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated such tenacity from him. In a moment of desperation, she twisted her form again, as supple as a willow in the wind, narrowly avoiding the projectile aimed at her heart. However, the one targeting her brow was too swift. She only had time to tilt her head slightly, and the dark energy grazed her cheek, leaving a streak of blood. After narrowly escaping this assault, the woman distanced herself from Shao Chun, casting a glance that now held a tinge of fear. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, an onslaught of dark projectiles descended upon her like a torrential downpour, each imbued with lethal intent, sealing off all avenues of escape. Gritting her teeth, she waved her hands, conjuring a web of light in an attempt to fend off the relentless barrage. However, the force of the dark projectiles was overwhelming, each impact sending her reeling. While she struggled to defend herself, she also searched for a way out. Shao Chun watched coldly from a distance, his hands ablur as he continued to launch steel beads in rapid succession. The beads whistled through the air, glinting with a chilling light, raining down upon the woman. She darted left and right, her movements frantic and disheveled. Shao Chun's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his hands never faltering, the steel beads continuing their relentless assault, as if they were inexhaustible. The woman seethed with frustration, having underestimated Shao Chun's abilities. Undeterred, he seized the opportunity, intensifying the barrage, sending multiple beads hurtling toward her vital points. Panic overtook her. In her haste, she could only muster all her strength to defend herself, yet several beads breached her defenses, leaving trails of blood upon her skin. The woman flickered, retreating like a phantom, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Logically, given her speed, Shao Chun should not have been able to strike her, but curiously, he seemed to anticipate her every evasive maneuver. Just as she dodged one steel bead, another would appear precisely in her path, forcing her into a continually disadvantageous position, her face a mask of astonishment. Meanwhile, Shao Chun remained unfazed, an unprecedented calm radiating from him, as though everything was within his grasp. The trees surrounding them rustled in the night breeze, seemingly adding an eerie tone to the tense atmosphere. Chapter 32, Hyper-Frequency Combat. Shao Chun ceased his assault, and the woman cautiously retreated a few steps, her face a portrait of shock, eyes wide and staring at him in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. At that moment, Shao Chun's mind was still in a hyper-frequency state. Despite his emotions being suppressed to a minimal level, he was nonetheless stirred by her astonishing speed. Had he not ignited 500 points of prestige to enhance his neural reflexes from the outset, he would never have been capable of tracking her movements. Her speed was extraordinary, her agility seemingly imbued with an illusionary effect, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to discern her true form, which led to their belief that she was a ghost. Yet Shao Chun was different. By consuming prestige, his enhanced neural response speed far surpassed that of an average person. In this heightened state, his mind functioned like a supercomputer, precisely capturing every subtle motion and change in the woman's actions. Her figure appeared to him as if slowed down multiple times, allowing him to observe every intricate detail of her movements. Shao Chun analyzed her every action, his mind racing as it calculated various possible countermeasures. His body instinctively responded, each movement perfectly attuned to her trajectory. With each of her evasions, she felt as though a steel bead awaited her, luring her into a trap. This uncanny sensation left her deeply unsettled, inducing an eerie strangeness that made her wary of approaching Shao Chun even slightly. This scene left all present in utter astonishment, struggling to fathom how Shao Chun could have become so formidable in such a short span of time. To Shao Chun, those movements slowed to a crawl were akin to phantoms, to the young constables, however, it was as if they were witnessing a ghost in action, their eyes unable to keep pace with the woman's speed. Had Shao Chun not seen through her disguise early on, they too would likely have believed she was a specter. Given her velocity, had she intended to harm them, none of the constables would have survived. Captain Shao, what kind of martial arts is this? It's extraordinary, old Six Xing exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Finger-flicking technique, Shao Chun replied, casting a brief glance at him, his tone flat. When their eyes met, old Six Xing felt a chill run down his spine. There was no trace of emotion in Shao Chun's gaze, which instilled a deeper fear within him. Over the past 2 days, Shao Chun had seemingly transformed into a different person, a change that had far exceeded his expectations. Light the fire, Shao Chun instructed calmly. Yes, Captain, old Six Xing replied, not daring to hesitate, and promptly shouted, brothers, light the torches. As his voice fell, torches ignited in succession across the area. Dozens of torches ignited, illuminating the courtyard as brightly as day. The flickering flames refracted by mirrors, converged upon the figure of a woman. In that moment, her silhouette emerged within the glow. However, the pristine white garment she wore bore numerous signs of damage, with patches of crimson blood seeping through the torn fabric. Staining her once immaculate attire in a chaotic display, her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her face was etched with shock and defiance, while her wide, startled eyes still reflected the tension and fear from the recent battle. Xiao Chen approached the woman slowly, his gaze cold and detached, a handful of steel balls gripped tightly in his hand, as if poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Meanwhile, Elder Xinglu and the others stood nearby. A mix of anxiety and excitement in their expressions, an involuntary flicker of admiration for Xiao Chen surfacing within them, upon realizing that the technique of binding spirits would prove ineffective against her. Xiao Chen understood that she was indeed human, not a specter. Acknowledging her humanity meant he must resort to methods suited for dealing with a person, however, with only the energy equivalent to the second level of acquired skills. How could he possibly hope to prevail against her? This woman had masqueraded as a ghost within the Li family for days, managing to convince everyone of her spectral nature. Xiao Chen thus deduced that her lightness of foot must be extraordinary. Her movements exceptionally swift. Were it not for such prowess, achieving this ruse would have been impossible. Consequently, Xiao Chen decisively expended 500 points of prestige to enhance his neural reflexes. Had he not acted with such resolve, he likely would have already fallen victim to her lethal claws. As Xiao Chen inched closer, the woman's demeanor shifted, instantly brimming with wariness, her eyes sharpened, glinting with an icy intensity as her body subtly crouched, assuming a tense stance, ready to strike at any moment. Observing this, a faint, confident smile crept across Xiao Chen's face. From their earlier skirmish, he had discerned that her agility was her only notable strength. Her actual combat prowess seemed to hover around the 5th level of acquired skills. Xiao Chen believed that even with his second-level capabilities, he stood a chance against her. After all, he cultivated innate energy, the quality of which far surpassed that of acquired inner strength, coupled with the superior reflexes gained from burning his prestige. These advantages bolstered his confidence, emboldening him to confront this 5th-level adversary. In an instant, as his thoughts raced, Xiao Chen's form flickered like a specter, charging swiftly towards the woman. Simultaneously, he unsheathed the willow leaf dagger from his waist with remarkable speed. Startled, the woman swiftly employed her agility to evade. Yet Xiao Chen had anticipated her movements, cutting off her escape route in advance. Witnessing this development, her expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Xiao Chen's remarkable speed. Xiao Chen launched another assault, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. His strikes both fierce and precise. In a series of rapid movements, he executed the commonly known wind-chasing blade technique, yet in his hands, each maneuver reached an astonishing level of mastery. The dagger danced in his grasp, creating a flurry of glimmering shadows, each layer sealing off her retreat. The woman darted left and right, but found it increasingly impossible to evade the onslaught of shimmering blades. With a cold huff, a flicker of resolve flashed in her eyes. She abruptly lunged forward, attempting to break through Xiao Chen's blockade. However, Xiao Chen was not one to allow her wishes to come to fruition. A confident smile graced his lips as he accelerated his movements, the dagger becoming a blur of silver. Engaging her in a fierce close-quarters combat, their weapons clashed, the sound of metal colliding ringing out, sparks flying as they exchanged blows, each strike a dance of life and death. Elder Xinglu and the others watched in astonishment, utterly unable to keep pace with the frenetic duel unfolding before them. Their senses overwhelmed by the dazzling display. Amidst the fierce exchanges, Xiao Chen's superior analytical skills began to unravel the woman's techniques, as if he could foresee her every maneuver and the angles of her assaults. As his understanding deepened, her situation grew increasingly precarious. Her once formidable offense began to falter, each attack seemingly anticipated and effortlessly countered by Xiao Chen. A flicker of frustration crossed her face, her composure slipping as the pressure mounted. Xiao Chen, invigorated by the battle, moved with a fluidity that seemed to defy nature, the blade reflecting a relentless cascade of light. Pressing her further into a corner, she began to retreat, overwhelmed by the incessant wave of his strikes. Sweat soaked through her garments, yet she remained ensnared in an ever-tightening predicament, as if trapped in an inescapable snare. Finally, amid a flurry of attacks, the woman exposed a critical vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. She gasped, her body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 33, Laughter and Banter. The woman executed a swift roll, quickly distancing herself from Xiao Chen, immediately adopting a defensive posture, her eyes reflecting a wariness fixed intently upon him. After a brief cough, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, clearly indicating that Xiao Chen's previous strike had inflicted internal damage. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to advance again, His legs suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. A frown creased his brow as he retreated, eyeing the woman warily. The enhancement from burning prestige was, after all, merely a temporary external force, incapable of sustaining itself. Struggling to maintain his balance, the effects of the boost began to wane, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged from the depths of his being, engulfing him like a relentless tide, robbing him of all strength in an instant. Elder Xinglu seemed to notice Xiao Chen's distress and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. At that moment, Xiao Chen's complexion had paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Internally, he lamented, recognizing that his body was still too feeble to endure such intense exertion. It was clear that he needed to enhance his physical training moving forward. Xiaoban too, are you alright? Elder Xinglu inquired with genuine concern while supporting him. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I'll be alright shortly, Xiao Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. As he spoke, a quick-witted young constable brought a chair for him. Xiao Chen gradually settled into it, exhaling softly. Elder Xinglu stood nearby, worry etched in his features, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, the young constables moved swiftly, forming a protective barrier around him. Each was tense and focused, slightly crouched with their hands tightly gripping their crossbows, ready to aim at the woman. Maintaining a vigilant stance, the woman, her face a mask of caution, regarded them with watchful eyes. Yet upon observing Xiao Chen's condition, the tension in her expression eased slightly. It was evident she recognized his weakened state. However, she seemed to completely disregard the crossbows aimed at her, choosing to ignore them entirely, as if they did not exist. In her view, only Xiao Chen posed a genuine threat, while the other constables were beneath her notice. Seeing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and addressed Elder Xinglu. Old Lu, let them lower their crossbows. There is no need for such tension. Elder Xinglu hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, instructing the young constables to lower their weapons. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced the woman's lips, a subtle yet eerie expression directed at Xiao Chen, yet, paired with her fearsome visage, it appeared particularly disquieting. The young constables, unsettled by her enigmatic smile, struggled to maintain their composure. Standing tall in her presence, the atmosphere thickened with an uncanny tension, as if the air itself had solidified. Young constable, you are quite astute. Realizing that these crossbows pose no threat to me, yet, you are also remarkably foolish to have employed a technique to awaken your potential for the sake of these irrelevant individuals. Such actions could jeopardize your martial foundation. The woman remarked with a smile, they are not irrelevant. They are all my brothers. As their leader, it is my duty to protect them, even if it means risking my own foundation. What of it? Xiao Chen replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Since this woman regards his abilities as a mystical means to awaken potential, Xiao Chen decided to embrace the misunderstanding, for it would serve to explain future encounters of a similar nature. The group of young constables, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with admiration and respect. The woman gazed at Xiao Chen, her lips curling into a subtle smile, embodying a person of emotion and loyalty. Alas, today, all of you shall meet your demise. Xiao Chen's expression hardened as he gripped his willow leaf blade tightly, disdainfully retorting, then let us see if you possess such capability. At this moment, the young constables by Xiao Chen's side brandished their weapons. Resolute determination gleaming in their eyes, they stood firmly beside Xiao Chen, ready to confront the formidable woman before them. Observing this, the woman's smile broadened, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. Hee, dear little constable, your name is Xiao Chen, is it not? I shall remember you, such a loyal little brother. How could I bring myself to slay you? Xiao Chen returned her smile with calm demeanor, replying, that I thank you for your mercy, dear sister. I am indeed deeply grateful, yet I find myself unaware of your name. It seems I have committed a faux pas. You may call me Ru Yan. This is my cherished name, the woman teased, her voice laced with playful mischief. Ru Yan, a name steeped in meaning, Xiao Chen mused lightly, finding no truth in her words. Oh dear, Xiao brother, you possess quite the literary flair. I find it most endearing, Ru Yan remarked, her eyes glimmering with allure as she regarded Xiao Chen. To earn your favor is indeed an honor, yet I am curious about your disruptive presence at the Li residence. What brings you here? Xiao Chen inquired softly. If you truly wish to unearth the reason, why not inquire directly with that father and son duo? Ask them what heinous deeds they have committed to warrant such a predicament. Ru Yan replied, her previously gentle tone now chilling, as if the very air around them had grown frigid. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Ru Yan before stating, I see, dear sister, you seek vengeance, though he lacked the full details. He could surmise some truths. You have been fixated solely on Li Yulin. Could it be that he has wronged you? Ru Yan erupted in laughter, her body swaying lightly, yet her tone carried a chilling undertone. You are only half correct, Xiao brother. It is far more than mere betrayal. Xiao Chen fell into contemplative silence for a moment before slowly speaking, your prowess is remarkable, far beyond that of an ordinary woman. Li Yulin is merely a scholar. For him to affect you so deeply suggests he has grievously wronged you. If he were to go further, he might even cripple your abilities or consign you to a brothel. Or perhaps, he would cruelly take your life and mar your beauty, leaving your body to rot in the wilderness. Throughout his words, Xiao Chen meticulously observed the fluctuations in Ru Yan's expression when he mentioned marring her visage and abandoning her corpse. Her demeanor darkened noticeably. Recognizing this, Xiao Chen ceased to elaborate. Since Ru Yan was present, the subsequent events were all too clear. Chapter 34, Malicious Intent. Li Yulin, who typically exuded an air of refinement, was capable of such malevolence. It was no wonder the woman had applied her makeup so thickly. It was to conceal the horrifying scars on her face. Earlier, in a heightened state of awareness, Xiao Chen had analyzed her facial condition. He noted that despite her heavy makeup, it failed to entirely conceal her scars. At that moment, he realized something was amiss with her visage, prompting his earlier probing. A flicker of pity arose within Xiao Chen, igniting his curiosity about the events that transpired between her and Li Yulin, leading to such brutal treatment. Murder aside, to disfigure her face was an act of profound cruelty. How had she survived? Surely her heart could not be situated differently, perhaps on the left side. These thoughts flitted through Xiao Chen's mind momentarily before he set them aside. His curiosity was just that, mere curiosity. He had no desire to play detective in unraveling the story behind these events. The fate of Li Yulin held no significance for him. He was not truly the head constable. Even as he pondered, he maintained his vigilance, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman's every movement. Xiao Chen would never entertain the notion that a few exchanged pleasantries could forge a friendship. Although she engaged him in light-hearted banter, the chilling undertone in her voice made it clear that she could just as easily end his life in the next moment. While Xiao Chen conversed amiably with the woman, the young constables nearby gazed at him in admiration. It was astonishing how he maintained his composure and poise while interacting with such a fearsome figure. Even addressing her as sister, the young constables could not help but express their admiration. Unaware of the lethal undercurrents cloaked beneath the surface of their exchange, Old Sixth, however, was not so naive. His expression was guarded as he scrutinized the woman's every move, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Poised for a decisive strike, clearing his throat, Xiao Chen remarked, Ru Yan, have you rested sufficiently? Are you aware that I am merely stalling for time? Ru Yan furrowed her brow. I am not foolish, I can see you are delaying. My strike, though heavy, has only left you with minor injuries. After our lengthy conversation, you should have recovered enough, Xiao Chen stated as he slowly rose from his seat, a playful glint in his eye. His gaze lingering on Ru Yan. You two are stalling for time. What secret technique do you employ to recover so swiftly? Ru Yan responded, astonished. Would you like to know? Xiao Chen inquired with a smile. Are you willing to share, dear brother? Ru Yan's tone was soft and inviting. Not at all. This is a matter of my life and livelihood. How could I divulge such secrets so easily? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. You jest, Ru Yan snapped, her demeanor turning frosty. I harbor no such intentions. It is you who inquired, and I merely answered truthfully. I am quite fascinated by your lightness of foot. Might you enlighten me on the cultivation method that grants you such speed despite being a mere fifth-tier practitioner? As he spoke, Xiao Chen unsheathed his willow leaf blade. His words were friendly, yet his actions exuded an icy detachment as he advanced towards the woman, an aura of chilling intent emanating from him. A flicker of anger flashed in Ru Yan's eyes as she coldly retorted, Hee, you wish to know my technique? Then you must be able to catch me first. With that, she deftly evaded his attacks, her movements akin to a specter as she darted toward the door. Xiao Chen, seeing this, let out a cold snort and swung his blade, sending a gleam of cold light hurtling towards her. Simultaneously, Old Sixth drew his sword, joining Xiao Chen in their assault against the woman. The young constables, regaining their senses, raised their crossbows, aiming at Ru Yan and preparing to strike, yet, her speed was astonishing, amidst the clash of blades. She nimbly evaded their strikes, showing no signs of faltering. Do not flee, dear sister. Let us converse further. Xiao Chen called out playfully, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. Come and catch me if you can. Little brother, Ru Yan responded with a melodic laugh, brandishing a short sword that glimmered ominously in the light. Her movements shifted suddenly, transforming into a blur as she darted about, her short sword striking with uncanny angles that conjured gusts of wind. Xiao Chen countered with his wind chaseblade technique, a series of 13 forms that, though seemingly straightforward, were rife with unpredictability. Each maneuver appeared simple yet concealed boundless variability, and under Xiao Chen's execution, the willow leaf blade transformed into an array of phantoms, striking, slicing, thrusting, each angle confounding and elusive. The clash between the long blade and short sword produced a symphony of ringing metal, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce duel. Neither yielding an inch. As the standoff persisted, Ru Yan suddenly twisted her form, her speed surging once more as she artfully dodged every one of Xiao Chen's assaults. In a flash, she leapt onto the wall, stabilizing herself before glancing back at Xiao Chen, a glimmer of cunning and triumph in her gaze. Not good, she intends to escape. Quick, shoot, old six shouted urgently. Ru Yan laughed lightly. He, dear brother Xiao, I shall not play with you any longer. We shall meet again. No sooner had her words left her lips than her figure vanished like a wraith atop the wall. In an instant, a rain of arrows filled the air, yet all that struck was merely a fleeting shadow left by her. Xing Lalio's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the scene, murmuring, how is this possible? How could her speed have suddenly surged so dramatically? As he looked towards the direction where Ru Yan had vanished like smoke, Xiao Chen's face revealed a faint smile, and he said nothing about her departure. In truth, Xiao Chen had never intended to take a life. The prolonged confrontation with Ru Yan was merely a means to hone his martial arts skills. Through this battle, the set of techniques known as the 13 Styles of Pursuing Wind had been mastered by Xiao Chen to an extraordinary degree, making both his offense and defense appear effortless. This encounter held profound significance for Xiao Chen. It represented not only an enhancement of his martial prowess but also a purification of his spirit. He understood clearly that having entered this world of martial arts, he must adhere to its rules. Situations like this would be inevitable in the future, compelling Xiao Chen to hasten his adaptation. He recognized that only by continually strengthening himself could he establish a foothold in this realm. As long as circumstances remained manageable, he was determined to exert every effort to elevate his capabilities and swiftly ascend to the ranks of the powerful. Only in this manner could he navigate this world with ease. After calming his still tumultuous emotions, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the Qiankuan Ding on his personal panel, where a countdown of mere seconds remained. Observing this, he hastened to the chair, settling down slowly. The repeated strain of enhancing his physical capabilities during combat had taken a tremendous toll on his body. It was akin to a person unaccustomed to exercise suddenly running 10 kilometers in rough terrain. The body would inevitably succumb to various discomforts. Just 2 days prior, Xiao Chen had been an ordinary individual, utterly unprepared for such intense battles. His endurance throughout these encounters was solely due to the Qiankuan Ding's ability to forcibly augment his bodily functions. However, such enhancements came at a cost, imposing considerable strain on his body and potentially resulting in permanent damage. Yet, for Xiao Chen, who had already mastered the 6 libraries of immortal thieves, this was not a grave concern. With the extraordinary recovery abilities afforded by the 6 libraries of immortal thieves, as long as he had sufficient nourishment, Xiao Chen could recuperate swiftly. He was also acutely aware that as his own strength continued to grow, the aftereffects of such bodily enhancements would gradually diminish, possibly even vanish altogether. The root of his current exhaustion lay in his still fragile strength. Chapter 35, Explosive Essence and Blood Technique. Observing Xiao Chen slumped in exhaustion upon the chair, Xing Laolu and the young constables gathered around him, with a furrowed brow and a hint of concern in his eyes. Xing Laolu softly inquired, Chief Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. A moment's rest will suffice, Xiao Chen replied quietly. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed unharmed, the young constables erupted into animated discussion, gazing at him with admiration, regardless of the means by which Xiao Chen had attained his current power. Strength alone was undeniable, especially in life-threatening moments. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's desperate gamble with his life, they would have met their demise here. Reflecting on this, the group of young constables cast grateful glances in Xiao Chen's direction. They were acutely aware of Xiao Chen's previous martial prowess, recognizing that any one of them could have easily overpowered him. Yet today, Xiao Chen had suddenly unleashed overwhelming strength, leaving them in awe. One young constable could not contain himself, exclaiming, Chief Xiao, I never imagined you could be so formidable. Another echoed, Indeed, today has truly opened our eyes. Your mastery of the 13 styles of pursuing wind is nothing short of miraculous. What we once dismissed as commonplace techniques have revealed such power. As Xiao Chen listened to their praises, a faint smile crept across his lips. Despite his weakened state, his gaze swept over the group, taking in their expressions of admiration and gratitude, filling him with both comfort and joy. It was gratifying to realize that they had finally acknowledged the current iteration of Xiao Chen, and he was delighted that each expression of gratitude contributed to his burgeoning reputation. At this moment, Lu Huaxing approached with a cheeky grin, asking Xiao Chen, what was that secret technique you used? It was incredible. Explosive Essence and Blood Technique, Xiao Chen replied, pondering briefly before fabricating a name. After all, it was merely a matter of enhancing strength. If he didn't disclose the truth, no one would know what he had truly employed. Explosive Essence and Blood Technique, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Lu Huaxing frowned and inquired, could it really be, as Lu Ruyan suggested, that it comes at the cost of damaging one's martial foundation? Not just that, it also consumes lifespan, after using it twice. I've lost at least 10 years, Xiao Chen sighed. 10 years, that's severe, no wonder it was so powerful, Lu Huaxing gasped, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. The young constables, hearing this, felt their eyes burn with emotion. Their admiration for Xiao Chen deepening, they understood that Xiao Chen had made such immense sacrifices to protect them, a selfless act that resonated deeply within their hearts. In that moment, their gazes towards Xiao Chen were imbued with newfound respect. As if his stature in their eyes had grown significantly, Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. In a short span of time, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He forced a weak smile, saying, "Old Six, please have someone bring me some food. I'm nearly starving." As he spoke, Xiao Chen attentively observed the changing expressions of the young constables. Noting their grateful demeanor, he knew that this moment had secured their loyalty. All the effort he had expended had not been in vain. Finally, he had won their hearts. Xiao Chen was acutely aware that in order to establish himself in this world, relying solely on his own strength was impractical, regardless of whether these young constables would prove useful in the future. They were for now his subordinates and a source of support he could rely upon. Very well, Chief Xiao, I'll go ask Lord Li for some provisions, Xing Laolu responded promptly, then dashed towards the adjoining room. Inside, the Li family had been observing everything that had transpired outside. Before Xing Laolu could reach the door, Li Changsong rushed out with urgency. What is going on, Xing Laolu? How did you allow that woman to escape? Li Changsong questioned, concern etched upon his face. Xing Laolu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Changsong, his expression tinged with displeasure as he replied coldly, what do you mean by that, Lord Li? Are you implying we have failed in our duties? Li Changsong was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the accusation. His eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that a constable he had never regarded highly could dare to speak to him in such a manner. Anger flared within him, his brows knitting together as he struggled to maintain composure, yet, he quickly donned a placating smile, his expression shifting to one of calculated diplomacy. Yet he was, after all, an astute individual, adept at swiftly adjusting his emotions and demeanor. Having witnessed the earlier conflict, he understood that although the woman was not a ghostly apparition, her speed rendered her no different from one in the eyes of those unskilled in martial arts. Li Changsong knew all too well that the lives of his family rested in the hands of Xing Laolu and his team. Offending them was not a prudent course of action. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind as he turned back to Xing Laolu, quickly clarifying, No, that was not my intention at all. I was merely overly concerned for my family's safety and misspoke. Xing Laolu scoffed lightly, stating, Lord Li, we are all individuals who risk our lives in our line of work. Some matters are beyond our control. I understand your concerns, but as you witnessed, that woman's speed was beyond our capacity to counter. Had it not been for Chief Zhao's desperate defense, we would all have perished here. A hint of bitterness crept into Xing Laolu's smile as he recalled the woman's eerie agility, a lingering sense of dread still haunting him. Li Changsong, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze toward Xiao Chen, astonished to discover that the seemingly frivolous young master of Qinghe County harbored such an unknown side. Xing Laolu, momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained focus. Reminding himself that Xiao Chen was awaiting sustenance, he promptly stated, Lord Li, Chief Xiao has requested food. What do you think? Of course, I will instruct the servants to prepare it immediately, Li Changsong replied hurriedly. His face adorned with a servile smile, his eyes brimming with eagerness as he turned to arrange the meal. At that moment, Xing Laolu interjected, Thank you, Lord Li, please ensure there is plenty of meat. Rest assured, we of the Li family can certainly provide sufficient meat, Xing Laolu reassured him. Li Changsong turned around, still wearing that ingratiating smile on his face, and raised his hands in response, yet, no one noticed that in the very instant he turned back. The smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. Chapter 36, Earning Extra Income. After Li Changsong departed, Xing Laolu returned to Xiao Chen's side. At this moment, Xiao Chen was slumped in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly waiting for his body to recover. Sensing Xing Laolu's arrival, Xiao Chen turned his head and inquired, Laolu, do you know what kind of martial arts that woman is employing? Xing Laolu shook his head, a look of confusion on his face as he replied, I cannot discern it. After all, we are not practitioners of the martial world and are not well versed in the techniques of various sections. However, the speed of this woman's movements is ghostly quick, unlike any orthodox style. Indeed, her movements are rather peculiar. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and then said to Xing Laolu, Laolu, please post the wanted notice tomorrow to see if we can gather any information. Do not worry about the finances, our esteemed Li Diyi will be more than willing to cover the expenses. Rest assured, I will take care of it first thing in the morning. Xing Laolu assured him. While the two were conversing, Li Changsong led a group of over a dozen attendants into the room, carrying tables and chairs. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chen and Xing Laolu ceased their discussion and watched as Li Changsong directed the attendants, who swiftly arranged the tables and chairs in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, an array of delectable dishes was systematically laid out on the tables. Once everything was in place, Li Changsong approached to invite them to take their seats. On this late evening, torches burned in the courtyard, and various ghost-catching props were arranged around, lending an eerie atmosphere to the banquet. The flickering flames illuminated each person's face, casting shifting shadows. The ghost-catching tools, such as peach with swords and talismans, appeared particularly mysterious under the glow of the fire, sending shivers down one's spine. In the strange ambience, the guests took their seats, and Xiao Chen smiled at Li Changsong, asking, "Uncle Li, do you know any other martial arts masters?" Li Changsong smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "If I knew them, I would have invited them long ago. Why would I wait until now? In that case, we are in trouble, Uncle Li. As you have seen, that woman possesses extraordinary martial prowess, and no one in the Yamen can match her. If she continues her rampage, you may find your lives in jeopardy." Xiao Chen expressed with a hint of regret. "Xianzi, you see," Li Changsong began, but Xiao Chen swiftly interrupted him, raising his hand. "Uncle Li, it would be best not to place your hopes on me. As you heard earlier, my ability to contend with that woman is merely supported by a secret technique. Although Uncle Li is not a martial artist, he must have heard that this secret technique comes at the cost of damaging one's body to unleash great power in a short time." Xiao Chen looked at Li Changsong with a serious expression, his tone sincere yet tinged with helplessness. He furrowed his brow and continued, "Uncle Li, you see, I have already used this secret technique twice today. If I use it again, I might exhaust myself before that woman even lays a hand on me." As Xiao Chen spoke, a hint of exhaustion appeared on his face, indicating that the use of the secret technique had taken a significant toll on him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Li Changsong's expression turned urgent as he said, "Xiao Xianzi, I am aware of the drawbacks of this secret technique, but we have no other options. How about this? I have 2,000-year-old blood ginseng at home, which are excellent tonics. I will gift them to you, and I implore you to ensure the safety of my Li family." Xiao Chen sighed and replied, "Uncle Li, it is not that I do not wish to help, but this secret technique consumes at least 10 years of my lifespan with each use. I am still young, and I am sure you would not want me to perish prematurely, would you?" Li Changsong frowned slightly. Although he knew that Xiao Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated, he found himself unable to identify another person who could confront that woman. If Xiao Chen were to leave, they would be left waiting for death. Li Changsong's brow furrowed, his heart filled with conflict and helplessness. He inwardly sighed, his gaze once again landing on Xiao Chen, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. He understood that Xiao Chen was seizing the opportunity to extort him, yet even so he had no choice but to acquiesce. Li Changsong gritted his teeth, forcing a strained smile as he said to Xiao Chen, "Rest assured, Xiao Xianzi, as long as you can help us through this crisis, I, Li Changsong, will not treat you unfairly." A slight smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth, revealing a hesitant expression as he replied, "Uncle Li, are you truly set on taking my life? I fear that while I can earn this money, I may not have the life to spend it." Li Changsong inwardly cursed Xiao Chen as a scoundrel. Yet on the surface, he nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand. It is I, the uncle, who has placed you in a difficult position. How about this? I will add an additional 5,000 taels, and also the Huisheng building in the east of the city will be given to you. Just protect my Li family for 3 days, and after 3 days, you may leave. Very well, Uncle Li, your generosity is admirable. I shall accept your offer. For these 3 days, I will risk my life to ensure the safety of your family," Xiao Chen declared, slapping the table, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Li Changsong inwardly berated Xiao Chen for his shamelessness, but he continued to speak politely, saying, "Then I must trouble you, Xiao Xianzi, for these next 3 days. The safety of my entire family will depend on you. Fear not, Uncle Li. I have already discerned the woman's techniques. Even if I cannot defeat her, I can at least keep her occupied," Xiao Chen reassured him with a smile. "Let us hope so." Li Changsong glanced at the still weakened Xiao Chen, his tone heavy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled without further comment, regardless of whether Li Changsong believed him or not. He had no other options left. Xiao Chen picked up the sliced marinated beef from the table, eating while casting a playful glance at Li Changsong. "Xianzi, do you have something else to say?" Li Changsong asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Uncle Li, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Xiao Chen inquired, rubbing his fingers together. This gesture, whether in ancient or modern times, or even in this alternate world, universally signifies the request for money. Seeing this, Li Changsong couldn't help but smile wryly as he said, "Xianzi, are you being a bit too hasty? There is no choice. This is my life's payment." Until I receive it, I cannot feel at ease, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. His expression was relaxed, seemingly unfazed by Li Qingsong's words, firmly expressing his stance. Very well, you continue to eat, I shall fetch the silver note for you, Li Qingsong said, rising to leave. As soon as Li Qingsong departed, a group of young constables looked at Xiao Chen with envy. After all, this was 5,000 taels, plus an entire restaurant. Such a sum could drastically alter their lives. Their eyes shimmered with desire, yet they could only envy, for this was something Xiao Chen had earned with his life. They lacked the strength and capability to do the same. Lu Huaxing quietly gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up, a simple gesture that conveyed his immense admiration for him. Observing the longing gazes of these individuals, Xing Lao Lu furrowed his brow, concern etched on his face as he quietly asked Xiao Chen, "Is this not too risky? If that woman comes again, she may not be so easily dealt with." Chapter 37, Gaining Reputation. It matters not, it is merely 3 days, that woman's injuries will not heal so easily. The speed she displayed as she left far exceeded her actual capabilities, indicating that she must have also employed some secret technique. Given her existing wounds, hastily using such a technique would only exacerbate her injuries. In 3 days, she might not fully recover, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a wave of admiration washed over those present. No wonder Xiao Chen had agreed so readily. It seemed he had already calculated that the woman might not show up within those 3 days, in which case had Xiao Chen not gained 5,000 taels and a restaurant for free? Xing Lao Lu chuckled, saying, "So, it turns out they had already devised a plan. I was overly worried. That is merely my speculation. It may not truly unfold as I anticipate, yet regardless of whether that woman appears or not, we must prepare as if she will. Lao Lu, I will draft a prescription for you shortly. Please help me procure all the medicinal herbs tomorrow. The use of this secret technique does inflict considerable damage to the body, and I need to recuperate properly," Xiao Chen stated earnestly. "Understood, leave these trivial matters to me. Please take good care of your health. Do not risk your foundation," Xing Lao Lu responded. "Yes, I am aware. Let the brothers head home first. That woman is unlikely to come anytime soon, and there is no point in everyone remaining here," Xiao Chen said, glancing at the young constables who had finished their late-night snack. Xing Lao Lu promptly acknowledged and then stood to urge the young constables to leave. They understood that their continued presence served no purpose. If that woman were to arrive, they would merely be a burden, unable to assist in any way, since their presence would not be beneficial. They bowed to Xiao Chen and then began to leave the Li residence one by one. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm as he waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Once everyone had left, Xing Lao Lu returned to Xiao Chen's side and quietly inquired, "Do you have any other arrangements?" Xiao Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze resting on Xing Lao Lu, whose face was adorned with a scruffy beard. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "How did you perceive that I have additional matters to address? Just now the foreman merely instructed the brothers to depart, yet he did not mention that I should escort them away. Since the foreman wishes to retain me, it is evident that there are further instructions to impart." Although Xing Lao Lu's appearance was somewhat rugged, his thoughts were remarkably astute. He typically handled affairs with a degree of finesse and possessed a keen insight, proving to be quite adept at managing tasks, which made him a source of comfort for Xiao Chen. "Xing Lao Lu, it is indeed a pity that you remain in this modest county as merely a constable," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "You jest, my dear Xiao Chen, what I seek is merely a life of peace. Remaining in this small county suffices for me," Xing Lao Lu replied. "Well then, let us set this topic aside for the moment." "Lean in closer," Xiao Chen began. Xing Lao Lu promptly complied, taking 2 swift steps forward. Xiao Chen leaned in and whispered a few words to him. After listening, Xing Lao Lu nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Once Xiao Chen had conveyed all that he wished to say, Xing Lao Lu took his leave. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan finally returned to her concealed refuge. This was an exceptionally secluded and tranquil spot, enveloped by lush greenery and intertwined vines, as if it were a world apart. The moment Lu Ruyan stepped into this sanctuary, she felt a slight release of tension. Her steps were somewhat unsteady as she ventured deeper, her figure gradually fading into the small haven. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's complexion appeared alarmingly pale, and her breath was erratic, alternating between hurried and slow, coarse and fine, indicative of severe internal injuries. She dared not linger and hastily retrieved a medicinal pill from her bosom, swallowing it without delay. Subsequently, she began to channel her energy to heal herself. Seated in a cross-legged position, Lu Ruyan placed her hands naturally and steadily upon her knees, closing her eyes tightly, her long lashes quivering gently. The internal energy within her flowed like a gentle stream, gradually circulating through her meridians, diligently repairing her injured body, striving to reconnect the damaged pathways and allow vitality to permeate her being once more. As her energy coursed through her beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, glistening like tiny jewels against her pallid skin. Time passed unnoticed until Lu Ruyan emerged from her meditative state. She exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opening her eyes. The fatigue in her gaze was still evident, though significantly improved compared to before. Rising to her feet, she stretched her body gently, sensing the flow of energy within her. Feeling as though she had regained about 70 to 80% of her strength, however, complete recovery would necessitate further nurturing over time. Lu Ruyan pressed her hand against her subtly aching abdomen, and her already fearsome visage darkened further. She traced the scars on her face, then broke into a delicate laugh. Xiao Chen, my dear brother, when next we meet, I shall cherish you properly, and my Li Lang, I miss you dearly. We have all the time in the world, and I shall accompany you at a leisurely pace. Her chilling laughter echoed hauntingly in the stillness, sending shivers down the spine. A hint of madness flickered in her eyes, provoking curiosity about her true intentions. At that moment, Xiao Chen, the object of Lu Ruyan's concern, was leisurely enjoying his time within the Li Manor. In the courtyard, where verdant trees provided ample shade, sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting soft, golden threads of light upon Xiao Chen, creating a patchwork of enchanting shadows. Reclining languidly in a finely crafted chair, Xiao Chen squinted slightly, seemingly savoring this rare tranquility. A subtle smile danced upon his lips, reflecting his inner contentment. Flanking him were two well-mannered maidservants, attending to him with utmost care. One gently massaged his legs while the other offered him sliced fruit, which he accepted with pleasure. Xiao Chen reveled in this indulgence, his gaze fixed upon a virtual screen before him. The screen displayed a myriad of information. Upon opening his personal panel, he noted that his reputation score had quietly risen to 2,391 points and was still climbing. By this time, over half a day had passed since yesterday, and it was now midday of the following day. The news of Xiao Chen's resolution of the haunting incident at the Li Manor had spread like wildfire throughout Qinghe City, igniting a frenzy among the townsfolk. Particularly, the account of Xiao Chen's fierce battle with the false female ghost was embellished by the young constables, becoming increasingly vivid. However, the townspeople remained largely skeptical. After all, who was Xiao Chen? Almost everyone in Qinghe County knew him, making it difficult to envision him possessing such strength. They might have believed he was merely a spectator, but the idea of him actually fighting and defeating the false ghost was hard to accept. Nevertheless, a subsequent piece of news compelled them to reconsider the situation. Early that morning, the steward of the Xiao family hurriedly arranged the transfer of the Xiang Lu, and the mention of 5,000 taels of silver left everyone astounded. If this were a fabrication, how could Li Changsong, known for his shrewd nature, possibly bestow such a sum upon Xiao Chen, along with an entire tavern? Even so, some still harbored doubts. Yet, upon seeing the official notice posted by the magistrate, along with the Li Manor's substantial hiring of martial arts experts, all skepticism dissipated like smoke. They ultimately came to believe that this might indeed be a reality, as Xiao Chen's transformation was undeniably startling. With prior feats such as apprehending thieves and now successfully resolving the haunting at the Li Manor, these incredible occurrences seemed far beyond what one would expect from Xiao Chen. Chapter 38. Learning the art of alchemy. Xiao Chen was indifferent to the opinions of those outside. After all, the system merely collected the mental energy others directed towards him. As long as the fervor persisted, he would continue to reap rewards. Regrettably, the scale of Qinghe County was too small, limiting his potential gains. If Xiao Chen could achieve something monumental enough to astonish the entire Dali dynasty, he could truly soar. Shaking his head vigorously, he set aside these impractical thoughts. His gaze returned to the virtual screen's inheritance panel as he sought what he required. The inheritance Xiao Chen had obtained stemmed from the Yiren Xiao world. Given the nature of this inheritance, it could not possibly consist solely of widely known techniques such as the 8 extraordinary skills, Golden Lightspell, 5 Thunder Method, or Reverse Birth Triple. There must be more untapped tomes of techniques concealed within the system. For instance, the alchemical arts he wished to learn, though seldom mentioned in the original world, remained a treasure trove of knowledge passed down through Taoism for millennia. Xiao Chen understood that if he sought to rapidly enhance his strength, elixirs were absolutely indispensable, especially as he practiced the Luku Xianzai, which had a high demand for superior energy substances. Elixirs, without a doubt, were the optimal means to acquire such high-grade energy. In the world of Yirenjixia, various Taoist sects such as Longhu Mountain, Longmen sect, Mashan, and Wudong possessed varying degrees of alchemical knowledge. However, individuals specializing in alchemy had yet to reveal themselves. Yet, the absence of visibility did not equate to their non-existence. On the virtual screen, Xiao Chen compiled the alchemical methods from various sects and Noticing his ample reputation points, chose to exchange them without hesitation. As the points rapidly deducted, a torrent of alchemical techniques flooded into Xiao Chen's mind like an information stream. It felt as though an endless ocean of knowledge surged into his consciousness. In mere moments, he had fully grasped these alchemical methods, though absorbing and digesting them would require his own experimentation. After redeeming all the alchemical techniques, he was left only to await Xing Laolu's delivery of the medicinal materials. Yesterday, as Xing Laolu departed, Xiao Chen had already given him a prescription for the Qi blood pill, instructing him to gather the ingredients accordingly. This prescription had been previously acquired from the system. Now half a day had elapsed, and Xiao Chen wondered what Xing Laolu was up to, as he had yet to return. As Xiao Chen pondered Xing Laolu, outside the gates of the Li Manor, Xing Laolu appeared, accompanied by a group of junior constables, carrying around three-legged alchemical furnace. A crowd of onlookers trailed behind them. "Xing Captain, what do you need a furnace for at the Li Manor?" A familiar face inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Xing Laolu paused momentarily, then broke into a grin, playfully scolding, "Your question is rather foolish. What else would a furnace be for but alchemy?" He shook his head in exasperation. "Alchemy? Is Master Li going to practice alchemy? I haven't heard he had such a skill." The man scratched his head, still bewildered. "Who knows, since the haunting incident at the Li Manor. The Li family has been acting strangely. One can only wonder what scheme they are up to now," another individual said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Indeed," one individual exclaimed with wide eyes and an exaggerated expression. "Could it possibly be used for summoning ghosts?" Another promptly countered, "What nonsense! Did not the officials already declare that the spirits in the Li residence are merely impersonated by humans? Where could there be any ghosts?" Many nodded in agreement. "Did not the head of the executioners state that this alchemical furnace is intended for concocting elixirs? Why indulge in such baseless speculation?" A voice interrupted impatiently, waving a hand dismissively. An elderly man, with hands clasped behind his back, raised his voice and inquired, "Could this furnace possibly be for Master Li?" It was evident that this elder shared a close rapport with the head of the executioners. With a teasing smile, the head of the executioners, known as Xing Laolu, replied, "Dear uncle, are you perhaps seeking another elixir?" He winked playfully at the elder, his demeanor quite spirited. "You insolent wretch, do you think I am someone you can jest about?" "Speak quickly," the elder retorted, feigning anger with a fierce glare. "Oh, do not be so vexed. This time you may indeed find what you seek. While an elixir of immortality may be out of reach, a tonic to bolster your vitality is certainly within the realm of possibility." Xing Laolu responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Which immortal is present in the Li residence? What kind of elixir is to be concocted?" Leaning forward slightly, his anticipation was palpable. "The head of the executioners is no immortal, so do not harbor false hopes. What he intends to brew is a vitality pill, a potent restorative should you consume one. It may very well extend your years," Xing Laolu replied calmly, a subtle smile gracing his face. As he spoke, the young constables had already begun to carry the alchemical furnace into the Li residence. Noticing this, Xing Laolu waved farewell to the elder and strode purposefully towards the Li residence, leaving the elder to ponder his words. "Xiao Chen, is it truly him? How outrageous! Why must he meddle in everything? Alchemy is no trifling matter. It is not something a frivolous young master like him should dabble in." The elder chuckled involuntarily at this thought. The others present nodded in agreement, having been sufficiently astonished by Xiao Chen's recent antics. Should he truly possess the ability to brew elixirs, it would be utterly unbelievable. Do you think Xiao Chen has encountered some divine fortune? His transformation in these past days has been rather remarkable. One bystander remarked in astonishment. "Indeed, if he has not been touched by celestial favor, how could a ne'er-do-well like him suddenly master alchemy? It is hardly a jest," another concurred. "Who can say? Whether he has received divine favor remains uncertain. But it is evident that this young Master Xiao has truly awakened," a third individual exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. "Awakened? What do you mean by that?" one companion queried in confusion. "Well, you must know that while young Master Xiao may not excel in many areas, he possesses undeniable talent in the arts of painting. Allow me to share. Today the Xiao family delivered a painting to my shop for framing, and upon merely glancing at it, I was utterly astounded. I have never encountered such a lifelike work." Chapter 39, The Emergence of the Kunping Painting. The crowd, intrigued, gathered closer, clamoring to inquire, "What painting? Please, tell us more." The speaker, with a knowing smile, lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Have you heard of the Xiaoyaoyu? Xiaoyaoyu? What is that? It seems to imply a landscape painting," one passerby remarked, somewhat knowledgeable in the art. The man shot him a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with scorn. and retorted, Xiaoyu is not merely a landscape painting, it is the inscription on the artwork, though it consists of but a few brief lines, even now it stirs my emotions. Come on, stop being cryptic. Just tell us what it says, someone urged impatiently. Lord Chen, you are here as well, he responded, quickly adopting a flattering demeanor. Bowing deeply, the man frowned, tossing a piece of silver carelessly. He impatiently insisted, here's a little something for you. Now get on with it. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Chen. Allow me to share, the speaker replied, clearing his throat before dramatically reciting. In the northern abyss resides a fish, called Koan. Its vastness is unfathomable. Stretching thousands of miles, it transforms into a bird named Pang. Its wings span incomprehensible distances. In fury it soars, its wings resembling clouds descending from the heavens. The resonance of his recitation imbued the air with fervor, igniting the listeners' spirits, and they found themselves enveloped in the grand imagery conjured by the words, yet their excitement turned to disappointment as the speaker abruptly halted, having only provided the opening lines. Continue, why have you stopped? Lord Chen demanded, brows furrowed, urgency evident in his tone. That is all, the painting contains only these few lines. To discover the entirety, you would need to consult young Master Xiao, he lamented, shaking his head regretfully. These lines alone suffice. I am now keen to behold the painting that complements such text, Lord Chen remarked. Are you certain this painting is indeed by Xiao Chen? He interrogated, skepticism etched across his serious expression. Indeed, furthermore, the Xiao family specifically instructed me to handle it with utmost care, for it was crafted by young Master Xiao himself, the speaker affirmed with resolute nods. Young Master Xiao possesses such talent? Could it be that he has genuinely received divine inspiration? Someone speculated, tilting their head in contemplation. It is possible, otherwise how could he have transformed so dramatically, even effortlessly addressing the ghostly disturbances at the Li residence? Another mused, stroking their chin in thought. Is that painting still in your shop then? Lord Chen asked eagerly. Yes, it is. I've arranged for the Xiao family to collect it this afternoon, the speaker replied promptly, a hint of eagerness in his demeanor. Would it be too much trouble for me to view it? Lord Chen inquired, hands resting behind his back, chin slightly raised, eyes narrowed in anticipation. If it is merely for viewing, I doubt young Master Xiao would mind, the speaker stammered, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. Lord Chen nodded lightly, then gestured for the speaker to lead the way. The speaker nodded vigorously, hastily stepping forward with a somewhat hurried gait. Lord Chen, known as Chen Penghui, was a prominent figure in Xinghe County, second only to the Li and Xiao families. Naturally, the shopkeeper, a mere owner of a framing shop, dared not offend him. Chen Penghui, a lover of art, exhibited a gleam of enthusiasm in his eyes whenever the subject arose. As an aficionado, he frequently interacted with the shopkeeper, well aware of his discerning taste. A painting worthy of such lavish praise from the shopkeeper must indeed be extraordinary. As they moved, a throng of onlookers began to follow suit. In the blink of an eye, a sizable crowd gradually dispersed. With no spectacle left to behold, those who had gathered outside the Li residence soon lost interest and began to meander away. As the throng scattered, a figure clad in simple garments, adorned with a conical hat, emerged from the crowd. This woman stood quietly, her silhouette shrouded in mystery beneath the hat. She cast a fleeting glance towards the Li residence, her gaze hinting at deep contemplation, before gracefully joining the dispersing crowd. In the Dili Empire, where the reigning emperors have always been female, the status of women in society is notably elevated. Here, women partake in various affairs just as men do. They possess their own aspirations and can showcase their value and talents across diverse fields, illuminating their unique brilliance upon the societal stage. With the unveiling of the Kuanping painting, it is foreseeable that Xiao Chen's renown will soon surge once more. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, he diligently cleans the alchemical furnace, preparing for his foray into the world of alchemy. The furnace, resplendent in an ancient bronze hue, seemed to embody a rich history, its surface adorned with mottled patterns, as if etched by the passage of time. Its rounded and ample form was intricately inscribed with symbols and designs, exuding an air of mystery. Acquiring such a furnace undoubtedly required considerable effort from Xing Laolu, lacking knowledge of alchemical practices. He likely assumed that alchemy necessitated a furnace, hence his decision to procure one for Xiao Chen. In truth, brewing a vitality pill does not require such an elaborate apparatus. A simple household stove would suffice. As this is merely a martial arts realm, devoid of the complexities often associated with alchemical techniques, nevertheless, possessing a dedicated alchemical furnace certainly makes the process more convenient. Beside the furnace lay the bundles of herbs brought by Xing Laolu, along with 2,000-year-old blood ginseng sent by Li Changsong. Methodically, Xiao Chen arranged the herbs, then settled down to begin his careful concoction. As time progressed, a rich herbal aroma began to rise, weaving its way through the courtyard. enveloping the space in a calming essence, filling Xiao Chun with anticipation for the vitality pill he was crafting. At this moment, several individuals outside the courtyard caught a whiff of the peculiar fragrance emanating from the medicinal concoction, causing them to pause and peer curiously into the courtyard. Initially, these servants of the Li family regarded Xiao Chen's alchemical endeavors with a sense of derision. However, upon detecting the aromatic essence, their hearts swelled with newfound admiration. They exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes, and began to whisper amongst themselves. To their surprise, this Master Xiao truly possessed remarkable skill, capable of producing such a rich aroma. Indeed, they had previously deemed him a mere fool. Now it appeared they had underestimated him. The fragrance was extraordinary, hinting that the elixir might be of exceptional quality. Undoubtedly, it is not an ordinary concoction. I have heard that the master has even brought forth 2 millennium-old blood ginseng roots from his collection. Just imagine, could a potion based on millennium blood ginseng be anything less than extraordinary? As the murmurs continued, their gazes towards Xiao Chen transformed. No longer did they harbor disdain, but rather a blend of respect and curiosity regarding this seemingly inept dandy who had suddenly exhibited such prowess. Xiao Chun, however, was too engrossed in his task to concern himself with the opinions of these servants. His full attention was fixed on the alchemical furnace, meticulously regulating the heat and occasionally adjusting the sequence of herb additions. Time passed slowly, the fragrance intensifying with each moment. Xiao Chen sensed that a critical juncture was approaching. He took a deep breath and proceeded with utmost caution. A single misstep in the addition of an ingredient could turn the elixir into poison. The timing, order, heat, and dosage must be flawless. A single error could render the entire batch useless. Chapter 40, Refining the Qi and Blood Elixir. Finally, after an interminable wait, the steam from the alchemical furnace dissipated, and a smile of joy spread across Xiao Chen's face. He gently lifted the lid of the furnace, and a more potent aroma enveloped him, confirming that the elixir had indeed succeeded. His expression brightened as he focused intently on the viscous substance within. Radiating an otherworldly glow, hastily he transferred it into a pre-prepared vessel, and once it cooled, he would shape it into pills. The Qi and Blood Elixir, primarily intended to replenish vitality, did not require the addition of minerals like lead or mercury. It could be crafted solely from botanical ingredients. This purely natural elixir bore no side effects and was safe for consumption. As time continued its relentless march, the medicinal paste gradually cooled and solidified, prompting Xiao Chen to commence the process of shaping it into pills. The tools for rolling were already prepared by Xinglao Liu. Forming the paste into strips and rolling them into pills with the specialized tools. He soon found himself surrounded by smooth, round Qi and Blood elixirs. Observing these elixirs, crafted by his own hands, Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth. As the elixir entered his belly, the capabilities of the 6th treasury immortal thief activated automatically. The elixir was swiftly dissolved by his formidable digestive abilities, transforming into a surge of vitality and innate energy. As his body gradually absorbed this power, Xiao Chen distinctly sensed an invigorating surge within him, as if he were brimming with boundless strength. He closed his eyes, savoring the remarkable transformations brought forth by the elixir. This Qi and Blood Elixir, meticulously refined with millennium blood ginseng as its primary ingredient, possessed a formidable potency that, in Xiao Chen's perception, rendered any amount of beef utterly insignificant in comparison. After some time, he opened his eyes, excitement glimmering within them. With the aid of these Qi and Blood elixirs, he could elevate his strength by 2 minor realms in a short span. Yet, Xiao Chen's current capabilities were still woefully inadequate. Even with the consumption of reputation points to enhance his physical abilities, he could only match the strength of Lu Ruyan, who was at the 5th layer of the acquired realm. This was the utmost limit of what Xiao Chen could achieve at present. Should Lu Ruyan ascend another layer, even with the system's assistance, he might not stand a chance against her. Thus Xiao Chen felt an urgent need to bolster his strength as he faced numerous challenges. Setting aside the looming threat of Lu Ruyan, the incident at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, where he had been drugged, remained unresolved. If those two issues could be considered minor inconveniences, then Qin Si Meng undoubtedly posed the greatest problem. The Ant Wu assigned to attend to Xiao Chen by Qin Si Meng was a practitioner of high-level martial arts. What of Qin Si Meng herself, transforming into a courtesan and subsequently being redeemed by Xiaoyu? Was this all merely coincidental? And what of the original owner's father? Did he truly perish from illness? Upon learning of Ant Wu's martial prowess, a flurry of thoughts invaded Xiao Chen's mind. Faced with pressing matters, he habitually inclined towards the worst-case scenario. Now, he found himself at a loss regarding how to confront Qin Si Meng. Part of the reason Xiao Chen chose to remain at the Li residence was also due to his reluctance to return home, regardless of Qin Si Meng's intentions concealed within this small county. She was already a considerable complication. Unaware of the backstory surrounding Qin Si Meng, Xiao Chen found it challenging to gauge the severity of the situation. The only course of action available to him was to diligently enhance his strength in preparation for potential crises. After securing the Qi and blood elixirs, he entered Li Yulin's chamber. At this point, Li Yulin had been relocated elsewhere. Aware that Lu Ruyan was targeting Li Yulin, Xiao Chen naturally made other arrangements for him. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, placing a vial of Qi and blood elixirs in position before commencing his cultivation. As the 6th Treasury Immortal Thief technique activated, the medicinal power was swiftly broken down. The transformed energy circulated through his limbs and bones, repairing Xiao Chen's body, which had been severely depleted by the original owner's reckless lifestyle. Most of the energy derived from the food he had consumed over the past 2 days was utilized for bodily enhancement. Time slipped away imperceptibly during Xiao Chen's concentrated cultivation, akin to an invisible hourglass silently running its course. Unbeknownst to him, night soon enveloped the earth, stars twinkling in the sky, while Xiao Chen remained engrossed in his training. Oblivious to the swift passage of time, meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, having recovered significantly after a period of recuperation, donned a set of night attire, preparing to infiltrate the Li residence once more, since her cover had been blown. It would be rather absurd to continue masquerading as a ghost. Cloaked in darkness, Lu Ruyan glided through the streets with the grace of a specter, swiftly arriving at the walls of the Li residence. With a nimble leap, she ascended to the top of the wall and observed the movements within the estate. Confirming that there was no immediate danger, she stealthily slipped inside, navigating cautiously through the corridors. Lu Ruyan made her way towards Li Yulin's courtyard. Her purpose for coming this time was not to inflict harm. In truth, had she wished to do so, Li Yulin would have met his demise countless times over. Suddenly, while engrossed in his cultivation, Xiao Chen sensed an unusual presence approaching. He abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. At that moment, Lu Ruyan appeared at the doorway, and upon seeing Xiao Chen within the room, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes, yet she quickly replaced it with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "He, Xiao brother, we meet again." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, rising from his bed with an air of calmness. "Sister Ruyan, you arrived rather swiftly. Is it that you miss your younger brother already? Your enthusiasm is quite overwhelming." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lu Ruyan's face. Upon meeting her gaze, he was taken aback to find that she had removed her heavy makeup, revealing a visage marred by grotesque scars. The scars crisscrossed her face, twisted and contorted, presenting a rather fearsome sight. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. He had been aware that Lu Ruyan bore scars, but he had not anticipated their severity. The twisted scars vividly illustrated the torment she had endured in the past. Sensing the unusual focus of Xiao Chen's gaze, Lu Ruyan's expression turned icy, and she spoke with a chilling tone, "You must endure, whether you can or not." With that, she vanished from her position like a wraith and lunged at Xiao Chen with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them in an instant, exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 41, Phantom Body Shadow Step. Seeing this, Xiao Chen exerted force through his legs, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving behind a series of illusions in his wake. His figure moved like a specter, eluding capture. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he had melded with the surrounding air, achieving an unprecedented speed. Lu Ruyan's strike missed its mark, and rather than pursue, she gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment. "What manner of movement is this? It resembles my phantom body shadow step." Curiosity danced in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she regarded Xiao Chen's sudden display of agility. Her surprise palpable. She was certain that such a technique was beyond Xiao Chen's capabilities just yesterday, yet here he was, exhibiting such mastery. "Sister, is your technique called the phantom body shadow step? Quite fitting indeed. How does my ghostly shadow step compare to your phantom body shadow step? I learned this skill specifically to counter you." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "The shadow step is a skill specifically designed to enhance speed, enabling instantaneous movement over short distances, its velocity reaching an extraordinary peak. Additionally, the shadow step possesses the ability to conceal one's presence. However, this aspect holds little significance for Xiao Chen, as his cultivation of the 6th Treasury Celestial Thief already allows him to adeptly suppress his aura. In order to effectively counter Lu Ruyan's ghostly speed, Xiao Chen exchanged for Ding Zihang's shadow step within the system, despite Ding Zihang's seemingly minor role in the Baiyu village incident. The power of his skill is indeed formidable. "The shadow step, you say? I am quite curious to see how it compares to my illusory shadow step." Lu Ruyan scoffed, her form flickering as she swiftly launched an assault towards Xiao Chen. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he once again employed the shadow step, leaving a vague afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen vanished before Lu Ruyan's eyes. Startled, Lu Ruyan found herself bereft of any sense of Xiao Chen's presence at the moment he disappeared, a perilous predicament in the midst of battle. Reacting swiftly, she scanned the room with her gaze. Pressing her back against the wall to guard against a potential sneak attack from behind, noting Lu Ruyan's tight defense, Xiao Chen stepped out from behind the cabinet. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted sharply. She had already scrutinized that area and found no trace of an aura. How could Xiao Chen have concealed himself? Little brother truly has remarkable skills. This stealth ability surpasses that of his sister by far. With such talent, it would be a pity for him not to pursue a career as an assassin, Lu Ruyan mused aloud, her hands never pausing as she locked onto Xiao Chen's position. Lu Ruyan executed her illusory shadow step to its fullest extent, transforming into numerous phantoms that surged towards Xiao Chen from all directions. Xiao Chen's focus sharpened, he deftly navigated through the myriad illusions. Exploiting the speed advantage of the shadow step to its fullest, while fending off Lu Ruyan's onslaught, his mind raced, analyzing every trajectory of her movements to pinpoint her next course of action. Seizing an opportune moment, he flashed behind Lu Ruyan and delivered a powerful punch. Lu Ruyan reacted with remarkable speed, evading the blow by sidestepping, then swiftly distancing herself from Xiao Chen. You possess some skill, but it is still far from sufficient, Lu Ruyan declared coldly, her hands shifting rapidly, causing the very air around her to distort. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Chen's mind as he realized Lu Ruyan was about to unleash a more formidable technique. Taking a deep breath, he maximized the power of the shadow step, bracing himself for her impending attack. Lu Ruyan's figure flickered, and two identical phantoms appeared beside her, the three figures converging on Xiao Chen from different angles. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, brows furrowing as he drew his willow leaf blade, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the three figures, he found it momentarily challenging to discern the real from the illusion. The three phantoms danced like specters, bewildering to the eye. As Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixed upon them, his mind racing to uncover any discrepancies. With a mocking laugh, Lu Ruyan's form vanished, while the other two phantoms surged toward Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen cursed his misfortune, but he reacted with remarkable swiftness, employing the shadow step to narrowly evade this round of attacks. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the three phantoms shifted positions once more. Launching another assault, frowning, Xiao Chen felt no room for hesitation. He swiftly burned 1,000 points of prestige to enhance his physical capabilities entirely. As the prestige was consumed, his mind entered a state of hyper-awareness. In his perception, the once elusive Lu Ruyan appeared to move in agonizing slow motion. The phantoms that had been so difficult to track now revealed their every detail, each movement magnified as if time itself had decelerated. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as his mind raced, analyzing each of Lu Ruyan's actions and potential attack vectors. When the three phantoms charged again, Xiao Chen advanced rather than retreating. Rushing directly toward one of the figures, Lu Ruyan, believing Xiao Chen to be miscalculating once more, wore a smug smile. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to make contact with the phantom, his form suddenly blurred, and the next moment, he appeared behind Lu Ruyan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch toward her back. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across her features. She attempted to evade, but it was too late, and she braced herself to endure the blow. A muffled grunt escaped her lips, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat, laced with agony. Her body staggered forward a few steps, her feet flailing in a desperate attempt to regain balance, arms flailing in the air to maintain her center of gravity. Steadying herself, Lu Ruyan whipped around to face Xiao Chen. Her eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement, her previously indifferent expression now tinged with contemplation. "How did you find my true form?" Lu Ruyan questioned, her voice trembling with incredulity and urgency, unable to fathom how Xiao Chen had accurately pinpointed her genuine self and dealt such a grievous blow in such a short span of time. "Ah, my dear sister, an illusion is ultimately just that, an illusion. You cannot achieve the transformation of the unreal into the real, thus leaving room for flaws," Xiao Chen replied in a calm tone. In a state of hyper-awareness, his emotions were suppressed to a minimum, and his thoughts became exceptionally clear and sharp. Xiao Chen had already discerned which of the three figures was Lu Ruyan's true form. His feigned attack on the illusions was merely a diversion. With his true target remaining Lu Ruyan herself, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. Fully aware of the drawbacks of the illusory shadow step, she understood better than Xiao Chen that her illusion was not born from an extraordinary speed that created phantoms, but rather from the art of illusion itself. Chapter 42, Divine Weapon Level. Since it was an illusion, it was impossible for her to achieve the transformation from illusion to reality. If she could truly do so, It would not be martial prowess, but celestial magic. Sister, I have divulged what you wish to know. Do you have any final words? Xiao Chen's voice was cold and resolute, devoid of any sentiment. You intend to kill me as well? Lu Ruyan's voice quivered slightly, a look of desolation crossing her face. If an ordinary woman were to display such an expression, it would be pitiable, but on Lu Ruyan it was simply chilling. Sister has attempted to kill me on more than one occasion. I dislike complications. If you were to constantly occupy my thoughts, I would find it impossible to sleep, Xiao Chen stated flatly, his eyes filled with a frigid murderous intent. I have never contemplated your demise, Lu Ruyan retorted urgently, her gaze betraying a hint of panic, as if striving to prove her lack of malice toward Xiao Chen, but I certainly wish to kill you. Xiao Chen sneered. When he had engaged her moments ago, she had shown no mercy, and he could not possibly trust her words. In that case, go ahead and make your move. A bitter smile spread across Lu Ruyan's face. Radiating an overwhelming sense of sorrow, slowly she closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to the fate that awaited her, as the air around them appeared to solidify in that moment. Sister, may your journey be smooth. Observing Lu Ruyan's pitiful demeanor, Xiao Chen remained unmoved, his tone still icy as he raised his willow leaf blade high, its edge glinting ominously in the candlelight, without a trace of hesitation in his gaze. He swung toward Lu Ruyan's neck, the motion swift and decisive, the blade carving an arc through the air with a whistling sound, as if blood would spill in the next instant. However, at that moment a cold light shot in from the doorway, its speed akin to lightning, nearly impossible to track. With a resounding clang, a crisp and resonant sound echoed through the air. Xiao Chen's willow leaf blade was unexpectedly severed into two pieces by this sudden strike. The broken blade fell to the ground with a dull thud. Astonishment filled Xiao Chen's face, yet he reacted with remarkable speed, retreating like a specter, his feet barely touching the ground as he swiftly created distance. He regarded the doorway with utmost vigilance, his expression one of wariness. At some point, a figure clad in plain white garments had silently appeared at the entrance, the fabric billowed gently in the wind. Crafted from exquisite material, its pure white hue reminiscent of snowflakes, perfectly accentuating her graceful form. Of this woman possessed long, flowing black hair akin to a waterfall. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely chiseled. Seemingly sculpted with great care, yet, within her clear eyes lurked a chilling coldness that made one hesitant to meet her gaze. Her straight nose exuded a sense of fortitude, and her lips were naturally rosy. Tall and slender, her every movement resembled that of a celestial being walking among mortals. As she gazed at Xiao Chen, her eyes calm as water, she spoke in a tone devoid of inflection. Young Master Xiao, I kindly ask you to show mercy. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this woman, Lu Ruyan could not help but exclaim in surprise, Third senior sister, what brings you here? The exclamation was laced with a hint of joy and astonishment. As if she had not anticipated her arrival at such a moment, the woman merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ruyan, a gaze so devoid of emotion that it was almost imperceptible. Subsequently, her eyes fixated intently on Xiao Chen, silently scrutinizing him as if evaluating something of great significance. Xiao Chen, in turn, maintained a steady gaze on the unexpectedly appearing woman, and upon observing her lack of any aggressive intent, let out a light chuckle and remarked, At last, the lady has revealed herself. I was beginning to think you intended to remain hidden indefinitely. The woman in plain attire slightly furrowed her brow, a hint of astonishment in her voice as she inquired, You are aware of my presence outside? Her tone bore a trace of curiosity and incredulity, for as a practitioner at the third layer of the postnatal realm, she found it difficult to believe that Xiao Chen could detect her. I possess a rather keen sense of smell. No scent within a 20-meter radius can elude my awareness, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Ah, I see. So, you sought to provoke me into revealing myself by attempting to kill her. No wonder you raised your blade so high, the woman acknowledged with a nod, her eyes reflecting a moment of realization. Showing no doubt in Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a knowing expression seeming to conceal deeper meaning. He glanced at the severed blade of the willow leaf, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. It had accompanied him for several years, and its abrupt demise was indeed a pity. His attention then shifted to the dagger lying beside the broken blade. Entirely black and devoid of any sheen, although Xiao Chen was unaware of the material from which the dagger was forged, he recognized it as a remarkable weapon. The willow leaf blade issued by the authorities, while not a divine weapon, was forged from high-quality steel. It was inconceivable that an ordinary weapon could be shattered in a single strike. In this martial world, divine weapons were meticulously categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. The higher the grade, the more formidable the weapon's power. For instance, an inferior divine weapon might possess merely ordinary abilities, while a medium-grade weapon would show enhancements in certain aspects. As for superior divine weapons, They wield considerable power and unique abilities, and exceptional divine weapons are unrivaled, exhibiting strength beyond common comprehension, delivering extraordinary effects in battle. Xiao Chen's blade, forged from high-quality steel, did not belong to the category of divine weapons. Thus, he found no surprise in its being easily severed by the dagger. Sensing Xiao Chen's emotional shift, the woman in plain attire gently smirked, her lips curling into a soft smile as she said, "Young Master Xiao, it is merely a high-quality blade. You cannot possibly expect me to compensate for it." You are indeed astute, my lady. Although this blade is not a divine weapon, it has nonetheless been with me for many years. And I have developed a deep affection for it. I am quite sentimental. If you genuinely intend to offer compensation, I propose this. Simply give me the dagger, and we shall call it even. Shall we? The Xiao Chen replied without the slightest hint of hesitation. The woman, taken aback by his words, let out a cold laugh. You wish to exchange a mere high-quality blade for my medium-grade divine weapon? Young Master Xiao, do you not think yourself rather greedy? As she spoke, she gestured with her hand, and the dagger instantly returned to her grasp. Observing this, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The ability to summon objects from the air was a feat achievable only by practitioners of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm and above. This woman, appearing quite youthful, had evidently attained such a level of cultivation. Xiao Chen grew wary. He could contend with Lu Ruyan, who was at the 5th layer, but if she surpassed the 7th layer, even if he were to expend all his reputation points, escaping her grasp would not be guaranteed. Once a practitioner reached the 7th layer, it marked a qualitative leap. The disparity was insurmountable by mere technique. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had stealthily approached the woman in plain attire, and upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, she giggled mischievously. Xiao brother, I find your shamelessness increasingly endearing. Perhaps you are unaware of the value of divine weapons? My third senior sister's dagger, Xianying, is crafted from the exceedingly rare black gold. The mere worth of black gold is beyond measure, let alone this divine weapon forged by a master craftsman. Lu Ruyan's words sent a jolt through Xiao Chen. While he was aware of the precious nature of divine weapons, he had not anticipated their value to be so staggering. According to Lu Ruyan, this unassuming dagger could very well be worth half of the Xiao family's fortune. Mind your words. The woman in plain attire cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, her tone icy white at that moment. Lu Ruyan involuntarily shivered at the woman's gaze. The arrival of the woman had instilled a palpable fear in Lu Ruyan, indicating the woman's formidable status within her sect. Although divine weapons were rare, they were not necessarily of interest to Xiao Chen. Were it not for his current lack of energy, he would have long sought to exchange for the divine mechanism of 100 refines. In this world, while divine weapons possessed unique power, Xiao Chen found the artifacts crafted by the divine mechanism of 100 refines far more alluring. Not to mention, Ma Xianhong's equipment would stand as a top-tier artifact even in this realm. In comparison to artifacts, those so-called divine weapons appeared somewhat lackluster. With access to a top-tier legacy from another world, Xiao Chen had no reason to genuinely covet the divine weapons of this realm. Rather, he valued the materials used to forge them. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. So divine weapons are so precious. I must admit my ignorance. Since you possess such a valuable divine weapon, you must come from an extraordinary background. May I be so bold as to inquire about the sect you belong to? Xinju, from the Wuzhizong. Lin Mengyao has met young Master Xiao, she replied, bowing slightly, her tone remaining frosty. You are from the Wuzhizong? Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Mengyao in astonishment, unable to believe that such a celestial beauty was affiliated with a demonic sect. The Wuzhizong, also known as the Wuzhimozong, held a notorious reputation within the martial world of Dali. Categorized as one of the top sects alongside the 2 palaces and the 3 gates. The one sect refers to the Wuzhizong, while the 2 palaces pertain to the Yuming Palace and the Jiuyang Palace. The 3 gates refer to the Qingfeng Gate, the Jinggang Gate, and the Huaniying Gate, and the 4 factions comprise the Lingxiao faction, the Shuiwei faction, the Qingmu faction, and the Qinghai Sword faction. These factions wield considerable influence within the Dali dynasty. Each possessing unique martial arts legacies, the Wuzhizong has always operated in a peculiar manner, employing ruthless tactics, and is infamous throughout the martial community. Their presence in Qinghai County cannot bode well. Sensing Xiao Chen's apprehension, Lin Mengyao gently reassured him. Young Master Xiao need not worry. We are not here to cause trouble. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, yet retained a degree of vigilance. He then inquired, if I may ask, what brings Miss Lin here? Lin Mengyao's gaze flickered, and after a moment's hesitation she confessed, to speak frankly, we have come in search of a certain object. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, pressing for details. Oh, what could be so important as to warrant the involvement of the Wuzhizong? Lin Mengyao fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, it is a secret of our sect, and I cannot disclose it. A secret, Miss Lin, could it possibly pertain to the Tianlang Pearl? As he spoke, Xiaochen subtly stepped back a few paces, arriving at the window's edge to is that so, who else is privy to this secret? Lin Mengyao's brows knitted tightly, her gaze locking onto Xiaochen, an icy aura emanating from her presence. Are you not aware, the shaman of the Mabei wolf clan has already publicly placed a bounty. The Yanbei 3 eagles captured a few days ago were in pursuit of the Tianlang pearl. As Xiaochen explained, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, simultaneously mapping out an escape route in his mind. A bounty. Indeed, the shaman of this generation's wolf clan possesses quite the audacity. This has certainly become intriguing. Lin Mengyao murmured softly, casting another glance at Xiaochen before turning to exit. Throughout their encounter, she had never regarded Xiaochen as a significant threat. After taking a few steps, she turned back to cast a cold glance at Lu Ruyan. Commanding, why are you not following? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan involuntarily shuddered and quickly lowered her head, replying, yes. Third senior sister. As Xiaochen watched them depart, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The ominous aura surrounding the woman was palpable. Her mere presence seemed to cast an invisible weight in the air, instilling a chill in the hearts of those nearby. It was akin to the frost from the polar regions, cold and forbidding. Daring no one to approach, her very existence suffusing the atmosphere with a sense of impending doom, Lin Mengyao's arrival had engendered a powerful sense of crisis within Xiaochen, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil waters of his existence. Sending ripples cascading outward, once the two had left, silence reclaimed the room. Xiaochen seated himself beside the bed, resting his chin in his hand, brow furrowed in contemplation regarding the unfolding situation, with the appearance of the Wujizong members. It was likely that representatives from other sects would also make their presence known, hence, Qinghe County was poised to become a hub of activity. Various factions, righteous sects, malevolent forces, esteemed families, and enigmatic organizations would converge here, transforming the locale into a stage for the tumultuous martial world. A multitude of individuals has gathered in Qinghe County, and conflict seems almost inevitable once these martial arts masters engage in combat. The ordinary populace is bound to be affected, and ultimately, it will be the innocent citizens of Qinghe County who suffer the consequences. Regrettably, even though Xiaochen is aware of this reality, his current identity and status render him incapable of exerting control over the situation. All he can do now is to swiftly enhance his own strength to safeguard himself and those dear to him. With this thought in mind, Xiaochen once again produced a vial of qi blood pill and commenced his cultivation. Upon ingestion, the pill was rapidly transformed by the formidable digestive abilities of the Sixth Treasury Immortal Thief into a greater reservoir of innate qi. This single batch of qi blood pills was sufficient to elevate Xiaochen to a power level equivalent to 50% of postnatal mastery. As the effects of the qi blood pill manifested, Xiaochen could feel the power within him continuously growing and accumulating. Such a rapid increase in strength would undoubtedly leave many in astonishment. A night passed without incident, and time slipped away quietly as Xiaochen immersed himself in his training. When he finally awakened from his cultivation, it was already midday the following day, feeling the vigorous innate qi surging within him. Xiaochen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, consuming pills for cultivation was far more efficient than relying on ordinary food. Just one batch of qi blood pills had allowed Xiaochen to break through 2 minor realms, granting him a power level on par with the 5th layer of postnatal mastery. However, despite the advantages of this method, it was exceedingly costly. From the 5,000 taels of silver he had received from Li Changsong, only 2,000 taels remained. The expenses for the alchemical furnace and various auxiliary herbs had consumed 3,000 taels, not accounting for the intrinsic value of the millennium-old blood ginseng, based on market prices. A single blood ginseng could easily fetch a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver. Yesterday, Xiaochen had utilized one to refine 10 qi blood pills, leaving him with 1 blood ginseng and some auxiliary herbs, sufficient for another batch. Calculating the value, the 20 qi blood pills were equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver, and should he purchase them externally, the cost would likely exceed 10,000 taels. This clearly illustrates the exorbitant costs associated with alchemical refinement. While crafting the pills himself saved a considerable sum, it still required a substantial upfront investment. Such a financially draining approach to cultivation, even for a prominent family like the Xiao family in Qinghe County, was unsustainable. Observing the now empty vial, Xiaochen sighed in resignation. To expedite his strength, it was evident that he needed to spend money, leading him to ponder how to generate income. His mind was flooded with revolutionary inventions: glass, cement, soap, and sun-dried salt, each possessing the potential to yield immense wealth. Yet, Xiaochen hesitated to unleash these ideas. The current scale of the Xiao family was ill-equipped to handle the vast fortunes these inventions might bring. As he contemplated, he made his way outside. Having consumed the Qi blood pill, he was left with a millennium-old blood ginseng and some auxiliary herbs. It would be prudent to refine another batch at this juncture. With another batch of Qi blood pills, he was confident he could break through another minor realm. Xiao Chen meticulously arranged the various herbs in the proper sequence, then ignited the charcoal in the alchemical furnace. This charcoal was specially prepared by Old Six, ensuring it was smokeless. The process of alchemy was incredibly meticulous. Any smoke entering the furnace would ruin the entire batch, just as Xiao Chen kindled the flames. Old Six entered with a serious expression. Upon seeing Xiao Chen refining pills again, his demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Rubbing his hands together, Old Six approached Xiao Chen, eager to offer his assistance. "Boss, you're refining pills again, let me help you watch the fire." Xiao Chen immediately pushed him aside, exasperated. "What are you doing? Do you know when to use gentle heat and when to use fierce heat? If you add that charcoal, this batch will be ruined." Upon hearing this, Old Six hastily tossed the charcoal aside, looking embarrassed. He understood better than anyone the value of this batch, if it were to be ruined. Even selling himself would not cover the loss. Stepping back, he chuckled nervously. "Boss, you carry on. I'll just watch." Old Six unconsciously began to address Xiao Chen with respect, a stark contrast to the past, when his deference stemmed from monetary matters. Now his admiration was genuine, though he sensed that Xiao Chen's transformation must have stemmed from an extraordinary opportunity. Old Six, being astute, refrained from probing further. His expression remained calm, but the flicker in his eyes betrayed his curiosity. "Old Six, did you consume the Qi blood pill?" Xiao Chen asked casually as he added another herb to the furnace. "Yes, boss, I did. The effects exceeded my expectations. A single pill propelled me to the 5th layer of postnatal mastery." Old Six replied with reverence and enthusiasm. "That's commendable. The Qi blood pill is primarily a restorative medicine, its main function being to strengthen the body, while the boost in power is incidental. To truly enhance one's martial prowess, one must rely on specialized pills designed for that purpose," Xiao Chen affirmed, his expression earnest. "Boss, you can refine pills specifically for enhancing martial power?" Old Six exclaimed, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Could it be that you've truly encountered a celestial opportunity?" "Celestial opportunity, is that what they say outside?" Xiao Chen chuckled. "Most speculate as much, especially given your drastic changes these past few days. Such remarkable feats are not something the old you could accomplish. And mastering alchemy in a short time is no trivial matter without unique circumstances. Perhaps I could be considered a recipient of celestial favor." Xiao Chen mused lightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Old Six's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Xiao Chen, filled with incredulity. Though Xiao Chen had not explicitly confirmed it, his words implied an acknowledgement that left Old Six in awe. "Did boss truly receive celestial favor?" Old Six asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "Perhaps not celestial favor per se, but I did encounter a Taoist named me, who recognized my unusual bone structure and claimed I possessed a rare innate qi. Marking me as a prodigious talent in cultivation. He imparted some teachings to me." Xiao Chen replied with an air of nonchalance. "The Taoist me, who has brought such transformation to boss, surely deserves to be called a celestial figure." Old Six marveled indeed. "In retrospect, it feels almost surreal. I merely closed my eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, everything had changed." Xiao Chen sighed lightly, a blend of sincerity and nostalgia in his tone. "To receive guidance from a celestial like Taoist me is indeed a remarkable fortune. I long to witness the grace of such a divine being," Old Six said, his eyes gleaming with yearning. As if envisioning the figure of Taoist me. "Alas, you may be disappointed. Taoist me has ventured out to seek further enlightenment, and it remains uncertain if he shall ever return in our lifetimes." Xiao Chen lamented, "What a pity, to miss the chance to behold Taoist me is indeed one of life's greatest regrets." Old Six expressed with profound disappointment. "Patience, perhaps one day he will return, and I shall make the introductions." Xiao Chen smiled reassuringly. "That would be splendid. Who knows, I might also receive Taoist me's guidance." Old Six beamed, his smile radiant and filled with hope. "You certainly have a vivid imagination. Unfortunately, the path of cultivation differs greatly from martial training. To cultivate, one must first possess innate qi within. Over 40 years of age, it's best to abandon such dreams," Xiao Chen said with a hint of amusement, a teasing tone evident in his voice. "Innate qi, I've heard of it. It's said to be a power one is born with, present only in infants. As one matures, this innate qi integrates into the body. For boss to retain such energy is indeed a rare talent in cultivation." Old Six mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Xiao Chen regarded Old Six with a knowing smile, a hint of amusement lingering on his lips. "Naturally, if I weren't a prodigy in cultivation, Taoist me would not have chosen me. To be bestowed with the true teachings of Taoist Master me, it is certain that in the future, the head of the class will also become a remarkable figure akin to Taoist Master me." Old Sixing chuckled in agreement. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, Old Six, you are a wise man, surely you do not need my guidance for what comes next? The subordinate understands. Within half a day's time, everyone in Xinghe City will know that the head of the class is a prodigy in cultivation, having received the true teachings of Taoist Master Mi. Old Sixing replied, bowing deeply and speaking with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Old Six, I trust you to handle this. Xiao Chen nodded. After a moment of hesitation, Old Sixing continued, head, is this matter truly as you say? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Old Sixing with a light laugh and countered, what do you believe? Since it is the head's word, it must be true. Old Sixing leaned closer to Xiao Chen, his face adorned with a fawning smile. He very perceptive. What I say is indeed the truth, Xiao Chen stated with a grave expression. Old Sixing, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly, having understood the implication in Xiao Chen's words, regardless of the truth of Xiao Chen's statement. It would be considered the reality when presented to the outside world. Enough of this, let us discuss serious matters. How goes the investigation I tasked you with? Xiao Chen inquired. While speaking, he did not cease his actions, placing the final herb into the alchemical furnace, then adjusting the flame to a gentle simmer, beginning the slow process of brewing. Once the heat was properly set, Xiao Chen returned to his chair and turned his gaze toward Old Sixing. In response to the head, Old Sixing slightly lowered his head and spoke with solemnity. The investigation has been completed yesterday. After bringing Li Yulin into the prison and conducting various tests, I can confirm that he has truly gone mad. However, it is not due to fear but rather that he has been secretly drugged, Old Sixing said with a furrowed brow. Drugged? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigue evident in his gaze as he inquired. What was the purpose of administering such a drug? Was it Lai Yuruyan's doing? Xiao Chen's tone was filled with curiosity. In the memories of the original owner, Li Yulin was renowned as a gifted scholar. Not merely a pretender to elegance, but a man of genuine talent. A student who was solely focused on achieving success in his studies ought to have been devoted to a path of officialdom. How then could he have entangled himself with that enchantress of the demon sect? Xiao Chen was filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. It must be noted that Lai Yuruyan hailed from the Wuji demon sect, and no woman who could survive within the demon sect was to be trifled with. How could a mere frail scholar like Li Yulin dare to challenge Lai Yuruyan? And not only that, but he also deliberately marred her face. The head is indeed wise, and has guessed correctly, Old Sixing said, his face alight with excitement, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar gleam from the ramblings of Li Yulin. I have deduced a few things. Seeing his expression, Xiao Chen understood there was more to the story. He refrained from interrupting and listened intently to Old Sixing's subsequent words. Old Sixing pondered for a moment before continuing. Based on my conjecture, Li Yulin must have learned that obtaining the original yin of a female disciple from the Wuji demon sect would grant him her martial prowess. Thus, upon encountering Lai Yuruyan, he resorted to some underhanded means to incapacitate her and subsequently took her original yin. Fearing retaliation from the Wuji demon sect afterward, he decided to leave no traces behind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Such a fortunate circumstance, it was no wonder Li Yulin was tempted. Not only Li Yulin, but even he would be enticed by such an opportunity. Old Sixing, observing this, could not help but let out a bitter laugh and slowly said, such opportunities are rare in this world. One must understand that the Wuji sect is a demon sect, and their female disciples cultivate techniques recorded in the Yin-Yang secret classics. Specifically the Xianyin Su Nv Gong. The inner strength cultivated from this method is extremely cold and yin in nature, far beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. Only when Li Yulin encountered Lai Yuruyan, whose power was still shallow, was he able to succeed. Otherwise, had the pure yin energy entered his body, a mere ordinary person like him, who had never practiced martial arts, would likely have been frozen to death. Even so, Li Yulin fell gravely ill afterward. You must have heard about this, as he has been recuperating at home for the past year. Yes, that's so. I thought as much. How could a person's aura be so chilling? So it is due to this technique, Xiao Chen murmured softly as he recalled Lin Mengyao. The beauty is frigid as an iceberg. According to what Old Sixing said, those who cultivate the Xianyin Su Nv Gong become increasingly cold-hearted as their power grows. However, Old Sixing shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. The head should not dwell on such fortunate matters. The techniques of the demon sect are rarely beneficial to others. It is already quite remarkable if they do not harm others for their own gain. But wait, what of Lai Yuruyan? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled. Even if Lai Yuruyan miraculously survived, shouldn't she be devoid of power? How could she still possess such formidable strength? I cannot say for certain. Old Sixing shrugged. Perhaps within the Wuji demon sect, there exists some technique that allows one to continue cultivating even after such a loss. Old Six Xing was merely speculating, as their understanding of the specific techniques of the demon sect was quite limited. Guessing without knowledge held little value. Perhaps Xiao Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned his attention back to the alchemical furnace, where the steam had nearly evaporated during their conversation. The rich fragrance of the herbs began to waft through the air, the unique aroma spreading freely, indicating the extraordinary potency of the concoction within. Old Six Xing inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with longing. Noticing this, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly and asked Old Six, "Do you have any other matters, Old Six Xing?" Reluctant to withdraw, his gaze eventually turned serious again. "Head, there are visitors from the court. It is the Yulin Guard." Chapter 46. The Empress's personal guard. The Yulin Guard. Why would they be disturbed? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. From the memories of the original owner, Xiao Chen understood that the Yulin Guard was not merely the Empress's personal army. This elite force was responsible for guarding the imperial city and also held the significant duty of overseeing the officials. Their functions bearing similarities to the Jinhui in certain respects. In the Great Li Dynasty, the Yulin Guard also undertook tasks such as ceremonial duties, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. They were a crucial foundation for maintaining stability within the dynasty. The Yulin Guard wielded immense influence both within the palace and beyond, and their presence indicated that this matter had likely been reported to the emperor. Once the Yulin Guard became involved, resolving the issue would not be so simple, especially since it related to the Mo Bei Wolf clan, which could use the Tianlang Pearl as a pretext to invade the Great Li borders, a troublesome affair. It is unfortunate, Old Six Xing sighed, but the arrival of the Yulin Guard may also bring some respite. With them here, those martial artists may settle down a bit. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Xiao Chen replied thoughtfully, there are only 3 members of the Yulin Guard present. Given the number of martial artists, even they cannot manage everything. In recent days, the influx of martial artists into Qinghe County has been increasing, and the county magistrate fears trouble, thus assigning my brothers to patrol the streets daily. They are under considerable pressure. The head is aware that these martial artists are used to being unruly. They act according to their whims, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, showing no regard for consequences. Just today, several brawls have already broken out, causing chaos in the county, with them fighting openly in the streets. Utterly indifferent to the plight of the common folk, such behavior is simply lawless. Old Six Xing lamented helplessly. That's simple enough. You should set up a platform in both the eastern and western districts. Should any conflicts arise, have them resolve it on the platform. That should suffice. No, Xiao Chen suggested with a smile. Old Six Xing, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly, saying, the head is too naive. How could those martial artists willingly comply and engage in a contest? But what of the Yulin Guard? Perhaps we can invoke their name. They likely won't mind, since they also come for the Tianlang Pearl. They would not allow chaos in Qinghe City, Xiao Chen replied with a grin. Old Six Xing's face twitched slightly. The Yulin Guard was precisely the group everyone wished to avoid. To invoke their name for action was truly a matter of risking one's life. While Xiao Chen spoke lightly, Old Six Xing was acutely aware of the potential repercussions. He did not possess the courage to utilize the Yulin Guard's name. Head, you jest. The name of the Yulin Guard is not so easily borrowed. If we were to invoke their authority, whether the martial artists would face consequences is uncertain, but we would surely suffer the repercussions. Old Six Xing said with a mournful expression. You still do not grasp the crux of the matter. Since the Yulin Guard has come for the Tianlang Pearl, they will undoubtedly clash with these martial artists. Given the Yulin Guard's modus operandi, they will ultimately resort to bloodshed to establish authority. As long as you seize the opportunity adeptly and borrow a bit of their prestige, it should pose no issue. Adapting to circumstances and acting in accordance with the situation is essential to maintaining the right course. If you can earn their favor, perhaps you might ascend to great heights and join the Feathered Guard, Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. Joining the Feathered Guard is best left aside. I believe being a constable in Qinghe County is rather satisfactory. Xia Laolu replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen paused his actions, glanced at Xia Laolu, and nonchalantly responded, then so be it. Having said that, Xiao Chen disregarded Xia Laolu further, picking up a nearby rolling tray to begin crafting pills. After rolling the medicinal paste into long strips, he placed them in the tray and, after a few back-and-forth motions, produced 10 pills the size of longan fruits. This batch of Qi blood pills was crafted according to the dosage of the previous batch, resulting in the same quantity of 10 pills. Tossing one Qi blood pill to the still-dazed Xia Laolu, Xiao Chen instructed, here, take this Qi blood pill and remember to provide me with feedback on its effects after consumption. Upon catching the pill, Xia Laolu's expression shifted from one of worry to a broad smile. Thank you, Chief. Rest assured, I will keep thorough records, he exclaimed excitedly. Is the chief planning to sell these pills? Xiao Laolu inquired curiously after his initial excitement. Indeed, I have such intentions. Refining pills is exceedingly costly, and having exhausted my stock of millennium-old blood ginseng, I find myself needing to purchase more from outside. With merely 2,000 taels in silver notes left, that amount is but a drop in the bucket for pill refining. Now I wish to sell some pills to earn a bit of money. Do you think this is feasible? Xiao Chen explained. Xiao Laolu nodded in agreement, well aware that all the materials for pill refining had been procured by him, thus he understood the financial burden it entailed. Are you considering trading pills for cultivation resources while martial artists gather in Xinghe City? That is precisely my thought. What do you think? Xiao Chen asked. Today, while refining pills, he had pondered this matter. Recognizing the substantial risks of invention which could potentially implicate the Xiao family, something he wished to avoid. Conversely, pill refining was a personal endeavor. Even if someone coveted his skills, it would solely concern him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Laolu responded, I am not entirely knowledgeable on this matter. However, if the pills the chief produces yield effects similar to the Qi blood pill, selling them shouldn't pose much difficulty. Xiao Chen nodded, not expecting Xiao Laolu to offer any profound insights. It was merely a casual inquiry. After a moment's thought, he replied, producing Qi blood pills of this quality is not particularly challenging for me. But securing millennium-old blood ginseng may prove to be quite a task. Indeed, while millennium-old blood ginseng is not exceedingly rare, sourcing it can be quite troublesome. Although with effort, it can be found, it is insufficient to be sold as a commodity. Xiao Laolu expressed with a hint of regret before asking, if not Qi blood pills, what does Chief intend to sell? Vitality pills, although their efficacy does not match that of Qi blood pills. They can be refined using ordinary ingredients and are relatively affordable, making them more accessible. Xiao Chen elucidated. Is the chief considering making vitality pills a long-term business? Xiao Laolu inquired, furrowing his brow. That is indeed the case. Qi blood pills can serve as a premium product to attract customers, while vitality pills can be provided as a staple offering, Xiao Chen affirmed. Chapter 47, Shaolin's Minor Recovery Pills. Xiao Laolu cast a glance at Xiao Chen. Slowly shaking his head, noticing this, Xiao Chen, puzzled, asked, is there a problem? Not a problem per se, Xiao Laolu replied, but it may disappoint the chief. Qinghe County is merely a remote small county with little martial prowess in the vicinity. Selling such vitality pills for a prolonged period may prove challenging. In the entire Qinghe County, apart from us constables, there are only 2 escort agencies with genuine martial practitioners. If the chief intends to sell these here, it may be somewhat difficult. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen comprehended the essence of Xiao Laolu's words. He had been overly optimistic. The county's permanent population was merely around 20 to 30,000. And the number of true martial practitioners was less than 1 in 1,000, while the vitality pills were specifically tailored for warriors. Selling them solely to the few dozen individuals in the county would likely lead to financial ruin. Ultimately, Xiao Chen could only shake his head in resignation. In that case, it might be wiser to sell Qi blood pills, capitalizing on the influx of martial artists in Qinghe County to earn a quick profit. In truth, Xiao Laolu had yet to mention another point. Major sects in the martial world would not find such vitality pills useful, as they possess specialized nourishing concoctions for their disciples. Realizing the crux of the issue, Xiao Chen could only sigh, I have been too presumptuous. In that case, let us consider a pill that enhances martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Laolu's eyes brightened immediately. If a mere pill for replenishing vitality could yield such effects, a pill specifically designed to enhance martial prowess would surely be even more effective. What kind of pill does the chief intend to refine? Xiao Chen quickly reviewed all the pills capable of enhancing martial prowess in his mind. The minor recovery pill, which can increase internal energy for a year and can be taken consecutively. The final enhancement depends on individual absorption, he explained after a moment's thought. After considering all options, Xiao Chen ultimately chose the minor recovery pill from the Shaolin Temple. Besides the minor recovery pill, there exists the major recovery pill, which can enhance internal energy by 10 years per pill. However, the major recovery pill demands high-quality ingredients and is significantly more challenging to refine, beyond the Shaolin's offerings. There are also the Dragon Tiger Gold pill from Longhu Mountain, a unique pill of the Celestial Master S manner, which manifests dragons and tigers during refinement, indicating its considerable difficulty. Other sects possess their respective pills, such as Wudong's Purple Gold Pill, Sanhua Huanjing Pill, and 5 Elements Bigu Pill, yet none are as suitable as the Minor Recovery Pill. Enhancing one's internal energy for a year is neither miraculous nor commonplace, making it an excellent candidate for market introduction. Every martial artist yearns to elevate their prowess, the higher one's martial capability, the greater their influence within the martial world, much like those grand masters who transcend the imperial authority. Unbound by worldly regulations, this is splendid. Since we have the minor recovery pill, is there a major recovery pill as well? Xia Laolu asked, his face alight with enthusiasm. Xiao Chen regarded Xia Laolu with surprise. Had he not known that Xia Laolu was merely asking casually, he might have thought him a modern-day traveler. Indeed, there is a major recovery pill that enhances internal energy by 10 years per pill. But it requires exceptionally high-quality ingredients and is quite difficult to refine. As Xia Laolu's thoughts wandered, Xiao Chen had already penned the formula and handed it to him. Follow this to gather the necessary ingredients. We should be able to procure them all here, along with the formula. Xiao Chen also passed the 2,000 taels and silver notes to Xia Laolu. Xia Laolu, momentarily stunned, quickly donned a flattering smile, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Chief, this minor task is in my capable hands." Xiao Chen merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Recognizing the cue, Xia Laolu respectfully bowed and departed. After Xia Laolu left, Xiao Chen succumbed to contemplation once more. It had only been 2 days since he awakened in this body. In such a brief span, he had transformed from a novice at the first layer of postnatal cultivation to a skilled practitioner comparable to the 5th layer. This astonishing rate of progress was truly remarkable. Xiao Chen had achieved in 2 days what Xia Laolu had accomplished over decades. Such an extraordinary feat, if known to others, would undoubtedly incite envy and covetousness toward the secrets Xiao Chen harbored. He was well aware of this, which is why he initially utilized the explosive origin blood technique to explain the system's auxiliary functions and masked the reasons for his rapid cultivation growth with the pills. Simultaneously fabricating an elusive lineage, all of Xiao Chen's actions were essentially constructing a rational explanation for his transformation. When these 3 points converged, the logical chain was complete, leading most people to accept this explanation. As for the few skeptics, even if Xiao Chen revealed his status as a traveler from another world, they would remain unconvinced. Accessing the system, Xiao Chen examined his personal panel, which displayed, name, Xiao Chen reputation points, 8542 realm, 5th layer of Qi refinement techniques, chasing windblade technique. 6 faults immortal thief, Qi body source flow, spirit binding and dispatch, ghost shadow walk. Beneath the personal description, the small flame within the Qianquan cauldron continued to burn steadily. Upon seeing the 5th layer of Qi refinement listed in the realm section, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, as he did not recall any classification of realms in the world beneath a single individual. Xiao Chen was taken aback to discover that the system had introduced a classification for the martial realms in this world. Though he was left pondering whether the next stage after refining Qi would be foundation establishment, this fleeting thought passed through Xiao Chen's mind, and he promptly redirected his focus to his reputation points. In just a short span, his reputation had surged to 8,832 points, indicating that several hundred individuals had recently been discussing his affairs. Observing the steadily increasing reputation, it was evident that his handling of the haunting incident at the Li residence had proven to be quite fruitful. With the permanent population of Qinghe County barely reaching 20 to 30,000, the number of reputation points he received had undeniably reached its zenith. The key to such an influx lay in Xiao Chen's sudden transformation, which had generated a significant psychological impact, leading many to harbor curiosity about him. Once the fervor subsided, acquiring reputation points would likely become more challenging, as public interest in an individual could not persist indefinitely. To garner more reputation, one would need to venture into larger cities and engage with a broader populace. However, the time to leave Qinghe County had not yet arrived. Without sufficient strength, venturing forth would be akin to courting disaster. Pondering these matters, Xiao Chen opened the inheritance panel, initially intending to enhance his martial prowess before learning additional offensive techniques. Given the current tumultuous state of Qinghe County, he found it necessary to expedite his original plans. Yet he needed to carefully deliberate on which skills to pursue. While Xiao Chen busied himself with acquiring new skills, the streets of Qinghe County were abuzz with commotion, as various figures from the martial world gathered there. Chapter 48, Convergence at Qinghe City. The martial practitioners flocking to Qinghe City transformed the formerly tranquil town into a whirlwind of activity. Each faction arrived with diverse motives. Some sought to seize the celestial wolf pearl. Others aimed to establish their names, while some harbored ulterior motives. In the alleys and thoroughfares, individuals from different sects scrutinized one another, subtly vying for supremacy. The flicker of blades and swords seemed poised to erupt at any moment in the shadows. The inns were teeming with patrons, the cacophony of voices rising and falling, all centered around discussions regarding the celestial wolf pearl and analyses of rival factions. Smaller guilds attempted to take advantage of the chaos. scouring the city for opportunities. In contrast, the prominent sex exhibited relative restraint, quietly orchestrating their plans. The citizens of Qinghe City experienced a mixture of excitement and trepidation while they witnessed this grand martial gathering. They feared for the disruption it would wreak upon their lives. The public order in the city had become exceedingly precarious, compelling the authorities to bolster their ranks to maintain order, yet they often found themselves outmatched by the formidable martial artists. Though the arrival of these individuals posed significant challenges for Qinghe City, it simultaneously ushered in considerable commercial prospects. Particularly, the taverns and inns were overflowing with patrons, while all establishments celebrated their bustling business. Lu, the proprietor of the returning fragrance pavilion, wore a troubled expression. Early that morning, the Xiao family had presented the deed to the returning fragrance pavilion, transferring ownership to Xiao Chen, resulting in a change of management. Naturally, the head chefs who had long been associated with the establishment would depart as well. The chefs were the backbone of any tavern. Without them, the business of returning fragrance pavilion would likely plummet. Lu had considered leaving alongside them, but the Li family had made no arrangements for his departure as an external manager. Anxiously, Lu awaited Xiao Chen's arrival, as the steward of the Xiao family had indicated that whether he would be retained depended on Xiao Chen's decision. Observing Lu's despondent demeanor, a young waiter on tiptoe approached him and inquired in a hushed tone, "When will young Master Xiao arrive? Will our tavern remain open?" Lu furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he sighed. "Alas, who knows? Lord Li has dismissed Chef Zhang and the others. It's uncertain whether returning fragrance pavilion can remain operational." The young waiter, filled with anxiety, stamped his foot and exclaimed, "What shall we do? The Xiao family has a tavern too. Why not transfer a chef from there to kickstart our business? Qinghe City has never been this lively. It seems foolish to let such a golden opportunity slip away. I wonder what young Master Xiao is truly planning." "You fool, do you not see who these people are? Did you not notice that the 100 Flavors Pavilion was just demolished over there? The meager profits they made would barely cover the repairs," Lu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The young waiter glanced nervously at the partially collapsed 100 Flavors Pavilion, a flicker of panic crossing his face. "Alas, these martial practitioners are truly lawless. Manager Wu has really drawn the short straw. With the tavern in such disarray, substantial silver will be needed for repairs, and the authorities do nothing to intervene." The young waiter's brow furrowed, his expression one of despair. "Intervene? How could they? There are only a handful of officials in the court. Can they manage all of this?" Lu shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. "What then? We can't just allow these people to run rampant." The young waiter rubbed his hands together, a hint of indignation etching his features. At that moment, several figures adorned with long swords strode toward them with purpose. The young waiter, startled, quickly approached them with a forced smile, cautiously saying, "Esteemed guests, my sincerest apologies, but our establishment is currently closed. If you wish to dine, I kindly ask you to seek another venue. Step aside." "Closed but still open. Our young master intends to dine here today. Hasten to bring forth your finest dishes and wines. If our young master is pleased, he may even reward you with a couple of coppers." The speaker was a burly man with a rugged visage, his voice booming like a bell, resonating painfully in their ears. Beside him stood a young man clad in ornate garments, wielding a folding fan. The young man's expression was cold and aloof, with an imperceptible air of arrogance in his gaze. Flanking him were two beautiful maidens and several guards wielding long blades. Upon witnessing this, Lu hurriedly approached the young master, forcing a smile as he said, "Young master, I beg your pardon. It is not our intention to neglect you. Today has presented some peculiar circumstances, and I hope you can understand." A glimmer of curiosity sparked in the young master's eyes as he inquired with interest, "What peculiar circumstances could prompt you to forego such a lucrative business?" Lu's expression faltered as he hastily explained. "I would not dare to deceive you, young master. Today, the establishment has changed hands. The former owner took all the chefs with him. Even if we wish to welcome guests, we find ourselves utterly powerless." As Lu's words fell, one of the young maidens beside the young master softly remarked, "Young master, this returning fragrance pavilion is the tavern that Li Changsong transferred to Xiao Chen." Upon hearing this, the young master's face lit up with realization, a smile curving his lips as he chuckled off. "This Xiao Chen is indeed intriguing. Since his arrival in Qinghe County, his reputation has spread far and wide. He is truly a figure of renown, a prodigy in cultivation. Such talents are rarely seen in a century. Having come to the domain of this prodigy, how could I not seize the opportunity to meet him? It would be a great regret otherwise." Without awaiting Lu's response, the young master boldly stepped into the tavern, with his entourage closely trailing behind. Only the burly man paused momentarily with a disdainful glance at Lu. The burly man scoffed, "You heard our young master. have that so-called prodigy of cultivation come forth to pay his respects. It would be an honor for him to pique our young master's interest." With that, he dismissed Liu and strode into the tavern with an air of superiority. Liu and the young waiter exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. "What shall we do now, manager?" the young waiter asked anxiously. "What can we do? We cannot afford to offend such a noble family. Since he wishes to see young Master Xiao, you shall go and inquire about his plans while you're at it." Liu replied with a sense of inevitability. "Understood, manager, you attend to the guests. I shall find young Master Xiao at once," the young waiter affirmed before hastily departing in the direction of the Li family. The news of Li Changsong trading 2 millennium blood ginsengs, 5,000 taels of silver, and a tavern for Xiao Chen's 3-day protection had already spread throughout Qinghe County, with just a day having passed. Xiao Chen was indeed at the Li family's residence. As the saying goes, while one sits at home, trouble comes from afar. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, a storm of trouble was about to descend upon him. He was still preoccupied with deciding which cultivation method to pursue. At times, having too many options for cultivation methods was not necessarily a boon, especially for someone like Xiao Chen, who suffered from indecision. Chapter 49, Learning New Cultivation Methods. Gazing at the inheritance panel filled with a plethora of cultivation methods from various sects, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for choice. Currently he had mastered 6 techniques: the 6-volt Celestial Thief, Chi Body Source Flow, Spirit Binding and Dispatching, Ghostly Shadow Movement, Finger Flick Divine Skill, and Wind Chase Blade Technique. As for the Wang family's Divine Path, Xiao Chen had only acquired some drawing-related skills and had not delved further into it. Among these, the 6-volt Celestial Thief and Chi Body Source Flow belonged to the category of Chi refining techniques, while Spirit Binding and Dispatching held little relevance for Xiao Chen at present. As this was a high martial world rather than a Xianxia realm, and thus there were no spiritual entities for him to bind, Ghostly Shadow Movement pertained to agility, Finger Flick Divine Skill was a ranged attack technique, and Wind Chase Blade Technique was merely a foundational martial skill. Consequently, Xiao Chen found himself lacking a combat skill that could be effectively utilized in battle, possessing the myriad martial legacies of the world beneath one person. Xiao Chen undoubtedly lacks for martial skills in this regard. Within this realm, the illustrious traditions of Shaolin and Wudong also prevail, with their respective schools offering the esteemed 72 unique techniques of Shaolin as well as Wudong's various exceptional arts. For instance, Shaolin's Dragon Claw Hand and the Great Strength Diamond Palm are formidable martial techniques, while Wudong's Tai Chi Fist and Tai Chi Sword are also renowned for their excellence. This is merely a glimpse of Shaolin and Wudong. Each of the other sects possesses its own unique and distinguished martial legacies. After much contemplation, Xiao Chen ultimately selected to fuse the Golden Light Spell and the 5 Thunder Rites from Longhushan are indispensable for his studies. In addition to Wudong's Tai Chi Fist and Tai Chi Sword, furthermore he must learn Ma Ben's Divine Machine Refinement, the object manipulation technique from Jia Family Village in the west, and the Sword Chi of Fu Rong, with the system assigning the name returning to the Sea Sword technique to the method practiced by Fu Rong. However, for the time being, it is imperative that he first masters the Divine Machine Refinement, Object Manipulation Technique, Golden Light Spell, and Fu Rong's returning to the Sea Sword technique. After witnessing Lin Mengyao's divine weapon, Xiao Chen is reluctant to wield ordinary arms in combat, thus the most pressing matter remains to forge himself a suitable weapon. In contrast to the raw power of blade techniques, Xiao Chen finds himself more enamored with the ethereal elegance of sword techniques. His pursuit of the object manipulation technique aims to enable him to wield flying swords with greater finesse. Although mastering the Divine Machine Refinement renders object manipulation a commonplace method, the esteemed reputation of Jia Family Village is undoubtedly due to its unique advantages. The synergy of object manipulation and the capabilities of the magical tools themselves can unleash even greater power. Their combination is far from a mere arithmetic sum. Since he intends to use a sword, it is naturally essential to incorporate sword chi. Should he forge a few sword-grade magical artifacts using the Divine Machine Refinement and subsequently nurture them with sword chi, Xiao Chen is destined to become a legendary sword immortal. His selection of these 4 techniques is not without reason. The Golden Light Spell serves as a protective method, enhancing one's defensive capabilities. In the world beneath one person, several protective techniques exist, among which the most famous are undoubtedly Shaolin's Golden Bell Shield and the Indestructible Diamond Skill. However, as Xiao Chen is currently practicing Taoist techniques, he feels that delving into the Buddhist Golden Bell Shield and Indestructible Diamond Skill would be stylistically incongruent. Therefore, he has no intention of pursuing any Buddhist techniques in the near future. Apart from Shaolin's Golden Bell Shield and indestructible diamond skill, the world beneath one person also boasts protective techniques such as the Tang Sect S5 Treasures Protection Method, the escape light previously employed by Ding Ding'an, and various methods from the Chai Sect. Yet, in comparison to the Golden Light spell, these techniques lack a certain degree of versatility. Speaking of versatility, the Rui skill from the L family is also quite commendable. If the Golden Light spell were to be fused with the Rui skill, the outcome remains uncertain. Pondering this, Shao Chen added the Rui skill to his list of options, with the Golden Light spell as a protective method. The Divine Machine Refinement for crafting, the Object Manipulation technique for controlling artifacts, and the Returning to the Sea Sword technique for sword chi, along with the previously learned Ghost Shadow Movement and Finger Flick technique. He finds that he need not seek additional skills in the immediate future. The reason he aims to learn the Divine Machine Refinement and Object Manipulation technique now is that he harbors the intention of merging these two with the Finger Flick technique. The steel balls launched by the Finger Flick technique possess power comparable to that of bullets. If he were to refine the steel balls into magical artifacts, and subsequently manipulate their trajectory after they are shot, it could achieve the element of surprise and catch opponents off guard. As Shao Chen contemplated this, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. If bullets could curve, it would be exceedingly easy to orchestrate covert schemes against others. Upon recalling the revolver wielded by Nathaniel Elijah, which appeared capable of firing curving bullets, he mused that, despite being an alchemical item, crafting such a magical artifact through the Divine Machine Refinement would not pose significant difficulty. Having settled on the techniques to exchange, Shao Chen proceeded without hesitation to select the Golden Light spell, Divine Machine Refinement, Object Manipulation technique, and Fu Rong's Returning to the Sea Sword technique. As his prestige points were deducted, the information regarding these techniques flooded into Shao Chen's mind. Simultaneously, he ignited 1,000 prestige points to enhance his neural reflexes, enabling his brain to re-enter a hyper-frequency state. Once in this heightened state, a myriad of information converged within his consciousness. Shao Chen felt his thoughts racing like lightning as countless images, data, and insights interwove in his mind. The mysteries of these techniques gradually crystallized in his awareness, each move and form taking on a newfound clarity. With his eyes tightly shut, Shao Chen immersed himself in this wondrous state, striving to organize and integrate the torrent of information under this hyper-frequency condition. He swiftly unified all the techniques. He retrieved a steel ball, holding it in his palm, as a substantial amount of chi surged into the steel ball. Ma Xianhong, proficient in the Divine Machine Refinement, could transform objects in mere seconds. Likewise, Shao Chen, having mastered the Divine Machine Refinement, found it no arduous task to refine a steel ball into a low-grade magical artifact. Presently, Qinghe City has gathered numerous martial artists, and a fierce battle over the coveted Tianlang Pearl could erupt at any moment. With limited time, Shao Chen must enhance his strength as much as possible before these martial artists locate the Tianlang Pearl. For only with sufficient power can he ensure his own safety amid the impending turmoil. Chapter 50. Each with their own thoughts. The events surrounding the Tianlang Pearl incident are likely far more complex than they appear. The wolf tribe from the northern desert has long harbored ambitions to invade the Dali dynasty, persistently encroaching upon the borders in recent years. Although the scale of their incursions has been modest, they have nonetheless proven to be a considerable nuisance for the Dali court. Within the court, a heated debate ensues among the ministers, with some advocating for a robust counterattack to eliminate future threats, while others argue for a diplomatic resolution through negotiation. The emergence of the Tianlang Pearl in Qinghe County may, from the outset, have been part of a grand conspiracy. This coveted treasure, sought after by martial artists, could easily incite conflict within the Dali martial community. If it were to manifest in Qinghe County, such chaos would likely align perfectly with the desires of the northern desert wolf tribe, who might seek to exploit the ensuing turmoil to further disrupt the internal order of the Dali dynasty, thus creating more favorable conditions for their invasion. If this is indeed the case, the martial artists entering Qinghe County may not realize just how many lives could be lost. As Shao Chen nourished the steel ball with innate chi, he simultaneously contemplated the intricate details surrounding the Tianlang Pearl incident. Whatever thoughts crossed his mind, others were bound to arrive at similar conclusions. Within the Qinghe County government office, 3 members of the Feather Forest Guard were seated around a wooden table, conversing in hushed tones. Among them, the foremost figure was a lean, sharp-eyed middle-aged man. Beside him sat 2 others. One was a tall, brawny man with a stern countenance, while the other was a diminutive young man exuding a hint of cleverness. The burly man furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. "Lord Wu, what course of action should we take next? The Tianlang Pearl may not reside among these small families in Qinghe County. We cannot simply linger here." Before the middle-aged man could respond, the astute young man interjected with a laugh. "Li Yang, can you not be so impatient, since Lord Baihu has instructed us to observe the situation? There must be further arrangements. What is your hurry?" "I merely wish to return to the capital sooner," Li Yang retorted. "I cannot bear to remain in this remote place any longer. The sooner we locate the Tianlang Pearl, the sooner we can report back." "Report back? What are we reporting?" Zhao Bin chuckled and shook his head. "The Tianlang Pearl is not something we lost, but Lord Qian who entrusted us with this task." Li Yang expressed his concern. "Lord Qian who only instructed us to find the Tianlang Pearl and bring it back to the capital. He never said we couldn't return if we fail to find it." Zhao Bin explained with a smile. "What do you mean? If we cannot find the Tianlang Pearl, how do we return?" Chen Jiqing asked, puzzled. "Li Yang, you must learn from Zhao Bin, always engage your mind in matters," Wu Baihu said, shaking his head in resignation. "The sacred item of the wolf tribe, the Tianlang Pearl, has been lost for so many years. How could we easily find it, even if we do locate the Tianlang Pearl? Do you think the three of us can safely escort it back to the capital?" Lord Baihu was wise. "The Tianlang Pearl is a treasure hard to come by. It is not something we, the Feather Forest Guards, can lay our hands on. If we cannot find it, so be it. If we do find it, our lives may very well be at stake." Zhao Bin sighed. "Moreover, the appearance of the Tianlang Pearl in Qinghe County is no simple matter. According to Feng Miao's intelligence, there are hints of the wolf tribe's involvement behind this incident." "What do you mean? Could it be that this event was orchestrated by the wolf tribe? But what could their motive be? The Tianlang Pearl is a sacred item of the wolf tribe. They have sought it for so many years. Even if they obtain news of it, they would investigate discreetly and should not create such public commotion." Li Yang questioned, perplexed. Sacred item? The Tianlang Pearl is a sacred item within the wolf tribe. Outside of it, it becomes an object everyone can vie for. It is rumored that the Tianlang Pearl harbors mysterious powers that aid martial artists in breaking through the innate realm. The innate realm is a coveted state for all martial artists. Once achieved, their strength will experience a tremendous enhancement. Thus, the allure of the Tianlang Pearl is irresistible to martial artists, if it truly manifests. A great battle is inevitable. Even though they were aware that it might merely be a trap set by the Wolf Clan, they would still leap into it eagerly. Today, I roamed around the city and observed that representatives from the first sect, second palace, third gate, and fourth clan had nearly all gathered. The elders leading them, even the weakest among them, possess skills no less than the seventh layer of the postnatal realm. As for us three, one is at the sixth layer, and the other two are at the fourth layer of the Feather Guard. If the celestial wolf pearl were truly to manifest, what could we possibly do?" Zhao Bin lamented helplessly. In light of this, why did Lord Qianhu still send us here? Li Yang furrowed his brow tightly, filled with confusion. Wu Baihu responded leisurely, "It is to witness. There are those within the court who wish to incite this great battle, aiming to weaken the forces of the martial world. At the same time, it serves to exacerbate the conflicts among the various sections." Wu Baihu's tone was calm, yet the bloodshed hidden behind his words represented countless lives lost. Just as the citizens of Qinghe County had never been regarded by the court in the eyes of many, if sacrificing the lives of an entire city could lead to the court resolving the threat posed by the martial world, it would be deemed worthwhile. The relationship between the court and the martial sects has always been complex, with entanglements never ceasing. The court's principle has consistently been to weaken and suppress the martial factions. The court schemes and the people of the martial world are not fools. At this moment, in a room within the Yunqian of Qinghe County, Qin Mangyao was conversing with two men. One of them remarked, "Senior sister, the celestial wolf pearl has yet to be located. Could it be that the information is erroneous? The celestial wolf pearl is simply not in Qinghe County. That cannot be. This is a deliberate rumor spread by the shaman of the wolf clan. It cannot be false. He surely wishes to leverage our strength to find the celestial wolf pearl. In the end, everyone will rely on their own capabilities. Whoever can obtain it will claim it." Qin Mangyao replied with a calm demeanor, her expression as cold as ice. "How could the wolf clan shaman be content to act thus? Might there be a conspiracy involved?" Another disciple questioned, puzzled. Is that even a question? There is definitely a conspiracy. When has such a fortuitous event ever occurred in this world? The sacred artifact of the wolf clan cannot be taken lightly. This is Qinghe County of the Great Li, not their frigid northern wasteland. Without some backing, how could the wolf clan shaman dare to take such a significant risk? The celestial wolf clan must harbor secrets unknown to us, he said disdainfully. Regardless of what that secret may be, we must first locate the celestial wolf pearl. However, we currently have no leads. We have explored all the larger families in Qinghe County, and now only the Shao family remains. Senior sister, do you intend to visit the Xiao family personally? The disciple inquired. Lin Mengyao pondered for a moment before responding. You need not concern yourselves with the Xiao family matters, Chen Xiaoshua, Li Jiling. Simply keep an eye on the court's movements. Understood, senior sister, Chen Xiaoshua and Li Jiling replied in unison. Li Jiling hesitated for a moment before continuing. Are you worried that the court might deliberately provoke trouble? Senior sister, when have those individuals in the court ever been at peace? The reputation we the Wujizong enjoy today is all thanks to them. Lin Mengyao snorted coldly before proceeding. For years, the court has sought to incite discord, employing various means to suppress us martial sects, attempting to seize control of everything for themselves. A mocking smile of derision appeared on Lin Mengyao's face. The various sects are well aware of the court's petty maneuvers, and she scoffed at them. It is essential to remember that the martial world has endured for several millennia, far surpassing the history of the current court. Throughout the ages, countless dynasties have attempted to dominate the martial world. Yet the outcome has always been the same. Every dynasty ultimately faced annihilation. While the martial sects continued to thrive, the court has always been this way, and there is no need for senior sister to be angered. Li Jiling shook his head, opting not to elaborate further on the matter, and instead asked, what draws your attention to Xiao Chen and senior sister? Do you truly believe he is a prodigy in the way of cultivation? Whether he is a prodigy or not can be discerned through a trial. Those capable of cultivation are rare encounters in a century. Moreover, the Dao sect does not engage in the disputes of the martial world. There is no need for us to make an enemy of him, Lin Mengyao replied calmly. What you say is indeed correct, senior sister. By the way, senior sister, I saw individuals from the Qinghai sword sect have also arrived today. I have heard that Lin Xuan from the Qinghai sword sect is actually Xiao Chen's fiancé. Furthermore, I know that the senior brother Meng Hao has long held affection for this junior sister. With his personal arrival this time, Xiao Chen is likely to encounter trouble, Li Yulin said, a sly grin spreading across his face. Lin Mengyao paid little heed to such gossip, her brow furrowed slightly as she remarked. Meng Hao possesses the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation, making him indeed a formidable opponent. Since he has conflict with Xiao Chen, let us wait and see. Those seeking to trouble Xiao Chen are not limited to the Qinghai sword sect. The Zhang family from Shangyang County also has their eyes on him. This is merely the surface. Who knows how many others are covertly interested in Xiao Chen's legacy, Chen Xiaoshua said with a mischievous smile. Li Jiling interjected, the Daoist techniques are not our martial arts manuals. What is there to fight over? Those with the talent for cultivation are rare in a century, even if one were to acquire it. What use is it if they cannot cultivate? Chen Xiaoshua chuckled. There are always those who believe themselves to be exceptional, and it is only natural for them to wish to try being coveted by others. Xiao Chen can only blame himself for being foolish, revealing his fortune to the world. If he does not face misfortune, who will? As they discussed Xiao Chen, he was engrossed in refining tools, merely transforming steel balls into tangible forms, not concocting any extraordinary abilities. For someone like Xiao Chen, who had mastered the art of divine crafting, this was not a difficult task. Just as he had refined a few, the young attendant hurriedly entered, excitement written all over his face as he approached Xiao Chen, exclaiming, Young Master Xiao, I finally found you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen slowly emerged from his state of crafting, looking quizzically at the attendant, whom he did not recognize. Noticing Xiao Chen's confusion, the attendant quickly clarified, Young Master Xiao, I am a server from the Huixiang building. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, his thoughts quickly returning to clarity as he realized that Huixiang building now belonged to him. The establishment had been handed over to individuals from the Xiao family, so why had a server from Huixiang building come to find him at the Li family, although Li Changsong was not of good character? He had been quite straightforward during the handover of Huixiang building. He required Xiao Chen to stay at the Li family for 3 days. This 3-day period was what Li Changsong had negotiated for himself. Given the Li family's strength, it would not be difficult to invite some martial experts. However, the martial experts Li Changsong sought were not ordinary, they were forces capable of contending with the Wujizong. Thus, he needed 3 days to prepare. Upon learning of the instigator within the residence, whether human or ghost, Li Changsong understood that he was facing the Wujizong, with the strength of the Li family. They were utterly incapable of contending with it. That was precisely why Li Changsong had chosen to spend a fortune to keep Xiao Chen at the Li family. In Li Changsong's plans, if he could enlist the Xiao family to join in the fight against the Wujizong, it would be an optimal outcome, regardless of whether Xiao Chen had slain Lu Ruyan or she had killed him. The Xiao family could not escape entanglement with the Wujizong. Merely a few thousand taels of silver in an inn could drag the Xiao family into the fray, making it the most cost-effective endeavor for Li Changsong. In the context of information disparity, Xiao Chen initially believed he had trapped Li Changsong, but little did he know that Li Changsong's schemes were far more long-term, encompassing the entire Xiao family. At this moment, within the Li residence, Li Changsong was entertaining guests from the Qinghai sword sect, with the intention of drawing the Xiao family into the fray. This was merely the first step. With Li Changsong's cunning, he would never place all his hopes on the Xiao family alone. The individuals from the Qinghai sword sect were the second wave of support Li Changsong had invited. However, Li Changsong had not anticipated that the Qinghai sword sect would arrive so swiftly. While Li Changsong was hosting those from the Qinghai sword sect, Xiao Chen had already followed the attendant out of the Li residence. "Young master, I observed those individuals' attire. They should be from the Zhang family of Shangyang. I have seen the sunflowers depicted on their garments," the attendant murmured softly. "The Zhang family from Shangyang County has also arrived." Xiao Chen mused for a moment, realizing the significance of this Zhang family from Shenyang. Qinghai County was already under the jurisdiction of Shenyang County, and Xiao Chen had some knowledge of the families in Shenyang County from his past. Within the Dali Empire, the Zhang family was renowned as a martial arts household, having produced several innate martial artists in the past. The individuals coming this time were from the Zhang family of Shenyang, which was merely a branch of the Zhang family from Dingyang Prefecture. Although this branch had since declined, it was still far beyond what the Xiao family could compare to. As they walked, the attendant remarked, "Young Master Xiao, the shopkeeper is dealing with those individuals. Perhaps you should avoid them for now, as they do not seem to come with good intentions. This place is so small." "Where can I hide? Let us go. We shall meet with the individuals from the Zhang family," Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. The Zhang family members were evidently here for Xiao Chen at such a moment. Where could he possibly hide? If he avoided them this time, what about the next? Continuously hiding was not something Xiao Chen desired. When he spread the news, he had already been aware that such a day would come. But he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. The changes within Xiao Chen were closely tied to the secrets of the innate realm, and those who were interested in his legacy would not be limited to the Zhang family. The Zhang family of Shangyang was merely the first wave. Xiao Chen was not alone. His second aunt and Xiao Yao were still at home, but if he chose to hide, the Zhang family might very well seek out the Xiao family. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the waiter, though still burdened with worry, could only muster the courage to follow suit. They hastened towards the location of the Huixiang Tower, and with each step, the waiter felt his heart racing ever faster. Before long they arrived at the Huixiang Tower, but before they could enter, they were intercepted by several guards. After the waiter explained their purpose, the guards finally permitted their entry. Observing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to voice his thoughts. Entering the tower alongside the waiter, inside, the manager was beaming with a smile, engaging in conversation with a young man clad in splendid attire. The young man's eyes exuded an air of extreme arrogance, as if he looked down upon everyone around him. As Xiao Chen ascended to the second floor, a burly man cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "So, you are Xiao Chen, not much to write home about, are you? Did you not claim to be a prodigy of the Tao? Why not show us a trick? If you manage to amuse our young master, perhaps you could earn a place as his servant." Before the burly man could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen's expression had already darkened. He could not ignore the provocation embedded in the man's words. Chapter 52. Disciple of the Tao. Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the robust man. A fierce flame of anger surging within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, after a moment of contemplation, he managed to suppress his fury. He was curious to see what these individuals truly intended. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut. This is not a place where a mere servant can speak as he pleases," he retorted. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a counter. He grinned coldly and replied, "Kid, you have guts. Do you even know who our young master is?" At this, Xiao Chen could not help but smile, a hint of derision playing on his lips as he mused. No matter the time or place, there are always those who rely on their forebears' authority. With a shrug and a soft chuckle, he turned his attention to the young master, jesting, "I take it your father is named Wang Gang?" The young master's brow furrowed slightly. Although he was unaware of who Wang Gang was, he could clearly discern the sarcasm in Xiao Chen's tone. Before he could respond, the burly man stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Xiao Chen's nose and berating, "You insolent wretch, how dare you mock our young master? You truly have a death wish." "Enough," Xiao Chen's voice rang out, infused with palpable annoyance and impatience. His brow furrowed slightly as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his swift motion akin to lightning. A golden light extended from his arm, coalescing in midair into a hand, imbued with an unstoppable force, which struck the burly man's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as the man was flung backward, crashing into a nearby wall, which crumbled under the impact, dust swirling into the air. Transforming Qi into form, the young master's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Xiao Chen possessed such astonishing strength. How old could he possibly be to achieve the feat of transforming Qi into physical form? This was truly beyond comprehension. Typically, reaching such a realm required years of rigorous training and accumulation, yet Xiao Chen had done so at such a young age, shattering conventional understanding. To condense internal energy into a tangible form. One would generally need to have reached at least the 7th level of postnatal cultivation. Those who surpassed the 7th level were often in their 40s or 50s, even among the elite of the top sex. Few could break through the 7th level before turning 30. The young master's exclamation stirred a profound ripple of astonishment among the onlookers as they exchanged incredulous glances. Xiao Chen, however, remained as calm as still water. Fully aware that the young man had misunderstood him, yet he felt no inclination to clarify the distinction between innate qi and postnatal internal energy. The young master glanced at the burly man, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Realizing that Xiao Chen had shown him mercy, his expression returned to its previous indifference. So you are Xiao Chen, indeed possessing remarkable skill and audacity. Truly worthy of the Tao's true teachings. It is the first time I, Zhang Mingxian, have been so openly mocked, he remarked, narrowing his eyes, a fleeting glint of cold murderous intent flashing within, though it quickly faded back to a facade of nonchalance. Was it not young Master Zhang who first mocked me by unleashing a mad dog to bark recklessly? What is your intention then? Xiao Chen queried directly, unwilling to engage in circles. Zhang Mingxian shrugged with a smile. He merely has a straightforward nature. Why should young Master Xiao take offense? Humph, straightforward? Do you take me for a fool? Such blatant provocation? What do you truly seek? Xiao Chen scoffed. Zhang Mingxuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Why be so tense, young Master Xiao? I merely wish to befriend you and inquire whether you know the whereabouts of the Tianlang Pearl. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Zhang Mingxuan's intentions. I have no interest in the Tianlang Pearl. If young Master Zhang desires it, he may seek it himself. Why come to me? Zhang Mingxian leaned forward slightly, chuckling. Young Master Xiao truly has no interest. It is a treasure of great renown. Speak plainly, young master, there is no need for such convolutions. Noticing Xiao Chen's impatience, Zhang Mingxian paused briefly before returning to his usual demeanor. Indeed, young Master Xiao is forthright. I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I am quite interested in cultivation techniques. Might you be willing to lend me a glance? Xiao Chen shot Zhang Mingxian a sidelong glance. His eyes filled with disdain. Having perused numerous tomes to find a legitimate source for his own inheritance, he was well aware of the Tao's true nature in this world. With a soft chuckle, he replied, so, young Master Zhang also aspires to cultivate. Do you know the essential requirements for doing so? Zhang Mingxian, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Xiao Chen's tone, continued confidently, the retention of innate qi. I understand that. Then does young Master Zhang believe he meets the criteria? The Tao practices innately based techniques, and if I recall correctly, your Zhang family from Shenyang has no innate martial artists. Correct? Xiao Chen said with a light laugh. As he spoke, the disdain in his gaze grew more pronounced. After all this, Zhang Mingxuan's true intentions became clear. In this world, practitioners of the Tao could indeed wield magic, but those capable of truly casting spells were exceedingly rare. To cultivate, one crucially needed to have a reserve of innate qi. In the entire Dili Empire, very few possessed such qualifications. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingxuan's eyes flickered with displeasure. He could readily discern the ridicule in Xiao Chen's words, yet he suppressed his anger and responded with forced calm. I am merely curious. I wonder if young Master Xiao might be willing to share. I might be willing to share, but I wonder if your Zhang family can handle it, Xiao Chen replied, a cold smile gracing his lips, the mockery evident in his tone. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon my family? Zhang Mingxuan's brows knitted tightly, his face contorted with anger as his voice rose several decibels. A family without even a single innate martial artist, yet daring to covet the true teachings of the Tao. Do you think us easy prey? Xiao Chen's eyes brimmed with disdain as he regarded Zhang Mingxian from a superior vantage point. He had thoroughly contemplated the implications of revealing his inheritance. Having anticipated the ensuing outcomes. To attain prestige, he realized he could not afford to act too discreetly, yet not being discreet did not necessitate ostentation. If possible, Xiao Chen wished to avoid enmity with the Zhang family. After all, the Tao's banner he raised was but a facade. In the event of trouble, there would be no Tao to back him. The Tao never intervened in the conflicts of the martial world. Yet its influence was not inferior to that of any martial sect. Moreover, as the state religion of Dili, the national master Ling Su was revered as the foremost grandmaster of the Tao. With such a formidable background, Xiao Chen would naturally lean towards seeking refuge with the Dao should he require support. Zhang Mingxuan's expression shifted slightly. He understood all too well that a disciple of the Dao was not someone his family could provoke. Yet, casting a glance at Xiao Chen, a cold smile returned to his lips. You are you, and the Dao is the Dao. Just because you claim to be a disciple of the Dao, does that make it true? Furthermore, I have never heard of that Daoist me. Are you simply fabricating stories? After uttering these words, Zhang Mingxian fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, trying to discern any hints of deception from his expression. Xiao Chen merely scoffed. Whether it is true or not has no bearing on you. Are you perhaps thinking of testing the strength of this disciple of the Dao? Indeed, Zhang Mingxian replied with a cold smile. Tai Nu, let us see the prowess of this disciple of the Dao and witness what makes the Dao's profound art so extraordinary. Chapter 53, The Golden Light Incantation. Ultimately, a confrontation is inevitable. After all the idle chatter, if you desire to witness it, you must open your eyes wide and observe carefully. As Xiao Chen spoke, he had already risen from his seat, and with his movement, a faint yet distinct golden radiance began to emanate from his body. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies, cultivating through countless tribulations, I attain my divine powers, within the three realms. The way alone is supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light, reflecting my essence. As Xiao Chen's words gradually subsided, he became enveloped in a rich golden glow, appearing akin to a radiant golden idol. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Mingxuan's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with envy. The protective mystical arts of the Dao sect, you have indeed acquired their legacy. Xiao Chen stood there, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Mingxian, and remarked, You have seen young Master Zhang, do you still wish to compete? Zhang Mingxian clenched his teeth, the envy in his eyes slowly morphing into jealousy. So what if you possess the protective arts of the Dao sect? You have yet to reach the 7th layer of postnatal cultivation. The ability to manifest qi is merely a testament to the profundity of this technique. I shall see what marvels your mystical arts truly hold. With a grim expression, Zhang Mingxian abruptly waved his hand, and his trained guards swiftly surrounded Xiao Chen like wolves. Each of them bore fierce expressions, weapons in hand, exuding an intimidating aura, ready to strike at any moment. If Xiao Chen truly possessed the prowess of the 7th layer, these guards would undoubtedly flee in terror. However, since it was merely a matter of technique, they felt emboldened to engage Xiao Chen's side in resignation. Alas, it ultimately comes down to strength. As he spoke, a steel ball appeared at his fingertips. The situation had escalated to this point, and Xiao Chen felt no need for further dialogue. Iron Slave, witnessing this, let out a furious roar and charged forward, his massive fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Xiao Chen. Without flinching, Xiao Chen, surrounded by golden light, met the blow head-on. A flicker of disdain in his eyes, with a resounding thud, Iron Slave felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable metal. An overwhelming recoil surged through his arm, leaving it numb and nearly devoid of sensation. While Xiao Chen remained utterly unmoved, steadfast as a mountain. Then, with a cold snort, Xiao Chen's form flickered like a wraith, closing the distance to Iron Slave. In an instant, Iron Slave was taken aback. Having never anticipated Xiao Chen's speed. By the time he sensed the impending danger and attempted to defend himself, it was already too late. Xiao Chen raised his hand with blinding speed, his palm cutting through the air, and struck Iron Slave's fleshy face with a resounding slap. The crack echoed as Iron Slave's face contorted grotesquely, and like a kite severed from its string, he was sent flying, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. This time, Xiao Chen held nothing back. Iron Slave's incessant provocations had long since ignited his desire for retribution. At that moment, Xiao Chen's expression was cold, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, with his current cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refining. Facing a mere 4th layer warrior like Iron Slave was effortlessly trivial. Iron Slave, a hulking figure, clearly specialized in brute strength, excelling in defense yet lacking in speed, against Xiao Chen's swiftness, a fighter like Iron Slave was destined to be on the receiving end of punishment. As Iron Slave was effortlessly sent flying with a single blow, the remaining guards were taken aback, their hearts pounding in shock, and they rushed towards Xiao Chen in unison. Observing this, Xiao Chen maintained a stoic demeanor, flicking his fingers to release the steel ball, which surged with dazzling golden light, shooting forth like a lightning bolt towards one of the guards. The steel ball shot through the air like a brilliant meteor, striking a guard with astonishing speed. The guard shrieked, propelled backward, unconscious and unresponsive. The other guards stood frozen in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, unfazed by their stupefaction. Xiao Chen's form flickered, weaving through the ranks like a phantom, each strike resulting in another guard falling. With his current cultivation employing the ghostly shadow technique, he moved like a specter, leaving the merely 3rd layer guards utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Iron Slave, struggling to rise once more, let out a furious roar resembling a frenzied beast as he lunged at Xiao Chen again. However, Xiao Chen nimbly evaded his ferocious assault, then without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to Iron Slave's abdomen. Blood erupted from Iron Slave's mouth, his face drained of color, and he crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud. The force of Xiao Chen's blow was formidable, even if Iron Slave survived. His strength had been thoroughly extinguished, the radiant golden light had penetrated deeply, inflicting irreparable internal damage. At this moment, only a few guards remained, their expressions taut with tension as they watched Xiao Chen. Fear and unease etched upon their faces, the overwhelming pressure he emanated far exceeded their expectations, instilling a profound sense of dread that made their hands tremble around their weapons, as if Xiao Chen would pounce upon them like a wraith. Delivering a fatal blow at any moment. In an instant, Xiao Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing beside Zhang Mingxian, gripping his throat tightly. "Shall we continue?" he asked coldly. "Young master," several guards exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to rescue him, but Xiao Chen flicked his fingers, striking the wrists of the guards with steel balls. They cried out in pain and hastily retreated, exchanging glances filled with complex emotions. Since their arrival in Qinghe County, they had heard numerous tales of Xiao Chen's exploits. Initially, they believed him to be a mere wastrel with a modicum of inheritance, never anticipating that he would grow to such an astonishing degree. Strong enough to instill fear in them, their eyes shifted to Zhang Mingxian, who was being throttled by Xiao Chen, and they saw him dismissively wave his hand. Upon witnessing this, the guards breathed a sigh of relief and silently stepped back, aiding their injured companions in the process. Recognizing that his guards had only sustained minor injuries, Zhang Mingxian understood that Xiao Chen did not wish for matters to escalate further. He patted Xiao Chen's arm, saying, "Young master Xiao, loosen your grip, it's all a misunderstanding." Xiao Chen scoffed and forcefully pushed Zhang Mingxian away. Despite Zhang Mingxuan's outward arrogance, his cultivation barely reached the third layer of postnatal strength. Not much stronger than the original Xiao Chen. Gazing at Zhang Mingxian, Xiao Chen's tone dripped with derision. "Is this the outcome you sought, Zhang Mingxian? Do you still wish to continue your little test?" No need, Zhang Mingxian replied hastily. "I have witnessed young Master Zhao's strength. Indeed, you are a prodigy. Achieving such power in just a few days is truly admirable. Enough of the pleasantries, what is it that you truly desire?" "Speak plainly," Xiao Chen replied, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Zhang Mingxuan's lips curled into a knowing smile, revealing an intriguing expression. "Young Master Xiao is indeed straightforward. I have heard that you are also adept at alchemy. If I am not mistaken, your prowess is also reliant on elixirs, is it not?" Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, amusement dancing in his gaze. "And if it is, what of it? Is this line of questioning merely to uncover that truth?" Zhang Mingxian shrugged casually, still wearing that enigmatic smile. "One must verify the authenticity of rumors, mustn't he?" Xiao Chen's cold chuckle was laced with scorn. "Now that you have seen for yourself, are you satisfied?" Xiao Chen understood that Zhang Mingxuan's motives extended far beyond mere curiosity. He knew that had he been lacking in strength, Zhang Mingxian would have shown a completely different face. Since entering the Huixiang Tower, Xiao Chen had been discreetly observing Zhang Mingxian. It was evident from Zhang Mingxuan's reactions and demeanor that he was an exceedingly arrogant and petty individual. The so-called test was to Xiao Chen merely a pretext, concealing deeper intentions and schemes. Zhang Mingxian chose not to respond but instead chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Young Master Xiao, do not be so irritable." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, impatience clear in his tone. "Speak quickly, do not waste my time." Seeing this, Zhang Mingxian helplessly rubbed his nose and softly said, "Young Master Xiao, you see, we could actually cooperate." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Cooperate? With you?" Zhang Mingxian nodded vigorously, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Yes, you possess alchemical skills, and I have resources. Together, we could achieve something remarkable." Xiao Chen's lips curled into a derisive smirk, disdain flickering in his gaze. "You wish for me to become the exclusive alchemist for the Zhang family?" Zhang Mingxian quickly stood, his face beaming with a smile. "What do you think, young Master Xiao? I am sincere." Xiao Chen regarded Zhang Mingxian with contempt. "Mocking sincerity? What value does your sincerity hold?" Zhang Mingxuan's smile instantly froze upon hearing those words, and although he forced a laugh, a simmering anger brewed within him. "Well then, let us forego sincerity and discuss interests. Does young Master Xiao still possess some elixirs?" Zhang Mingxian suppressed his fury, his gaze betraying an eagerness. Despite his noble lineage, his talent was rather mediocre. Nearing 30, he had only attained the 5th layer of postnatal cultivation. Without the aid of superior elixirs, his achievements would be exceedingly limited. The elixirs held by Xiao Chen were an undeniable temptation for him. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, a hint of derision lacing his voice as he leisurely replied, I have a few left, does young Master Zhang desire them? Upon hearing of the elixirs, a glimmer of greed flashed in Zhang Mingxuan's eyes, akin to a famished wolf spotting a prime cut of meat. He quickly donned a smile and eagerly inquired, might young master shall be willing to part with some, name your price. I shall not haggle, yet Xiao Chen coldly retorted, no, I am not interested in trading. Zhang Mingxian, taken aback, demanded, why not? Xiao Chen's expression remained impassive as he curtly replied, I simply find you displeasing. Zhang Mingxian could only manage a bitter smile, helplessly stating, why let emotions dictate our actions? It is merely a small misunderstanding. Let us not let money come between us. Xiao Chen frowned deeply and spoke, a small misunderstanding. Zhang Mingxian, how dare you trivialize this? I suggest you put away those petty thoughts. Such tricks are unnecessary. Zhang Mingxuan's countenance darkened instantaneously, his teeth gritted as he exclaimed to Xiao Chen, do not provoke me unnecessarily. My Zhang family holds considerable influence in Xianyang County, opposing us will yield no favorable outcome for you. Xiao Chen, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Come on, Zhang Mingxian, show me what you are truly capable of. Zhang Mingxuan's expression darkened further, he recognized Xiao Chen's intent to incite him. Yet the fire of rage within him could not be subdued, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared and roared, his voice seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Suddenly, he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising his hand to strike at Xiao Chen with a palm that had turned as red as a branding iron, radiating intense heat. Xiao Chen, observing Zhang Mingxuan's frantic demeanor, smirked slightly, displaying a hint of mockery. With an air of disdain, he nimbly evaded the oncoming attack, his movements almost ghostly. In an instant, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a sharp bolt of black light that shot towards Zhang Mingxuan's back with blinding speed. As if intent on piercing through anything in its path, Zhang Mingxian sensed the imminent danger and quickly sidestepped, yet he was still grazed by the force, causing him to stagger, regaining his footing. He roared once more and lunged at Xiao Chen, his hands morphing into claws that sliced through the air towards Xiao Chen's face. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Zhang Mingxian, like Lu Ruyan, was also at the fifth layer of postnatal cultivation. However, in terms of speed, strength, and the techniques they practiced, they were worlds apart, while one Lu Ruyan could easily rival 10 Zhang Mingxuans. Remaining calm, Xiao Chen employed the ghostly shadow technique, his steps fluid and agile as he leaned back to effortlessly evade the attack. Simultaneously, he swiftly raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Mingxuan's abdomen. Unprepared, Zhang Mingxian was struck, his body flying backward like a kite cut from its string. As he clumsily regained his balance, astonishment washed over his face, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief at how easily he had been hit. Ha, Zhang Mingxian, surely the Zhang family's burning heaven palm is not of such low caliber, Xiao Chen remarked with a cold, mocking smile, his tone dripping with contempt. Once Zhang Mingxian steadied himself, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Xiao Chen, do not revel in your triumph. This matter is far from over. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, he strode away, his expression dark, eager to escape the place that had brought him such humiliation. His guards and maidservants exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware of Zhang Mingxuan's formidable prowess, yet, witnessing their once proud young master falter against Xiao Chen, they could hardly comprehend the disparity. The stark contrast left them momentarily stunned. Rooted in place, after a brief moment, they snapped back to reality, hastily following Zhang Mingxuan's lead, a group of over a dozen hurriedly making their way downstairs, their chaotic footsteps betraying their inner turmoil. The iron servant, supported by 2 guards, limped down the stairs, his already ghastly visage now marred by a palpable sense of resentment, as if it might overflow at any moment, chilling those who beheld it. As he walked, he shot a venomous glare at Xiao Chen, seemingly intent on etching Xiao Chen's visage into his memory. Passing by Xiao Chen, the iron servant halted, glaring fiercely and hissing through clenched teeth. Brat, do not get too comfortable. The Zhang family will not let this slide. Xiao Chen merely cast a dismissive glance at the iron servant, his eyes brimming with disdain. With a sigh, he chose not to engage in further banter. Emotionlessly, he raised his hand, flicked his fingers, and a steel ball shot forth, hurtling directly towards the iron servant's throat. The projectile's speed was astonishing, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, reaching the iron servant in the blink of an eye. The steel ball pierced through the iron servant's throat like lightning, leaving him no time to react. Even in death, his face remained etched with disbelief, his wide eyes reflecting shock and confusion. After dispatching the iron servant, Xiao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet his expression remained unchanged, calm as a placid lake, as though taking a life was but a trivial matter to him. The 2 guards assisting the iron servant wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Xiao Chen's decisive action had far exceeded their expectations. In Qianyang County, few dared to show such blatant disregard for the Zhang family, and Xiao Chen's actions left them utterly unprepared, seeing Xiao Chen summon another steel ball. The guards hesitated, fearing they might be next, and hurriedly transported the lifeless iron servant downstairs. Upon reaching Zhang Mingzhi's side, the guards, trembling with fear, recounted the events. Zhang Mingzhi's expression darkened further. The death of a servant was inconsequential. Yet such actions were a clear affront to the Zhang family. Igniting a blazing fury within him, he glanced at Xiao Chen, standing at the second-floor window, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Infused with malice, with a wave of his hand, he led a group of guards away. As they departed, the innkeeper approached Xiao Chen with a worried expression, softly saying, "Young Master Xiao, having offended the Zhang family in such a manner. They are unlikely to let this go easily. Not to worry, they are, but the Zhang family, they cannot harm me," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. The innkeeper opened his mouth as if to argue but ultimately sighed in resignation. He understood Xiao Chen's predicament all too well. Though the Zhang family held considerable sway in Qianyang County, they paled in comparison to the top-tier sects within the martial world. If Xiao Chen were to shrink back before a family that lacked even a congenital warrior, it would only reveal his own insecurities. Xiao Chen was acutely aware of this, thus he must confront challenges with unwavering resolve, ensuring no hint of weakness or hesitation was visible to others. He aimed to demonstrate through his actions that he, Xiao Chen, was not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Countless eyes were upon him, and should he project even a semblance of uncertainty, it would invite relentless probing, akin to sharks scenting blood, seeking to exploit any vulnerabilities until they confirmed he stood alone, without allies to back him. In such a scenario, the fate awaiting him would be one of utter ruin. For Xiao Chen, retreat was not an option, but a plunge into an abyss. He must confront every challenge and threat with a formidable demeanor. This was a truth beyond the grasp of the innkeeper, whose perspective was confined to the small establishment. The innkeeper could not fathom that the more assertive Xiao Chen appeared, the less likely anyone would dare provoke him, as strength would instill fear in those with ulterior motives, deterring them from acting recklessly for fear of encountering the formidable power that might lie behind Xiao Chen. Ironically, the more low-key Xiao Chen remained, the more others felt compelled to trample upon him. Perceiving his modesty as a sign of weakness, as if it afforded them the opportunity to launch unrestrained attacks against him. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, it is only by exhibiting sufficient strength and authority that one can safeguard oneself and establish a firm foothold amidst the tumultuous tides of society. Xiao Chen did not feel the need to explain himself to the steward. Instead, he gently inquired, "And you are?" "I am Lu Hong, the former steward of the returning fragrance pavilion, and I have had the pleasure of meeting Master Xiao." Lu promptly replied, bowing respectfully. Even the most insignificant characters possess their own wisdom. Lu Hong's immediate address of Xiao Chen as master undoubtedly signified his intention to pledge loyalty. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and continued, "Steward Lu, I shall entrust the management of the returning fragrance pavilion to you, but certain rules must be amended. Please summon all the staff. I have matters to discuss." Upon hearing that Xiao Chen wished for him to remain, the steward was instantly filled with joy. However, before he could revel in his happiness, the mention of rule changes sent a wave of anxiety through him, leaving him uncertain of what Xiao Chen intended to do. Although Lu Hong was not intimately acquainted with Xiao Chen, he had heard whispers of his reputation in Qinghe City, and he feared that if Xiao Chen acted impulsively, it would be they who would bear the consequences. Reluctantly, Lu Hong steeled himself and called all the staff together. The 5 individuals stood before Xiao Chen, their faces a mask of tension, anxiously awaiting the fateful decree. Li Changsong had thoroughly executed his duties, and all the chefs from the returning fragrance pavilion had been reassigned, leaving only 4 waitstaff and the steward, an insufficient number to keep the establishment operational. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a familiar face to you all, so I shall forego the formalities. Since you have chosen to remain, it is evident that you wish to continue your employment here. Trust me, you will take pride in your decision to stay." Xiao Chen's words were impassioned, yet the 5 individuals merely exchanged awkward smiles, none truly believing what he had just proclaimed. Observing their skepticism, Xiao Chen chuckled softly and remarked, "It seems you are not convinced. In that case, I shall dispense with the superfluous words. Listen closely. Steward Lu will continue to oversee the returning fragrance pavilion, and you shall remain as the waitstaff. However, from this day forth, the rules have changed. The returning fragrance pavilion is not only mine but also yours. Starting today, I will extract 20% from the net profits each month as your bonuses. Henceforth, whether the pavilion thrives or falters will depend on your efforts." The five exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. One of the waitstaff, who had approached Xiao Chen previously, hesitantly asked, "Is this truly the case, young master? How will our wages be calculated?" "Your wages will remain unchanged. That 20% of the net profits is your bonus. Of this amount, Steward Lu will retain 30%, while the remaining 70% will be distributed among the kitchen staff and you waitstaff. You may discuss amongst yourselves the specifics of the distribution and inform me of the outcome." "Steward Lu, I entrust you with the recruitment of chefs. The future of the returning fragrance pavilion rests in your hands. Its success or failure matters little to me, but under such favorable conditions, I assure you, you shall find no other establishment like this within the Great Li dynasty," Xiao Chen concluded with a smile. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, Lu and the staff felt a flicker of fervor igniting in their eyes. Lu hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, young Master Xiao, I will ensure everything is managed properly." The other staff members echoed their commitment to working diligently to transform the returning fragrance pavilion into the finest establishment in Qinghe County. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, offered a few words of encouragement, and proceeded downstairs. Once Xiao Chen departed, Lu immediately began arranging the recruitment of chefs, while the staff, filled with renewed vigor, set about tidying the pavilion. As if a promising future beckoned them, upon exiting the returning fragrance pavilion, Xiao Chen sensed numerous eyes fixated upon him, yet he paid little mind to it. After all, he had been rather conspicuous of late. Under normal circumstances, this would be tolerable, but at this moment, a significant influx of martial artists had arrived in Qinghe City, and it was only natural that they would be curious about this suddenly ascendant young scion. However, such curiosity was not something that just anyone could withstand. As Xiao Chen pondered the situation, he made his way toward the Xiao residence, only to be interrupted by a disdainful voice from behind. "Are you the one engaged to Lin Xuan?" Hearing the mention of Lin Xuan, Xiao Chen could only sigh in resignation. He had anticipated such a day ever since the members of the Wuzhamaizong arrived in Qinghe City. Lin Xuan, a few years his junior, was now 16. Their engagement had been arranged when she was merely 8, and at 10 she had been taken as a disciple by the leader of the Qinghai sword sect. Within the Qinghai sword sect, Lin Xuan was the youngest disciple and held a special favor with the sect leader. The sect, located near Qinghai Lake in Luzhou, was the most formidable martial force in the region. Boasting thousands of disciples, the martial world held a mix of reverence and fear towards the Qinghai sword sect. Many young talents aspired to join its ranks, and the sect regularly conducted selections to recruit promising candidates. Lin Xuan had been chosen during the last recruitment ceremony, becoming the closed-door disciple of sect leader Su Chenyue. Given Lin Xuan's current standing, she naturally looked down upon the former wastrel that was Xiao Chen. Now 16, she was of marrying age, yet the Lin family had yet to provide any response, a clear indication of their stance. Before Xiao Chen could speak, another female voice interjected, "Guoshidi, do not be disrespectful to young Master Xiao." The voice was melodious yet laced with a hint of frost. Guoshidi's face contorted with indignation as he retorted, "When Shiji, he is merely a worthless wastrel. How could he possibly be worthy of Lin Shimi? Since we have arrived in Qinghe City, we might as well assist Lin Shimi and annul this engagement, lest she finds herself in an awkward position later," he added with contempt, his tone dripping with disdain for Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, when Shiji's gaze grew colder, and she shot Guoshidi a glare, saying icily, "Whether to dissolve the engagement is Lin Shimi's own affair. It is not for you to meddle in. One cannot say that, for we are her kin who have watched her grow up. Her matters concern us all. As her seniors, we cannot stand idly by and watch her leap into the fire. Annulment is for her own good," Guoshidi insisted, his brow furrowed in concern. "That is your personal opinion. Lin Shimi has never expressed any desire to dissolve the engagement. How do you intend to explain your actions to her later?" When Shiji's frosty gaze swept across the faces of the group, her voice unwavering, "What is there to explain? I trust Lin Shimi will understand my intentions," Guoshidi retorted defiantly. "Indeed, when Shiji, this is also De Shixiang's intention. He and Lin Shimi are a match made in heaven," chimed in another disciple. De Shixiang is merely being one-sided. Lin Shimi has no feelings for him. Lin Shimi possesses unparalleled talent and is the most likely successor to our master's legacy. What is it that drives you all to so fervently matchmake De Shixiang and Lin Shimi? We both know the answer. Spare me your lofty pretenses." When Shiji scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. As they exchanged heated words, a crowd began to gather, comprised of those drawn to the commotion, including many martial artists. "What are the disciples of the Qinghai sword sect arguing about?" one martial artist murmured as he recognized their garb. "Who knows? I overheard that it's about a young sister from the Qinghai sword sect wanting to annul her engagement publicly. Such a public annulment is a great disgrace. the Qinghai sword sect is being exceedingly overbearing. Another remarked, lower your voice, those are disciples of the Qinghai sword sect. Be cautious lest they take offense, came a hushed warning. Xiao Chen, listening to their conversation, felt a sense of bemusement. These individuals truly embodied the arrogance of a prestigious sect. Treating all others with such disdain, as if they were the arbiters of absolute authority, their behavior and attitude were undeniably amusing and frustrating to him. While they bickered, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. This scenario deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated that the Qinghai sword sect members would come to humiliate him, providing him with the perfect opportunity to retaliate. However, it seemed that such a plan was no longer viable. Though he had the chance to strike back, there were those willing to speak in his defense. Moreover, Lin Shuan's status within the Qinghai sword sect appeared to be far from trivial. The attitudes and words of these individuals indicated that she was held in high regard within the sect. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the ongoing debate, finding the situation somewhat ludicrous. Why should these individuals concern themselves with his engagement to Lin Shuan? As Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted away, the leader of the group, a man surnamed Gui, stepped forward and disdainfully remarked, Xiao Chen, you have heard our conversation just now. The engagement between you and Lin Shuan has come to an end. Do not dare to entangle yourself with her any further. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh and replied, the betrothal between Lin Shuan and myself was arranged by our elders. If there is to be a dissolution, it must be initiated by the elders of the Lin family. Who are you, a mere toad leaping out of a cesspool, to dictate terms regarding my relationship with Lin Shuan? With these words, laughter erupted among the onlookers, a cacophony akin to crashing waves, each wave following the last. People were doubled over with laughter, some even on the verge of tears, while pointing fingers at the disciples of the Qinghai sword sect. A few stealthily gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up, well aware of the Qinghai sword sect's formidable status in Luzhou. To humiliate the disciples of the Qinghai sword sect in such a manner was undeniably bold and commendable. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, his face adorned with a barely perceptible smile. Before him, a virtual screen quietly materialized, displaying a steadily rising reputation value on his personal panel. The man surnamed Gua, witnessing this scene, was instantly enraged, his eyes bulging with fury, and his face flushed crimson. He bellowed, you little rascal, how dare you insult me? It seems you no longer wish to live. As he spoke, Gua drew his sword, pointing its tip directly at Xiao Chen, clearly intent on killing him at the slightest provocation. Yet Xiao Chen remained unfazed, a mocking smile still gracing his lips as he coldly retorted, is the Qinghai sword sect truly so tyrannical? Ignoring the laws of the court and acting with impunity. A mere disciple of the Qinghai sword sect can unilaterally decide someone else's marital affairs. What a display of power and arrogance! Chapter 57, Rage and Humiliation. Xiao Chen's words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically, the air seeming to thicken. The disciples of the Qinghai sword sect glared at Xiao Chen, their swords trembling with barely contained fury. How dare you slander the Qinghai sword sect? One disciple gritted through clenched teeth. Our sect has always upheld justice and conducted itself with integrity. We will not tolerate such defamation. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, yet his eyes grew colder. Oh, indeed, the Qinghai sword sect is so upright. Not only do you claim to be honorable, but you also presume to hold the mandate of heaven. The matter of the marriage between the Xiao and Lin families was never agreed upon by either family, nor did it consider the wishes of the individuals involved. A mere disciple of your sect can dictate its conclusion as if it were a royal decree. My Xiao family is but a humble household. How could we dare to defy? Should we refuse, would your Qinghai sword sect not annihilate my entire clan? I am terrified. Go back and tell Lin Shuan that this marriage is beyond our reach. Let it end here. At this moment, the crowd began to murmur, many expressing admiration for Xiao Chen's audacity, especially considering the Qinghai sword sect's powerful standing in Luzhou. The faces of the Qinghai sword sect disciples turned crimson. Momentarily rendered speechless, as the atmosphere grew tense, Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings, then exclaimed with indignation, the laws of the court exist to maintain order in the world. How dare you trample upon them at will? Once word of today's events spreads, I am eager to see how your Qinghai sword sect will silence the voices of the people. My Xiao family is insignificant, yet your blatant disregard for justice and propriety will one day lead to your downfall. His voice reverberated through the air with an undeniable conviction. The members of the Qinghai sword sect exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that if this matter was not handled properly, it could indeed bring great negative repercussions to their sect. Young Master Xiao, please choose your words carefully. The Qinghai sword sect holds no such intentions. This is merely Guo Zihao's personal opinion, not Lin Shuan's. Upon hearing this, Sister Wen's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Chen was clearly employing a strategy of retreating to advance. seeking to embroil everyone in this conflict and position the Qinghai sword sect against the court. The implications of holding the mandate of heaven and deciding with a word subtly hinted that the Qinghai sword sect harbored aspirations to overthrow the current court and seize power for themselves. If this situation was mishandled, the Qinghai sword sect would inevitably find itself embroiled in a significant public relations crisis. Sister Wen was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Her gaze grew increasingly serious as she looked at Xiao Chen. Her astonishment mounting. Wasn't it said that Xiao Chen was merely a good-for-nothing wastrel? How could he be so formidable? Xiao Chen's maneuver was indeed ruthless, leaving her momentarily flustered and at a loss. Meanwhile, the crowd began to murmur various speculations and doubts rising in a chorus. Evidently, Xiao Chen's words resonated deeply with them. Over the years, the Qinghai sword sect had indeed acted with a degree of tyranny. The expressions of the Qinghai sword sect disciples betrayed their growing concern. They were still trying to comprehend how Xiao Chen, with just a few words, had escalated the situation to such a critical juncture. Sister Wen inhaled deeply and stepped forward, stating, "Xiao Chen, cease your wild talk. The Qinghai sword sect has no such intentions. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding, and I will handle it properly. I ask that you do not make baseless assumptions." Xiao Chen, however, coldly chuckled. "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. Everyone present has witnessed what has transpired today." With that, he ignored Sister Wen, turning instead to the audience with an expression of profound sorrow, saying, "Esteemed martial arts friends, please remember the events of today. Should my Xiao family be annihilated, I do not expect any of you to avenge us. I merely hope that the blood of my entire family will serve as a warning bell for you all. If the Qinghai sword sect can extinguish my family today, they could just as easily do so to you tomorrow." As Xiao Chen's words echoed, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Many stunned by his proclamation. The adage goes that one tends to remain indifferent when not personally affected. However, with the Qinghai sword sect's oppressive conduct, who could guarantee that they would not find themselves in a similar predicament in the future? Sister Wen's expression darkened, for it was clear that Xiao Chen was deliberately inciting the crowd, attempting to stoke their feelings of rebellion. "Xiao Chen, cease your nonsensical talk," she shouted angrily. "The Qinghai sword sect has always acted with integrity. How could we commit such heinous acts?" Yet, as she uttered the words "acting with integrity," a chorus of derisive jeers erupted, and her expression stiffened. It dawned on her that those 4 words had been thoroughly undermined by Xiao Chen. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen paid her no mind, continuing with a tone of anguish, "Everyone, the Qinghai sword sect relies on its power to act recklessly. Today it is my Xiao family. Tomorrow, it could be yours. Shall we simply allow them to continue their tyranny?" At this juncture, murmurs of discontent began to spread through the crowd, expressing dissatisfaction with the actions of the Qinghai sword sect. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen pressed on, "Today they can disregard the laws of the court. Who knows what they might dare to do tomorrow? How can such a sect be trusted by the court?" Sister Wen's expression darkened further as she realized the implications of Xiao Chen's association of the Qinghai sword sect with treason. She understood that if this matter reached the court, the consequences would be dire. Should the court perceive the Qinghai sword sect as a potential threat, the repercussions would be unimaginable. The sect could be viewed as a rebellious force and face severe crackdown, leading to heavy casualties among its disciples and a catastrophic decline in its reputation and status, potentially vanishing from the martial world altogether. Alternatively, the court might revoke the privileges and special treatment granted to the Qinghai sword sect, severely restricting its development, a devastating blow for the sect. At this moment, Sister Wen felt a sense of urgency. She knew that failing to quell this uproar swiftly would result in grave damage to the Qinghai sword sect's reputation. Presently, Qinghe City was home to a majority of the martial arts forces, and if this matter were substantiated, the Qinghai sword sect would undoubtedly become a target of public ire. Sweat beaded on Sister Wen's forehead as she racked her brain for a solution. She knew that Xiao Chen must not be allowed to continue inciting the crowd's emotions. "Xiao Chen, do not speak carelessly," Sister Wen said sternly. "The Qinghai sword sect has always been founded on chivalry and would never engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding, and we will provide an explanation." "Dear Sister Wen, there is no need for further explanation," Xiao Chen replied slowly, a deep sorrow etched on his face, laced with helplessness and bitterness. The onlookers were moved by this display, feeling a pang of empathy. Sister Wen gritted her teeth, casting a glance around the gathering of martial arts peers, beseeching them to trust in the integrity of the Qinghai sword sect, assuring them that they would never stoop to such nefarious deeds. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd, only to find their faces etched with skepticism, which plunged her into despair. She was acutely aware that the events of the day were not solely instigated by Xiao Chen's provocations. but rather stemmed from the Qinghai sword sect's excessive arrogance over the years, which had alienated many in the martial world. She endeavored to clarify, Xiao Chen, your accusations are entirely unfounded, our Qinghai sword sect harbors no such intentions. However, her words seemed feeble and unconvincing. Xiao Chen regarded her with a bemused smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The matter could only progress to this point. Should the provocations continue, it would surely ignite a furious backlash, leading to a relentless feud with the Qinghai sword sect. The situation had already escalated to this extent, affording Xiao Chen ample opportunity to accrue further renown, and he anticipated that before long his exploits would reverberate throughout the martial realm. Yet, he pondered whether anyone would exploit this incident to tarnish the reputation of the Qinghai sword sect. If so, he would stand to gain immensely. Xiao Chen sought to quell the conflict, yet some were unwilling to relent. Sister One, why waste words on him? This brat is clearly intent on opposing our Qinghai sword sect. I shall slay him, Gui Zihao declared, drawing his sword with the swiftness of a striking serpent. A glimmer of cold light flashed through the air as the sword's tip, imbued with a chilling aura, sliced toward Xiao Chen's throat. Seemingly without any intention to hold back, Chapter 58, a battle must come in response. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. He executed the phantom shadow technique, his figure vanishing in an instant, appearing on the opposite side with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers gasping in awe. Such speed! What manner of movement is this? Murmured one. I have no idea, I've never witnessed anything like it. Upon my arrival, I heard that this young Master Xiao had received the teachings of the Taoist sect. Could this be the essence of their mystical arts? Speculated another curiously. If this young Master Xiao is indeed a disciple of the Tao, things could grow interesting. How dare the Qinghai sword sect bully a disciple of the Tao? Someone remarked with evident schadenfreude. Now we have a spectacle to behold. If the rumors are true, this young Master Xiao is a rare talent in cultivation, and the Qinghai sword sect has no right to claim he is unworthy of their junior sister. Another chimed in amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Xiao Chen wore a teasing smile, softly uttering, what is this? Have I struck a nerve? Do you wish to silence me? His voice, though not loud, carried a mocking tone that sent a tremor through the hearts of those who heard it. With a cold glint in his eye, he continued to sneer, to commit murder in public with so many martial peers bearing witness. If you truly intend to silence me, the Qinghai sword sect's actions are indeed exceptionally tyrannical. The martial artists surrounding them exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Xiao Chen's words undoubtedly deepened their disdain for the Qinghai sword sect's behavior. The sect had always prided itself on chivalry. If today's events were as Xiao Chen claimed, then their so-called chivalry was merely a fade. Someone quietly muttered, who knows, perhaps Xiao Chen is deliberately provoking us. With the Taoist sect as his backing, he clearly looks down upon the Qinghai sword sect. Another voiced a contrary opinion. This perspective held some truth. Although the Taoist sect refrained from engaging in martial conflicts, its strength and influence were unmatched by any other sect. As a true disciple of the Tao, Xiao Chen naturally harbored no fear of the Qinghai sword sect's disciples. While the crowd debated, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, his intent to incite the emotions of those present. The more fervent their reactions, the greater the acclaim he stood to gain. At that moment, Gui Zihao's face darkened, his grip on the sword trembling with rage as he bellowed, Xiao Chen, you are courting death. Even now, you dare to sow discord and insult the Qinghai sword sect. Your crimes warrant the most severe punishment. With the word death escaping his lips, he lunged forward. Her sister One attempted to intervene, but upon hearing the onlookers' comments, her brow furrowed. They had only just arrived in Qinghai City and were unaware of Xiao Chen's recent exploits. In their minds, he was still the inept scion of a noble family. Yet, as she listened to the crowd, her expression grew grave, contemplating the implications. If Xiao Chen truly was a disciple of the Tao, the situation had escalated dramatically. He appeared vastly different from the Xiao Chen she had known. His performance today was akin to that of a completely different person, were it not for having seen Xiao Chen's portrait. She might have mistaken him for someone else. As Sister One was lost in thought, Gui Zihao charged before Xiao Chen, his sword glinting ominously. Xiao Chen deftly evaded, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Gui Zihao's pupils constricted in disbelief as he processed the evasion. Xiao Chen, having dodged the strike, summoned the golden light spell, enveloping himself in a radiant aura. He then surged toward Gui Zihao like a bolt of golden lightning. Gui Zihao hastily swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Just as the sword approached, Xiao Chen sidestepped, countering with a palm strike imbued with dazzling golden light that slammed into Gui Zihao. Gui Zihao hastily raised his sword to defend, yet the overwhelming force sent him stumbling back several steps. Once steadied, Gui Zihao lunged again, this time employing the Qinghai sword sect's signature technique, the pursuing stars and moonsword. His sword moved like a shooting star, weaving a complex pattern, each angle sharp and elusive, yet Xiao Chen remained unfazed, agilely dodging and weaving, creating multiple afterimages. Gui Zihao, observing this, intensified his swordplay, launching a barrage of fierce attacks, each stroke flowing seamlessly into the next like a relentless river. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, darting around Gui Zihao in search of an opening. As Gui Zihao thrust his sword forward once more, Xiao Chen suddenly closed the distance, catching Gui Zihao off guard. The latter swiftly attempted to defend, but Xiao Chen feigned a strike and instead delivered a swift kick to Gui Zihao's abdomen. Gui Zihao, unable to evade in time, was struck and staggered backward. He quickly regained distance, adjusting his stance, breathing heavily, astonishment glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, Gui Zihao pivoted sharply, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Once more attacking Xiao Chen with a renewed fervor, his sword glimmered with a cold light, exuding an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, Gui Zihao's swordplay grew fiercer, each strike accompanied by a howling wind. Xiao Chen, in response, wielded his hands, unleashing beams of golden light that collided with Gui Zihao's blade, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. Gui Zihao's swordsmanship became increasingly intricate, employing unorthodox trajectories that momentarily confounded Xiao Chen, while simultaneously launching powerful strikes that bore down on him. Xiao Chen began to feel the pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he narrowly avoided another of Gui Zihao's attacks, he grasped the air with his right hand, summoning a sword forged from golden light, which appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, Xiao Chen unleashed a razor-sharp sword chi that surged toward Gui Zihao like a ship cleaving through waves. Gui Zihao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly evaded, the sword chi grazing past him and carving a deep scar into the ground. Not daring to slacken his pace, Gui Zihao adapted his swordplay, becoming even more unpredictable. He darted around Xiao Chen like a specter, unleashing a torrent of strikes, yet Xiao Chen maintained his composure, his golden sword dancing as he executed the exquisite techniques of the returning sea sword art. Waves of golden sword chi clashed with Gui Zihao's blade, resonating with thunderous roars. At times, he unleashed the returning sea-breaking waves, the golden sword cleaving through the air with tremendous force, as if to rend everything asunder. At others, he employed the 100 rivers returning flow, generating a powerful gust that momentarily stifled Gui Zihao's onslaught. As the battle raged on, Gui Zihao found himself increasingly astounded. He had not anticipated the prowess of Xiao Chen's sword techniques. As the combat continued, Xiao Chen gradually gained the upper hand, his swordplay becoming more adept and his momentum stronger. Gui Zihao, feeling the strain, began to reveal vulnerabilities in his technique. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen thrust his sword toward Gui Zihao's chest. Gui Zihao's eyes widened in horror as he hastily raised his sword to defend, but was still struck by Xiao Chen's sword chi, causing him to cough up blood and stagger backward. Xiao Chen pressed his advantage, swinging his golden sword once more, radiating an air of inevitability. As the golden blade approached, Gui Zihao found himself unable to evade, a flicker of despair crossing his gaze. Chapter 59, The Enigma of Kunlun. Young Master Xiao, please show mercy. As Gui Zihao's life hung by a thread, the expression of Sister Wen shifted dramatically. In a swift motion, she raised her delicate hand and drew forth her long sword, her figure flashing instantly to stand before Gui Zihao, firmly parrying Xiao Chen's lethal strike. Observing this, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with surprise, and he promptly retreated, quietly increasing the distance between himself and Sister Wen. In that brief exchange, Xiao Chen astutely discerned that Sister Wen had already attained the pinnacle of the 6th level of postnatal cultivation. The formidable aura she exuded made it abundantly clear to Xiao Chen that, without igniting his prestige to enhance his physical capabilities, he would find it exceedingly difficult to secure victory against her with his current strength. Recognizing the futility of further confrontation, Xiao Chen had never intended to forge an irreconcilable enmity with the Qinghai sword sect from the outset. His provocations towards the sect were motivated by a desire to garner some prestige. In the bustling Qinghai city, teeming with martial artists from all corners, what could be more expedient than stirring the ire of a top-tier sect to acquire such renown? Furthermore, Xiao Chen sought to leverage the reputation of the Qinghai sword sect, for the name of the Jin family from Shanyang County seemed rather insignificant in comparison. By standing against the Qinghai sword sect without trepidation, he could dispel the doubts of many. Having achieved his objectives, Xiao Chen naturally refrained from further entangling himself with Sister Wen, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, should he unleash his true potential. The consequences could be dire. He was no true disciple of the Tao, nor did he have the backing of any Taoist elders, and to offend the Qinghai sword sect too severely could lead to unpredictable repercussions. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of continuing the conflict, Sister Wen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A life and death struggle was not the outcome she desired. Their mutual understanding led her to bow respectfully and say, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your mercy. My junior brother can be reckless. If he has offended you, I hope you will not take it to heart." Xiao Chen responded with a serene smile. "Sister Wen is too kind. Since this is a misunderstanding, it is best that we clarify it." Sister Wen was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's sudden shift in demeanor. She had expected to need to employ more words to pacify him. Although she remained unsure of Xiao Chen's true intentions, she grasped the essence of his words. With a renewed warm smile, she added, "Young Master Xiao, at such a young age, to possess such strength is truly admirable." Xiao Chen waved his hand lightly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Sister Wen exaggerates. My modest skills hardly merit such praise." He then slightly tilted his head, an expression of awe crossing his features as he remarked, "Indeed, your Qinghai sword sect is a renowned sanctuary of martial arts within the Great Li realm. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, truly enlightening." Humph! Gui Zihao could not help but snort disdainfully, his face darkening as he interjected, "Sister Wen." However, before Gui Zihao could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Sister Wen's piercing gaze. A look of frustration crossed Gui Zihao's face. Despite the turmoil within him, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Sister Wen bit her lip gently, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Young Master Xiao, may I inquire where your esteemed master hails from? How could he cultivate such a remarkable talent in you in such a brief time?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "There is nothing to conceal. My master is a recluse, unwilling to disclose his name. I only know that his surname is Mi, and he has instructed me to call him Daoist Mi. He once mentioned that if I earn his recognition upon his return from his travels, he would take me to the ancestral home of the Dao. At this point, Xiao Chen chose not to elaborate further. A simple narrative sufficed, as the specifics would be filled in by their imaginations. The more he spoke, the more opportunities for inconsistency might arise. "The ancestral home of the Dao," Sister Wen gasped, inquiring, "Could it be that Daoist Mi is from Kunlun?" Hearing the name Kunlun, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had merely been improvising, unaware of the actual location of the Dao's ancestral home, yet, upon hearing Kunlun, he felt an involuntary shiver. In his original world, Kunlun held a uniquely significant status, and the existence of a Kunlun in this world left him pondering whether this was mere coincidence or if there was a profound connection between the two. Noticing Xiao Chen's momentary daze, Sister Wen waved her hand, pulling him back from his reverie. Xiao Chen understood that now was not the time for such musings, and he turned to Sister Wen, offering an apologetic smile as he said, "I beg your pardon, I was lost in thought." Sister Wen waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No matter." What was young Master Xiao pondering? "Do you perhaps know the whereabouts of Kunlun?" Her expression was imbued with curiosity, and the onlookers perked up their ears to listen intently. Xiao Chen quickly searched his mind for legends regarding Kunlun. In this world, Kunlun was revered as the abode of immortals, said to be the cradle of human civilization, yet its exact location remained a mystery to all. With a wry smile, Xiao Chen replied, "Kunlun is merely a legend. How could I possibly know where it lies?" Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was unaware of Kunlun's location, a glimmer of disappointment briefly flickered in Sister Wen's eyes, yet she continued gently, "That is truly unfortunate. I wonder when Daoist Mi shall return from his travels." As she spoke, her gaze was dreamy, clearly having unconsciously envisioned the fictional Daoist Mi as someone who had emerged from Kunlun. Few in this world did not yearn for the legendary Kunlun. Sister Wen, momentarily lost in thought, soon smiled and remarked, "Young Master Xiao has truly surprised me. Before arriving in Qinghe City, I had thought you to be a frivolous young master devoid of any talent. Yet I did not anticipate your fortuitous opportunities. It is indeed enviable for us." Her words echoed the sentiments of all present. For centuries, those with the aptitude for cultivation were exceedingly rare. A seemingly wayward young master like Xiao Chen possessing such talent was bound to provoke envy in many. Rumors suggested that the national teacher of the Great Li was a prodigy of cultivation, being both a grandmaster of the Dao and the martial arts, which had earned him the title of the world's foremost grandmaster. Noticing that Sister Wen had ceased her inquiries about Kunlun, Xiao Chen's expression relaxed somewhat as he smiled and said to Sister Wen, "Flatters me. Were it not for my benefactor, I would still be the same Xiao Chen you once knew." Sister Wen gently shook her head, replying, "To encounter a figure of such celestial stature as Daoist Mi is also a fortuitous opportunity for you, young master. Rest assured, I shall report this matter truthfully to our sect leader, and you shall receive due acknowledgement." Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, saying nothing further. He was indifferent to what acknowledgement Sister Wen might provide. Sister Wen gazed sincerely at Xiao Chen, continuing to extol his virtues. For young Master Xiao to earn the recognition of the Daoist elder, Your talent is such that even Lin Shimi would find it hard to compare. If Lin Shimi were to learn of your fortuitous encounter, she would surely rejoice for you. Lin Shimi has always held you in mind. The matter of your betrothal is mere folly. Before I departed, Lin Shimi entrusted me with a message for you. The engagement is set, and in this life, she shall wed no one but you. Accompanying you through life and death, undying in her devotion, Xiao Chen felt a subtle stir within him at her words. In his previous life, such vows held little weight, akin to empty promises, yet he pondered how sincere such declarations might be in this life. I am grateful for Lin's kindness. Please convey to her that as long as the Lin family does not seek to annul our engagement, I shall wait for her, no matter how long it may take. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. After offering a respectful bow, he slowly turned to leave the crowd. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment as they watched Xiao Chen navigate through the throng. The outcome was entirely unexpected for all present. Just moments ago, the two had been embroiled in a fierce conflict, yet in an instant, they were discussing marriage, appearing as if they were destined for an unwavering romance. This sudden shift left the crowd momentarily at a loss. Observing Xiao Chen's retreating figure, some who had regained their composure muttered to themselves, "What is happening here? Is this a jest?" Another chimed in. "Indeed, just moments ago, they were at each other's throats, and now they are family. Are they merely toying with us? Let us disperse. They have reconciled, and there is nothing more to see." The crowd grumbled as they began to disperse. In a nearby tavern, a middle-aged swordsman, sword in hand and wine jug at the ready, had been watching Xiao Chen's departure intently. Once Xiao Chen was no longer visible, the swordsman murmured softly, "A genius of cultivation. Is it? Quite intriguing. I hope you grow swiftly." In another corner of the tavern, a grim-faced middle-aged man also observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Beside the middle-aged man stood several guards, their waists adorned with long swords. One of the guards let out a chilling laugh and proposed, "My lord, should we assist the Qinghai sword sect? If we were to exterminate the entire Xiao family now, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the martial world." The middle-aged man cast a glance at the guard, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Fool, do you think such petty schemes of framing and deceit would easily ensnare others? Moreover, that lad has the Taoist sect backing him. Are you certain we could evade the heavenly calculations of the Taoist sect by killing him?" His expression darkened, eyes betraying a hint of authority and coldness. As he chastised his subordinate, his voice was deep and resonant, instilling a sense of reverence. In another room not far from them, a young girl was gazing intently in the direction Xiao Chen had vanished, dressed in a fur robe adorned with unique patterns and decorations that exuded an exotic charm. She possessed an air of mysterious allure. A playful expression danced across her face. Beside her stood an elder, who glanced at the direction of Xiao Chen's disappearance and smiled, saying, "Young master, I find the Xiao family rather appealing. Perhaps we should place the blood spirit pearl with them." "Ha, Elder Badu, do you wish to involve the Taoist sect as well?" The girl chuckled lightly, her lively eyes twinkling with a sly glint, as though she was secretly contemplating something. "If we can entangle the Taoists, it would surely be an unprecedented feast." The elder's lips curled into a cold smile. However, the girl, referred to as the young master, furrowed her brows slightly, shaking her head at Elder Badu. "You underestimate the wisdom of the people of Dali. The individuals of the Taoist sect, much like our shamans, can communicate with the divine. Involving them might lead to unnecessary trouble." "You speak wisely, young master. My subordinate was indeed reckless," the elder quickly replied, bowing his head in fear. The girl's bright eyes blinked playfully, a sly smile gracing her lips as she replied, "However, that person is not yet one of the Taoists, so it may not hurt to test the waters." Chapter 60. The visit of Meng Yao. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, on his way home, suddenly trembled, involuntarily shivering. He halted his steps, an ominous premonition surging within him. Frowning, Xiao Chen pondered, "A warning from my instincts is not a good sign. Something must be about to happen." As he walked, he contemplated who might be scheming against him. He meticulously reviewed all recent events in his mind but could not deduce the source of the trouble. Since he could not uncover the issue, he resolved to employ another method. As a man who had inherited a world, he certainly had ways to discern who was plotting against him. Xiao Chen calculated that he would immediately utilize the Feng Ho Chiman upon returning home. He could not tolerate the feeling of being covertly schemed against without knowing his adversary. It was immensely displeasing to him. As Xiao Chen moved further away, Wen Ping was overwhelmed with myriad emotions. Reflecting on an outcome she had not anticipated prior to her interactions with Xiao Chen, she had not regarded him with much thought. However, after their encounters, she was compelled to reassess him, especially upon discovering his remarkable talent for cultivation, which stirred an unusual feeling within her. Xiao Chen might not even realize the significance and weight a cultivation prodigy holds within the Taoist sect, yet, as a disciple of a top sect, Wen Ping understood it all too well. Even if the Taoist figure he mentioned was a fabrication, should anyone in the Taoist sect learn of Xiao Chen's innate talent, they would undoubtedly vie to take him as a disciple. Following today's events, Xiao Chen's name would surely stir waves within the martial world. Wen Ping sighed inwardly. Senior sister, what does Xiao Chen mean? Why has his attitude changed so swiftly? I thought he genuinely intended to oppose our Qinghai sword sect. A female disciple queried with a puzzled expression. He is merely angry that if you were in his position, humiliated in public, you would likely feel the urge to kill your opponent too, Wen Ping replied. Casting a disdainful glance at Gui Ziheo's face flushed, his heart still racing as he said, Senior sister, Xiao Chen had no intention of holding back. He truly meant to kill me. If you saved me, I would be dead by now. Should you die, it would serve you right. A true disciple of the Taoist sect being so humiliated, if he killed you, we would have no means to avenge you. Wen Ping retorted sharply, how was I to know he was a true disciple of the Taoist sect? Our prior investigations revealed him to be nothing but a dandy. Who could have anticipated that he possessed such cultivation talent? Gui Ziheo said with a rueful smile, indeed, senior sister, we too were caught off guard. The disparity is astounding. Not only is he a true disciple of the Taoist sect, but his thoughts are also profoundly intricate. I suspect he has been aware of everything for quite some time. Did you not notice? When Brother Guo called out to him, he showed no surprise whatsoever. Another disciple remarked, now that you mention it. It does seem that way. Today's incident appeared to be a deliberate provocation, yet he suddenly withdrew at the last moment. But what could his intentions be? Another male disciple mused, seeing that several other disciples wished to speak. Wen Ping raised her hand, signaling for silence. Enough, let us return first. With that, she led the way toward the Li residence, and the other disciples of the Qinghai sword sect hurried to keep pace with her. Xiao Chen had little time to consider the thoughts of the Qinghai sword sect as he walked, reflecting on the recent battle and gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement facing Gui Ziheo, who was a 6th layer martial artist, Xiao Chen felt confident he could defeat him even without relying on reputation points to enhance his physical capabilities. Such strength had been attained in merely 3 days. He still possessed several Qi blood pills, and after consuming them, he expected to elevate his cultivation to the 6th layer. However, Xiao Chen was acutely aware that this would be his limit. Once he reached the 6th layer, advancing further would not be so easily achieved, though the gap between the 6th and 7th layers was merely 1 tier, for both cultivators of Qi and martial artists. It represented a significant watershed. Crossing the threshold was a formidable challenge. No amount of Qi blood pills could allow him to leap to the 7th layer in a short span of time. Thus, for the time being, he needed to calm his mind and accumulate slowly. Given the difficulty of rapid advancement in such a short time, Xiao Chen had no choice but to set that aside. The events of the day had caught him somewhat off guard. The affairs regarding the Zhang family of Shenyang were manageable, but the situation with the Qinghai sword sect had exceeded his expectations. In the memories of his original self, Xiao Chen found no significant interactions with Lin Xuan. Logically, she should have been eager for him to proactively withdraw from their engagement, yet, why did she insist on maintaining this betrothal? Xiao Chen did not believe Lin Xuan harbored deep feelings for his original self. So where did the crux of the matter lie? From the words of the Qinghai sword sect disciples. It seemed their elder brother held some interest in Lin Xuan. However, from Wen Ping's attitude, it appeared Lin Xuan did not reciprocate those feelings. If that were the case, Lin Xuan's engagement would serve as the perfect excuse for her to refuse him. If she harbored such intentions, then this woman was certainly not one to be trifled with. A shield is not easily worn. Should Lin Xuan use this as an excuse, it would undoubtedly thrust Xiao Chen into a perilous situation. Given the influence of the Qinghai sword sect, the elder brother would not even need to act personally. His subordinates would handle matters for him, just as Gui Ziheo had done. If this line of reasoning held, whether Xiao Chen lived or died would ultimately benefit Lin Xuan. If he survived, she could use the engagement as a pretext to reject the advances of someone like the elder brother. Should Xiao Chen perish, she could claim that they were bound together in life and death, with no regrets in this life. Regardless of Xiao Chen's fate, Lin Xuan would find an excuse. The reactions of the Qinghai sword sect disciples indicated that Lin Xuan held a considerable status within the sect. Forcing her would evidently not be an easy task. At this juncture, Xiao Chen could only sigh in resignation. In truth, he had not outright rejected the marriage proposal due to his own considerations. By waving the banner of the Taoist sect, he had deterred most from easily acting against him before confirming the authenticity of the matter. Yet, what is false is ultimately false, and Xiao Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty within. In contrast, Lin Shuan, as a direct disciple of the Qinghai sword sect's leader, wielded a degree of influence within the sect. Preserving this engagement would benefit both Xiao Chen and the Xiao family. The engagement between Xiao Chen and Lin Shuan was public, and after today, everyone would clearly understand her stance. Anyone wishing to act against Xiao Chen would have to consider whether Lin Shuan would retaliate afterward. Particularly for a force like the Zhang family of Shenyang, they could ill afford to incur Lin Shuan's wrath. As the largest martial power in Luzhou, the Qinghai sword sect's foundation and strength were not to be underestimated. Should the Zhang family truly provoke Lin Shuan and attract the wrath of the Qinghai sword sect, they would find themselves in an irretrievable predicament. Maintaining the betrothal with Lin Shuan also allows for a certain leverage from the Qinghai sword sect. Before Xiao Chen fully matures, this connection serves as a safeguard for him. Regardless of Lin Shuan's true intentions, Xiao Chen remains indifferent, as they are merely fulfilling their respective needs, a tacit understanding between them. Lost in thought, Xiao Chen unwittingly returned to the Xiao residence. Upon seeing him, the steward, Lu Bo, immediately approached. "Young master, you have finally returned. The second madam has been looking for you," Lu Bo said with an urgent expression. "So pressing, does the second madam have something important to discuss?" Xiao Chen inquired, puzzled. "Miss Lin from the Wuzhizong is here, specifically requesting to see you. That is why I was just about to find you." Lu Bo replied, "Lin Mangyao, why would she seek me out?" Xiao Chen murmured to himself as he hurried towards the inner chambers. Upon entering the reception hall, Xiao Chen saw Lin Mangyao seated gracefully. Upon his arrival, she merely smiled lightly without rising. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and straightforwardly asked, "Miss Lin, may I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit?" Lin Mangyao smiled slightly, her frosty visage seemingly melting like snow. Her exquisite features radiating a captivating brilliance, the interplay of cold elegance and warmth intertwined to create a unique aura, making her particularly striking at that moment. Xiao Chen, taken aback by her stunning beauty, realized that even the celebrities of his original world pale in comparison. This was true exceptional beauty. Noticing Xiao Chen's dazed expression, Lin Mangyao gently cleared her throat, pulling him back to reality. She adjusted her hair, regaining her icy demeanor, and regarded Xiao Chen with a measured tone. "Young Master Xiao, I have come to discuss something of significant importance with you." Xiao Chen, feeling increasingly bewildered, asked, "What could be so important that it requires the attention of someone like me?" "A mere constable, there is no need to involve the court in this matter. I assure you, my intentions are not malicious," Lin Mangyao replied, her eyes shimmering as she continued. "I have heard that the legacy you have acquired is from Kunlun, and I find myself quite intrigued." Xiao Chen was taken aback. The speed at which she had obtained this information was astonishing. He had only recently fabricated such details, yet Lin Mangyao was already aware. Despite his inner shock, he maintained a calm facade and countered, "Are you also interested in the Taoist arts, Miss Lin?" Lin Mangyao chuckled softly, saying, "I possess a slight curiosity. How about we make an exchange? I find your footwork quite impressive. I could trade it for my Shadow Mirage steps. What do you think?" "The Shadow Mirage steps, is that not the illusory body shadow technique?" Xiao Chen asked, curiosity piqued. "Young Master Xiao may not be aware, but the illusory body shadow technique has been modified by my junior sister, Lu. The original form is merely the Shadow Mirage steps, lacking the illusory effect." Lin Mangyao gently explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression revealed his astonishment. To modify a technique is no simple feat. Each martial art that has survived through the ages has undergone countless refinements. The fact that Lu Ruyan, a mere girl in her early 20s, could achieve such a modification was indeed remarkable. Lin Mangyao nodded with a smile. "My junior sister is truly extraordinary. Not only has she modified the Shadow Mirage steps, but she has also altered the Xianin Pure Woman technique. Originally, those practicing the Xianin Pure Woman technique could not break through until they reached the peak of the 9th level of acquired cultivation. Otherwise, once they broke through, they would become incapacitated. Yet, my junior sister managed to cultivate again after breaking through, a talent and understanding that even I cannot match. If young master is interested in the illusory body shadow technique, I could arrange for my junior sister to exchange with you. What do you think?" "Modifying the Xianin Pure Woman technique?" Xiao Chen exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. "The Xianin Pure Woman technique is not comparable to the Shadow Mirage steps. It is an internal cultivation method, and one of the highest caliber at that. To comprehend such a technique fully is already a rare talent, let alone to modify it. The enigmatic Lu Ruyan possesses such astonishing aptitude and talent." Xiao Chen could not help but express his admiration. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chen queried, "Miss Lin, why are you divulging this information to me?" He genuinely could not comprehend why someone as aloof as Lin Mangyao would share so much with him. let alone provide such vital information. This was entirely unexpected. Young Master Xiao need not overthink it. I simply felt a certain affinity with you, and this is merely idle chatter, Lin Mengyao replied, lightly stroking her long hair. A subtle smile gracing her lips, Xiao Chen scrutinized Lin Mengyao's smiling visage, his mind racing. He did not believe her claim of a connection. He recalled their first encounter when she exuded an unapproachable coldness. Yet, merely a day later, her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, even suggesting a sense of affinity. If he were to believe that, it would indeed be foolish, but what could have prompted her to say such things? As the saying goes, to pay respect to the worthy is to seek something in return. What, then, was Lin Mengyao after? Was it truly only for the sake of acquiring a technique? Xiao Chen did not begrudge parting with the Shadow Mirage steps. Rather, he pondered Lin Mengyao's true intentions. He suspected her visit was not merely about exchanging techniques. He could not accept that the Wuzhizong, with its millennia of heritage, would lack foundational Taoist techniques. If that were the case, why did she wish to witness his techniques? What was it she sought to verify? With a contemplative gaze, Xiao Chen studied Lin Mengyao, attempting to glean some insight from her smile. His techniques originated from another world. The cultural foundations were inherently different. Even if he were to transcribe them, the people of this realm would struggle to comprehend. The language of this world was not Mandarin, and the script was far from simplified characters. In his original world, there was a saying that 10 miles could yield different pronunciations, and 100 miles could produce differing customs. This was a chasm between worlds. How could cultures possibly align? In fact, the script prevalent in Dili was more akin to Seal script. Thus, with disparate languages and characters, the meanings naturally diverged. Even if Xiao Chen attempted to translate, the nuances would be lost. After all, these were martial arts techniques. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. With the legacy of an entire world, Xiao Chen was not lacking in martial arts techniques, hence his lack of interest in the Wuzhizong's Shadow Mirage steps. However, residing in this world, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with its techniques. Neglecting to do so would inevitably lead to complications. Engaging in an exchange with Lin Mengyao for a technique from this world could serve not only as a collection but also as an opportunity to deepen his understanding of how martial arts operated in this realm. Though this was a world rich in martial prowess, the secrets of martial arts had long been monopolized by various sects and the court. For ordinary individuals to acquire martial arts manuals, they had only two avenues: joining the military or being accepted into one of the major martial arts sections. Even the lesser techniques that circulated were hoarded, inaccessible to the common folk. Even the pursuit of the wind-chasing blade technique allocated to constables was strictly forbidden from being disseminated. As Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted, Lin Mengyao softly interjected, "Young Master Xiao, the Shadow Mirage steps are a closely guarded secret of my sect. If I did not find your footwork genuinely intriguing, I would not have proposed an exchange." Hearing this, Xiao Chen refocused, regarding Lin Mengyao with a bemused smile. "Miss Lin should be aware that the Taoist techniques I practice are driven by innate qi. Even if I were to share my techniques with you, you would find it difficult to cultivate them." Lin Mengyao smiled gently, replying, "Young master need not worry. I have no intention of directly cultivating such innate techniques. My aim in exchanging is merely to gain some insights for reference." Reference? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could it be that I have misjudged her intentions? Is Lin Mengyao truly seeking a technique that they cannot cultivate merely for the sake of reference? Of course, young master, are you not aware that all the techniques we currently practice are derived from these innate arts? In fact, the Yin-Yang secret classic of our Wuzhizong is also an innate technique. The Shenin pure woman technique we cultivate is derived from this classic, Lin Mengyao elucidated. "And now I understand. Thank you for clarifying, Miss Lin," Xiao Chen sincerely expressed. This time, he found no reason to doubt Lin Mengyao's words. In his view, such matters were not critical secrets. She had no need to deceive him. While innate martial arts are undoubtedly precious, they hold little value for the majority of practitioners in the martial world. Such techniques require the possession of innate qi for cultivation. Even if they were to be bestowed with a manual of innate martial arts, they would remain incapable of mastering it. To truly comprehend the essence of innate martial arts and, based on its principles, derive a practical method for postnatal cultivation tailored to warriors, one must be an extraordinary individual, standing at the pinnacle of mastery. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were to acquire innate techniques, would find it exceedingly difficult to grasp their complexities, let alone devise new methods. This inevitably reminded Xiao Chen of Wang Chongyang's innate arts, which, according to legend, could only be practiced by those endowed with innate qi. The 7 disciples of Xuanzhen evidently lacked the innate talent for such practices. Thus, Wang Chongyang created a system of martial arts suitable for their cultivation. In this world, there merely exist a few legendary figures akin to Wang Chongyang. who have established numerous sects and schools within the martial realm, such as the First Sect, Second Hall, Third Gate, and Fourth Faction. Therefore, does Miss Lin intend to derive a suitable cultivation technique for your practice based on my set of movements? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity. Indeed, Lu Shimi's illusory shadow step has its shortcomings. If we could glean some insights from your esteemed method, it would surely aid her in perfecting this technique. Lin Mengyao responded with a smile. Chapter 62, Wind-Based Techniques. Xiao Chen hesitated briefly before replying. I can agree to exchange techniques, but is it not somewhat unfair to trade for a postnatal technique? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's consent, Lin Mengyao's lips curved into a slight smile as she replied, Naturally, I would not allow you to suffer any loss. I possess a technique I chanced upon, which I shall also bestow upon you. I believe these two techniques will sufficiently justify the exchange for your ghostly shadow technique. Xiao Chen did not decline, extending his hand to accept the tome Lin Mengyao offered. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a cultivation method known as the Wind Control Technique. As he perused the tome, he activated the system's inheritance panel, reasoning that a system labeled as such must possess basic recording capabilities. Lacking an auxiliary intelligence or user manual, Xiao Chen had to navigate through it himself. Opening the inheritance panel, he contemplated creating a file. As his thoughts stirred, a new file page materialized on the panel. A smile of delight unwittingly appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he observed the newly created page. He attempted to input relevant information regarding the wind control technique, and as soon as he focused his mind, the system seemingly divined his intention, instantly displaying the content before his eyes. To his further astonishment, prompts and suggestions appeared beneath the text. This discovery brought unexpected joy. He created another file, formatting it like a search web page, continuously entering various queries, to which the system promptly provided corresponding information. After several attempts, Xiao Chen confirmed that the system indeed possessed search functionality. He typed an innate technique once more, only to be met with a string of question marks. Witnessing this, disappointment crept into Xiao Chen's heart. A simplified version is, after all, a simplified version, and it was certain that much information was lost during the loading process. Having established the searchable scope, Xiao Chen redirected his attention to the wind control technique, which detailed the utilization of wind's power. Upon closer examination, it was divided into several sub-techniques: feather drift, wind blade, wind rope, storm, and wind wall. Each of these techniques represented a unique application of wind. Opening his personal panel, Xiao Chen spent 1,000 reputation points to enhance his physical capabilities comprehensively. As his bodily functions underwent this enhancement, his brain entered a hyperactive state. In this heightened state, Xiao Chen's cognitive processing speed and information handling capacity surged significantly. He could swiftly comprehend and master intricate knowledge and skills, his mind transforming into a supercomputer. Placing the tome on the table, he closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. With a flick of his right hand, a gentle breeze began to swirl within his palm. Under his control, the wind gradually intensified, and in an instant, the mild breeze transformed into a small whirlwind, which stirred the air and emitted a faint yet discernible whistling sound. Lin Mengyao watched Xiao Chen with a look of astonishment, observing the progression from his initial delight upon seeing the tome, through his subsequent disappointment, to his current mastery of wind power. As the direct disciple of the Supreme Demon Sect's leader, Lin Mengyao had encountered spellcasters before. However, those individuals typically required years to master a technique. Yet, Xiao Chen had grasped the wind control technique in mere moments. His talent was indeed prodigious. Witnessing Xiao Chen's performance, Lin Mengyao began to believe that the Taoist me who took Xiao Chen as a disciple was likely from Kunlun. Only those possessing such terrifying talent would warrant the attention of Kunlun's practitioners. As Lin Mengyao fell into contemplation, Xiao Chen focused intently on the whirlwind in his hand, compressing it until it formed a sharp wind blade. With a gentle flick of his arm, the wind blade shot forth like lightning. In an instant, a vase in the distance shattered with a crash. The wind blade, unstoppable as an arrow, left a deep gash on the wall. After piercing through the vase, Lin Mengyao's pupils dilated in shock. Her heart racing. It was not merely the power of Xiao Chen's strike that astonished her, but rather the speed with which he had mastered the wind blade technique, leaving her utterly astounded. The whirlwind and wind blade represented entirely different concepts. It was akin to compressing a massive tornado into the size of a palm, a feat of unimaginable difficulty, yet Xiao Chen had accomplished it in such a brief period. Were it not for the fact that this wind control technique was given to him by Lin Mengyao, she would certainly suspect that he had already mastered this technique beforehand. As the sound of the vase crashing to the ground echoed, Xiao Chen emerged from his moment of enlightenment. He glanced at the shattered vase and the half-foot-deep scar on the wall, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Xiao Chen was not only pleased to have learned the wind control technique but also to have the ability to comprehend the martial arts of this world, thus providing clarity to his own abilities. Congratulations to young Master Xiao for mastering the wind control technique. Your talent is indeed remarkable, Lin Mengyao remarked with a smile. I must express my gratitude to Miss Lin for bestowing this tome upon me. Without your kind gift, I would have found it difficult to acquire this technique, Xiao Chen replied with a light chuckle. Filled with joy, Lin Mengyao, upon hearing this, smiled in return and said, as the saying goes, a precious sword is gifted to a hero. Only someone as gifted as young Master Xiao could master such exquisite techniques. This art can only shine brilliantly when entrusted to you, revealing its true power. You flatter me, Miss Lin. Please wait a moment. I shall write down the ghostly shadow technique and present it to you, Xiao Chen said as he rose, bowing slightly to Lin Mengyao before departing the parlor. Lin Mengyao quietly watched Xiao Chen leave, and once his figure had completely vanished from view, she chuckled softly. Hee, Sister Qin, you may come out now. No sooner had Lin Mengyao's words fallen than a graceful woman clad in a light blue gown emerged from behind the screen. At this moment, the only woman surnamed Qin who could appear here was Qin Simeng, whose status was evidently not simple. As Lin Mengyao referred to her as sister, Qin Simeng gazed thoughtfully in the direction Xiao Chen had departed. Her heart flooded with emotions. The son she had nurtured for several years now seemed so foreign to her. Lin Mengyao, noticing her expression, chuckled softly and remarked, Hee, Sister Qin, your son is quite extraordinary. Qin Simeng rolled her eyes in exasperation at this comment and retorted, he is not even my biological son. What is there to claim? It's you who, as the esteemed direct disciple of the Supreme Demon Sect, has come to this desolate place for what purpose? Chapter 63, the Saintess of the Netherworld, and you have the audacity to criticize me. This desolate place is home to the legendary Saintess of the Netherworld, is it not? Had I not come here, how would I have encountered you? After all these years, I thought you had long since departed this world, grieving for you in silence, only to discover that you changed your name and embraced a life of domesticity. Lin Mengyao continued, who could have imagined that the once cold-blooded and ruthless Qin Xie would transform into such a gentle and charming Qin Simeng. As Lin Mengyao spoke, she shed her usual aloof demeanor. Casually sitting there, her posture relaxed, and a playful expression on her face. Who could have foreseen that the typically frosty Lin Mengyao would exhibit such an adorable and playful side? I simply grew weary of the treachery of the martial world and wished for a tranquil life. Qin Simeng sighed softly. As she spoke, she moved to sit beside Lin Mengyao. She was reluctant to dwell on the past, so she smiled gently and inquired, Mengyao, what do you think of my son? Lin Mengyao giggled and replied, just now, you claimed he wasn't your son. What now you wish to acknowledge him? Qin Simeng shot her a glare, saying, after all these years, he does call me auntie, and having raised him, I suppose he counts as half a son. But your half-son hasn't confided in you at all. After nurturing him for so many years, you are surprisingly unaware of his possession of secret skills from the Taoist sect. Lin Mengyao remarked with a smile. Qin Simeng's expression darkened slightly. This was something that had always puzzled her. Given her experience, she was confident that Xiao Chen could not possibly have concealed himself from her for so long. She was all too familiar with who Xiao Chen had been, yet the changes he exhibited in recent days left her bewildered. What of it? His transformation has only been recent. Neither of us are practitioners of the Tao. Who knows what transformative secret arts may exist within the sect? Qin Simeng stated. That is indeed a point. Many of the Taoist secret arts are beyond the comprehension of individuals like us. Lin Mengyao blinked her eyes, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired, in the Taoist sect, those who can wield magic are few and far between. I do not recall a Taoist by the surname Mi. Sister Qin, do you know who this Taoist Mi truly is? You do not know, so how could I, a person who has not concerned herself with worldly affairs for many years, possibly know? You have tested the waters for so long. Yet have you obtained the answer you sought? Qin Simeng gently shook her head, speaking slowly as Sister Qin, you are misunderstanding. I had no intention of testing you. Just as Lin Mengyao's words fell, she caught sight of Qin Simeng looking at her with disdain. With no choice, Lin Mengyao resigned to changing her words, saying, all right, I merely wish to ascertain a few matters. Qin Simeng was far too familiar with her. It was nearly impossible to hide her little thoughts from Qin Simeng. Do tell, what is it you wish to confirm? Qin Simeng was evidently not easily deceived and continued to press. Sister Qin, why ask a question you already know the answer to? Do you not know what I wish to confirm? Lin Mengyao smiled slightly, countering. It is better to ask clearly. After all, Xiao Chen has called me aunt for so many years. I must, in any case, consider his safety, Qin Simeng said with a light chuckle before continuing. Alright, I simply wish to know whether Xiao Chen's sudden transformation is related to the Tianlang Pearl. Lin Mengyao sighed helplessly, speaking slowly. Is that confirmed now? The corners of Qin Ximing's mouth curled into a slight smirk as she asked with a cold laugh. It is confirmed, although the Tianlang Pearl has been exaggerated to an extraordinary degree. You and I both understand that it merely increases the probability of breaking through to the innate realm. While such an ability is indeed remarkable, it has yet to reach the point of completely transforming a wayward son. If the Tianlang Pearl truly possessed such miraculous capabilities, the Beimal wolf clan would likely have been exterminated long ago. Lin Mengyao said with a bitter smile, speaking slowly. That said, since you believe Xiao Chen's change is likely due to the Tianlang Pearl, others will surely think the same. It seems the Xiao family will not be at peace moving forward. Qin Ximing furrowed her brow slightly, her expression revealing more than a hint of worry. Isn't that just perfect? You, the saintess of the Underworld Palace, have been dormant for so many years. It is high time for you to re-enter the world. The position of the saintess of the Underworld Palace has always been reserved for you, Sister Qin. With you absent from the Underworld Palace for so long, it has become a chaotic mess. Your return would be just in time to clear out those clowns, Lin Mengyao said with a cold laugh. Qin Ximing shook her head slightly, sighing as she said, I have long grown weary of the strife of the martial world. I now only wish for a peaceful life. A peaceful life? Sister Qin, you have lived in tranquility for too long. You have lost your vigilance. Now that I am here, it is destined that you will not return to the past. Lin Mengyao remarked with a cold smile. Qin Ximing's expression turned icy as she cast a disapproving glance at Lin Mengyao. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao chuckled lightly and said, Sister Qin need not look at me so. Even if I were to keep this matter confidential, your tranquil days are likely coming to an end. With Xiao Chen, this prodigy of cultivation, emerging, do you truly believe that only those of the Wujizong will investigate his situation? Now, anyone looking into Xiao Chen's information will inevitably notice you. There is no escaping it. You have many enemies from years ago. Should they discover your whereabouts, you would find yourself in danger, even if you are unafraid of those petty foes. What of Xiaoyao? You are not alone here, and should you remain, it may be difficult to ensure Xiaoyao's safety. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ximing could only let out a helpless sigh. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. She merely wished to maintain the peace she had enjoyed for a time. However, she also understood that the situation had progressed beyond her control. Xiao Chen's unexpected rise had disrupted all her plans and arrangements, and at this moment, she even felt an impulse to eliminate Xiao Chen. With a slightly restless heart, Qin Ximing rose from her seat and began to pace back and forth in the living room. With a hint of annoyance, she said, You may converse with that brat. I shall go check on Xiaoyao. With a wave of her hand, Qin Ximing dismissed Lin Mengyao and turned towards the back hall. Observing Qin Ximing's departing figure, Lin Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, Sister Qin, do not be in such a hurry to leave. I have another matter I wish to consult you about. Might you be willing to share? Qin Ximing's body trembled slightly. She knew precisely what Lin Mengyao wished to learn, and it was the very thing she most wanted to avoid. Qin Ximing furrowed her brow tightly, fixing her gaze on Lin Mengyao as she asked, What does Sister Lin wish to know? Feel free to speak openly. Yet, Lin Mengyao seemed oblivious to Qin Ximing's unease. She chuckled softly and said to Sister, Be forthright, having stayed in Qinghe County for so long. Do you know the whereabouts of the Tianlang Pearl? Does Sister Lin believe I ought to know? The corners of Qin Ximing's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a semblance of a smile that was neither here nor there. Lin Mengyao blinked her bright eyes, a glint of cunning flashing across her face as she replied, Sister, since you say so, it seems you must know the whereabouts of the Tianlang Pearl. That I have heard that the guardian of the Underworld Palace has also arrived in Qinghe County. Why don't our two families join forces to achieve great things together? Qin Ximing frowned, a flicker of doubt and wariness crossing her eyes as she said, Tong Ziyu, isn't he's supposed to be protecting the palace master? How could he possibly be here? Could it be that the palace master has exited seclusion? I am not certain about that. It is not my place to inquire into the affairs of your underworld palace. However, Guardian Tong is a trusted aide of the palace master. Is he here perhaps to seek you out? Lin Mengyao spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Qin Ximing fell silent for a moment before responding coolly. Thank you for the information, sister. Regrettably, you are mistaken. I do not know the whereabouts of the Tianlang Pearl. If you seek cooperation, you may approach Guardian Tong. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you company any longer. Feel free to treat this place as your own home. With that, Qin Ximing nodded slightly to Lin Mengyao before turning to exit the living room. Watching Qin Ximing's retreating figure, Lin Mengyao's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Having known Qin Siming since childhood, she understood that her sister's thoughts were the most difficult to decipher. Extracting useful information from her lips was a task more challenging than scaling the heavens. As Lin Mengyao pondered, a faint smile graced her lips as she muttered softly, "Hee, this is becoming increasingly interesting. My dear sister, what is it that you are concealing?" After a moment of reflection, Lin Mengyao continued. "This family is truly fascinating. The son is a prodigy of cultivation, yet the father can take the saintess of the underworld as a concubine. My dear sister, you have gone to such lengths. Even marrying into the Xiao family under the guise of a courtesan. What exactly is your motive?" While Lin Mengyao speculated about Xiao Yu's identity in her heart, Xiao Chen was in Xiao Yu's former study. Perusing a medical book, Xiao Chen aimed to translate the cultivation techniques from another world, and these medical texts, detailing the human meridians, were essential reference materials for him. Given the differences between worlds, it would be quite the coincidence if the names of the meridians and acupoints were the same. Thus, in order for Xiao Chen to document the techniques of the ghostly shadow step, he first needed to study the medical texts of this world. Under normal circumstances, learning at this pace would be insufficient. But fortunately, he had the support of a system that allowed him to burn his reputation points for an extraordinary rate of learning. For him, the content of several medical books could be comprehended in mere minutes. Checking his reputation points, Xiao Chen noted that his personal panel now displayed a staggering 13,521 points. The sudden surge in reputation points indicated that the gains from instigating the Qinghai sword sect had far exceeded expectations. Watching the continuously rising number, Xiao Chen understood that this incident was still evolving. With such a high reputation score, a strong impulse to indulge himself began to take root in his heart. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely ignited his reputation points to enhance his physical capabilities. As the reputation points burned away, his physical abilities received an all-encompassing boost. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as though he had transformed into a superhuman. He picked up a tome and began to flip through it with remarkable speed. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he absorbed the information contained within the book. His mind functioned like an exceptionally efficient processor. Rapidly dismantling, analyzing, and integrating the knowledge from the text, each character and paragraph seemed to transform into streams of information, flowing into his mind, where they were swiftly processed and assimilated. Time slipped away unnoticed. And when Xiao Chen finished reading the last book, his reputation points had dwindled to a mere 3,500. Surprised by this revelation, Xiao Chen realized he had been so engrossed in reading that he had forgotten his reputation points were still depleting. He hurriedly halted the consumption of his dwindling reputation. If it continued to burn away, he would truly be left with nothing. It felt as if he had returned to square one overnight. Gazing at his meager remaining points, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, he had expended 10,000 reputation points, merely to have the thousands of volumes in his study backed up in the system. Reputation points could be earned swiftly, yet they vanished just as quickly. With time still on his side, Xiao Chen rushed back to his desk to transcribe the techniques of the ghost shadow step. Lin Mengyao was still waiting in the living room. A considerable amount of time had already passed, and if he kept her waiting too long, one could only speculate what action she might take. Although Lin Mengyao had been relatively polite towards him, she was ultimately a woman of the demonic sect, known for her capricious nature, while Xiao Chen dared to tease the Qinghai sword sect. A reputable faction in the martial world, he had to consider the face they presented in public. The situation was different with the Wuji demon sect. For its members, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation was their standard approach. Lu Ruyan was already quite deranged. Who could guarantee that Lin Mengyao would not be even more unhinged? Such women from the demonic sect could not be judged by ordinary standards, although Xiao Chen was still unclear about Lin Mengyao's true intentions for visiting the Xiao family. One thing he could ascertain without doubt was that her motives extended far beyond a mere exchange of martial arts techniques. That exchange was merely a pretext, from Lin Mengyao's casual attitude towards the ghost shadow step. Xiao Chen could discern that her claims of secret teachings were nothing more than empty words. As Xiao Chen let his thoughts wander, his hands continued their work. Before long, he had successfully transcribed the ghost shadow steps techniques according to the conventions of this world. Xiao Chen scrutinized the completed manuscript on the table, meticulously reviewing each word in detail. Once he confirmed that there were no mistakes, he picked up the manuscript and headed towards the living room. Upon his return, he noticed that somehow there was an additional woman standing beside Lin Mengyao, dressed in a light blue gown. The woman wore a veil that obscured her face. As a gentle breeze passed by, Her features became partially visible behind the veil, evoking a sense of mysterious beauty that piqued one's curiosity about her true appearance. Chapter 65, Dual Personalities. As Xiao Chen entered the living room, his gaze involuntarily lingered on the woman, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about her. Xiao brother, has it only been a day and you no longer recognize your elder sister? Upon noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, the woman let out a soft, delicate laugh. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Her voice sounded hauntingly familiar. He focused intently and soon realized that this woman was none other than Lu Ruyan. Without her fearsome makeup, Lu Ruyan exuded an air of grace and elegance. Had he not known of her disfigurement, one could easily mistake her for a stunning beauty based solely on her enchanting figure. Recovering from his momentary shock, Xiao Chen quickly donned a smile and said, Sister Ruyan, it has only been a day, yet you have truly left me in awe. It is you who astonishes me. Xiao brother, I never expected you to be a true disciple of the Taoist sect. My humble skills seem trivial in your presence, Lu Ruyan replied earnestly. You flatter me, Sister Ruyan. To have achieved the ability to refine martial arts at such a young age is truly admirable. Xiao Chen remarked, filled with admiration. Lu Ruyan let out a bitter laugh in response, saying, Xiao brother, you overestimate me. I have not refined any techniques. It was merely a reckless attempt after feeling discontented post-cultivation. Though I was fortunate to survive, the process was perilous. Just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Lin Mengyao cleared her throat twice and interjected, enough of this mutual flattery. Young Master Xiao, have you completed the transcription of the Ghost Shadow Step? I apologize for taking longer than expected, but I have finally finished. Since it is for your benefit, I have made some adjustments to the Taoist terminology. Please have a look, Miss Lin. Here is the Ghost Shadow Steps technique. Xiao Chen replied with a hint of regret as he handed the manuscript to Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao nodded lightly, then casually flipped through the pages before passing the manuscript to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan eagerly accepted the manuscript, her face alight with anticipation as she began to read with great care. She had long been curious about the Ghost Shadow Step. As both the Ghost Shadow Step and the Shadow Step were forms of movement techniques, Lu Ruyan found it easy to comprehend the material. After a brief moment, she looked up, her face brimming with delight, and exclaimed, So this is how it works. What a marvelous method of exerting force. It truly lives up to its reputation as a foundational technique. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan suddenly shifted, appearing a yard away in an instant. In the contrast between motion and stillness, she had already embodied several aspects of the Ghost Shadow Step. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he internally marveled at Lu Ruyan's astonishing martial talent. She had grasped the technique so swiftly. This was a foundational technique, and to fully harness its power, one would need to channel innate energy, yet Lu Ruyan had managed to simulate some effects of the Ghost Shadow Step using merely her acquired inner strength, which was truly impressive. After stepping forward, Lu Ruyan stood still, murmuring softly, No, the inner strength cultivated through acquired methods is not as wondrous as innate energy. If I were to channel my inner strength according to the technique, I would not achieve the effect of reverse shadowing. This needs revision. Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was lost in thought, and quietly inquired, Miss Lin, is she usually like this? Not exactly. Lu Junior's sister only became this way after her disfigurement, Lin Mengyao replied, shaking her head. It's self-isolation. That isn't necessarily a grave matter, Xiao Chen mused, recalling his previous encounters with Lu Ruyan. He sensed a significant difference between her past and present demeanor, perhaps sensing Xiao Chen's confusion. Lin Mengyao continued, Lu Junior's sister is indeed a tragic figure. Not only was she violated by a man, but her face was also marred, and she was left for dead in the wilderness. Had it not been for her unique constitution, she would have long since perished. Even if Lu Junior's sister was fortunate enough to survive, her personality has drastically changed. During the day, you see this gentle and charming Lu Junior's sister, but at night, you have witnessed her deranged side. Lin Mengyao sighed softly, and a sharp aura of killing intent flickered across her. Xiao Chen, sitting nearby, felt a shiver run down his spine. Lin Mengyao's murderous intent was fleeting, and in an instant, she wore a gentle smile once more, continuing, the trauma Lu Junior's sister experienced was immense. To obtain her primordialine, Li Yulin and his cohorts violated her after her death. I do not know where they heard of this method, claiming that as long as they acquired the primordialine of a female disciple just as she dies, they would not suffer backlash. I need not elaborate on the subsequent events. I am sure you can guess what transpired. Tell me, do you think these people deserve to die? As Lin Mengyao spoke, her expression had grown cold without her realizing it. Xiao Chen did not respond immediately but cast a sympathetic glance at the pensive Lu Ruyan, struggling to imagine the torment she must have endured. The simultaneous assault on both her spirit and body must have led her to such self-imposed isolation. resulting in her dual personality as a means of self-protection. Xiao Chen murmured softly to himself, "What did young Master Xiao just say?" Lin Mengyao asked, puzzled. "It is nothing, I merely meant that if what you say is true, then Li Yulin indeed deserves to die. Such actions are even more despicable than those of beasts," Xiao Chen replied, although he had already learned the general circumstances from old Xie. Hearing it again still left him in shock. He had known Li Yulin since childhood and had never imagined he could possess such a twisted side, violating a corpse. What sort of perverse mentality was that? Of course, regarding Lin Mengyao's words, Xiao Chen could only believe half of them. Setting aside her identity as a member of the demonic sect, he could only choose to accept part of her account. Does young Master Xiao also believe he deserves to die? "I thought you might defend Li Yulin," Lin Mengyao said with a gentle smile. "Defend him? Why should I defend myself? I am not particularly acquainted with Li Yulin, since he has ventured into the world. He must naturally abide by its rules. If he has violated the law, the imperial court will surely impose its sanctions. His fate is of no concern to me." The rules of the realm and the laws of the court. Does young Master Xiao truly believe in such things? "What, in your view, constitutes the rules of the realm and the laws of the court?" Lin Mengyao inquired with a gentle smile. "Are you certain you wish to engage in this discussion with me?" Xiao Chen shook his head in response to, "I am also curious to hear young Master Zhao's perspective. In your eyes, what are the rules, and what constitutes the law?" Lin Mengyao pressed on. Xiao Chen chuckled softly and replied, "The rules of the realm have always favored the one with the stronger fist." He only uttered part of his thoughts. "As for the laws of the court, it is prudent not to hastily pass judgment, especially in an ancient society where one might be punished for mere words." Noticing Xiao Chen's reluctance to elaborate further, Lin Mengyao chose not to pursue the matter. Casting a glance at Lu Ruyan, who was lost in her own musings, Xiao Chen smiled lightly, saying, If Sister Lu could maintain this level of focus, her future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's remark, Lin Mengyao also smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, Sister Lu's innate talent in martial arts surpasses that of ordinary individuals. If she dedicates all her efforts to this pursuit, she is bound to become a master in her own right. In this sense, Sister Lu's misfortune may have turned into a blessing." Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to Lu Ruyan, observing her concentrated demeanor, and he found himself at a loss for words. After a while, Lu Ruyan seemed to snap out of her reverie. She looked at Xiao Chen and Lin Mengyao, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she said, "Sister Lin, Brother Xiao, I apologize for losing myself in thought." Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. Sister Lu's dedication to her studies is something I truly admire." Lu Ruyan smiled gently, a glimmer of light in her eyes, and replied, "Brother Xiao, you flatter me. I am merely curious about this technique. Curiosity is the source of all motivation. If Sister Lu has any questions, please feel free to ask me. Although I lack your talent and brilliance, I do possess some insights into the ghost shadow technique. If Sister Lu is interested, we could discuss it further," Xiao Chen suggested. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your guidance, brother." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened immediately, though her interactions with Xiao Chen had been limited. She had gleaned from the manuscript he provided that his talent was indeed remarkable. In that manuscript, Xiao Chen refrained from using any ornate language, instead elucidating the essence of the technique through simple expressions, something only someone with profound understanding of the ghost shadow technique could achieve. If she could gain Xiao Chen's assistance, her illusory shadow steps could be perfected more swiftly. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to inquire further, Lin Mengyao interjected, "Enough, Sister Lu, regarding the techniques, you may discuss them further at another time. We have already occupied your time for quite a while. It is time for us to take our leave." As she spoke, Lin Mengyao had already risen from her seat and, with a respectful gesture towards Xiao Chen, said, "Young Master Xiao, we have some matters to attend to and shall not impose further. Farewell, we shall meet again another day." Xiao Chen nodded, refraining from any words of entreaty. Lu Ruyan gazed at Lin Mengyao, who was heading out, then turned to Xiao Chen with a hint of disappointment, saying, "Very well, I shall defer to Sister's arrangements, Brother Xiao, until we meet again." After saying this, Lu Ruyan followed Lin Mengyao out. After taking a few steps, Lu Ruyan paused, turned back to face Xiao Chen, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a booklet from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Brother, this is my understanding and insights regarding the illusory shadow steps. If you do not mind, please take a look. It may benefit you in some way." Xiao Chen accepted the booklet with both hands and quickly expressed his gratitude. Lu Ruyan smiled lightly, waved her hand at Xiao Chen, and then turned to catch up with Lin Mengyao. Xiao Chen watched their retreating figures, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. A person like Lu Ruyan could truly be described as an extraordinary woman. She had no obligation to share her insights with him, yet she chose to do so. Having accepted this booklet, Xiao Chen felt a sense of obligation in return. One good turn deserves another. Once he mastered the dual techniques, he would indeed be capable of healing the scars on Lu Ruyan's face. Since he had accepted her kindness, Xiao Chen was more than willing to reciprocate. After Lu Ruyan and Lin Mengyao departed, Xiao Chen exited the reception room, his gaze lingering on the direction where Qin Siming resided. Pondering deeply upon his first entry into the reception room, he had sensed Qin Siming's presence. However, he could not fathom why she had chosen to hide behind the screen, eavesdropping on his conversation with Lin Mengyao. Such behavior struck him as peculiar, especially since this was Shao Manor and Qin Siming. As the mistress had left Lin Mengyao, a guest, unattended while she herself hid to listen, and from any perspective this seemed quite unreasonable, yet that was not the most pressing issue. More crucially, what reason did Lin Mengyao have to cooperate with Qin Siming? The level of cooperation suggested they were not strangers, and Xiao Chen could not dismiss the idea that Qin Siming had ulterior motives. Furthermore, it was suspicious that Lin Mengyao was well aware of Qin Siming's concealment behind the screen and had not attempted to alert her. What then was Lin Mengyao's intention in allowing this to happen? Chapter 67. Premature termination of contract. Knowing it would expose her yet failing to warn her could imply that Lin Mengyao was using this opportunity to send him a message. Or perhaps this was the outcome she had desired all along. However, what could be her motive? Surely it could not be to instill suspicion in him towards his second aunt, thus jeopardizing their relationship. But what benefit would that yield her? Planting a seed of doubt only to nurture animosity later seemed counterproductive, yet Xiao Chen sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared. Lin Mengyao's thoughts were undoubtedly multifaceted. Rubbing his temples, he found himself increasingly puzzled by her intentions. He sighed in resignation, unable to comprehend what Lin Mengyao was scheming, and thus set it aside for the moment. As he contemplated the situation, he soon returned to his courtyard. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Xiao Chen attempted to suppress his tumultuous thoughts and redirected his focus inward. Regardless of Lin Mengyao's ultimate intentions, when the time comes to confront reality, one must rely on strength to speak for itself. Fabricating a tale to deceive others may suffice, but one cannot afford to deceive oneself. Xiao Chen is acutely aware that his primary task at present is to swiftly enhance his own abilities. Only by cultivating formidable strength can he effectively safeguard himself amidst the chaos and navigate the myriad unforeseen risks that may arise. Since encountering Lin Mengyao, the urgency within Xiao Chen has intensified. He senses that momentous events are on the horizon, which deepens his inner turmoil. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Chen settled cross-legged upon his bed, inhaling deeply as he endeavored to calm his turbulent mind. Subsequently, he retrieved a qi blood pill from his storage space. Gazing at the pill, which exuded a distinctive medicinal aroma, he wasted no time and placed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, a wave of warmth unfurled within him. Simultaneously, the 6 volts immortal thief he was practicing automatically activated, its powerful digestive capabilities swiftly absorbing the essence of the qi blood pill and then efficiently breaking it down. Under the influence of the 6 volts immortal thief, the medicinal potency transformed at an astonishing pace into a greater quantity of innate qi. Xiao Chen could distinctly feel the flow of qi within him growing stronger. Akin to a gentle stream coalescing into a mighty river, his body seemed to be filled with a warm and potent force, with every cell rejoicing in exuberance. Maintaining his meditative state, Xiao Chen concentrated on guiding this newly generated innate qi as it coursed through his meridians. As he absorbed the medicinal energy, he sensed his strength steadily increasing, with his latent potential being further awakened. It felt as though he had entered a wondrous realm, his spirit becoming ethereal, as if he were merging with nature itself. While Xiao Chen immersed himself in his cultivation, outside, Xing Laolu was equally occupied. As more individuals flooded into Qinghe City, the once peaceful atmosphere was disrupted by these wanderers of the martial world. As the head of the Magistrate's Swift Brigade, Xing Laolu found himself overwhelmed with tasks. Just as he had arranged for the medicinal materials Xiao Chen required, he hurriedly made his way to the Li family estate, only to discover that Xiao Chen had already returned to the Xiao residence. With no other option, Xing Laolu and his companions set off once more towards the Xiao family, but before they could step outside the Li estate's gate, they were halted by Li Changsong, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "Xing Captain, wait a moment," Li Changsong exclaimed, jogging to Xing Laolu's side, his tone urgent. With a wary gaze, Xing Laolu scrutinized this seemingly benevolent man. Aware of the malice lurking beneath his facade, uncertain of what Li sought from him. Li Changsong's brow furrowed, his expression fraught with difficulty, revealing a hint of hesitation and inner conflict. Puzzled, Xing Laolu tilted his head and inquired, Master Li, what troubles you? Is there something amiss? Li Changsong, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and replied, there is indeed a matter. I would like to trouble Captain Xing for a favor. Xing Laolu frowned, impatience creeping into his voice. If Master Li has something to say, please do so plainly. I am quite busy and have no time for idle chatter. Realizing Xing Laolu's urgency, Li Changsong took a deep breath and smiled. Well, could you possibly release my son from prison? Xing Laolu shook his head vigorously, panic evident in his demeanor. That is out of the question. This is a task assigned by Captain Xiao, and I dare not go against his wishes. There is no task now. My people have arrived. Li Changsong waved his hand, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Please inform Xiao Xianzi that he need not remain at the Li family estate. Upon hearing this, Xing Laolu's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening with suspicion as he fixated on Li Changsong. What do you mean by that, Master Li? Are you attempting to backtrack on your word? Anger flared across Xing Laolu's face as he spoke. He had just spent the 5,000 taels of silver that Li Changsong had provided. If Li were to retract his offer now, where would he procure another 5,000 taels to return to him? While the Xiao family was not lacking in such funds, it would not be an easy task for Xiao Chun to extract that amount from his household. Li Changsong, sensing the tension, hastily interjected. Captain Xing misunderstands. What I gave is not something I can simply take back. Rest assured, I am voluntarily withdrawing the protection. It has nothing to do with Xiao Xianzi. As he spoke, Li Changsong maintained a humble demeanor. His expression filled with sincerity. If you could kindly inform Xiao Xianzi that he need not come to the Li estate any longer, I would also appreciate it if you could release my son. Li Changsong's eyes glimmered with a hint of expectation. Hearing that there was no monetary cost involved piqued Xing Laolu's interest. He narrowed his eyes, casting a dubious glance at Li Changsong, pondering, this does not align with Li Changsong's typically stingy nature. Are you truly serious, Master Li? Please do not change your mind later. Absolutely, I will not retract my words, Li Changsong affirmed resolutely. Xing Laolu regarded Li Changsong with lingering skepticism, his mind racing to decipher the rationale behind Li's actions. It did not take long for him to realize that Li Changsong was concerned that Xiao Chen and the disciples of the Qinghai sword sect might clash within the Li estate. After all, the senior disciple of the Qinghai sword sect was still residing there, and although Xing Laolu had not witnessed the altercation between Xiao Chen and the Qinghai sword sect members, he had certainly heard of it. The senior disciple harbored feelings for Xiao Chen's fiancée, rendering them rivals. If both were present in the Li estate, it would be strange indeed if no chaos ensued. Should a confrontation arise, the Li family would ultimately bear the brunt of the fallout. Clearly, it was more advantageous for them to send away the Qinghai sword sect members rather than Xiao Chun. Understanding Li Changsong's motives, Xing Laolu was more than willing to facilitate this arrangement, relishing the prospect of receiving money without needing to perform any duties. If such opportunities were to arise frequently, Xing Laolu would be exceedingly pleased. He dispatched 2 junior constables to the prison to release Li Yulin, and with the others, he returned to the Li estate, remembering that Xiao Chen's alchemy furnace was still there. Since they were leaving, it would be prudent to take that as well. Thus, accompanied by a throng of junior constables bearing the alchemy furnace, Xing Laolu made his way toward the Xiao residence. Along the way, he took the opportunity to promote Xiao Chen's endeavor to concoct the small rejuvenation pill, as Xiao Chen sought to exchange the elixir for cultivation resources, with many martial artists congregating in Qinghe City. It was prudent to prepare in advance. Although Xing Laolu was unfamiliar with the concept of advertising, he understood the necessity of promoting a business ahead of time. Chapter 68, Presale of Elixirs. Amidst Xing Laolu's vigorous promotion, word of Xiao Chen's impending sale of elixirs quickly spread throughout Qinghe City. Should Xiao Chen open his personal panel at that moment, he would undoubtedly discover that his reputation was soaring rapidly. As Xing Laolu and his entourage progressed, calling out their announcement, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Xiao residence, followed closely by a throng of curious onlookers. These spectators whispered amongst themselves, their faces alight with curiosity. It seemed that young Master Xiao had indeed been blessed by fortune, capable of refining elixirs that could enhance one's martial prowess. However, the question lingered, how much would he charge for each small rejuvenation pill? If one could consume several hundred, would they not become invincible? Are you dreaming? Several hundred? Not to mention whether you can even afford the elixir, even if you had a few hundred small rejuvenation pills. Could you truly gain a few hundred years' worth of power? One passerby scoffed. Isn't that what Xing Laolu said, that consuming 1 grants a year of internal strength? Is he lying? Another inquired, discontented. Not exactly lying. But you don't practice martial arts, do you? You see, the human body develops a tolerance. The first pill might grant you a year of strength, but when you consume the second, you may find you can't even gain half a year's worth. The more you take, the less effective it becomes, one patiently explained. Yes, that's so, then this elixir doesn't seem that useful after all, another remarked, still somewhat bewildered. Idiot, one pill is worth a year of arduous training. What more could you want? The first retorted, exasperated. Besides, if you took one a month, you could maximize the pill's potency. Consuming one a year would equate to a decade's worth of effort, as the crowd debated. Xing Laolu and his companions reached the threshold of Xiao Chen's courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xing Laolu called out, Captain Xiao, I brought what you requested. Hearing Xing Laolu's shout, Xiao Chen gradually opened his eyes. Emerging from his meditative state, his gaze fell upon the last remaining qi blood pill in its vial. After a moment's contemplation, he stored it in his spatial pouch.